Bloomsbury presents 1942, Hitler's Gamble for Victory by Richard Hargreaves. Read by Charles Armstrong. And when Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more worlds to conquer. Attributed to Plutarch. Introduction. 46 degrees 39 north, 47 degrees 47 east. How much longer will the war last? There's still no end in sight. Anonymous German civilian, September 1942. A little after midday, on Wednesday the 16th of September, 1942, Fritz Euler brought his assorted column of vehicles to a halt, following a monotonous 8-hour drive across near featureless terrain. Nothing but sand, dunes, and the occasional scrub bush. The men called it the Russian Sahara, even giving the paths and dirt tracks, you could not call them roads, suitable African names: Tripoli Strasse, Benghazi Strasse, Tobruk Strasse, and, of course, Rommelweg, Rommel's Way. Over the past 3 days, Euler and his men had crossed this desert, a wild ride dozens of miles ahead of the vanguard of their parent 16th Infantry Division. Now they stood on the edge of the vast Kalmyk steppe, their mission almost complete. Here the steppe gave way to lush, cultivated fields, irrigated by the lower reaches of the Volga. The river itself, here half a mile wide, lay within sight, but dense vegetation on the west bank prevented Euler and his comrades from observing the shipping moving along it. Fritz Euler's motley assortment of men and machines, pioneers, motorcyclists, an interpreter, medics and signallers, equipped with a couple of half-tracks, armoured vehicles with wheels at the front, caterpillar tracks at the rear, armed with 20mm cannon, 3 anti-aircraft guns, half a dozen trucks carrying water, petrol and food, an ambulance and some armoured cars, would never reach the Volga. It stopped here, 3 miles outside a village the Germans knew as Zadovka, the Soviets Yakuyevka, and which today is called Volskoye. It came to a halt on the edge of an anti-tank ditch guarded by bunkers, machine-gun posts, and perhaps as many as 300 troops, who appeared alarmed at the sight of German troops so far behind the front line. Both the defences and their defenders were too strong for Euler's force. Regarding his mission, to scout for Soviet troops in the steppe, as complete, Fritz Euler turned around, but not before making an observation. Perhaps, he mused, his men had advanced furthest east of all the units in the army. Euler's makeshift force, or Kampfgruppe, battle group, stood just 4 miles from the Volga, 20 miles north-northwest of Astrakhan, more than 1,500 miles east of Berlin. Euler's force was one of 3 which 16th Infantry Division dispatched into the unknown in mid-September 1942. Barely 3 weeks earlier, the division had been committed around Maykop, one of the hubs of oil production in the western Caucasus. But those directing Germany's campaign in the east were concerned by the widening gap between the forces starting to invest Stalingrad and those spread along a front which meandered for a good 350 miles on both sides of the central ridge of the Caucasus Mountains. The motorized infantry division was hauled out of the line and ordered to redeploy in Kalmykia and plug that gap by advancing on Astrakhan near the mouth of the Volga. For men from Hanover, Westphalia, and the Rhineland, Kalmykia, its people descended from Mongols who left their native land in present-day northwest China in the 14th century, was an alien land, its landscape African, its populace and their customs and religion Asian. Only its capital, Elista, a city of around 8,000 souls, possessed any trappings of Western civilization: huge pink, sky-blue or snow-white government buildings, a cinema, theatre, railway station, jarred with the more typical Kalmyk mud huts. It was, one 23-year-old Berliner wrote, one of the strangest places I've ever got to know, a total surprise slap bang in the middle of the desert. Camels pulling carts jostled for space in the streets, some fine avenues, others no better than tracks in the sand, with motor vehicles. Elista was a chaotic confusion of a past which has not yet been abandoned and a future summoned too soon. Elista sits in the Yergany Hills, the boundary of the catchment areas of the Sea of Azov to the west, the Caspian Sea to the east. As the 16th Infantry pushed towards the latter along the highway to Astrakhan, 200 miles away, its commander, Siegfried Henrici, reckoned his men would cover the distance in a mere 36 hours. The green undulating landscape began to give way to the vast Kalmyk steppe, an area the size of Hungary, extending as far as the southern outskirts of Stalingrad in the north, Astrakhan, the west bank of the Volga and its delta to the east, and the shores of the Caspian Sea and edge of the Caucasian foothills. This was a land of sand and dunes, as bleak as Libya or North Africa, with temperatures to match. The terrain was monotonous, sand, sand, and yet more sand. What roads and tracks existed were mostly mined. The defenders dug in among the dunes which straddled them. Settlements were few, clustered around wells, and often hidden behind a fog-like mist, sandstorms stirred by the near-constant strong east wind. Kurt Wendt remembered driving through clouds of sand for hours on end, nothing to see to your left or right but sand, steppe grass, roaming herds of sheep and camels, feeling the sand in your eyes, tasting it on your tongue. The division's operations officer, Kurt Ritter and Edler von Kienle, struggled to adjust to the topography of the steppe. Convinced there was a large settlement on the edge of a lake not marked on the charts, he sent off a reconnaissance unit to find it. A few hours later, the scouts returned. They had found no such village, and wasted the afternoon chasing a mirage. Despite Henrici's predictions, it took 4 days to advance the 80 miles from Elista to Uta, the last substantial town on the road to Astrakhan. From Uta, 15 clay huts, 2 wells, nothing more, he continued east along the highway to the next village, Kulhuta. The road and village were showered with leaflets calling on the 34th Guards Rifle Division to surrender. "We will take Stalingrad by bombing. We will enter Astrakhan playing the accordion." Intelligence suggested that although the approaches to the city were well fortified, the morale of its defenders was poor. The Red Army was thrown out of Kulhuta, but it was as far east as Henrici dared push his men. It became the easternmost border of the Third Reich. Life for troops at Kulhuta mirrored the existence of their comrades dug in at Alamein. The men spent their days under the blazing sun, painstakingly and slowly developing their trenches, with only half a flask of salted coffee as their daily quota. With no bushes or trees, finding wood to make a fire proved challenging, and the wind moving unimpeded over the undulating sand ensured the flames licked everywhere, except under the pans or canteens soldiers tried to heat. They were at least spared the plague of flies, which dogged soldiers in North Africa, but the constant breeze blew the fine desert sand into every cup, onto every plate, such that every bite was accompanied by a crunch as teeth ground the grit. The infantrymen were fascinated by the native populace. The Kalmyks lived a life as primitive as any people in Europe in the mid-20th century. Those who settled lived in single-room huts made entirely of mud. They slept on the bare ground, fur skins their only bedding. Nomads moved around in horse or camel-drawn caravans. Life depended on the few wells and springs. There were no bushes or trees, so they had access to neither building material nor firewood. Dried dung acted as fuel, set alight using a flint and iron. Kalmykia reminded Hans Dürr, Chief of Staff of 52 Corps, of the adventure novels of Karl May. For a moment you forgot that there's Europe with civilization and culture. The Kalmyks were still a little mistrustful when they saw German soldiers for the first time, Kurt Wendt remembered. They shut themselves off from modernity, but hostile to the Bolsheviks, the people of Kalmykia began to warm to their new masters. They began exchanging milk and butter for tobacco and tea, and as time passed, sharing information about wells, desert tracks, and Soviet dispositions with the Germans. With his front stuck at Kulhuta, Siegfried Henrici sought ways of outflanking the Soviet troops on the Elista-Astrakhan highway. In Uta, 3 long-range reconnaissance units, commanded by energetic young leaders, were formed to probe the Kalmyk steppe. Two, one under Fritz Euler, the other led by Walter Gottlieb, would head north. The third, commanded by Jürgen Schliep, would go south. Their mission? To locate Red Army forces, cut the north-south railway lines, and, if possible, reach the shore of the Volga or Caspian Sea. The maps issued to the scouting parties were, Walter Gottlieb remembered with considerable understatement, not very good. The most detailed, 1 to 300,000. It looked like a map of the Sahara, one officer recalled, a large area with a red line running from west to east for a road, in reality a primitive dirt road, parallel to it, a few thin black lines, and some perpendicular to it, a dirt track, in reality camel tracks or paths for light vehicles in places through desert sand, and a few blue spots for saltwater pans or wells. Gottlieb's group, motorcycles, trucks, and a couple of anti-tank guns, rolled out of Utter in the small hours of the 13th of September. Fritz Möbius remembered the advance. It's the crack of dawn. It's cold when we pull down our tents, and the wind blows across the steppe with an unpleasant sharpness. In the ditches on the left and right of the road, already half buried by sand, there's the Ivan's equipment. Ammunition pouches, gas masks, gas mask tubes, and broken rifles. On our left, a sandy desert. The tops of the dunes almost shimmer white under the rising sun. We then turn to the northeast. Around 9 a.m. we enter a Kalmyk settlement. The curious inhabitants come up to us and stare in admiration at our vehicles. They're all small, stocky figures, but very strong and muscular. Their hair is jet black, the skin colour yellow rather than dark brown. Their faces are often covered with pockmarks. With their slit eyes they smile at us and beg for tobacco. An old woman in particular stands out. She must have been at least 70 years old. She wears a fur cap, even though the thermometer shows it's at least 25 degrees Celsius. Her slight frame is wrapped in shimmering dark blue clothes, which almost reach as far as her ankles, and is adorned with a lace collar which was once white. On her feet fur shoes, and a pair of young girl's white socks. All in all, she presents such a strange sight, particularly when she holds out her claw-like hands for tobacco, and the men take photographs of her from every angle. 24 hours ahead of Fritz Euler, Walter Gottlieb's detachment advanced to within 25 miles of Astrakhan, navigating via long-winded negotiations with native Kalmyks found clustered around every well. The men were close enough to observe thick black clouds of smoke rising from the city after the latest Luftwaffe raid, and close enough to the Volga to see its sparkling waters a dozen miles to the east. From high sand dunes one has an extensive view reaching the river. Sand and salt marshes make the terrain almost inaccessible, Gottlieb reported. He turned around. The terrain south of the highway was no less barren, as Jürgen Schliep found out. His foray relied on wells for success, the water vital not just for his men, but to cool the engines of his trucks in temperatures upwards of 40 degrees Celsius. At the first watering hole, the Germans were warmly welcomed by the native Kalmyk population, who informed Schliep he had missed Soviet cavalry by a matter of hours. The vehicles soon caught up with the Russians. Their fate is vague. Schliep was under strict instructions not to take any prisoners, but nor could he allow the enemy to escape, and opened fire with his 2-centimetre flak. Over sand and steppe grass, the reconnaissance troop continued southeast into the wilderness, the motorcycles struggling to make headway as they rode over the fine sand. We could see the salt lakes glistening in the sun from far away, Schliep recalled. In the past, when people talked about a mirage, I could never really imagine it. In the Kalmyk steppe I experienced it several times. The men were ordered to wave rather than shoot at any Soviet aircraft which appeared. Thanks in part to using captured Red Army vehicles, the ruse worked. Although without any radio contact with his headquarters, Jürgen Schliep was left with a somewhat uncomfortable feeling, advancing so far ahead of the rest of his division. By the third day of the patrol, the group had reached the village of Zenzeli, 55 miles southwest of Astrakhan, and with it the railway line running north-south. Before long a goods train appeared from the direction of Baku, its petrol and oil tankers promptly shot up by Schliep's guns, resulting in an impressive firework display, while pioneers blew up the tracks to put the line out of action. As Schliep pondered his next move, probably a thrust south along the line, his small group came under attack, first from the Red Army, then an IL-2 ground attack aircraft. He shook both off with a wild drive into the steppe, but it was a sufficient scare to prompt his return to Uta. Out of radio contact with his masters, and with a long-range reconnaissance aircraft unable to locate the group, 16th Infantry Division staff had feared the reconnaissance party was lost. Jürgen Schliep surprised them when he emerged from the steppe after 3 days unscathed. He'd not lost a single man or vehicle. The tentacle 16th Infantry Division extended through the Kalmyk steppe in mid-September marked the high-water mark of Hitler's bid for victory. Save a final lunge towards the capital of the Caucasus, or Jonikidze, at the beginning of November, never was Hitler's empire larger. The German soldier stood, albeit precariously, on the Volga in the centre of Stalingrad after 3 weeks of bitter fighting for the city. He stood on the northern shore of the Black Sea at Novorossiysk. He stood just 70 miles from Alexandria after a 350-mile advance through Cyrenaica in 5 breathless weeks spanning the end of May to the beginning of July, when he put the British Eighth Army to flight. He had triumphed over the elements and raised the German ensign on Europe's highest mountain, Elbrus, in the central Caucasus. More than 1 million square miles of Soviet territory, including half of its farmland, and 2 in every 5 Soviet citizens, were now under the rule of the swastika. A large map published in the Nazi Party mouthpiece, Völkische Beobachter, as the war entered its 4th year, reminded readers of the vast empire over which Germany and the Axis powers now presided. The newspaper went on to list the accomplishments of 1942 alone. The Soviet winter offensive smashed a successful U-boat campaign off the eastern seaboard of the United States. The Crimea was now clear of the enemy. The Mediterranean was dominated by Axis forces. And in the east, the German army's victorious advance continued. Ignoring the distances involved, well over 1,300 miles separated the Axis spearheads, Hitler and even some sober military commanders considered the possibility of the thrusts meeting somewhere on the African, Asian, European border and pushing on into Mesopotamia, depriving both the Soviet Union and Britain of their sources of oil. As he embarked on the summer offensive to the Volga, confident Panzer Division officer Joachim Stempel was convinced 1942 would be the year of victory. Perhaps we'll even meet Marshal Rommel somewhere, he mused. Over the Caucasus, Iran down to Syria, Arabia and into Egypt. Well, dreams. Paul Meixner, the naval officer in charge of logistics in North Africa, pictured the swastika flying over the Suez Canal, the Volga, the Caucasus as far as the Soviet-Turkish border. If we still succeed this summer, namely before the onset of winter, then 1942 has been very successful and justifies the highest hopes. Then we will not have victored ourselves closer to death, as the English reckon. Rather, we've achieved very, very tangible successes, secured food and oil supplies for an unlimited period, and faced the English in their key positions. If the German people were impressed by these successive victories, the frequent triumph of German arms, they were growing increasingly weary of rationing and never-ending restrictions and the ever-lengthening casualty lists, both at the front and at home, caused by ever-heavier British air raids. Above all, the always listening ears of the security services found their fellow countrymen wished for peace, recording observations such as, "Who thought after the tremendous successes at the beginning of the war that it would take such a course and last so long?" Or, "How much longer will the war last? There's still no end in sight." And therein lay the rub. However many countries Germany conquered or subdued, however many battles it won, however grave the losses its foes suffered, there was no Endsieg, final or ultimate victory. And it could not go on like this. The winter battles had demonstrated that the German army was neither infallible nor invincible, and that both the Soviet Union and the British Empire were far from beaten. Having needlessly declared war on the United States, Nazi Germany now faced a war on 2 fronts against 3 major powers. The balance of power was increasingly shifting in the Allies' favour. The summer campaigns of 1942 in North Africa and the Soviet Union offered the final throw of the dice, the possibility of victory. No more, whatever the bombastic pronouncements of Adolf Hitler in public or private, demanding superhuman efforts not just from the regular German soldier, the Lancier, but his Italian, Romanian, Hungarian, Croatian, and Slovakian allies. It would take an equally determined effort by the Allied powers to stop them. Before there could be any thought of unleashing a second summer offensive in the Soviet Union, the German army had to end the 1941 campaign. Chapter 1. Unfinished Business. Everything to come must be easier. Dietrich von Choltitz. Shortly after dawn on the 10th of March, radio operator Max Lagoda was conducting final checks on a Junkers 88 at a Luftwaffe airbase outside the city of Nikolaev in Ukraine. The twin-engine aircraft was the newest and best bomber in the German Air Force, but the only payload Lagoda's machine carried was a camera. Stripped of bombs, the Junkers had been equipped with 2 fuel tanks, one beneath each wing, to increase the aircraft's range by 50%. It would need it. Ahead lay a mission of more than 2,000 miles. The Junkers' crew, 22-year-old Lagoda plus 2 comrades, had been comprehensively briefed the previous day. Crossed the Black Sea to photograph the harbours at Sochi, Sukhumi, Poti and Batumi, then follow the railway line through Georgia to Tbilisi, eastwards to Baku, before turning north along the Caspian coast to Makhachkala. From there the aircraft would begin its long run for home via the Caucasus, the oil town of Grozny, the spa resort of Pyatigorsk, the towns of Mineralnie Vody and Armavir, and finally the great city of Rostov-on-the-Don. Over Batumi the Junkers encountered a true wall of flak, but came through unscathed. Jettisoning the external fuel tanks, the bomber climbed to its maximum altitude, more than 29,500 feet higher than Everest, as it continued to the Georgian capital. The 2 UMO engines struggled for oxygen, but the propellers spun like clockwork. The sky was clear of clouds and foe. We assumed that here, far beyond the Caucasus, no one expected a German aircraft, Lagoda recalled as the Junkers passed over Tbilisi. Nevertheless, observers posted along the railway line to Baku sighted the solitary German and telephoned their reports such that the anti-aircraft guns in the port were ready when the Junkers appeared overhead. Again, they could not harm Lagoda and his fellow aircrew, but the flak was sufficiently ferocious to force their aircraft to make several passes over Baku to photograph its airfields. Even from nearly 30,000 feet, Max Lagoda recognized the city's importance. He could clearly make out the oil wells pumping away, a tremendous resource which we had to take away from the Russians. Half a dozen Soviet fighters scrambled to intercept, but could not reach the Junkers' altitude. At any rate, the Germans were well on their way to Makhachkala, 200 miles to the north. Once again the flak fired harmlessly. The aircrew observed tankers in harbour and also making their way through the Caspian Sea to Astrakhan at the head of the Volga Delta. With no orders to follow them, the Junkers turned northwest, first towards Grozny and the heart of the regional oil industry, then over the Caucasian foothills to Mineralnie Vody and Armavir, following the main railway line through the northern Caucasus to Rostov, where there was lively traffic on both sides of the Don. Finally, the Junkers turned west on a 300-mile leg home to Nikolaev. The aircraft could begin descending, allowing crew to remove their oxygen masks and breathe normally below 10,000 feet. At 3:45 p.m., the Junkers touched down at its base and rolled to a stop on the standings, where a vehicle from the unit's photographic section was already waiting to take films for developing and then assessment. The crew reported to ground technicians about the machine's performance, then returned to their quarters, where rewards, extra rations, were waiting for them in recognition of the sortie's length: a bar of chocolate, cigarettes, milk, and white bread. During its 9 hours in the skies of the southern Soviet Union, the route of Max Lagoda's aircraft had encompassed a vast area, more than 100,000 square miles, and yet it was barely 1/3 of the land Hitler sought to occupy through his summer offensive in 1942. Distant objectives such as Grozny and Baku, the shores of the Black and Caspian Seas, the peaks of the Caucasus, may have fired imaginations, but it was not cities, geographical features and land that the Nazi dictator wanted, but the rich oil fields of the Caucasus. Adolf Hitler looked south in 1942, not merely because he needed oil. In typically dramatic fashion, he told his generals, "If we don't get our hands on the oil of the Caucasus, the war will be over in 3 months and Germany will lose," but also because German arms could not attack in 3 directions as they had done the previous summer. Indeed, as the winter of 1941-42 drew to a close, many senior officers wondered whether the German army could defend itself, let alone take the offensive. From the thousands of reports pouring daily into the Army's operational headquarters, a sprawling collection of more than 200 concrete bunkers and wooden huts on the northwest shore of the Mauersee in East Prussia, from frontline units, staff officers had come to a bleak conclusion. 3 out of 5 of the 162 German divisions in Russia were barely able to defend themselves, while fewer than a dozen could be considered fit for offensive action. Nearly 3,500 panzers and self-propelled guns had been lost since crossing the Soviet frontier. German industry could not keep pace. Its army in Russia was short of more than 2,000 armoured vehicles as spring began, with just 140 working panzers along the entire front. There were shortages everywhere: rifles, machine guns, anti-tank guns, field guns, howitzers. Only 1 in 10 of the 75,000 vehicles lost had been replaced. 250,000 horses had died, leaving the army 160,000 animals short. The Luftwaffe too had been denuded, though Germany's factories had replaced more than 3/4 of the 2,800 aircraft it had lost in the East to date. It embarked on the second year of the war, roughly on an equal footing with its foe, though with 500 fewer machines than the previous summer and without a good 1,500 experienced air crew. And then there was the human element. The German army suffered 1 million casualties in the East in the first 9 months of campaigning, 1/4 of them dead or captured, 2 in every 25 men who marched into Russia. Add the number of wounded, and 1/3 of the Wehrmacht had become a casualty on the Eastern Front. At Hitler's headquarters, deep in the forests of East Prussia, such losses were deemed within acceptable limits, and much lower than losses in the great battles of the World War. Replacements had been sent from the Reich, but too few. 600,000 too few, to be precise. Even the best infantry divisions were short of nearly 2,500 men. Those which had suffered the most in the winter fighting lacked nearly 7,000. Numbers tell only half the story. The first year in the Soviet Union had cost the army some of its finest experienced officers and non-commissioned officers, men blooded in Spain, Poland, France, and the Balkans. Those who were left were exhausted. Hermann Ermiken, a staff officer sent to inspect troops involved in some of the most bitter fighting outside Moscow, found men completely apathetic and unable to carry or operate their weapons. Instead of fresh units confident of victory, he kept seeing the remnants of companies, miles apart, limping 2 by 2, leaning on their rifles, their feet wrapped in rags. If you spoke to them, they didn't listen or started crying. In Gotthard Heinrizi's Fourth Army, which had been driven back a good 80 miles from the gates of Moscow during the winter fighting, there is just a handful of troops who survived from the 22nd of June until today. The general conceded to his family in early May. For many, including me, the period between the beginning of the campaign and today was one continuous battle, without relief, without leave, without rest. There was nothing like it in World War I. Oskar Munzel, commanding 6th Panzer Regiment near Kharkov, had come to a similar conclusion. Our army today is no longer the army of the 22nd of June, he confided in a friend on the General Staff in Berlin. The infantry were worn out, the panzers not the sharp sword they had been the previous summer. Worse still was a widespread feeling in the regiment that the war with Russia was a mistake, and that those at the top only realized it too late, or not at all. Refitting in rural Brittany, Horst Roeckel's unit was preparing to return to the east. It had spent the winter converting from the German army's last cavalry to its newest panzer division, the 24th. "The mood in which we'll go into battle this time will be different," the 34-year-old doctor told his mother in Kassel. The feelings which drive every single one of us are not those of June 1941, optimism and certainty that our arms would once again be victorious because they were always victorious, rather the determined necessity to do our duty, even if it is extremely hard and bitter. Rokoll and his comrades were under no illusions about the challenges facing them, nor did they shy from them. Today we know our enemy, we know the way he fights, we know how hard is the struggle which lies ahead of us. We will nevertheless go into the new struggle calmly, because we're so firmly convinced that we must be victorious, for the world must not sink into misery. Our people must live if the lives of all of us are to have any meaning. Machine gunner Hans Koenig noticed a distinct change in the mood of the ranks of 295th Infantry Division deployed in eastern Ukraine. 1 year before, the men had sung heartily as they trained in southern Poland, "And spring has come again, and you haven't heard my prayer," or "Grey soldiers in the howl of shells have forgotten how to laugh." After their experiences during the winter, the infantrymen no longer sang, Koenig recalled. They just hummed occasionally. Replacements arrived, men of 16 or 17, or perhaps veterans who had recovered from their wounds, but the gaps were not yet closed. At 20, Günter Köpke was one of 900 replacements the division received that spring. He didn't share the apprehension and misgivings of his more experienced comrades. Every day we newbies and youngsters impatiently await the order to attack and advance in line with the old motto, "Germany is victorious on all fronts." The German people in the spring of 1942 were preoccupied by their day-to-day existence, Alltag. It had been the harshest winter in half a century in parts of the Reich. In Cologne, heavy snowfalls had brought the city to a near halt in January and February. Trains did not run. Coal was not delivered. Electricity usage was restricted. Schools closed. Food, already strictly rationed, was in even shorter supply, meat especially. The bitter weather merely compounded the gloom in Germany that winter. Russia had not been beaten, and the cost was already fearful. The Völkischer Beobachter may have declared Stalin's winter war a complete failure, but the death notices in the newspapers, there were 3 every day in the principal journal of the charming university city of Freiburg, suggested otherwise. Some Freiburgers had died for Führer, people and fatherland, others in the bitter struggle against Bolshevism. Most were simply unforgettable, or beloved sons, brothers, husbands. Such a toll and such sentiments were mirrored across Germany. It was not the only long shadow cast over the Reich in the spring of 1942. The British bombing offensive had reached a new intensity. The devastation of the historic Hanseatic city of Lübeck on Palm Sunday had shaken Germans to the core. Rumours of enormous losses, hitherto unheard of, reached every corner of the land. 16 months earlier, Germany had threatened to Coventry British cities in the wake of the devastating raid on the Midland city. Now London responded in kind. Its bombers would Lübecken the Reich. The German people believed them. They looked to the coming summer with a great deal of anxiety, the agents of the security service noted, as they surreptitiously monitored public opinion, because they assume this attack on Lübeck is merely the beginning of the continued, deliberate bombardment of other cities in the Reich. In the days and weeks since, there had been heavy raids on Cologne, Hamburg, Dortmund, Essen, interspersed with lesser attacks, while a bold daylight strike at Augsburg, deep in Bavaria, provoked widespread shame. The city, after all, was the home of Messerschmitt. Perhaps even worse than the physical destruction wrought by the bombers was the emotional effect of the near-constant raids. Many of Cologne's inhabitants went to bed each night fully dressed, convinced the sirens would sound. "Everybody is gradually going under," the Swiss consul, Franz Rudolf von Weiss, observed. Going to bed in the evening, you never know whether to put on your burial shroud, was a common quip in the city. And yet, as von Weiss's compatriot Hans Greminger, consul in Munich, noticed, with the advent of spring there was a certain change in mood. Spring brought hope, but a different hope than that in 1941. There wasn't the distinct lift that there was a year ago, Greminger reported. The tremendous, fateful struggle in Russia weighs ever more heavily on people. In the industrial city of Stelino, today it has reverted to its historic name Donetsk, Nurse Ingeborg Oxenknecht's heart stopped at the first sight of spring flowers in the grounds of her military hospital. Several sisters sang with joy as they worked. The patients, too, suddenly seemed less ill, she remembered. Nature had woken up, and with it, too, the hopes of better chances for the German army and for our soldiers. With a single act, there seemed to be a spirit of optimism everywhere. It was a feeling shared by almost every German on the Eastern Front. They had overcome the very worst that the Soviets and nature could throw at them. Once again we place all our faith and hope in this summer, knowing that the Russians will be completely finished off and face destruction, one wrote home to his family. Spring in Ukraine was not like spring in Germany. True, the snow was gone. Soldiers working outside were bronzed by the sun. A warming wind was blowing across the land, gradually thawing and softening the soil, but not drying it out. The Russians called it Rasputitsa, the season between the winter and the spring, when the roads were impassable. Germans, with typical soldiers' humour, called it Ruski asphalt. Vehicles sank to their axles on tracks and roads. Horses foamed at the mouth, sweated, shook as they struggled to pull carts. The mud spilled over the tops of boots, turning legs to hundredweights. "And yet spring is here," wrote one exhausted non-commissioned officer, "and after it comes summer, the summer which belongs to us." Adolf Hitler certainly believed so. Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels found him filled with joy at the onrush of spring. He tells me that he has never awaited it with such fervour in his life. For the Führer, there was no question of consolidating Germany's position in Russia in 1942. His only considerations were where to strike and when. On the 5th of April, the day the Völkischer Beobachter proclaimed the Soviets' winter offensives had been a complete failure, Hitler issued his latest directive for the conduct of the war, the 41st. The Red Army had all but bled itself white over the winter, he argued. Moscow was throwing men aged 50 or even 60 into the fray. All that the Reich needed to do was await better weather and allow the ground to dry out, and once again superior German troops and their leadership would seize the initiative and impose their will upon the enemy, destroying the enemy's armies and depriving them of the raw materials needed to power their war effort. First, Germany would strike south, and, having dealt the Soviet Union a mortal blow there, would switch attention to crushing Leningrad, besieged since September, and join forces with the Finns. The plan had been thrashed out the previous week when Hitler was closeted with Franz Halder, the highly strung chief of the General Staff. German arms would push east to the city of Voronezh and follow the course of the River Don, then on to the Volga, where they would meet forces advancing east from Rostov around the city of Stalingrad, trapping and smashing the Red Army in southern Russia. Then, and only then, would the main offensive be launched over the mountains to the Black and Caspian Seas, seizing the oil fields of the Caucasus. The Soviet Union would then feel its Adam's apple squeezed, so to speak. Hitler called these limited goals, but the distances and spaces involved were vast. Voronezh was 100 miles from German lines, the lower reaches of the Don more than 350. As for the strike south, the closest Black Sea ports of the Caucasus were still 200 miles distant, Baku more than 700 miles, and with Europe's highest mountain range standing in the way. Some senior officers, including Fedor von Bock, who would command the offensive initially, thought it beyond Germany's capacity. Others argued that 1942 should be used to consolidate the front, rebuild and re-equip the army ready for the concerted onslaught by the Allied powers in 1943. And some, like Germany's intelligence chief Wilhelm Canaris, believed that there was now no hope of winning the war. If the summer campaign, originally codenamed Siegfried but subsequently renamed Blau, Blue, did succeed, it would probably cost 750,000 dead and wounded. But then, the Führer predicted, the war will have all but been won by us. Before Germany could celebrate victory in the east, however, there was unfinished business to attend to. The winter battles had left gaps, salients and anomalies along the entire front. The north and centre of the eastern front had witnessed the most severe fighting. But the Soviets had made inroads in Ukraine and Crimea. Ambitious amphibious landings to relieve the besieged naval base of Sevastopol had ended in partial success, or partial failure. Sevastopol was still invested, and the liberating Soviet armies were bottled up east of the fortress city on the Kerch Peninsula. South of Kharkov, the Red Army had forged a huge salient 50 miles or more wide, which might serve as the springboard for future operations. It would have to be eliminated, and the Crimea conquered ahead of Blau. After a winter of bitter fighting which only died down in the second week of April, the front in the eastern Crimea came to rest in the Parpak Isthmus, a 12-mile-wide neck of land. To the east of the line, the Kerch Peninsula, occupied by 3 Soviet armies, some 20 divisions and tank brigades, over 200,000 men in all. To the west, 1 German army, the 11th, torn between holding the Parpak front and keeping 8 Soviet divisions in check in the other unconquered part of the Crimea, the fortress city and port of Sevastopol. The army could spare just 3 divisions to hold the enemy at bay at Parpak, including the Bavarians and Sudeten Germans of the 46th Infantry Division in the centre of the line. At the turn of the year, the men of the Leaping Deer Division had unjustly forfeited their military honour for withdrawing during the Red Army's Crimean counter-offensive. The division had quickly regained its honour thanks to its dogged resistance in the weeks since. To reservist officer Max Fuchs, the Crimea was a land worth fighting for. A few days ago, the company commander had been granted leave to explore Yalta and the Riviera in the spring sunshine. It had proved inspiring. Fuchs had visited parks and palaces, chief among them Livadia, from the days of the Tsars. Fuchs, a forestry official before the war, was convinced that once conquered, the Crimea would be turned into a gigantic resort for the KDF, Kraft durch Freude, strength through joy, the Nazis' expansive tourism and leisure organisation. So much blood cannot have been spilled on the Crimea for us to entrust this beautiful land to other nationalities. To retake Kerch, German forces had captured the city in November 1941, then lost it the following month. The 11th Army under Erich von Manstein would have to overcome 4 lines of defences. The fortified front line, followed a couple of miles to the rear by the principal defensive obstacle, the Parpak line, a huge 35-foot-wide anti-tank ditch running the width of the peninsula, watched over by numerous strong points, protected by barbed wire, minefields and steel barriers. The isthmus was littered with the burned-out and wrecked hulks of Soviet tanks, victims of the winter fighting, which now served as ideal nests for snipers. Further east lay a secondary defensive line, and finally, 18 miles outside Kerch, an ancient rampart known as the Turkish or Tartar Wall. The Germans were outnumbered 2-1 in tanks, and at least 3-1 in men. The Parpak line should have proved unassailable. Banners taunted the Germans. "Come on, we're waiting." To break the stalemate, Manstein used the same ploy which had brought Germany victory in the West 2 years before. Strike the enemy at his weakest point, where he least expected it, in force. He selected the boggy ground by the Black Sea coast, a 4-mile stretch of front held by 2 under-par units of Stepan Cherniak's 44th Army, including the 63rd Mountain Rifle Division, whose morale was uncertain at best. At the same time as the direct onslaught, assault boats would put infantry and pioneers ashore behind the anti-tank ditch to take it from the rear. Under a protective umbrella of the Luftwaffe, the like of which has never existed, pioneers would bridge the gap, allowing a specially formed motorized battle group to race into the Soviet rear. The plan, given the code name Trappenjagd, Bustard Hunt, was a gamble. It would be aided to a good degree by Soviet mistakes and shortcomings. The troops of the Crimean front were not the Soviet Union's elite. The winter battles had worn men and machines down. Supplies were spasmodic. Everything came across the Kerch Strait, separating the Crimea and the Caucasus. The Germans mined the waters. The Luftwaffe attacked shipping or the trains moving materiel to the front line. Fuel and food were in short supply. Men sometimes ate the meat of dead or wounded horses and drank from the peninsula's freshwater lakes. There was little wood, not just for fires, but for erecting barbed wire fences, building positions and trenches, not that the men were particularly inclined to do so. Little thought was given to defence, only attack, as war correspondent Konstantin Simonov observed when he visited the front in late February. "Everything forward, forward, forward," was the watchword. It was like an incomprehensible and terrible mania, the likes of which I have never experienced before or since, Simonov noted. There were too many men packed in the front lines, senselessly bunched up, but just half a dozen miles to the rear, the journalist found neither troops nor anti-tank strongpoints, nor trenches nor artillery positions. Between the front and Kerch lay an almost deserted zone. Konstantin Simonov left for Moscow at the beginning of March with a bad omen that things would come to an unfortunate end. The attackers bore the expectations of the entire Reich. Clearing the Kerch Peninsula was the German army's first offensive of the year on the Eastern Front. After the setbacks and trials of the winter, much was expected of the ordinary German soldier, the Lancer. Victory in the Crimea could set the tone for the possible triumph of German arms in the East in 1942. Company Commander Erich Behrenfänger was itching to take the offensive again. "The hard winter months have not worn us down. On the contrary, we've become the old hands and grown stronger," he told his parents in Menden near Dortmund. Having studied the plans, the terrain, and his foe, the 27-year-old was convinced the impending attack would make the world sit up and listen. "We'll inflict a second Dunkirk on the Russians. I've never been as confident during the fighting on the Crimea as I am now. We are strong again, well rested, and our faith in the Führer is our faith in victory." As Thursday the 7th of May, 1942, turned to Friday the 8th of May, the assault waves of 28th and 132nd Infantry Divisions moved forward to their jump-off positions. Some men ate their iron rations, meant to sustain them in the field for a few days. Others talked. A few veterans managed to grab some fitful sleep. The line was filled not just with infantry, but artillery and mortar observers, pioneers, messengers, radio operators. The tips of cigarettes glowed in the darkness. One company commander in 49th Infantry Regiment eagerly awaited the moment of attack, for it would bring release from the tension of waiting, but also overcoming all fears from previous defensive battles, where we had pressed ourselves into foxholes in mortal fear, while the tank tracks of the T-34 ploughed through the position next to and behind us. Today it was our turn again. Before dawn on Friday, a doctor with Kampfgeschwader 77 watched a succession of Heinkel He-111 bombers take off from Kherson airfield in southern Ukraine for the hour-long flight to the Crimea. "Finally, we're off again," he recorded enthusiastically. "I wouldn't like to be sitting in a Russian trench right now." It will also give our brave infantry a big lift when squadron after squadron flies behind enemy lines and drops 100,000 kilograms of bombs. A few minutes later, Heinz Topp found 20 Junkers Ju-88 bombers lined up on the runway at Yevpatoria on the northern end of Kalamata Bay, ready for the first of 5 sorties they would carry out against Soviet defences at Parpak this day. The aircraft flew low over German positions to make a point to their infantry brothers, then ran into heavy Soviet anti-aircraft fire as they continued over enemy lines, making for the Crimean Front's headquarters. It was a marvellous sight when all 20 aircraft were diving, Topp told his brother. Everywhere there was smoke and fog after the attack. Nothing more could be seen of the village where the enemy headquarters were located. A couple of minutes after sunrise, Manstein's artillery joined battle, the Nebelwerfer multiple rocket launchers howling as they spewed their projectiles at the Soviet lines. To our rear, an ever-ending ripple of flashes from the firing batteries, one infantryman wrote, "The earth shakes. The tremendous air pressure from the Werfer rounds has an oppressive effect on eardrums and lungs. Like giant balls of fire, rocket projectiles trailing a comet tail pass over us with a loud squeal. Our tension is released at this sight. A German gunner was mesmerized by the tremendous magic of fire-breathing rocket launchers, flares of all kinds, shells of every caliber rising over his head. The planes hum in the air against the rising sun. The aircraft glow in the sunlight as if they were on fire. I haven't seen anything like it in the war." 15 minutes into the bombardment, the assault troops moved out. They found the battlefield shrouded in mist. Mixed with the smoke from the shells, it reduced visibility to just 50 metres at times. The outlines of pioneers led the attackers through the gaps they had cleared in the Russian minefields. white flares, signalling the infantry to move forward, bathed the battlefield in a ghostly light. Just as Stepan Cherniak had predicted, the unreliable 63rd Mountain Rifle Division did not offer any resistance, and a gap was torn in the front an hour after the beginning of the attack as it treacherously surrendered. Within another 30 minutes, supported by the mobile artillery of Sturmgeschütze assault guns, the attackers had a foothold on the eastern side of the Parpak line. There they joined the pioneers and infantry ferried ashore nearly a mile behind the man-made ditch, with minimal losses, by a flotilla of small assault boats. So far, Trappenyagd was proceeding according to plan for both sides. Soviet intelligence had predicted where Manstein would attack, that it would almost certainly be accompanied by overwhelming air support and possibly an amphibious landing, but it had glibly brushed the threat aside. The enemy will achieve success on the first day of his offensive, the report declared. Then they will be completely wiped out by our counterattack. Except the counterattack never came. When Cherniak tried to commit his armour to crush the German penetration, the tanks were systematically knocked out by the Luftwaffe. There were never fewer than 80 German aircraft over 44th Army's lines, the general complained. The enemy was a completely unassailable master of Crimean skies, he fumed. The Kerch Peninsula was, wrote fighter pilot Heinrich Zetz, ploughed up in the truest sense of the word by German air power. Despite more than 7 hours in the cockpit of his Me-109, Zetz scored no victories this day, but many of his comrades did, really picking the Russian Air Force to pieces. By midday, the Red Army was streaming to the rear everywhere. Pioneers built their bridge over the Parpak ditch, while other engineers bulldozed sand and soil into the enormous trench to fill it in. By late morning on the second day of the offensive, the Germans felt confident enough to commit first the specialist motorized unit, Brigade Grodek, named after the colonel commanding it, one Karl Albrecht von Grodek, followed by the armour of 22nd Panzer Division. Both were through the Parpak line by mid-afternoon on the 9th of May, a path cleared for them once again by German aircraft. I don't believe the infantry have ever had such Luftwaffe support, wrote a doctor in Kampfgeschwader 77, whose Heinkel bombers flew 4 sorties from their base in southern Ukraine this Saturday, each mission a 350-mile round trip. Indeed, German aircraft completed nearly 4,000 sorties on the first 2 days of the offensive for minimal losses. The man coordinating the massed assault, Wolfram von Richthofen, cousin of the Great War ace, the Red Baron, was convinced the battle was already decided. As long as the weather doesn't hamper us, no Russian will leave the Crimea alive. The weather held only until the late afternoon of 9th of May, when heavy rain set in. The attack ground to a halt almost immediately as the brown-yellow clay soil turned into a morass. We were under fire up to our knees, and in some cases up to our stomachs in the water and mud for 2 days and 2 nights, Erich Bärenfänger complained. We could not lie down and could barely move at all, and all the time we had no food supplies. Soldiers on both sides fought more with the elements than they did with each other. Trenches and foxholes filled with water. Men tried using spades and cooking utensils to bail them out. Weapons jammed. Runners could not bring up food or ammunition, nor messengers deliver reports. Radios failed in the damp conditions. Vehicles could not move over the waterlogged ground, and when night fell, no man moved, for it was impossible to get your bearings. When the ground dried out the next day, the Germans resumed the attack where it had stalled. Brigade Grodek's ad hoc motorized troops smashed through the Turkish wall with little difficulty, while 22nd Panzer Division made solid progress towards the Sea of Azov to cut off the thousands of troops still holding the front at Parpak. Realizing their precarious position, the Soviets attempted to escape encirclement by retreating along the coastal road. Vehicles broke down, became stuck in the mud, or were shot up by regular low-level passers by Luftwaffe fighters. Artillery batteries were abandoned when they ran out of ammunition. It was more than some Soviet soldiers could endure. A gunner with 240th Artillery Regiment was astonished to see large numbers of enemy troops, perhaps 2 battalions strong, emerge from their foxholes and surrender. They are obviously happy and claim that only the commissars in their rear prevented them defecting earlier, he wrote. They laugh, hug us, sometimes kiss our boots, want us to help them. A few sharpshooters remained hidden, ready to take the fight to the enemy from behind. If captured, they faced summary execution. Most Red Army men fled. There was nothing but a mass of healthy and wounded soldiers streaming to the rear, a chaotic, disorganized torrent of soldiers from various units, one official German report observed. No one directed the retreat, and German aircraft constantly disrupted it. The Luftwaffe, the political officers of the three Soviet armies complained, basically bombed everything. Their generals were the first to flee, leaving the wounded at road junctions where they were trampled. No help was rendered. The fields of the eastern Crimea presented a dreadful sight, one Romanian artilleryman wrote. Many burned tanks, people burned, dead horses, cars, destroyed carts, visions of the apocalypse. War correspondent Felix Lutskendorf described it as a Soviet catastrophe. A hurricane of destruction has struck down anything which dared to resist it. Heavy vehicles, tanks, guns with their carriages have been whirled into the air by this hurricane like the lightest of toys. Wolfram von Richthofen was ecstatic. They're fleeing, disintegrating, he noted gleefully. Everyone's trying to save his skin. They hope to do so by reaching Kerch and somehow crossing the narrow strait to reach the apparent safety of the Caucasus. Few found salvation. Most found chaos and death. Kerch's naval commander, Alexander Frolov, a rear admiral at just 39 and out of his depth, was seized by panic while his men had abandoned the city for the hills surrounding it. Corps commander Mikhail Shapovalov was dispatched to restore order in the port. He established blocking units, their ranks ordered to shoot deserters and stragglers, but they were swept away by the avalanche of beaten soldiers, remnants of at least 4 divisions, each one abandoned by its commanders, making for the harbour. Among those stumbling around the city was Crimean Front's Lev Meklis, whose actions and interference had contributed to the disaster. The 53-year-old commissar had sought to place the blame for the collapse on the front's commander, Kozlov, almost from the moment Manstein unleashed his offensive. Neither man distinguished himself. Indeed, Stalin ordered another of his cronies, Semyon Budyonny, to cross the Kerch Strait and take command as his generals on the spot had lost their heads. Suitably admonished, Crimean Front's commanders tried to rally their men at the Turkish wall, but the front had disintegrated. 47th Army collapsed under relentless air attack. Communications broke down. Units broke down and splintered into scattered groups. Early on the evening of the 14th of May, with some German troops fighting in the outskirts of Kerch and some having bypassed the port to the north, Lev Meklis reported to Moscow that the game was up. Units are falling back without orders. There will be little evacuation of equipment and men. The command post is moving to Yenikale. We have disgraced the country and must be damned. We'll fight to the last man. The enemy air force has decided the outcome of the battle. A few hours later, a furious Stalin reprimanded the Crimean Front once again. Kerch is not to surrender, he demanded. Organize a defense along the lines of Sevastopol. After the never-ending fanfares through the summer and autumn of 1941, which had ended with failure outside Moscow, Goebbels wondered whether to make a big fuss over Kerch. In the end, he decided he should. The victory was tremendous. It far exceeds expectations. The news would make a deep impression on the German people. Announcing 40,000 prisoners, plus nearly 200 tanks, 600 guns, and over 250 aircraft destroyed, Kerch was not merely a victory, but a signal to the world. Now the defenders have turned attackers, and their first great thrust has led to complete success, the Völkische Beobachter declared. The German soldier has shown to the entire world that his attacking spirit is as alive as ever. The German public reacted, as Joseph Goebbels had hoped. Now we're advancing in the east again, people said. They discussed the war, and especially the victory at Kerch, with enthusiasm not seen for a long time. Victory was certain, but still the battle raged. German troops had reached Kerch on the 14th of May, but their first forays into the city were driven back under heavy fire, both from houses and from Soviet gunboats in the bay, which turned their main armament upon the town. War correspondent Felix Lutskendorf settled down for the night in a home on the outskirts and awaited reinforcements. Suddenly the thunder of a huge detonation jolted us from our sleep, he recalled. The air pressure lifted us up and threw us back to the ground. The whole house shook down to its foundations. Window panes shattered and glass whirled around. A bright glow of fire flared up over the centre of Kirch. Grenades and shells exploded. White and green flares rose over the harbour. Machine gun and rifle ammunition crackled. The noise was tremendous, like the roar of an enormous waterfall. German artillery joined in this hellish concert, raining shells on the harbour. In time, the Germans were determined that the initial explosions were caused by the Russians blowing up their magazines and ammunition dumps. For now, Lutzkendorf and his comrades sat on a garden wall and silently watched the monstrous spectacle of the burning and exploding city. For the Red Army soldiers in the city, this was no spectacle. It was akin to being in hell. One Russian pilot flew over a 10-mile stretch of the waterfront at Kirch and saw nothing but the detritus of a wrecked army and an assortment of small boats waiting just offshore to save them. Desperate soldiers jumped into the water and began swimming towards them. Others built makeshift rafts and attempted to paddle across the strait, but the current was against them and merely carried them into the arms of the Germans. Kirch was no Dunkirk. There was no organised evacuation. The weak-willed naval commander Alexander Frolov had already crossed the Narrows, along with many of Crimean Front's leaders. By night, at least, there was a slim hope of slipping away in a motley flotilla of small craft. Naval launchers and motorboats, tugs, barges, fishing vessels. But in daylight, escape was impossible. German artillery and the Luftwaffe rained shells and bombs down on Kirch's quays and jetties. The ferocious bombardment stripped the blossom off trees in the full bloom of spring and razed the fine villa selected for the port's future German harbour-master. From a hill above the harbour, which offered a clear view both of Kirch and the far shore, Manstein watched Russian motor launchers attempt to approach the beach to rescue their comrades, only to be driven off by withering German fire. Left to their own devices, Corps Commander Mikhail Shapovalov wrote, "Desperate Russian soldiers throw themselves into the water, build ferries from the wood that they happen to find or from car tires. Without any permission they swim, and no one holds them back. There are thousands of such swimmers heading to a certain death. The enemy opens terrible fire on them." Men quickly became indifferent to the fate of their comrades and desensitized to the horrors, as one Red Army officer observed walking around the harbour. One wounded man sits alongside a line of others. He has no hands, and both his feet are injured. Someone steps over him. He's covered in dust. He's helpless, too tired to scream, and he simply looks around dolefully so that someone might help him. Beside him, there's another man with his foot in plaster, both eyes damaged. The right eye is hanging on by a nerve thread. The other, the left one, stares blankly. It's full of blood. No, this is no longer an eye, but a strange, bloody red ball without a pupil. The Crimean Front's medics worked selflessly in appalling conditions to tend to such men on the piers and jetties as bombs and shells crashed around them, then accompanied patients on fishing boats and barges. Doctors and nurses stuffed their pockets with whatever surgical instruments they could lay their hands on, then ran the gauntlet of crossing the strait. Not only were most of the Front's medical staff saved, but over 40,000 wounded, nearly 5,000 of them seriously injured, were ferried to the relative safety of the Taman Peninsula. With the sea the sole hope of salvation, thousands of Red Army men trapped on the peninsula made a determined effort to bludgeon their way to the coast. East of Kirch, they found the lines of 49th Infantry Regiment standing in their way, as one of its soldiers recalled. The Russians approached in dense brown masses. The machine gun and rifle fire grew to a never-ending rattle. Individual bursts of fire or even shots were no longer distinguishable. We thought we were standing in a burning ammunition depot. Numerous wounded horses stood around or reared up repeatedly in their death throes. Another German soldier was astonished to see Soviet troops advancing calmly and evenly, as if on a field exercise. The men of the 49th waited until the enemy was upon them, before opening fire at point-blank range. Despite the devastating effect of our machine guns in their ranks, the survivors continued the death march, the infantrymen recorded. The survivors attacked until the last man was gunned down. We breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time shuddered at the horror of the final hour. When they realized that there would be no escape by sea, Red Army soldiers fought with the desperation of men with their backs to the wall, Joachim Senholt of 22nd Panzer Division remembered. Soviet snipers in particular reaped a bloody harvest. Men killed by shots to the head were being reported constantly. Every beach, every headland, every strip of coast had to be cleared. In the few settlements, buildings were turned into makeshift fortresses whose defenders hurled Molotov cocktails at passing German armour. Senholt's division was forced to abandon at least one assault on the lighthouse at the easternmost tip of the peninsula. It was a brutal fight, often hand to hand. The Red Army troops had nothing more to lose. Most of them were certain their lives were at an end. The lighthouse finally fell around 9 a.m. on the 19th of May. Other Soviet troops chose to continue the struggle from the quarries of Adzimushkai, carved out of the limestone on the northeast edge of Kerch over the past century. During the winter, it had been turned into an underground barracks, complete with quarters, a hospital, a prison, an armory, even a cinema, extending for hundreds of metres underground. At first, the defenders, estimated to be 13,000 strong, resisted by day, on the surface, but as the ring around Adzimushkai tightened, so they fell back to the bewildering network of caves and catacombs. Each night raiding parties would leave the quarry and seize food, weapons and ammunition. Any German soldier encountered was killed. Commissars and political leaders assured the men that their government would not abandon them, that the Red Army would return to Kerch as it had done in December, that the Germans would fall back. Slogans were painted on the cave walls: Smert Nemetskim Okkupantam, death to the German occupier. They warned anyone who considered surrendering that they faced inhumane treatment at the hands of their captors. Every attempt by us to convince the Red commanders of the insanity of further resistance was answered with a blaze of fire and the murder of deserters and the wounded, 42nd Infantry Regiment reported. Yet surrender they did. By early June, with food and water running low, some desperate men resorted to licking the chalk walls of the caves. Nearly 9,000 officers and men had been rounded up. There were scores of entrances and exits, each systematically blown up by German pioneers, who placed more than 28 tons of explosive at points around the quarry complex. Poison gas was also pumped into the caves, with some success. After 3 weeks of clearing out the quarries, 42nd Infantry Regiment reported that an inhumane battle which was forced upon us moves towards its inglorious end for the enemy. In fact, the last defenders of Adzimushkai held out until the 30th of October. Of the original 13,000 men, there were just 48 alive. The German war machine had trumpeted victory at Kerch long before then. Its troops had reached the easternmost point in the Crimea at 9:15 on the morning of the 19th of May and immediately raised the swastika in triumph. It was sufficient for Erich von Manstein to declare the battle over. At a cost of fewer than 2,000 dead, he had defeated a Soviet force 250,000 men strong. Upwards of 30,000 of them lay dead on the Kerch Peninsula. Another 170,000 had been taken prisoner. Despite the rapid victory, when he stood his ground at Kerch, the Russian soldier had fought for his life, certainly more doggedly than in 1941, 28th Infantry Division reported. The fact that he had been beaten all the same was a good omen for the new fighting season. It shows that if they can be hit hard, the Russians can be dealt a devastating blow. The enormous success of the attack on the Kerch Peninsula therefore allows us to look to the future course of the Russian campaign optimistically. In Berlin, Joseph Goebbels had come to a similar conclusion, though with less magnanimity. The first great victory over the Soviet armies this year he celebrated in his diary. We breathe a sigh of relief, and we feel as if our entire nation is breathing a sigh of relief too. And while we are breathing a sigh of relief, our enemies will have an apprehensive feeling. No senior Soviet commander at Kerch escaped Stalin's fury in the aftermath of defeat. All were demoted and dismissed, condemned to spend the rest of the war in lesser roles, often on secondary fronts, but they were spared the kangaroo courts their predecessors faced for similar failures the previous summer. It proved of little consolation for Crimean Front's disgraced commander, Dmitry Kozlov. "My disgrace has lasted almost 25 years, he told a friend shortly before his death in 1967. I very much regret that I did not lay down my head there. I would not have to listen to injustices and insults, for the dead do not suffer shame. The dead were everywhere. The narrow waters and the headland were littered with corpses, one Soviet report noted. A sweet smell of corpses hangs over the battlefield, a soldier in 49th Infantry Regiment recalled, counting around 800 Russian dead in an area the size of about 4 football pitches. Some of those who were killed are blue-black, as if pumped up. They burst out of their uniforms. Others have already collapsed. There's one squashed into the ground. These were men who were worried about their wives and mothers somewhere. They will wait and never know where their men were. Catholic priest Johannes Stelzenberger noted that battle-hardened veterans of his 28th Infantry Division were shocked by the sights at Kerch. Corpse after corpse lies on the beach and in the gorges. They lie on top of each other on the jetty. Were they hoping to be saved when they were hit by bombs and shells? How could the survivors hold out here, because the bloated and blue-black-looking dead must have been here for days? Josef Herdl went to pay his respects to his 46th Infantry Division comrades, killed on the peninsula the previous autumn. As he approached the cemetery, he noticed the foul, sweetish stench of decomposition. The Russians had dug up many of our comrades before they retreated. Desecration of corpses. Wild dogs had eaten the limbs, and what was left was scattered over the terrain. Finally, birds pecked at the decaying body parts lying all around. A gruesome sight. Appalled, Herdl set about silently reburying his comrades, or what was left of them. Fighter pilot Armin Köhler commandeered a staff car and drove to Kerch to inspect the havoc wrought by his Jagdgeschwader 77. He rather wished he hadn't. The road to the town was lined with the bodies of Russian soldiers, which had already turned black in the May sun, as well as dead horses and shot-up tanks. The air was filled with the stench of pestilence. But it was sights at Yenikale, at the tip of the peninsula, which shook the 32-year-old to the core. What the eye sees is indescribable. The ravines in the valley are a field of bits of equipment, people, and animals. Russian cavalry was wiped out here. There are thousands of vehicles with their crews destroyed for kilometre after kilometre, vehicle after vehicle, all burnt out. Countless vehicles are completely shot up. Bits of vehicle are mixed up with the corpses of men and the carcasses of horses. We are only able to breathe through a damp cloth. Hands, heads, feet, legs are lying around, burned, torn up, torn to pieces. Radio equipment. Radios, records, electrical cars, tool trucks, ambulances with medicine, boxes from the typing pool, telephones, guns, quadruple machine guns, equipment and clothes, sleeping blankets, chaos, all separated into their constituent parts. It's as if someone had cut them up into numerous parts, then thrown everything on the ground. Scenes of misery on the beach and in the villages. Lord, what sort of people wanted this? They should be sent here, I believe. They'd soon lose their appetite for it. The dead lie piled up on top of each other, tangled up as far as where the landing stage runs into the sea. In the houses, dead. The streets are full of dead, dead on the vehicles and ships. The beach is strewn with the dead, the entire steep coast, which is full of caves wherever you look, dead Russians. Men with half their heads, squashed skulls, swollen to the point that they are unrecognizable. And in the midst of them, the worst of all, those still alive, wounded. They yell, moan, whimper. It tears at the heart. I don't know what was running through my mind, but I know one thing. War is mankind's most terrible evil. When I ask an infantry corporal why they've left the injured among the dead, he tells me they'll all die a wretched death. Twice they were asked by the Germans to surrender, and they fought on each time. We too suffered heavy losses. In the water too, there are a vast number of corpses which the sea washes onto the beach. The Bavarians of 46th Infantry Division had entered the ruins of Yenikale on the morning of the 20th of May. The town and surrounding terrain were littered with destroyed vehicles, guns, ammunition and equipment, one corporal wrote. Countless pannier carts and horses are lying around. It reminds us of Dunkirk, and everywhere countless corpses of Red Army soldiers. They give off a pervasive stench. We'd not expected so many dead Russians. The division swept through Yenikale, searching every house, rounding up suspicious civilians and the occasional Russian soldier in hiding. By mid-morning, they were done. "It's all over," the corporal continued in his diary. "German lancers are standing all over the Kerch Peninsula. We lie in the sun and take a rest until fresh orders arrive." 300 miles to the north, the men of 6th Army could only dream of such an idyll. At 6:30 on the morning of Tuesday the 12th of May, the guns of 3 Soviet armies opened up along a 15-mile front to the east of Kharkov. 40 miles into the barrage, the Red Air Force joined battle, followed by infantry and tanks at 7:30 a.m. The attackers made particularly rapid progress on their left wing, where the troops of 76th Rifle Division had crossed the Donets during the night, giving them a head start when the main offensive assault began. By the day's end, the spearhead was barely a dozen miles from Kharkov. It boded well for Soviet fortunes in the summer of 1942. Like Hitler, the winter ended for Joseph Stalin with much unfinished business to resolve. The Germans had been driven back by the succession of blows the Red Army had delivered since December, but they were not beaten, still less finished off. Nevertheless, the Soviet leader, or Vozhd, was convinced that the initiative is now in our hands, and he intended to maintain the pressure. "We can't stay on the defensive and do nothing until the Germans strike the first blow," he told his generals. "We must launch several preemptive strikes." The Red Army in the spring of 1942 was not the sword Joseph Stalin believed it to be. In the first 9 months of the war with Germany, it had suffered over 6 million casualties, more than half of them now prisoners in German hands. The group of armies, known collectively as a front, defending the Moscow Axis had effectively been destroyed twice in 1941, and yet there were still well over 50 million men under arms. For every 2 Axis soldiers on the Eastern Front, there were 3 Soviets facing them, achieved by ruthless mobilization of the Soviet Union's manpower resources. The Germans estimated the Red Army could call on nearly 550 divisions, or brigades, just shy of 60 of them armoured formations. It had made good the losses of 1941, and even had more than 1 million men in reserve, enough to form more than 70 new divisions and tank brigades. In raising them, however, training had been cut to a bare minimum. While the junior officer and non-commissioned officer cadres had been decimated, invariably pitchforked into battle before they had completed their education. Soviet factories, in many cases reborn, having been dismantled in the face of the advancing Germans, then reassembled beyond the Ural Mountains, were producing war materiel at an impressive rate, upwards of 700 of the mainstay T-34 tanks and 1,200 aircraft a month. It remained to be seen if the Red Army's leaders knew how to exploit its numerical superiority. The concept behind the counter-offensive at Kharkov was simple enough. 2 pincers would strike from bulges in the lines either side of the city, one driving westwards from a small salient to the east, the second driving north and west out of the much larger salient to the south. These pincers, the northern and southern shock groups, would meet, if all went well, around the 5th day somewhere west of Kharkov, liberating the city, trapping or smashing numerous German divisions and creating a huge dent in the enemy's lines from which to launch further thrusts westwards across Ukraine. The attackers possessed more men, twice the number of infantry, more guns, mortars and aircraft than their opponent, and 5 tanks for every 2 German panzers. And yet none of the Soviet units was at full strength. They were sorely in need of vehicles, anti-tank guns, machine guns, even rifles. They were not short of morale, however. "We will fight and destroy the fascist snakes until our land is purged of the fascist occupiers," one junior non-commissioned officer urged his comrades. His words echoed the May Day address by their leader when Joseph Stalin had called on his soldiers to smash the fascist German army and exterminate the German occupiers to a man. The Red Army possessed the means to do so. The year 1942 would be that of the final rout of the fascist German troops and the liberation of Soviet soil from Hitler's scoundrels. Jack Althausen was convinced the attack was the first of many which would deliver the Soviet Union a great victory. "This summer will go down in history as the period of the greatest battles the world has ever seen," he told his family. "Much blood will be shed. Many, very many difficulties will still have to be overcome, but victory is near. It is coming. It cannot fail to materialize." In some units, morale bordered on overconfidence. "Now all we need to do is throw our helmets at the enemy." But 57th Army's commander, Kuzma Podlas, warned a subordinate, "Don't let yourself be tricked by such thoughts. The fascists are still strong." By the 11th of May, Marshal Semyon Timoshenko reported to Moscow that the troops under his command, more than 750,000 men, were ready to begin the offensive the next day. Behind the lines, the men were fed supper at 8 p.m. before bedding down for the night at 9 p.m. Their commanders wanted them to get 9 hours' sleep before the artillery barrage began. It was already light when 226th Rifle Division's commander, Alexander Gorbatov, rose at 4 a.m. and quietly headed to his forward observation post east of Kharkov. "My deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Likachev, reported that everything was ready. Watches were checked. 5 minutes left before the artillery preparation." Among the German units facing the onslaught from the Soviets' northern pincer was 79th Infantry Division. Half an hour before the preparatory barrage was due to begin, a deserter crossed the Alsatians' lines, giving them sufficient time to fall back from the primary positions. Otherwise, the forewarning availed them little. The hellish battle lasted about 6 or 7 hours. 22-year-old Joseph Schmidt wrote to his wife 1 month later. "Shells were landing all around us, and some men were wounded at the very outset. The men cowered in foxholes, cut off from any leaders or orders. When Soviet armour appeared, a few outposts continued to hold out. One kept the attackers at bay for 3 days, but otherwise the Germans retreated and did not stop. Schmidt's company fell back 8 kilometres on the opening day of the offensive, while no Red Army division advanced further that Tuesday than Alexander Gorbatov's, a good 6 miles by nightfall. The southern pincer, bursting out of the salient, anchored in the east at the town of Izium, which straddles the Donets, also made rapid headway initially. It smashed through thinly held German lines, such as 113th Infantry Divisions, which faced 2 Soviet rifle divisions and elements of a cavalry corps. Faced with such overwhelming force, one artilleryman wrote, "All our men could do was flee to escape Russian captivity. Every gun had to be left behind and was lost. And so we became a unit without weapons." Franz Gehrig's 530th Grenadier Regiment was driven out of its positions after firing every round of ammunition, leaving the road to Kharkov practically open to the Russians. Yet to the company commander, his foe failed to press his advantage. "We've as good as run out of ammunition and don't have any reserves," he recorded in his diary. "We were lucky that the enemy was lacking in courage, otherwise he would have advanced as far as Kharkov and could have held a parade." 800 miles away in the woodland of East Prussia, the chief of the General Staff, Franz Halder, was untroubled by the enemy's attack, dismissing the gaps in the German front as mere blemishes and forbidding the senior officer on the spot to fritter away his reserves plugging these gaps. "We're not dealing with blemishes here," Army Group Commander Ferro von Bock snapped, perhaps with a degree of exaggeration, certainly with a good deal of frustration. "Our existence is at stake." The German lines east of Kharkov continued to crumble on the 13th of May, except in the town of Ternovaya, where the defenders were simply bypassed until late in the morning. Franz Halder relented and released 2 of the panzer divisions held in reserve for an offensive to crush the Izium salient. Coupled with German air power, hastily diverted from operations in the Crimea, they blunted the assault by the Northern Shock Group. It got to within 8 miles of Kharkov, but no further. Having pushed the Germans back no more than 15 miles along a 30-mile front, the northern offensive had largely run its course after just 4 days. The Southern Shock Group struck with much less force than its northern counterpart, but it still punched a hole more than 20 miles wide in the German lines, then failed to exploit it. On the 15th of May, the entire German front southwest of Kharkov could have collapsed. Instead, the attackers seemed preoccupied with seizing the town of Krasnograd and the main railway line. A scratch force of Germans and Romanians plugged the gap, The opportunity went begging. By the fifth day, the southern shock group's assault had ground to a halt. Worse, the Luftwaffe were now unleashed against the stalled Soviet forces. It dominates the skies and clobbers the enemy, a relieved officer in 71st Infantry Division noted. Hundreds of Russians choose surrender as a way out to escape destruction. Equally worrying as the failure of the offensive were growing reports from scouts and spies that the Germans were massing forces for a counterstroke against the base of the Izium salient, held by the 9th and 57th Armies. When Fyodor Kharitonov, 9th Army's commander, tried to warn Timoshenko, he was curtly dismissed. "Do your job," the Marshal rebuked him. "Or are you afraid, Comrade Kharitonov? Since when did you become timid?" 57th Army sent 2 teenage girls behind German lines. They returned having eavesdropped on enemy officers' conversations and reported that the Germans would launch a counterattack within hours. Kuzma-Podlas believed them. The staff of the Southern Front did not. "This is fiction," the front's senior commissar Leonid Korniet snapped, suggesting Podlas should be dismissed. Such data sows panic in the troops. I regard it as cowardice. Moscow, still being fed overly optimistic reports by Timoshenko, deemed the time right to announce the victory at Kharkov to the Soviet people. The Red Army had advanced 36 miles in places, liberated 300 towns and villages, captured more than 1,200 German soldiers, and killed 10 times as many, as well as wiping out 400 panzers. The offensive, the official communiqué concluded, continues. At first light the next day, Sunday the 17th of May, a 45-mile stretch of the front south of Izium rippled with flashes as the barrels of German guns hammered the Soviet 9th Army. It was the first blow of Operation Friderikus, a strike by 2 corps into the flank of the southern salient, aimed at cutting it off by reaching German lines 50 miles to the north, trapping the bulk of 4 Soviet armies in the process. The attackers had been issued their iron rations, 300 grams of bread, 200 grams of canned meat, 150 grams of soup in tablet form, and a sachet of Assat's coffee granules. There were no field kitchens to serve hot meals, as the rising smoke might betray the German build-up. And they had been read a stirring order of the day from Ewald von Kleist, 1st Panzer Army's commander. "We are on the eve of decisive days. Decisive not only for our army group, which alone can redress a serious situation, but also for this summer's operations, and by the same token for the entire campaign against the Soviets." From dawn until last light, the Luftwaffe dominated the skies over the salient. The Red Air Force reckoned its foe flew upwards of 1,000 sorties in support of Kleist's counterstroke, bombers, Stukas, fighters, fighter-bombers. They struck at river crossings and troop concentrations, even small groups of troops. An officer in 257th Infantry Division watched as Stukas pummeled Soviet positions at the base of the neck on the southern salient. German infantry jumped up from their foxholes and advanced, accompanied by anti-aircraft guns which directed their 20mm barrels at enemy strongpoints. The first line of Russian positions was destroyed under a hail of bombs and shells, the officer reported. Despite this, Soviet soldiers, those who survived all this hell, put up fierce resistance. One battalion held out to the last man. The Germans found 450 dead Russians in its positions. Resistance this Sunday morning was sporadic at best. Many more units panicked at the sight of attacking German infantry and armour bearing down on them. At 9th Army's headquarters, Fyodor Kharitonov was summoned to the radio by an anxious operator. Daniil Yegorov, the commander of 150th Rifle Division, was calling. "I am involved in fierce fighting. There are up to 100 enemy tanks in the division's sector. I've suffered heavy losses. The combat units are being bombed by enemy aircraft." The official Soviet account talks of officers and men performing miracles of heroism. The Belgian fascist volunteers of the Légion Wallonie were held up for 12 hours by Soviet troops, doggedly holding on to one village, reduced to rubble by a Stuka raid. The enemy, the Légion's future commander, Léon de Grelle, conceded, defended themselves with marvellous courage, before succumbing in the mid-afternoon to a concerted infantry and panzer attack. But in most places, the Russian lines had been broken by mid-morning. By midday, Fyodor Kharitonov no longer had full control of his army. and by nightfall the Germans were 15 miles inside his lines, and pushing ever deeper. Pausing after their exertions during the day, the Belgians resumed their advance once night fell. De Grelle continued. Large burning haystacks lit up the hills as we slipped through the Russian minefields. Thousands of men advanced in this way, crawling along, since the bright flames drew sharp silhouettes. From time to time, a soldier hit a mine and was thrown in the air, torn to pieces. In the valley, artillery teams would be blown up, 4 or 6 horses at a time, along with their cannon. Semyon Timoshenko recognized both the threat and the objective of the German attack, demanding Moscow send reinforcements, but he refused to call off his offensive, convinced he could hold off the lunge into his southern flank and deliver a great victory at Kharkov. He could not. The advance stopped, staffs held one urgent meeting after another. Liaison officers kept moving between neighbouring units. Gunner Lev Majdanek remembered. For the first time we could hear, whispered in the back of our minds, that ominous word, encirclement. The battered Ninth Army rapidly disintegrated. Largely leaderless, it retreated in chaos towards the Donets, rear services compounding the chaos, their vehicles and carts becoming tangled up with the fighting units trying to reach the river's left bank. The river was in flood in many places. The few bridges were invariably unsuitable for armour and heavy military traffic. Pontoon ferries were overwhelmed. Troops massed at crossing points, which became a magnet for German air attacks. Carts creaked, remembered Nikolai Lyashenko, the youthful commander of 106th Rifle Division, just turned 32. The wounded moaned, cursing the Nazis. Officers urged on their subordinates with hoarse voices. Infantry helped the gunners push the guns, and again the Junkers bombed. The battalion's laundry and medical battalions were hit. The mass of men dashed towards the water with a heartbreaking scream. The wounded horses whinnied furiously. Wagons turned over, destroying everything in their path. Horses gone mad ran along the gullies. It took a lot of time to restore at least some form of order and begin running a ferry using improvised means. Doctors ferried the wounded on a flat-bottomed boat, which had appeared from nowhere, and on rafts. Women swam, holding on to the logs. Officers and soldiers crossed the river. Everyone hurried to the other side. On a hillock, the shooting by the artillery, which had already fought one duel with enemy tanks, spurred everyone on. There was less chaotic screaming and noise. Ninth Army's commander, Fyodor Kharitonov, would be dismissed for his failure and arrested for cowardice on the orders of Moscow, where Joseph Stalin was still insisting the enemy attack would falter. The Germans will soon be played out, he assured Timoshenko. They would not. The counterstroke continued. On the 22nd of May, the narrow neck of the Izium salient was broken. 3 Soviet armies were trapped. Over the next 6 days, some 200,000 Russian soldiers tried to bludgeon their way out of a pocket 36 miles wide and 60 deep. Salvation lay only in breaking through a corridor linking German forces north and south of Kharkov. Initially a mere 10 miles wide at its narrowest point around the small town of Chepel, assisted by their comrades in the east extending their hands across the Donets. Except that the breakouts and break-ins were never coordinated. Most were blunt. Sheer weight of numbers was seen as the key to success, invariably unsupported by air power, frequently unled and often unplanned. At first there was some semblance of order in the pocket. Men retained their soldierly bearing, obeyed their officers and commissars. But companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, divisions became blurred. All too often troops grouped in an amorphous mass, hoping to bludgeon their way to freedom. Lev Majdanek, who'd fought with 131st Tank Brigade, joined around 1,000 troops from various units and branches, infantry, cavalry, mortar troops, gunners and tank crews, concentrating to break out in a huge, gently sloping field which extended beyond the horizon. There were cars, tractors, field and anti-aircraft guns, tanks, armour, mobile kitchens, carts and other vehicles everywhere, he wrote. Despite our worries, we still wanted to believe, that our leadership would find a way out of the situation. There was nothing subtle about most attempts to break out of encirclement. The Russian troops merely charged the German lines head-on. It seemed to work. It became clear that people were breaking through. Majdanek wrote. Even panzers got out of the way of the enraged mob, as German tank crews knew there would certainly be a soldier with an anti-tank grenade or a Molotov cocktail. The mob killed captured German machine gunners, taking very heavy casualties as usual. German soldiers knew all this and were justifiably afraid of the enraged masses, just as they were afraid of the frost, fighting at night, and forests, and just as we were afraid of being surrounded. Yet all too often such breakouts foundered. The escaping Soviets failed to exploit their initial success. German troops rallied, reinforcements or scratch units were thrown in at the decisive moment to plug the gaps in the line. The Russians regrouped and attacked again. The tactics were the same, the men increasingly desperate. Often drunk, sometimes linking arms, they walked or ran towards German lines with the shrill cry of "Hurrah!" ringing across the battlefield. Heinz Krapp's company of motorcyclists lost 56 men fending off utterly desperate Russians, thousands upon thousands of them. They charged past us, drunk and bellowing like animals, running senselessly into the fire of our machine guns. The dead lay there on top of each other in their thousands. Machine gunner Anton Hermann and his 389th Infantry Division comrades held a nighttime attempt to break out at bay. With every fifth round fired a tracer, it looked as if someone was swinging a glowing wire fence around to form waves. Hermann thought the sight wonderful, but he knew it also spread death 1,000 times over. The next morning a bulldozer was needed to clear a route through to the 389th's lines. It did so, leaving dead Russians in heaps by the side of the road. Heinz Krapp's motorcyclists ambushed a breakout attempted by trucks carrying female soldiers, which ran into machine gun fire and were completely wiped out. The vehicles went up in flames. No one escaped. Everyone, whether wounded or dead, burnt. Hundreds of charred corpses were on the road next to the vehicles, a terrible sight. By day, the Luftwaffe dominated the battlefield. Its aircraft struck at every crossing point, every troop concentration sighted, however small. Some Russian accounts even claim enemy fighters chased individual soldiers. Lev Majdanek's 131st Armoured Brigade was caught redeploying on a dark green carpet of steppe. Once the German aircraft had passed, the terrain looked as if it had been ploughed, with craters everywhere, black and grey, Majdanek remembered. On the ground lay many corpses, some horribly disfigured. Human body parts were mostly charred. Bloody pieces of clothing hung from the branches of bushes. The Luftwaffe's intervention often tipped the balance of battle the Germans' way. After 2 days of holding off breakout attempts by Russians who enjoyed a tenfold superiority, Alfred Rimmer was convinced the lines of his 64th Motorized Infantry Regiment could not withstand a third day of assaults with supplies of ammunition exhausted. All of us had already wished our lives goodbye, he wrote. Then the Luftwaffe attacked, leaving dead everywhere and masses of booty. Viennese doctor Josef Artner tried to set up his first aid post as close to 384th Infantry Division's lines as he could. Speed, he reasoned, saved lives. But it also frequently put the lives of his men in danger. On at least one occasion, his unit found itself in no man's land, facing Russian soldiers who had come charging out of a wood, screaming, "Hurrah!" We froze in horror, knowing that the war would soon be over for us in the most terrible way imaginable. We stretched out our hands once more and surrendered ourselves to our fate. Suddenly, we heard tremendous gunfire behind us. Between us and the Russians, there were numerous impacts in the earth, and in the splintering rain of the German flak guns behind us, the attacking Red Army soldiers were simply mown down. Kharkov was Artner's baptism of fire. I had never seen such terrible injuries, he recalled. The injured were shouting for help everywhere. One man's arm had been torn off. It was 2 meters away from him. Another's leg had been severed, and another's shoulder splintered, and then the horribly scarred faces. While he tried to bandage one, others bled to death in the deadly hail of splinters all around. It was hell. In many cases you were better helping as a priest than a doctor. After intense fighting involving his 113th Infantry Division on the pocket's northwest perimeter, Karl Bühler, who had just celebrated his 30th birthday, told his family, "I have to wonder why I am still among the living. It was," he reasoned, "more through luck than judgment. During one attack, a Russian shell landed next to his squad. The Unteroffizier lying on my left was killed instantly, and half of the thigh of the man on my right was torn off. All I suffered were bruises. Soviet soldier Jack Althausen assured his family he was invincible. You have to believe in life and fight for it until the last second. Rejoice that luck is by my side, he told them, and I am convinced that it will be the same in the future. I wish you courage, live in hope and in faith in the glorious future that awaits our motherland. It was his last letter home. Lev Metternich made his own luck. Hiding in a ravine after his failed attempt to break out, the tank man told himself, "For me, captivity means death." He joined a group of soldiers who forced their way through to the Donets. The river was in flood in many places, its currents, eddies, and whirlpools too much, even for the strongest swimmers, who tried but failed to reach the left bank. But Lev Metternich was in luck. He found a bridge which was still standing, despite a wall of horse cadavers which had built up against the pilings having been carried downstream by the flood water. A few planks remained in place, and from the centre onwards the bridge was practically intact, Metternich remembered. The men filed over it one after the other, a long chain of tired and emaciated warriors, and soon found themselves among comrades once more. The bloodletting could not last forever. The Russians were running out of time, space, and men. The pocket had shrunk by 2/3 in just a few days, while failure to break out quickly turned once proud warriors into a defeated rabble, resigned to being taken prisoner, as Lev Metternich observed. After failing to break out, many men discarded their weapons, some threw away their caps, even their belts. Stooping, they stare at their feet, as if looking for something on the ground, Metternich wrote. Everyone has a concentrated look, and everyone is silent. Only the sound of hobnail boots and boots hitting the ground can be heard. Clearing out the pocket wasn't merely a question of letting Russian soldiers batter themselves to death against the encircling wall. German panzer and infantry divisions exerted pressure on the trapped enemy armies from every direction. For Soviet units on the western perimeter, such as 270th Rifle Division, perhaps 50 miles from salvation when the pocket was closed, there was little hope. Yet it fought bravely, its men ignoring the leaflet showered on them by the Luftwaffe, which called on them to surrender, and continuing to press eastwards. They'd covered around 1/3 of the distance to Izium when German armour found them and began to literally steamroller the division, crushing its carts, trucks and vehicles in a terrible meat grinder. After one unequal, increasingly desperate 3-hour struggle for high ground, overlooking one of the rivers furrowing the pocket, the last Russian defenders destroyed their secret documents and sent a final radio message. Fascists are surrounding our dugout. The shells have taken a heavy toll of them. There are few Germans left, but there are only 2 of us here. We are firing our last rounds of ammunition. Goodbye, dear comrades. The fighting was as bitter in the villages and small towns as it was in the open terrain. Retreating Soviet troops invariably carried out a scorched earth policy to leave nothing to their enemy. The Russians set fire to everything that could burn, wrote Captain Dragan Jurak, a supply officer serving with a Croatian artillery unit fighting alongside the Germans. It's a method that's been used since the Napoleonic campaign. And what the Red Army did not destroy, the Germans and their allies did. 16th Panzer Division sent panzers specially equipped with flamethrowers to root out troops trying to hide in any buildings. Houses burned, knocked-out vehicles burned, riderless horses galloped through the streets, sometimes dragging their dead masters in their stirrups. And yet, as Wolfgang Werten observed, the enemy did not give in. From behind corners of houses and overturned vehicles, from hatches and cellar windows, the Russians were still fighting back, firing their carbines, throwing hand grenades, seized by hatred and the desire to fight, he noted. Eventually, the Russian soldiers surrendered, waved passes, propaganda leaflets dropped by the Luftwaffe calling on them to give up, asked their captors for cigarettes, and were generally treated with suspicion by the Germans, who feared it was all an act and the prisoners actually wanted to kill their enemy. As the fighting died down, Werten watched civilians cautiously emerge from their hiding places. An old woman stood in front of her burning house, he wrote. As one of the flamethrower panzers rolled over her oven, she collapsed to her knees and beat her hands plaintively in front of her chest. Her young daughter tried to comfort her. The mountain infantry of 1st Gebirgsdivision were thrown into the closing stages of the fighting to clean out the pocket, arriving at their positions on its southeastern edge along the river Bereka at midday on Whit Monday, the 25th of May. Augsburger Albert Arnhardt's breath was taken away by the scene before him beneath gathering storm clouds. A battlefield littered with destroyed or abandoned Russian military equipment, such as trucks, tanks, carts, Stalin organs, guns, and everything else. In addition, there is the roar of battle from every weapon. Guns crack like thunderstorms, but there's no rain. Tanks burn like pans of pitch. The pressure of the encircled mass of the enemy can literally be felt, flowing and ebbing, wriggling like a big fish in a net. The noise of battle was on a scale the mountain troops had never experienced before, as the division's guns added to the tumult. Riderless horses galloped around the battlefield. German aircraft so low that the brightly coloured sharks' mouths painted on the noses could clearly be seen, strafed anything Russian which moved. The enemy's attack faltered. Instead, an ever-ending column of deserters and prisoners streamed past the mountain troops' positions to the rear. What we had before us, Arnhardt believed, was probably the last throw of the dice. The fighting died down. The night was quiet. When the sun rose shortly after 4:30 a.m. on the 26th of May, it heralded a day of battle like no other in the fields, woods and villages south of Kharkov. Late the previous evening, the remnants of 6th and 57th Armies had moved out, heading southeast through terrain strewn with corpses. Towards dawn, 57th Army's group was somewhere near the small town of Stepok, about 20 miles west of Izium, when it was attacked by 50 German aircraft. Men abandoned their vehicles and rushed temporary bridges thrown across a stream, or else sought shelter in one of the many ravines. Their commander, Kuzma Podlas, and his chief of staff, Andrei Anisov, were lost in the confusion. Their bodies were discovered a few days later by German troops. Attempting to hold off German machine gunners, the two senior officers saved their last bullets for themselves. The Germans spent the rest of the day combing out the riverbank, rooting out at least 2,000 prisoners. Soviet 57th Army ceased to exist. Outside Chepel, Joachim Stempel's 14th Panzer Division found itself battered by relief attempts from the east. First came Soviet infantry, a mass of earth-brown figures, sweeping westwards to break into the pocket and mown down in waves by artillery and machine-gun fire. Next came tanks, an armada of T-34s approaching the division's lines, unfazed by Stukas plunging at them, hurling bombs and ploughing up the open ground with their cannon. "It is unbelievable. The strain is indescribable," Stempel wrote. Yet his comrades remained confident. "Just let them come. We'll do it." When the Russians came within range of 14th Panzer's armour, the tank crews opened fire. Hit, hit, hit. Unbelievable. 12 T-34s are left burning amid a mass of tanks now driving around wildly. They burn in front of us like gigantic torches standing out in red and black against the sky. The other Soviet tanks turn around, try to reach the cover behind them. Our panzers follow and shoot. A few miles to the west, 1st Gebirgsdivision found itself facing another mass of Russians, led by a cavalry charge, swarming towards its positions. Artillery cut down the galloping riders. The infantry, trucks and cars behind them, did not follow. Once again, the Bavarians told themselves that perhaps now the fighting in the pocket really was over. They were sorely mistaken, for with twilight came the opening salvo of a fresh barrage, and a fresh attempt to break out. From his foxhole, Albert Arnhardt watched a human avalanche bypass his squad, hiding on the edge of a hollow, and simply crush his regiment's front line. The Russians seemed not to notice the 88mm flak guns turned against them, tearing gaps in their ranks. Trucks packed with troops, many of them drunk on vodka, stopped for nothing, even when the rear was ablaze with barrels of fuel exploding, sending jets of flame into the night. The driver and the cab continued, rolling over their own dead and wounded. After thwarting the attack on Kharkov from the east, 23rd Panzer Division had been diverted to help crush the ever-shrinking pocket south of the city. As its armour bore down from the north, scouts alarmingly reported masses of Russians in front. Under a remorseless defensive fire, the attacking Soviet troops quickly became a leaderless mob who abandoned hope of breaking out and instead tried to surrender, only for Russian guns to direct their barrels at their own lines. Junior officer Ernst Rebentisch watched as Russian shells tear huge gaps in the massed ranks of unarmed soldiers who were thinking only of saving their skin by being captured. The barren meadows and fields are strewn with dead, with whimpering Red Army men crawling forwards with weapons and equipment. A short distance away from the fallen soldiers, their officers and commissars often huddled together in groups, and also dead, having taken their own lives. At dusk, massed Soviet infantry, some of them drunk and unarmed, made a fresh attempt to smash through 23rd Panzer's positions. They were gunned down in rows, but still they advanced, Rebentisch wrote. The fall of night also brought an end to 14th Panzer's intervention at Chepel. The Red Army force joined battle, only to be knocked out of Ukraine's sky by Messerschmitt Me-109 fighters. As the sun went down, the terrain was bathed in a flickering orange-yellow light from the fires of still-burning Soviet tanks, cottages and huts. Joachim Stempel and his comrades were exhilarated. This is a day of battle. Everyone is utterly enthralled. The leftovers of 6th Army reached the safety of Red Army lines in the small hours of the 27th of May. Just 4 tanks escaped encirclement, with several thousand exhausted but relieved soldiers. Soviet accounts claim 22,000. Contemporary reports suggest just 3,000 men trailing behind them. Darkness brought no relief to the mountain infantry. The night of the 26th to the 27th of May was described by one officer as a hell of fire and fighting, which matched a natural catastrophe for its fury and wildness. Wild screams and cries announced the coming onslaught. Under the flickering glow of flares, the Germans watched the Russians, the first rows arm in arm, mostly drunk, approaching their lines. The assault on the sensors, shells crashing, the trill sound of officers and commissars sounding whistles to spur the men on, the fires, the white signal flares arcing over the battlefield, the strings of tracer skipping over the ground at an unholy rate, the constant flicker on the horizon of artillery muzzle flashes, was too much for Albert Arnhart. After an hour of battle, with ammunition expended, with the regiment's rear lines overrun, he and a handful of comrades shared their last rounds, and awaited the end as they watched the outlines of a wild black mass silhouetted against the flames advance towards their position. They never reached it. Arnard's small group was saved by the sudden, unexpected appearance of machine gunners, freshly supplied with ammunition. The Russians were scythed down. Cries of hurrah turned to moans and whimpers. "They're crawling towards us, one by one," the mountain troops celebrated, as they picked off the wounded enemy, and in the middle of these horrors, individual horses stand like silhouettes in the red night, Arnhart noted. Calmly, as if stunned, they look around, try to graze, and collapse. But the breakout had passed its climax. Fighting would continue throughout the night, but with less intensity. When dawn came on the 27th of May, all that was left in front of the 1st Gebirgsdivision's lines were dead Russians and drunken Red Army troops stumbling among the bodies. Herbert Lantz, the division's commander, could remember no comparable sight in 2 world wars. Dead Soviet soldiers lay literally in heaps. Lantz was filled with a certain pride at his men's hard-fought victory, and filled with horror at the sight of their corpses with their skulls smashed in or unrecognizable. Both sides would claim the other butchered the wounded, killed and mutilated prisoners in the Kharkov pocket. The fighting repeatedly degenerated into hand-to-hand combat. Men grabbed whatever weapon they could lay their hands on, spades, rifle butts, grenades. Dr. Josef Artner wandered past a German strongpoint which had been overrun by the Soviets. A scene of horror presented itself, he recalled. Corpses, mutilated beyond recognition with bayonets, skulls split, faces trampled. Drunken Russian soldiers seized outposts held by infantry accompanying 23rd Panzer Division. The defenders were beaten to death with spades after they had surrendered. But There were also instances when Soviet and German soldiers went beyond what might be called the fury of battle. Infantryman Anton Hermann watched the crew of a knocked-out panzer escaping their burning vehicle, only to be shot dead. Given their encirclement, the desperate Russians could not take prisoners. And Ivan Chilyushin, serving with a Red Army reconnaissance unit, came across the charred corpses of 3 Soviet tank crew tied up with telephone cable, plus several bodies stabbed and mutilated, their skulls smashed in. Here is a crime the soldiers of my unit cannot forgive the Germans, or forget until their last breath. Chilyushin seethed. We will take revenge until we destroy all of them to the bitter end, when we completely destroy Hitlerism. In late May 1942, that seemed a distant dream. The exhortations of Stalin, the call for victory in 1942, the final rout of the fascist German troops and the liberation of Soviet soil, the confidence of officers convinced all they had to do was hurl their helmets at the invader and he would retreat, died with thousands of Red Army soldiers in the plains, woods, and river valleys around Kharkov. When the battle finally petered out in the closing days of the month, 1 in 3 of the 750,000 Russian soldiers who had begun the offensive on the 12th of May was a casualty. Nearly 30 rifle and cavalry divisions had been destroyed, alongside more than a dozen Soviet armoured brigades and a good 1,200 tanks. Some 170,000 Red Army men were killed or captured by the Germans. Just 22,000 escaped from the Izium pocket, roughly equivalent to German losses in the entire battle. Having reported to their captors where commissars and officers were separated from the rank and file, most prisoners lay down on the grass and fell asleep. I found their behaviour strange, Romanian officer Gheorghe Avram remembered. Many had torn off their epaulets and ranks, displayed a degrading humility to the victors, swore and denounced their commanders, and especially the commissars. No man who fought at Kharkov would ever forget it. History has never seen such a battlefield, Staff Officer Helmut Grosskurt told his brother. The field southeast of Kharkov had been turned into a graveyard of tanks, burned and torn apart by anti-tank shells. Gheorghe Avram, commanding a platoon of Romanian infantry, recalled. There were tank crew burned in open turrets, heaps of infantrymen who fell in rows as they attacked, huge craters caused by explosions large enough to swallow a peasant's hut whole. It wasn't real, Avram convinced himself. It was all some macabre film. Croatian junior officer Dragan Jurak could have never imagined seeing so many dead people in one place. But that was only the beginning of the horrors. The pocket presented an image of desolation invoking a feeling of dread, an image one never forgets. He continued, I've seen destroyed houses, roads and ditches and fields of green wheat trampled into the ground, many broken carts, car wrecks, broken machine guns and guns of all types, mortar tubes everywhere, parts of clothing and footwear and other war materiel, remains of archives, the papers being carried through the air over the fields and ditches by the wind. There lay huge destroyed tanks, like slain monsters, destroyed tractors, and all this mixed with multitudes of dead people and dead horses. In the heat of late May, daytime temperatures now regularly topped 20 degrees Celsius. Those cadavers blackened in the sun, bloated, eviscerated bodies gave off a sickening sweet smell, noticed even by those who flew over the battlefield, such as 21-year-old fighter ace Walter Krupinski. We could see hundreds of horses still lying there for days, he recalled, and in the cockpit we could even smell the stench from the carcasses. The ground was littered with cadavers as far as the eye can see, 1st Panzer Army's commander Ewald von Kleist reported. There was no path through them, only over them, as Paul Hans Voss's signals unit found. Corpses, mountains of corpses for miles on end, he wrote. We drove over them. There is no other way. We just can't get the many dead out of the way. It's horrible. Death, blood and destruction, annihilation everywhere. Whenever I fall asleep for a moment I see dead people, torn, twisted, dismembered corpses, burnt, shrunk to the size of a child. Joachim Stempel was haunted by many sights. A Russian soldier walking around with no lower jaw, another who had lost both eyes, A third, dressed in only his underpants, shot at least 3 times, yet somehow still standing. The Kharkov pocket was, the 22-year-old told his father, General Richard Stempel, commanding the 371st Infantry Division, a scene of horror. And one Soviet battalion commander said simply, "It is impossible to describe this hell. Only those who have experienced it themselves will understand and believe." In many respects, Kharkov was in reality the last battle of 1941. It mirrored the great battles of encirclement the previous summer and autumn. The situation at the front is the same as it was at the beginning. One Russian cavalryman fumed. People are being thrown to the lions, turned into cannon fodder, and there are no results. The commander of a Red Army artillery regiment complained, "If we continue to fight like this, we'll kill all our men and still not achieve success." Many Germans shared their enemy's bleak assessment. Nothing has changed since the beginning of the war, 3rd Panzer Division concluded after the battle. The Russians are fighting with manpower and are achieving success at the expense of colossal casualties. Tank Commander Ernst Alexander Paulus told his father Friedrich, in charge of 6th Army, which had been so sorely tested in the opening days of the Soviet offensive, that the battlefield was littered with wrecked enemy tanks. The Russian command has no idea how to use them competently. But 3 Panzer Corps Commander Eberhard von Mackensen was not so dismissive. His foe was more fanatical, more ruthless, and more united than in 1941. The Red Army risks everything. It takes clear decisions on a grand scale and commits everything to attain these ends. In carrying out these decisions, the leadership and troops follow them far more than last year. The Red Tank Arm and Cavalry show guts and a will to fight to the point of destruction. German victory at Kharkov, he reported, was achieved at the last breath. For Joseph Stalin, defeat at Kharkov was a catastrophe, on a par with the devastating blows inflicted on the Russian army a quarter of a century before in East Prussia. Semyon Timoshenko unfairly laid the blame squarely at the door of the unfortunate Fyodor Kharitonov, whose warnings had been ignored and whose 9th Army had been all but wiped out, casualties of more than 30,000 by the German counterstroke. He was not merely dismissed, but arrested for cowardice on Moscow's orders. Much of the responsibility for the defeat rests with Timoshenko himself, a man promoted beyond his abilities, who missed opportunities, misled Moscow, and ignored or overruled subordinates. Stalin tolerated his friend's shortcomings, but his patience was wearing thin. "Maybe the time has come for you to wage war by losing less blood, as the Germans are doing," he told the flailing marshal. "If you won't learn how to fight better, all the armaments produced in our whole country won't be enough for you." Kursk and Kharkov. Only Sevastopol remained to be cleared up before the Germans unleashed their summer offensive. Hailed by both sides as the strongest fortress in the world, Sevastopol had served as Russia's principal naval base and home of the Black Sea Fleet for more than 150 years. It had been left in ruins after an 11-month siege during the Crimean War, which ended with the city in enemy hands and what was left of the fleet scuttled in harbour. Its ordeal 9 decades later began on the opening day of the war in the East, when it was bombed by the Luftwaffe. It was the beginning of November before German troops made their first attempt to seize the city in a failed coup de main. Conventional attempts proved no more successful. A hastily prepared offensive in mid-November 1941 was easily parried by the defenders. A more concerted effort was made 1 month later, courtesy of an assault which was better planned, but with attacking forces which were still far too weak. When it was finally called off after a fortnight, the troops were needed elsewhere in the Crimea to deal with the Soviets' amphibious landings. The Germans had suffered nearly 9,000 casualties and barely dented Sevastopol's defences. And there, more or less, the front remained for the next 5 months, wending its way in a rough semicircle for 21 miles from Belbek in the north to Balaclava in the south. The terrain, hills, cliffs, escarpments, ravines and gorges, caves, plateau, and steep-sided valleys, was made for defence, war correspondent Theo Jansen observed. The rocky ground made digging in difficult, but it also made trenches and earthen fortifications invulnerable to all but the heaviest fire. Fritz Lindemann, commanding 132nd Infantry Division, likened the battlefield to Verdun a generation earlier, except that it's all on rocky ground, plus steep crags and grotesque rock faces which are impossible to climb. Elsewhere there's scrubland, stretching for up to 10 kilometres, impenetrable apart from the few paths. As one German soldier remarked, it was almost as if the devil had created the terrain. Man added to the natural obstacles by digging anti-tank ditches and barriers, unrolling barbed wire, and laying around 150,000 mines. There were more than 200 miles of trenches, linking some 3,600 concrete and earth bunkers and gun positions. And above all, there were 20 or so major fortifications from 19th century brick batteries to the most modern Maginot Line-esque underground fortresses armed with heavy naval guns and protected by the thickest armour. The Soviet command split the defensive zone into 4 sectors, numbered anti-clockwise from 1 in the south to 4 holding the front at Belbek. It entrusted them to Admiral Philippe Octyabrsky, commander of the Sevastopol defence region, and the Primorsky coastal army of Ivan Petrov, a mishmash of soldiers, sailors from sunken ships and naval infantry, some 90,000 men in total, all but 20,000 of them in the fighting units. What the defenders lacked was hardware. When Sevastopol's factories were combed for men who could bear arms to form workers' units, they were equipped with any weapon found, often 5 grenades each, hunting rifles or blades. There were fewer than 50 tanks in the fortress, and 1 in 5 was out of action. Although there were around 600 artillery pieces along the front, ammunition was in short supply. Air power could not compensate. There were only 115 aircraft covering the Sevastopol sector. Investing the city was the 11th Army, 7 German and 2 Romanian divisions, led by the ablest of the Wehrmacht's generals, Erich von Manstein. Many of his units were still under strength after the 1941 campaign and fighting over the winter, but in every respect the Axis forces still enjoyed a superiority over their opponent, nearly 2-to-1 in men, a marked advantage in artillery, nearly 800 pieces distributed among more than 200 batteries, and a 6-fold superiority in the skies. With the advent of spring at Sevastopol, nature came back to life. Under the warm Crimean sun, the barren scrub was quickly covered with grass. Trees and bushes were green with leaves. The sun shone more brightly in the cloudless sky, and a warm shimmering haze hung above the soldiers in the trenches. After months in the line, Werner Hoffmann's company was given a few days' leave in an idyllic mountain village inhabited by Tatars hostile to the Soviet regime. The men drank real, not ersatz, coffee, enjoyed cakes, figs, schnapps, and in the evening sang soldiers' tunes accompanied by an accordion, while local girls performed folk songs played on guitars. Even those in the trenches appreciated the advent of spring, observed Ivan Laskin, commanding the largely untested 172nd Rifle Division. They began to emerge from their dugouts and trenches more often, met each other more frequently, shared memories of home, brides and wives. Jokes, the colourful language of soldiers, and laughter were often heard, and although every unit was under strength and ammunition limited, Soviet morale was evidently good. 132nd Infantry Division did not record a single deserter crossing its lines since the beginning of May. Nor did the defenders show any signs of attempting to break out. Mentally and physically, they were prepared to hold the fortress, although the catastrophic defeat at Kerch had shaken them. The landings on the peninsula over the winter should have been the catalyst for Sevastopol's relief. Any hope of lifting the siege had been shattered. After Kerch, the defenders of Sevastopol knew that they were next. The final chapter in the long siege of Sevastopol, Operation Sturfang, Sturgeon Trap, began at first light on Tuesday the 2nd of June, as Manstein's guns cleared their throats. Never before had the Germans concentrated such a preponderance of artillery. Upwards of 800 pieces, plus another 100 Romanian guns. Over the next 5 days, nearly 2,500 tons of shells would rain on the city, systematically hammering every known defensive position, each one given a specific number by the gunners directing the bombardment. As the first shells impacted, the Luftwaffe appeared over Sevastopol. With the fighting at Kharkov now over, Wolfram von Richthofen was able to throw more than 700 machines, predominantly bombers and dive bombers, at the city, especially the barracks and quarters supposedly occupied by the defenders. To bomber pilot Werner Baumbach, from the air, Sevastopol looked like a painter's battle panorama, but accompanied by a cacophonous soundtrack. The screaming descent of the Stukas and the whistling of falling bombs seemed to make even nature hold her breath. The soldiers of 50th Infantry Division watched with terrified joy as the 102 artillery barrels deployed along their front began spitting fire with a terrible fury. Great war veterans were reminded of Verdun, the Somme, and Flanders. They watched the village of Kamishli and a 195-metre hill they dubbed the Trapeze disappear in clouds of grey smoke which lingered in the still June air. A short distance to the south, the ground beneath 25th Rifle Division shook from hundreds of explosions. Its commander, Trofim Kolomiets, recalled, "It was like being at the epicentre of a 9-point earthquake. One of his men complained, 'A few more days and the Germans will leave nothing left of Sevastopol.'" It seemed that way to war correspondent Peter Sazin, who attempted to walk from Kamishovaya Bay in the west of Sevastopol towards the burning centre of the city after nightfall. The main road was littered with debris from the day's bombardment, corpses which no one cleared, some cans of engine oil, a box of unknown goods, a broken wheel. Every now and then an incoming shell forced Sazin and his companions to hit the ground. Gasping from the heat and the acrid, bitter smell of wormwood and gunpowder, bypassing craters and corpses, we made our way towards Sevastopol. Though the city burned from end to end, the reports reaching the Coastal Army's commander, Ivan Petrov, were encouraging. His regiments and divisions were telling his headquarters they had suffered minimal casualties. "Is that true? Are you reporting correctly? Are your statements correct?" he barked down the telephone at one divisional commander. "I would not have the guts to lie to you, Comrade Commander-in-Chief," came the response. Each day the bombardment grew heavier, but hellish though it was, the Germans had yet to play their trump card, their mighty siege weapons, including the world's largest artillery piece. 20 miles northeast of Sevastopol, outside the historic town of Bakhchisarai, soldiers, labourers and engineers had been preparing since April for the arrival of Dora, a gigantic railway gun capable of hurling shells weighing between 5 and 7 tons at targets up to 30 miles away. It took 60 railway wagons to transport the Leviathan from the Army's Rangers in Pomerania to the Crimea, where a specially laid line, running through a specially created and well-disguised cutting, lay ready to accommodate Dora. Assigned to operate the mighty weapon were the 250 men of Schwere Artillerie Abteilung E 672, Railway Heavy Artillery Detachment 672, with the attendant engineers and construction troops, who also built a dummy position with a cardboard replica of the monster, guards and anti-aircraft units. The whole operation needed well over 4,000 men. At first light on the 5th of June, one gunner watched in awe as Dora, her barrel like a chimney, belched a 7-ton armour-piercing shell at nearly twice the speed of sound. I had the feeling that now no one could touch us any more. When it roared, that crashing, that unbelievably long streak of fire, the shaking of the ground, you can't describe it. Anyone who's not experienced it can hardly imagine it. The shell arced through the Crimean sky for 30 seconds or more before crashing down nearly 16 miles away, throwing up an enormous explosive cloud. It missed its target. An anti-aircraft command post just north of Severnaya Bay, dubbed Fort Molotov by the attackers, by 400 meters. Not one of the 15 shells Dora fired this day hit its target. 7 aimed at Fort Molotov, 8 at a suspected underground ammunition depot on the North Shore. It took at least 35 minutes, and on one occasion more than 2 hours to load a new shell. A handful landed within 20 meters of their intended target. Most missed, and by some distance. Observers reported large explosive clouds when the shells impacted, and one crater nearly 30 meters wide. Otherwise, Dora was a failure. It came as no surprise to Karl Justrow from the German Army's Weapons Inspectorate, who remembered the Paris cannon from 1918, which had hurled shells at the French capital from nearly 80 miles away. Even with a target as large as the metropolis to aim at, only 3 in every 5 shells had landed within the city's limit. Dora, with its armor-piercing shells, was used against concrete targets only a few square meters in size, he wrote. The prospect of a direct hit was almost zero from the very outset. The cumbersome 60-centimeter mortars, officially known as the Karl device, but named Thor and Odin by their crews, proved only slightly more effective when they belatedly joined battle on the 6th of June. In practice, their 2-ton shells could smash through concrete up to 8 feet thick at ranges of more than 2.5 miles. At 5 p.m. on the final day of the preliminary barrage, Thor began lobbing rounds from a hilltop down on Maxim Gorky 1, linchpin of the defence on the northern shore. One of its crew watched excitedly as a shell landed on one of the fort's 2 armoured cupolas. The turret slowly rises out of the smoke, the structure is shattered, missing, a dark black colour battered. It sits crookedly on its bearings, he recalled. Thor's hammer has struck. It was one of the few successes the heavy artillery scored at Sevastopol. Indeed, the whole preliminary bombardment was largely a failure. Despite the tremendous expenditure of ammunition, well over 40,000 shells, and nearly 24,000 incendiary bombs, 10 for every high-explosive one dropped, the barrage had barely made an impression on the city's defences beyond smashing many of the tractors and trucks used to haul shells from the underground ammunition dumps to the guns on the front line. For the remainder of the battle, men and horses would have to bear the burden. The 5-day bombardment's greatest achievement was to reduce the city to rubble. Sevastopol, as we were used to seeing and imagining it, as it had been after the 2 previous assaults and 7 months of siege, no longer existed, wrote Nikolai Krylov, Petrov's chief of staff. More than 4,500 buildings were destroyed and another 3,000 damaged, burying 138 inhabitants. There was widespread disruption to water and electricity supplies, and more than 500 fires raged. There is no town left, one junior officer told war correspondent Boris Voyetikov. The streets are nearly all blocked by avalanches of rubble. You hear nothing but bursting bombs and shells. It is Pompeii. After 5 days of hammering Sevastopol's defences, Manstein was ready to commit his infantry. From captured German documents, the Soviets knew the precise time of his assault. 5 minutes before 3 a.m. on the 7th of June, hundreds of Red Army artillery pieces opened fire on the enemy's suspected jump-off positions. They hit empty ground. The attackers had yet to occupy their lines. They were working to Berlin time, 2 hours behind Moscow. The attackers were still performing their final checks and preparations. Under cover of darkness, pioneers removed mines, as they had done on preceding nights. Cigarettes, a gift from the Bulgarian General Staff, were generously distributed among troops in 50th Infantry Division's 1st Assault Wave. We made good use of them. They seemed to calm our nerves, one infantryman wrote as he watched the bombardment. The mood was confident. Of course we would finish off Sevastopol. No man could withstand this torrent of shells, which was pulverizing the Russians. The barrage unleashed this Sunday surpassed any on the Eastern Front, a bombardment 10 times heavier than the one 5 days earlier when the battle opened. In the pale light before sunrise, Sevastopol appeared to be surrounded by a ring of fire as muzzles flashed along a 21-mile front. It's truly a concert in hell, one artillery officer observed to war correspondent Theo Janssen. The reporter was mesmerized. Wherever you look, shells are exploding in and behind the Soviet line. A Red Army major on the receiving end remembered a true firestorm. Everything disappeared in a roar of continuous explosions. Ivan Laskin wrote that the earth shook with renewed vigour. He continued, "A whirlwind of fire raged through all of our positions. The sky darkened as a result of the explosions from thousands of bombs and shells, and the aircraft continued to appear, wave after wave. Bombs rained down on us almost continuously. Huge chunks of earth, trees with roots, were flung into the air. Over 1,000 guns and mortars simultaneously fired at a narrow section of 4 to 5 kilometres. Around 100 bombers bombed it. A huge cloud of dark grey smoke and dust rose up and soon obscured the sun. A bright sunny day became gloomy, like during an eclipse. I'd been at war for a year, but I'd never experienced such strong enemy fire." It wasn't Thor, Odin, or Dora which troubled Laskin's men and their comrades as much as the Nebelwerfer, multiple rocket launchers, which were deployed en masse for the first time at Sevastopol. Dubbed infernal machines by Soviet troops, 4 Werfer units, 21 batteries with 576 barrels in all, were arrayed around the fortress. Individually, the effect of their mortar bombs impacting was far less devastating than an artillery shell. But collectively, the shock wave, the shrapnel spiralling through the air, the blast wave from so many shells exploding close together in rapid succession, caused blood vessels to burst, while the banshee cry of the Werfer as it left the launcher was every bit as terrifying as the sirens on the Stukas diving at Soviet positions. "It couldn't be any worse in Dante's hell," one commissar complained. Overhead, a crewman in a Heinkel HE-111 bomber observed that hardly a second passes without there being a flash somewhere, impacts and shooting. He pitied the infantry about to attack in this volcano of fire, steel, and death. Stukas plunged into this volcano, but regimental commander Rudolf Buser could only hear the howl of the sirens mounted on their undercarriage. The trumpets of Jericho, such was the thick veil of smoke, dust, and haze over the battlefield. Buser's parent 22nd Infantry Division moved out first, assaulting the centre of the northern front. A flak gunner providing cover watched his comrades storm the first enemy line. Then the trench which has just been taken goes up in the air, with the lancers who've leapt into it. Ivan laid mines under it, and now he's pressed the button. A Russian marksman causes one fatality among our gunners. The next man jumps into his seat. The sun in the sky stings. The thermometer rises to 60 degrees Celsius. We're tormented by unimaginable thirst. Clayey yellow water in a crater doesn't compare with a cool glass of beer in the slightest, but it quenches our thirst. Shells exploding, the Stukas' trumpets of Jericho, the strange retching of the rocket launchers, all this is drowned out by background noise, which grows ever louder until it becomes an infernal concert in which the heavy mortars, the fortress artillery, and Russian naval guns also take part. In the middle of this, our 2-centimetre guns also boom. Sweat, oil, and dust makes our faces unrecognisable. It is an arduous struggle for every foxhole, for every bunker, for every heap of rubble. Despite the hellish preparatory bombardment, Buser quickly found there was still plenty for the infantry and pioneers to do. The concentrated firepower made the fight easier for the attacking infantry, but it could not spare them. He continued, "Every metre of ground was a fire and steel-spitting hell, in which the Russians, relentless and unflinching, crouched like faceless, mechanically functioning parts of a giant machine in their foxholes, and very narrow trenches which were several metres deep, shooting as long as they had a rifle in their hands, even if they had long since been bypassed and lay behind the German infantry, who continued to storm forward." On the 22nd's left, 50th Infantry Division stepped off to attack the Kamishli ravine and the trapeze heights towering above it. At the first sign of Stukas, the Massif's defenders abandoned the defensive positions which extended all over the hill and hid in communication trenches in the valley floor, occupying their posts again when the raids had ended, before the Germans could exploit the attack. Cheers of hurrah and hoarse cries of hurrah echoed off the valley sides as the Germans stormed the hill, and Soviet troops counter-attacked. The terrain favoured the defender. The slopes were impossibly steep. The The rock-hard soil proved impenetrable to entrenching tools, affording men no cover when shells impacted. Bunkers and trenches were carved out of the rock. Superbly camouflaged, all too often they were only discovered by German troops when they were directly on top. In the midday and afternoon sun, the craters in the rocky terrain where troops sheltered turned into gigantic frying pans, while crawling over the glowing rocks was already like the pain of being in Dante's Inferno. Canteens had long been emptied of their coffee. Men gasped for water like fish on dry land. Some hallucinated, suffered heat-stroke, babbled incoherently. Soviet fighter-bombers strafed the summit, spewing death and destruction. Shells, shrapnel, and explosive fragments whirled round the peak, followed seconds later by harrowing cries of "Pomosh!" help, and "Raneni!" wounded. The trapeze heights were still in Russian hands. By mid-afternoon, such misfortune and the relentless German assaults eventually drove the defenders from the summit. The attackers found the peak gave way to a plateau covered with shrubs, bushes, and tree stumps, while the ground itself, one radio operator recalled, had been churned up as if moles had been through it, and so hammered by artillery shells that it looked like a lunar landscape. In heat similar to Africa, without a drop to drink, with everything damp from sweat, with dear, valuable rifles in dirty hands, with eyes stuck together, numb to the bone, the Germans continued their attack over the hill. The Russians struck back, some behaving as if they were drunk. Mortar fire drove them back to their lines, and, with light fading, the Germans dug in for the night to secure their hard-won prize. Progress was even slower in 132nd Infantry Division's front on the extreme right wing of the German attack. Even before his infantry comrades jumped out of their positions, it was apparent to anti-tank gun commander Gottlob Biedermann that despite the ferocity of the German bombardment, Maxim Gorky I and its ancillary forts had not been subdued. Shell bursts of all calibers began to explode around us, he remembered. Helpless to react, we could only cower in our shallow trenches, pray for survival, and wait out the storm. Shrapnel filled the air, hissing and whistling overhead. We were showered with hunks of stone and earth as massive shells exploded nearby, tossing brown-black geysers skyward and leaving us numb with fear. The earth trembled, dirt filled our eyes. It became difficult to breathe. We lay motionless, pressed against the earth in our trenches as rocks and dirt rained on dull grey-green helmets. Our hands were clapped tightly over our ears, and we squeezed our eyes shut in vain attempts to block out the unexpected horror that had descended on us. With the Soviet defence revolving around Maxim Gorky I, the attack made sluggish progress, eventually capturing the village of Belbek mid-afternoon, but advancing a little further despite support from armour. Soviet accounts talk of an avalanche of German tanks, 50 or 100, approaching their lines through the Belbek Valley. The tanks turned out to be assault guns. Their numbers were few and became fewer after Ivan Sharov's anti-tank battalion knocked out 4 of them before falling back. An exhausted Sharov, black from head to toe with smoke and his blood-stained face encrusted with dust, later appeared at the forward observation post of Ivan Laskin's 172nd Rifle Division. "Are you injured, Comrade Sharov?" Laskin inquired. "Your face is bleeding." "Almost everybody's bleeding over there. Even if one of them is not wounded by a grenade or a bullet, it's from splinters or stones flying around." Laskin decided to head to the front to see how his units were faring, beginning with Vladimir Shashlo's 747th Rifle Regiment holding high ground overlooking Belbek. To Laskin, Belbek had become a modern-day valley of death, covered in the corpses of German soldiers and officers, but its defence had taken its toll. "Our defensive strip was unrecognizable," Laskin continued. "The plantation had been completely destroyed, the land one huge blackish crater. Stooped, we walked through collapsed trenches where the dead lay. When we finally reached Shashlo, the entrances to his observation post were buried by earth, but he had telephone contact with all his units. I spoke to him through the door. His regiment was holding on." The offensive in the north at least made ground, albeit far less than Manstein had hoped. But on the southern end of the 21-mile siege front, The attack stalled almost completely. The light infantry of 83rd Jaeger Regiment stormed two heavily fortified hills to the east of Balaclava Bay, running headlong into an enemy who clings to every metre of the rocky bedrock extremely bitterly. After initial success seizing one of the peaks within the first hour, by the end of the second, Soviet snipers and a counterattack had reduced the hill's conquerors to a handful of men. All attempts to relieve them failed, at great cost. Casualties were left where they were struck down. Those that could crawled into hollows or shell holes to escape the glare of the sun. Temperatures as high as 50 degrees Celsius were recorded in the middle of the day, and Russian fire. Evacuating them was impossible, as the entire battlefield could be observed by the enemy. Any man lightly wounded who tried to make a break for German lines was immediately cut down. By nightfall, the last 3 Germans on the heights fell back under the cloak of darkness to the positions from which they had attacked 16 hours earlier, while troops from the regimental supply column moved out to recover the dead, wounded, and any equipment which might be saved. The sun was rising on the 8th of June before they were finished. Night prompted a counter-attack against 50th Infantry Division's makeshift positions on the rare slope of the Trapeze Heights. The cry, "The Russians are coming," was passed along the line. The Germans unleashed a hell of steel and crashing at the oncoming brown masses. Anti-tank gun shells, fired at a range of just 150 metres, tore huge gaps in the Soviet ranks, and then, when the counterattack faltered and the men took shelter in the scrub at individual bushes. Soon, one German non-commissioned officer wrote, more than half the attackers had been dealt with and lay bleeding on the ground. Darkness allowed Ivan Laskin and his superior, Ivan Petrov, to take stock of the first day's battle. Officers now learned if there were men left in companies, battalions, batteries, Laskin recalled. Soldiers now stood up, looking for their officers and comrades. The terrain was unrecognizable. Men could not find the trenches and trails they had walked on before, and did not recognize each other immediately when they met. Faces were black with dust, only their teeth shone. Many people's voices had changed from the smoke, dust, burning, and nervous shock. Everyone's mental and physical strength was badly worn down. Laskin's division had fought as well as any this Sunday. Ivan Petrov was delighted with its performance. "We did not make a mistake when we deployed your division in this threatened and decisive sector," he gushed. "Thank the soldiers for their steadfastness." Erich von Manstein had followed the attack from his observation point on the rocky massif above the Tatar village of Cherkez-Kerman, which afforded a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. His memoirs betray no hint that his offensive had failed, only praise for the spirit of German arms, the bravery, the initiative, the self-devotion of the German soldier, facing a foe who resisted bitterly. The Russians, said regimental commander Dietrich von Choltitz, had fought with the courage of desperation. The staff of 28th Infantry Division on the southern end of the German front blamed the terrain, the heat, the well-camouflaged defences, and the fact that the enemy knew the time of the assault. Its men had never fought over such ground before. They had underestimated the demands it made of them, and they had underestimated a fanatical foe. The 7th of June was just the beginning. The next morning the assault resumed much as it had begun 24 hours earlier. A ferocious barrage, followed by an infantry assault which gnawed at Soviet lines, but failed to break through them. Ivan Laskin's positions were pummeled by a barrage so enormous, and the smoke and dust raised by it so dense, that our companies literally walked through a grey veil, one German battalion commander remembered. By the afternoon, Laskin's division was on the verge of collapsing, he warned his superior, Ivan Petrov. Slowly but surely, the enemy is eating his way through the division's defences. I have no reserves. Will the division be able to hold its main front until nightfall? The general asked. Yes, Laskin assured him. Ivan Laskin's lines bent, his men fell back, but his front did not break, and so it continued for nearly a week at tremendous cost to both sides. Soviet propaganda taunted the Germans for the failure to make headway. "You are spilling torrents of blood on the heights of Sevastopol," one leaflet scattered over German lines declared. "You face two possibilities. to die ingloriously for Hitler's criminal and hopeless cause, or to surrender to the defenders of Sevastopol and save your lives. Instances of desertion were few, but the attackers were bleeding to death before Sevastopol. Erich Hansen's 54 Corps, battering the northern front, bore the brunt of the fighting, and with it the brunt of the losses. After a few days, Hansen's companies were reduced to just 25 men, suffering the effects of excessive strain and the relentless bitter fighting. With markers on charts of Sevastopol in the briefing room at Führer headquarters in East Prussia barely moving, Hitler sent his senior military adviser, Alfred Jodl, to the Crimea to investigate the failure and, if necessary, make heads roll. Jodl was fobbed off by Manstein and Corps Staff and sent to 28th Infantry Division's command post. Here, in this division, no one has failed, its furious operations officer snapped. The men hadn't failed, the leadership had. The attacks had been badly planned. The defensive lines on the hills south and southeast of Sevastopol were impenetrable. Even now, Jodl was not satisfied and moved further up the line to 83rd Jaeger Regiment, led by an old colleague, Hartwig von Ludwiger, who was no less indignant at the criticism. He showed Jodl the terrain and outlined the difficulties his men faced. Alfred Jodl returned to East Prussia. Heads did not roll. Still, Erich von Manstein was worried. When he visited Wolfram von Richthofen's command post to discuss the course of the battle, it was hardly surprising that he appeared with an even longer face than mine, the Luftwaffe general observed. Both men were not merely depressed, but beginning to consider the unthinkable, that Sevastopol might not fall. If time wasn't an issue, then events would be in our favour, since we would kill all the Russians here in time. But time was an issue. Both the troops and aircraft were needed elsewhere in support of the summer campaign, while the 10-day bombardment of the fortress had almost exhausted the Luftwaffe's stockpile of bombs. On airfields shared by several formations, armourers from different units frequently stole bombs for their aircraft at night, nor could Manstein's quartermaster keep pace with the artillery Moloch. At the current rate of consumption, the guns would run out of shells before the end of June. The spectre of failure quite seriously threatens now, Richthofen noted gloomily. With his leaders contemplating defeat, the German soldier delivered the first signal success of the assault on its 7th day. Fort Stalin, a thorn in the side of the attackers for the past week, fell to a dawn attack from the relatively fresh troops of 16th Infantry Regiment, which paid for the capture of the anti-aircraft position with heavy casualties among its junior officers. It was, nevertheless, a fillip to German morale. When a young soldier with a shattered arm was being ferried back to his lines on a handcart for treatment, his artillery commander touched his bandaged head and spoke a few words of encouragement. "Ach, Herr Oberst, this isn't so bad," the soldier responded. "We've got Stalin." The fall of Stalin denied the defenders one of the two strong points upon which the defence of the front north of Severnaya Bay was anchored. Far more formidable was the second, the complex of modern bunkers, underground passageways and galleries of coastal battery No. 30, labelled Maxim Gorky I by the Germans. Stalin was little more than a reinforced field fortification. Battery No. 30 owed its design more to the Maginot Line. The complex was more than 3 stories deep, a small town with water, a power station, a hospital, canteens, machinery rooms with ammunition elevators, an arsenal, and subterranean galleries and passageways, one more than half a kilometre long, linking the central bastion with the 2 armoured turrets and their 4 305mm guns. A heavy mortar round had smashed one of the cupolas during the preliminary bombardment, but the eastern turret continued to shoot with apparent impunity, the crash of its 2 working barrels distinctive amid the hellish cacophony of the Sevastopol concert. As with Stalin, the fall of Maxim Gorky I required a staged attack, codenamed Tatzelwurm, after a mythical reptile with a cat's head. Maxim Gorky I was the prize, but first outlying forts had to be knocked out. Fort Siberia fell within minutes of the attack being unleashed, late on the morning of the 17th of June. But pioneers armed with flamethrowers were needed to end resistance at nearby Fort Volga, already badly battered by the fortnight-long bombardment. compounded by a Naval-Werfer mortar barrage ahead of the assault. Now jets of fire swept through the trenches and narrow embrasures into the bunkers. Most of the defenders were flayed alive. A few tried to escape, only to be gunned down, while the infantry following in the pioneers' wake finished off any survivors. With the lesser outposts subdued, German infantry advanced rapidly in the rear of Maxim Gorky I. No attempt to take the fort was made until after a 30-minute Stuka bombardment in the early afternoon. Maxim Gorky suffered the hell of destruction, a war correspondent wrote. The landscape was churned up and ploughed, heavy bunkers were turned upside down. An excited artillery observer reported, "Armoured dome off its mountings, Maxim Gorky's head has been smashed in." But beyond damaging the still functioning turret, the fort was largely intact, as the Bavarians of Otto Hitzfeldt's 213th Infantry Regiment found as they approached from the east. They had made half a dozen failed attempts to storm the complex already. Hitzfeld needed encouragement from Erich von Manstein. "Who will take Maxim Gorky if the 213th can't do it?" The general told him to make a renewed assault. As it turned out, the fall of the fort owed as much to the accompanying pioneers as it did the Bavarian infantrymen. The garrison, at least 300 strong in the central bastion, as well as the crews of the 2 disabled turrets, had no intention of surrendering, as a frustrated Otto Hitzfeldt recalled. "We asked them to come out through the cupola. Nothing would happen to them. No success. We tried yelling from the lowest level of this huge barracks. Again, no success. We sent captured Russians into the galleries, asking the garrison to surrender. Once more, no success. The commissars still in the barracks shot the Russians we sent in." Instead, every room, magazine, compartment, and subterranean gallery or passageway had to be cleared. Each one was sealed by a steel door, which pioneers blasted open, then tossed hand grenades inside. When the smoke cleared, there were a few pistol shots before the attackers moved on to the next section of the fortress, leaving the compartment or passageway littered with corpses. Occasionally the Germans intercepted messages from the defenders. "The Germans are hammering at the steel door, calling on us to surrender. We can no longer open the hatches to shoot any more. There are just 46 of us left." Then, half an hour later, "We're now down to just 22. We're getting ready to blow ourselves up and end communications. Farewell." At times the Germans resorted to methods which would not have been out of place in medieval sieges. To eradicate the garrison of one of the 305mm turrets, explosive charges were used to punch a hole through the 20 centimetres of armour plate. A funnel was inserted, and 600 litres of petrol and flammable oil poured in. Flares set the mixture ablaze and rocked the gun position with an explosion which filled the subterranean passages with smoke and fire. 2 men used the cover the smoke provided to escape. Their comrades perished minutes later as the flames reached the magazine. The resulting explosion was the trigger for 118 men to surrender, though they reckon there were still 114 men, women, and even a child in the bowels of the fort, led by a dogged major, Georgy Alexander. By the time he resolved to break out, after more than a week trapped in the depths of Maxim Gorky, there were only around 50 defenders left, including 5 female medics. Alexander removed his naval uniform, put on civilian clothes, burned his papers, and led his group down a drain into the Belbek Valley, intending to break through to the partisans in the mountains beyond Sevastopol. It took them 2 days to dig their way out of the fort, only for one of the female medics who was suffering from tuberculosis to cough loudly, alerting the Germans. After a short skirmish, the breakout group had weapons but no ammunition. The survivors, including Alexander, were taken prisoner. He would pay for his decision to remove his uniform with his life. After a thorough interrogation by the captors, Georgy Alexander was executed as a partisan on the orders either of Manstein or his staff. By the time Georgy Alexander was captured on the 25th of June, the Germans were masters of the northern shores of Severnaya Bay. The first troops, elements of 22nd Infantry Division, had reached the water's edge within hours of the fall of Maxim Gorky I. A junior officer surveyed the scene. Severnaya Bay lies before us, beyond it the city of Sevastopol. Ghostly red flames twitch in the night sky and are reflected in the water. Several shot-up ships and boats are burning on the opposite shore. Large and small fires rage in the city, and in the midst of this, more shells impacting flash. Ivan Petrov committed his last reserves, a brigade of naval infantry, fresh but not fully ready for action, in a final attempt to turn the tide of battle. 7 times they battered the German lines, advancing nearly a mile and almost succeeding in breaking through on 4 occasions. We heard the screams of the wounded and the orders of officers and commissars who repeatedly drove the attacking waves forward, one German officer reported. The defenders also intercepted a radio message from Ivan Petrov urging on his men, "Congratulations, German resistance broken. Push through with all forces." Except German resistance wasn't broken. Despite hand-to-hand fighting in their trenches at times, the Germans' lines swayed but never gave way. After the 7th and final failed assault and 15 hours of bitter fighting, the naval brigade was a spent force. It left behind a field of dead and the conviction that Soviet resistance on the northern shore was crumbling. All that remained for the defenders to do was fall back to the caves and galleries carved out of the rock on the northern shoreline, which served as magazines, warehouses, and ultimately shelters for the civilian populace. German troops began combing their way through the catacombs from east to west. The defenders were relatively few in number, but resisted doggedly, usually to the last man. A few tried to escape by swimming across the bay to join their comrades on the south bank. Most drowned in the attempt. In Sukhania Balka, a small inlet near the eastern end of the bay, the defenders chose death over dishonor by blowing themselves up. Entire slabs of the cliff, some up to 150 meters long, were lifted up, then crashed into the water, along with anyone unfortunate enough to be standing on them. One German officer described the scene. "First there's a strong earthquake, and the ground shakes. Then there's a tremendous blast which lifts us up in the air and throws us to the ground. At the same time, the earth opens up and spews out an unbelievable mass of fire and rock like a volcano. An enormous explosion fills the air. Shaken by something impossible to comprehend, dazzled by the flash of fire, we hold our hands in front of our faces and try to get away from the steep slope on the shaking earth. The entire sky is filled with fire, smoke, and a mass of rock. Chunks of rock and pieces of iron crash into the bay in front of us and turn it into a seething, boiling kettle. After all this, out of the black-red sky which arches over the terrible event, a dense white shower of ash falls. One Soviet eyewitness reckoned as many as 200 German troops were searching through the galleries when they were detonated. The blast wave hurled them into the middle of the bay. Long after the initial detonations, ammunition continued to explode. The ground trembled with each aftershock. Tongues of flame licked out of fissures in the ground, which belched dense yellow sulphurous clouds. Such sights and such horrors were not uncommon in the siege of Sevastopol. The final battle changed the face of the city, the landscape, and the men fighting over it forever. The panorama of the battlefield assumed hellish proportions. What foliage and plant life there was had either been killed by the bombardment or turned grey by the dust and ash from the constant fires burning in the port. When there was an apparent lull in battle, such as following the fall of Maxim Gorky I, the Luftwaffe took advantage by subjecting Sevastopol to a ferocious bombardment from dawn until dusk. First, German bombs turned the city to rubble. Then, from midday, incendiaries caused fires to rage, as many as 500. Sevastopol burned from end to end. An enormous cloud hung over the city, torn open only by the bright tongues of flame from the burning oil tanks in the port. A soldier in the 50th Infantry Division wrote, "The thunder from this tremendous storm devoured every other sound. It brought all regular life in the city to an end, while a huge black cloud spilled over the harbour. It could be seen more than 90 miles away, in Feodosia. The city was unrecognizable," naval officer Alexander Evseev noted. It had died. Only recently a gleaming, beautiful Sevastopol, now in ruins. Instead of getting his hands on a city, all that's left is a pathetic yet magnificent mass of stones, rubble, and ash. And yet men were prepared to die defending it in their thousands. to the astonishment of those assaulting the city. Otto von Hentig, the German Foreign Ministry's liaison officer at Manstein's headquarters, repeatedly heard troops praise the Soviet soldier at Sevastopol. "No Frenchman, no Englishman, not even we could have withstood that," they said, acknowledging the bravery and, in many cases, unheard-of courage not only of the soldier, but also the commissar and politruk. The pistol of the politruk or the commander cannot have been the only thing that drove the people forward or caused them to endure. Praise for the defenders of Sevastopol was not limited to the soldier. The Red Air Force at Sevastopol was tiny compared with its foe, but fought skillfully, regularly reinforced with fresh aircraft flown in from the Caucasus. "They have the newest birds, and their pilots have also learned a great deal," wrote Luftwaffe ace Heinrich Zetz. "Those chaps really have nerves. They see their comrades falling from the sky in flames every day, and they fly every day just as bravely." Having watched the defense of the Kerch Peninsula crumble in little more than a week, the Soviet leadership was not prepared to see a repeat at Sevastopol. At the beginning of the German onslaught, it had warned, rather than reminded, the defenders that the fortress was to be held at all costs. Once battle was joined, there were exhortations almost daily to resist. The Coastal Army's newspaper, For the Motherland, urged its readers to be a hero of the great patriotic war. "This is what your wife, your children, your mother, your sisters call on you to do. The motherland and the holy duty of protecting your native land are calling to you to do this." There was praise from Stalin for the Red Army, Red Navy, officers and commissars courageously defending every inch of Soviet soil, striking at the German invaders and their Romanian henchmen. The selfless struggle of Sevastopol is an example to the entire Red Army and the Soviet people. The pages of the Communist Party organ Pravda inform the city's defenders that all the Soviet people, the peoples of freedom-loving countries, are breathlessly watching the fierce battle. The selfless struggle of Sevastopol's citizens is an example of heroism for the entire Red Army, for the entire Soviet people. And Ivan Petrov tried to assure his men that if they continued to hold on, their foe would bleed to death. The enemy is committing his final reserves in the struggle. The German troops are tired of attacking and are badly demoralized. They were, but so were their foe. The line between victory and defeat was a fine one. When 47th Infantry Regiment was ordered to clear out a 200-metre-long tunnel which once carried the main Simferopol-Sevastopol railway line, it was surprised by a counterattack involving 3 fresh Soviet battalions which had been ferried to the city just 3 days beforehand by warship. Rudolf Buser's sorely weakened regiment defended itself with machine guns, rifles, and hand grenades. But what use were they against these hordes of attacking Russians? Buser scraped together every man he had. Rifles were thrust into the hands of the ranks of the supply column, drummed up a couple of assault guns and a few panzers, and struck back. The Russians were caught completely off guard, Buser remembered. They thought they were the victors. Resistance was stubborn, but once broken, collapsed. The Russians were soon gripped by panic-stricken flight. The railway tunnel was captured, and with it nearly 800 prisoners, 3 times more men than Rudolf Buser led. Deserters crossing the lines reported that the constant barrage and bombardment and the absence of the Red Air Force, coupled with the growing shortage of ammunition to respond to the Germans, gnawed at the defenders' morale daily. They began to realize that they would die defending Sevastopol, or perhaps fall into German hands, but there would be no evacuation. On the other hand, with nothing to lose, and with political officers acting ruthlessly against any signs of dissent or desertion, the defenders fought with far greater determination than they had at Kerch. And so the daily shower of leaflets dropped by the Luftwaffe, nearly 3 million in the final month of the siege, calling upon Soviet soldiers and sailors to surrender, promising fair treatment in captivity, largely fell on fallow ground. Given the shortage of paper in the city, its defenders frequently didn't have enough to even roll a cigarette. The German flyers proved a useful substitute for toilet paper. As the siege progressed, they were much in need. Sevastopol's defenders were plagued by stomach cramps, dashing out of their bunkers every 5 minutes for calls of nature, as the water supply either failed or was polluted. The city drew much of its water from natural and man-made underground reservoirs or springs. when caves, galleries, and bunkers collapsed under the weight of the German barrage, or were blown up by retreating troops, killing soldiers and civilians sheltering within, decomposing bodies subsequently contaminated the supply. Water, or rather lack of it, tormented every man who fought at Sevastopol. Where creeks and streams had run during the winter, now there was only a cracked and crusted layer of mud. The battle carved runes on the faces of the men, an officer in 50th Infantry Division observed. His men were dogged by lack of sleep, irregular and often awful food, thirst, and heat exhaustion. The heat during days of battle was oppressive. The nights brought little relief. Anti-tank gun commander Gottlob Biedermann remembered. We lived only for cigarettes, cold coffee and tea, every now and then iron rations which were handed out daily to those in the front line. We did not have time to wash and shave. The strain of battle was just as great on air crew, some of whom flew more than half a dozen sorties every day. Not every man is up to the enormous physical and nervous strain, Fighter Squadron Commander Gordon Golob wrote. It is prudent and humane to relieve pilots who are no longer stable in good time before they infect others and kill themselves. The nights at Sevastopol, remembered Romanian artillery officer Alexandru Pantazopol, were a fevered spectacle. As soon as a Soviet aircraft was reported, German searchlights would sweep the sky in every direction until they caught the enemy plane in their beams, and then its fate was sealed. Every searchlight focused on it, and anti-aircraft artillery of every caliber fired until it was shot down. On other occasions, the plane trapped in the searchlight beams, blinding the pilot, was directed into the surrounding hills, where it crashed into the rocks and exploded. Company Commander Friedrich Haag spared his parents nothing of the horrors of Sevastopol in a letter home to the picture postcard small town of Schorndorf near Stuttgart. It's not sights which you almost get used to in this terrible bloodbath, the mutilations, men bleeding to death, groaning, men silently collapsing, rather often the scenes on the fringes of battle, which I cannot shake, he wrote. I saw a beautiful white horse grazing by a roadside ditch. An artillery shell took away its right leg beneath the ankle joint. It continued to graze, swinging its bloody stump back and forth slowly in untold misery. Then it looked up with a gaze which made your blood curdle, shook its head, unable to understand, and continued grazing. I don't know if I've captured the misery of this sight. For me it was the perfect example of all this madness. Then I said to one of my men, and this too is typical, "Put down that horse." The soldier, who'd been in battle not 10 minutes earlier, said, "I don't have the heart, Herr Leutnant." Such experiences are more depressing than the chaos of battle and personal danger. New arrivals pitchforked into this hell often broke down. Gottlob Biedermann watched them run around 132nd Infantry Division's trenches, holding their hands up in the hope of being shot by a Soviet sniper, so they might get sent back to Germany to recover. One German officer who came to Sevastopol from the peace of occupied France struggled to comprehend the ferocity of the battle. I have to ignore any kind of compassion and get used to it, like the soldiers who have been fighting on the Eastern Front for so long, he recorded in his diary. It is necessary to put aside reflection on this issue. The only good thing is that mothers cannot see what their children are like, nor wives their husbands. Junior officer Hermann Busset struggled to preserve his humanity. Man gets used to everything, to all the images of the most horrific destruction. It is a kind of self-protection. I fight against growing used to this numbness, otherwise I no longer have a yardstick. Instead, I try to summon up the courage and strength to see and recognize fate in all its tragedy and still endure it. War is a question of character in addition to a question of nerves and luck, especially if the war lasts longer. Busset survived the inferno of Sevastopol, but around 25,000 men on both sides were killed during the final battle. They were afforded little dignity. At night, burial parties and stretcher-bearers tentatively moved out onto the battlefield, temporarily pausing their work when flares lit up the landscape, even though each side enforced an unofficial truce and never shot at them. One of the few acts of humanity in Sevastopol. But the casualties were too numerous, the June nights too short. The dead still lay everywhere. In some places they were piled up in mountains, remembered Walter Winkler. He watched a wounded Russian soldier in a bloody, shredded shirt, which he tied to his rifle and waved in no man's land. He had been forgotten or not found during the night, and no one dared to help him now because the shooting had already resumed. Occasionally women stumbled among the corpses, perhaps trying to find their husbands, brothers, fathers, sons, but this proved increasingly difficult as the dead lay unburied, often for days on end. Limbs stiffened, faces and hands turned black under the midsummer sun, as temperatures on the ground often topped 40 degrees Celsius. Stomachs collapsed like mummies, or bloated so much that the seams on their uniforms burst. Trucks drove over the corpses as if they were rags. Battalion Commander Diedrich Bruns remembered, "It is inconceivable how indifferent we became to these gruesome sights. Chlorine or lime was poured on the bodies, but it could not disguise the awful smell of decomposition plaguing the battlefield, nor keep the swarms of flies which gorged on the corpses or cadavers of horses and gutted cattle. There is such a stench in the hot air that people are sick," one Soviet Marine wrote. "There is no escape from it anywhere. Sailors who have never suffered from lack of appetite do not touch their food." Loss of the northern shore did not merely free up German forces for a final assault on Sevastopol, it deprived the defenders of key port facilities. Throughout the siege, they relied on the lifeline across the Black Sea to the Caucasus. Ships would bring in food, ammunition and troops, and take away casualties and civilians, completing the offloading and embarkation long before sunrise. When the resupply worked, vessels could be turned around in just 3 hours. Warships would even hammer the German positions with their guns as they departed. It was a well-honed operation, but with the night shortening and harbour facilities smashed, the port was no longer running smoothly, and it could not keep pace with the demands of the front. Soviet artillery was consuming upwards of 600 tons of high explosive every day, but receiving only 200 by sea. If the unloading was delayed, it was punished mercilessly. Minutes after the steamer Abkhazia was sighted, still at a wharf in Sukania Bolka, the Luftwaffe responded with 3 waves of attacks. Some accounts say the crew abandoned the ship to her fate, terrified that the ammunition still aboard would explode, others that they worked tirelessly to transfer wounded evacuees ashore. Abkhazia's death throes were protracted. After listing nearly 90 degrees to starboard, she finally broke from her moorings in the middle of the afternoon and rested on her side a few meters off the jetty. She joined a growing graveyard of ships peppered around Severnia Bay. In places their bows or sterns rose from the water. A fully laden schooner lay on her side, her masts extending across the surface of the bay. There was a large capsized steamer, the upturned hull perforated by shells, and now a refuge for seagulls. Barges and tugs had been sunk at their moorings, a tanker cut in half, the waves now lapping at her innards. When the steamer Georgia fell victim to the Luftwaffe on the 13th of June, it put an end to merchant ships running the gauntlet. For the remainder of the siege, the resupply of Sevastopol was performed solely by warships, carrying troops, and submarines, delivering ammunition, medicine and food. It would not suffice. With inadequate supplies and resources, dwindling numbers of increasingly exhausted troops, the Luftwaffe dominating the skies, and German forces regrouping for a final onslaught, it was obvious to any clear-headed commander that Sevastopol's fall was inevitable. Moscow for once stirred and promised to come to the city's aid, landing several thousand soldiers and marines on the Kerch Peninsula again. The operation was scheduled for the first days of July. Philippe Otyabruski was perhaps the only man who believed the fortress would hold out that long, though he was hardly certain in his judgment. His mood in the final week of June 1942 veered between confidence and resignation. One minute he was attempting to rally his commanders, assuring them that the Germans were exhausted, choking to death at the gates of Sevastopol, their divisions reduced to the size of battalions, their reserves used up. "Victory will be ours," he declared, then corrected himself. "Victory is already ours." The next he was reporting to superiors that the line cannot be held, then changed his mind, assuring them will last another 10 to 15 days, after ordering final efforts made to comb out the rear services and send any man capable of bearing arms to the front, though it was of little consequence when divisions were reduced to between 400 and 600 men, brigades half that size. Tobruk refused to contemplate any large-scale evacuation of the Primorsky army, to say nothing of the civilians, yet ordered units to surrender their banners to headquarters so the flags could be saved, even if the men who fought under them could not. Late on Sunday the 28th of June, 20 men, divisional and regimental commanders, senior commissars, crammed into Ivan Petrov's command post, a one-time dining room in the guardhouse of the barracks at Caucasus. All were weary and exhausted. There were no smiles or quips. The men discussed the state of their troops and the situation in their sector. The picture was far worse than any of us had previously thought, Ivan Laskin recalled. For the first time, the evacuation of Sevastopol seemed a genuine possibility. The Supreme Command will take all measures to evacuate us and not leave us in the lurch, Ivan Petrov assured his comrades, and we will fulfill our duty to the motherland till the end. Philip Tobruk was the one dissenting voice. There would be no evacuation because Sevastopol would not fall, he insisted. We must hold on to this line. We have nowhere else to retreat from. 2 hours later, the Germans launched their final assault on the fortress. The night of Sunday the 28th of June to Monday the 29th of June was warm, clear, star-filled. The sound of bombs exploding in the docks drowned out the noise of pioneers dragging more than 100 small assault boats to the water's edge on the north shore of Severnia Bay. Neither the pioneers operating the motorboats nor the assault teams of infantry climbing into them spoke a word, while a smokescreen prevented prying eyes 250 metres away on the southern shoreline seeing anything. In a few minutes the boats would cross the bay and land infantry in the Soviets' rear. The first act in the last major set-piece attack of the siege, Operation Fakultants, Torch Dance. The boat assault was, Battalion Commando Otto Hitzfeld conceded, a tremendous gamble, but the idea somehow attracted us. He watched from the waterfront as the boat set off under a stunning display of fireworks, tracer fire, the muzzle flashes of artillery, signal flares. It was a magnificent spectacle. The boats raced through a thin veil of mist caused by gun smoke and dust, which sat upon the bay's calm waters, and 4 minutes later disembarked their passengers before turning around to pick up the next wave. To Otto Hitzfeld, the crossing ran so assuredly, so perfectly, as if it were a peacetime exercise. A few minutes later, flare signals reported the troops had the high ground overlooking the southern shoreline. Almost simultaneously, the artillery of 30 Corps opened fire on the Sapun Heights to the southeast of Sevastopol with a ferocity never before experienced, which lit up the night and continued until sunrise. We got used to everything, but we had never experienced anything like this before, one Soviet brigade commander recalled. His own guns were largely silent due to lack of ammunition. With shells still crashing down, the assault waves of 170th Infantry Division moved across a narrow strip just 800 metres wide. Darkness, smoke and dust hindered every step they took and prevented any clear observation of the attack's progress from German lines. First light brought little clarity. The dawn mist mixed with dust and smoke from exploding shells and obscured the view, while signal flares added to rather than cleared up any confusion. 3 German battalions were thrown against the heights. Only one succeeded in gaining a foothold on the lower reaches of the ridge and decided to continue the assault. Shortly after daybreak, the Germans had ejected the defenders from the peak. Reinforcements were hurriedly thrown up the mountain by the Germans to bolster the solitary battalion, followed by a Stuka raid against the reverse slope to pin down any counter-attacking Russian troops. The anti-aircraft guns were silent. They had no shells. By mid-morning, the Russians were in headlong retreat towards the city. The Sapun Heights were lost. Novoshuli, the village key to Sevastopol's fresh water supply, was seized by Romanian troops. Some Soviet units lost 4 in every 5 men this Monday. Battalions were wiped out, brigades reduced to 150 men, others eliminated, and artillery regiments left with just a single cannon. Nevertheless, occasionally the attacker was reminded Soviet resistance was not entirely broken. Trofim Kolomiets was stunned by the naivety or arrogance of German troops filing down the main road from the Sapun Heights as if the battle were won, the enemy wiped out. They marched in peacetime formation, their colours supposedly flying. Kolomiet's shattered 25th Rifle Division could still bring 5 machine guns and 5 45mm artillery pieces to bear. In 5 minutes the road was littered with Nazi corpses. With Soviet lines crumbling at both ends, Coastal Artillery Commander Petr Morgunov urged Otyabruski to fall back to the secondary command post, Battery No. 35, branded Maxim Gorky II by the Germans, a couple of miles south of Cape Kharkov, as the enemy might break through to the city at any moment. "You are exaggerating the forces of the Hitlerites. They have suffered heavy losses, and we will last a few more days," the admiral assured him, convinced he could hold out for another 24 hours. For once, Philippe Otyabruski allowed himself to be persuaded. At 10 p.m. he moved his command post to the coastal fort. It was a decision which triggered a total collapse of Soviet leadership and order in Sevastopol, as first senior, then middle-ranking, and finally junior officers followed the lead of their commander and fell back towards Kharkov. As Sevastopol's leaders settled into their new command post, the men of 50th Infantry Division were closing in on the city centre from the east. By midnight they had reached Inkerman, a small town on a limestone ridge which rose vertically above the mouth of the Churnia River and eastern shore of Severnia Bay. For more than a millennium, monks had worshipped in caves, while in more recent times rock had been quarried from the same limestone cliffs. In Soviet times, those cavernous galleries had been used to store the Crimea's famous sparkling wine. During the siege, the caves had been partitioned to create an underground shelter for ammunition, supplies, and civilians, plus a makeshift hospital with 500 beds, though now treating at least 2,000 casualties, while the champagne was used for cooking or, when boiled, in tea and coffee. Soviet engineers rigged explosives throughout the subterranean maze, but the hundreds of civilians taking refuge never expected their comrades to detonate them without first evacuating the caves. Shortly after 1 a.m. on the last day of June 1942, they were proved wrong. Medic Alois Fendt was accompanying infantry combing through Inkerman when there was a roar of thunder underground. The mountain shook, part of it was lifted in the air, and was torn apart along a 300-metre stretch, he recalled. An enormous cloud of rough and fine dust, mixed with smoke and gun smoke, bubbled above the hill. Men were swept away by a relentless landslide of rock, or else tottered and fell into the caverns opened up as the ground parted, swallowed like the whale once swallowed Jonah. For a quarter of an hour, dust and ash rained down on the German troops, while dense clouds of smoke obliterated the moon. When the dust settled, Walter Winkler and his comrades tentatively approached the open wound left by the explosion. As if a shell had torn a body apart, the innards of the Inkerman rock were now revealed, he wrote. Out of rooms where bottles of Crimean champagne were stored in their millions, there were foaming streams, out of others black smoke, and as far as the view was not blocked by rubble, we saw people, animals, vehicles, bedsteads, and ammunition in a terrible jumble. The walls and partitions separating the different galleries and sections of the complex collapsed. Those not killed under the rubble were often burned alive by the fires or choked on the acrid smoke which followed in the flames' wake. I saw rocks sliding apart before my eyes, boulders break off, and the whole ravine strewn with rocks, remembered Valia Kotliarova, sheltering with her family. She heard her mother and sisters calling her name from somewhere deep in the caverns. They'd been blown into the basement, where thousands of bottles shattered, flooding the gallery knee-deep with sparkling wine. The galleries echoed with screams and crying. In a stampede to find the exit, people were crushed, trampled, or even drowned in the champagne. Valia Kotliarova found her father, dead, buried beneath a rockslide. When she and her surviving family members finally heard soldiers trying to dig them out, the voices turned out to be German. Organised defence had all but collapsed in Sevastopol as thousands of soldiers and sailors followed the example of their leaders and streamed towards Cape Kharkov. Communications broke down, command structures shattered. After a month of near-constant fighting, men collapsed mentally and physically. Units splintered. They streamed towards Kamishovia and adjacent Kazakia bays, hoping for personal good fortune to get on board the ever-shrinking flotilla of boats running the gauntlet to enter harbour at night. On the move were masses of military equipment, ambulances, guns, carts, vans, field kitchens, and yet more vehicles, cars packed with the quartermaster's goods, one Soviet artilleryman recalled. The carriageway and roadside ditches were strewn with all manner of things. Sacks of uniforms, scattered piles of bags torn with rice, sugar, flour and raisins, boxes of tinned food, dried fruit, butter, condensed milk and even wine, fireproof crates sealed and open, half-burned, untouched staff correspondence lying around like white snow. There's paper money, in bundles and in bulk, 10, 30, 50 and 100 rubles. In some places there's so much money that you walk over it like in the woods after a heavy leaf fall. War correspondent Pyotr Sazin was caught up in the same torrent of soldiers, civilians and vehicles heading west. There were fires everywhere, some burning furiously, others barely flickering. People were walking in tattered uniforms, with bloody bandages, walking, sheltering in the bulkers from the squally fire, he wrote. Some, having passed through 7 circles of hell, here on the 8th and perhaps the last, were hit by bombs and remained forever. At times the column was agitated, at others sullen and depressed. Unlike most of his fellow travellers, Pyotr Sazin possessed hope. He held a pass from Sevastopol's commanders, permitting him to leave the besieged city. There were still some Soviet troops determined to defend the city to the last round. Sailors holding Malakoff Hill just east of the city centre had no wish of repeating the fate of their forebears who had surrendered the height to the French 90 years before. Normally, Malakoff was a green oasis in the heart of Sevastopol. Now it was churned up and cratered by bombs and shells which had swept away every bush from its slopes. The bunkers and dugouts had largely collapsed, while the original 18th-century fortifications were barely recognizable from the effects of 20th-century artillery fire. 3 times before midday, the defenders were driven from the hill. 3 times sailors counterattacked and retook the high ground. Led by a veteran reservist, the sailors forced their way into the trenches and killed the Germans occupying them with grenades and knives, and on occasions even resorted to strangling their foe. After the 3rd successful assault, the sailors sent their final signal. Malakoff Hill is surrounded, suffering heavy losses, come to the rescue. No help was forthcoming. Instead, the Germans committed armour to support their infantry, trying to dislodge the sailors, but the panzers fell victim to the final rounds in the barrels of anti-tank guns and rifles, even grenades thrown at point-blank range. Finally, the attackers turned to persuasion. In broken Russian, the Germans resorted to promises of good treatment in captivity. Bullets, grenades, and a harsh word in Russian flew back towards the invaders. The reservist colonel commanding the sailors recalled. There was not a single case of surrender. No one even thought about it. 30th of June ended as it had begun, with Malakoff Hill in Soviet hands. The height was strewn with Russian and German corpses. 7 miles to the west, Ivan Laskin entered the new headquarters of Philippe Otyebruski for the evening conference with fellow commanders. Staff officers were running to and fro, carrying bundles of paper to be burned, pausing only to direct Laskin to a room dimly lit by a kerosene lamp where senior officers were gathered around Ivan Petrov. The command and headquarters of the army, he told them, are being evacuated tonight by submarine, and you and General Kolomiets are on an aircraft. On the other side of the lines, Gheorghe Manolio reported to the command post of Franz Lindemann's 170th Infantry Division to receive orders for the coming day's assault on the city centre. "My orders are for our army to attack and gloriously enter Sevastopol," Lindemann told him. "And my 4th Mountain Division? We have enough German troops. I think your division will be given another mission. It will probably remain in reserve." The German offered his ally a glass of champagne to toast the coming attack. "Herr General, I did not come to the city of Sevastopol to drink champagne, and for my division to be in the second line," Manolio snapped. Romanian troops, he protested, would remember the snub from private to marshal. Before midnight, Gheorghe Manolio had fresh orders. His mountain infantry would take part in the last assault. By midnight on the 30th of June to the 1st of July, the streets leading down to Kamishovya Bay, to say nothing of the quays, jetties and wharves, were a seething mass of noisy, desperate, scared people, civilians, sailors, soldiers. Everyone was waiting for something, naval officer Ivan Zaruba remembered. Unable to reach the waterfront, he made for battery number 35 instead. Come the morning, with no more boats entering the bay and rumours swilling around, the mob began to disperse, confident it would find salvation on the Caucasus Peninsula. It was now the first day of July. The sporadic sound of battle faded. Under the milky white light of the moon, deserters dared to cross the lines and surrender to the Germans. Behind the front artillery, pieces moved forward, ready to support the final assault on the city by the infantry, who settled into their jump-off positions. For perhaps the last time, they studied the silhouette of Sevastopol. For some of us, our hearts beat faster, one German machine gunner recalled. This land and naval fortress, which we'd fought for over the past 8 months, was within sight, almost touchable. On the Caucasus Peninsula, 13 Soviet-built Douglas Dakota transporters flown by specialist crews set down on the last airfield in the fortress and were immediately surrounded by guards. As the doors opened and ladders were thrown out, hundreds of troops and civilians began pressing forward, convinced salvation had arrived. Ammunition and food were hurriedly offloaded. Any hopes of an orderly embarkation and evacuation of Sevastopol's leaders were dashed almost immediately as the major directing the whole operation panicked and scrambled onto the first aircraft. The lines of guards trying to hold back the crowd swayed, buckled, and finally broke. Before the third transporter took off, fighting had broken out on the airfield between the evacuees and the thousands more seeking salvation. One aircraft, well away from the rest, had been reserved for the most senior officers. Around 1 a.m., Philippe Ochabrusky, his senior commissar Kharkov, and several staff left one of battery number 35's observation posts to embark. It was not the Admiral's finest hour. Wearing a civilian coat, supposedly to protect himself from enemy agents, Ochabrusky was quickly recognized by his men. Incensed not only that he was abandoning them, but abandoning his uniform, the troops pressed forward, hurling insults and threats at the Admiral. Shots rang out. A commissar stepped forward, hoping to appease the baying mob. The political officer sacrificed his place on the aircraft to explain that Ochabrusky was leaving Sevastopol to organize the evacuation. At 1:40 a.m., Philippe Ochabrusky, a handful of commissars, staff officers, brigade commanders, and 2 divisional leaders, Ivan Laskin and Trofim Kolomiets, departed for Krasnodar in the Caucasus. In all, the 13 aircraft ferried more than 230 senior officers and nearly 50 wounded men, plus 3.5 tons of important cargo, to safety. Around the same time, Ivan Petrov was making his way down to the shoreline with his chief of staff Krulov, the coastal artillery commander Pyotr Morgunov, and numerous staff officers and political workers. Waiting a short distance offshore were submarines SHCH-209 and L-23, ready to transport yet more of Sevastopol's military leaders to the safety of the Caucasus. Tugs were berthed at a jetty, prepared to ferry the men to the boats. Also waiting at the water's edge, a large crowd growing larger by the minute. The sight of their leaders evidently fleeing Sevastopol proved incendiary. "Off with you," they screamed. "Leave us to our fate, or let's shoot everyone." Petrov's adjutant demanded a minesweeper's captain surrender 10 of his men, armed with machine guns, to tame the crowd. And perhaps they were needed. One soldier broke through the cordon, aimed his machine gun at Petrov, and yelled, You sons of bitches, you're leaving us and running." His burst of fire missed the general, but wounded the staff officer standing next to him. "Did we ever dream that Sevastopol would end like this?" Petrov confided in his friend Pyotr Morgunov. Even now the general hesitated. In the chaos he had become separated from his son Yuri, a junior staff officer. As the tug waited to ferry him to one of the 2 submarines, he turned to Morgunov again. "I will not get on the boat. I will go back for my son." Morgunov persuaded the general to leave. Yuri would follow, and amazingly he did, having been somehow found in the crowd on the quayside. The submarines weighed anchor around 3 a.m., bound for Novorossiysk, a journey they made entirely submerged. They safely delivered more than 200 of Sevastopol's defenders. Sevastopol's agony began again at first light, with one more annihilating barrage, now concentrated squarely on the city centre. The bombardment, one machine gunner remembered, turned into a proper hurricane. The city was hidden by clouds of smoke and dust, and flames which hung like a veil in front of us. Each time the heavy mortars added to the bombardment, the earth shook to its very foundations, and the air filled with an infernal roar before the shells impacted with unimaginable force. 20 of those rounds were fired thanks to the calculations of Berliner Alfred Henneker, who passed on his figures to the gunners operating one of the 2 Karl heavy mortars. All but 2 shells came down on the shipyard in Yuzhnya Bay in the heart of the city. The remainder were fired only for the benefit of the newsreel cameras. As the bombardment continued well into the morning, Henneker's observations became increasingly difficult. Nothing could be seen of the city through the smoke and dust, he recalled, as the city was reduced to nothing more than a burning sea of houses. Even when the barrage ended, an enormous cloud continued to hang ominously over Sevastopol, accompanied by an eerie silence. The Russians did not respond. Through his binoculars, Henneker watched infantry stroll into the city without firing a shot. All life in the rubble seemed to be extinguished. The houses on the outskirts were still relatively intact, one machine gunner remembered, but after that begins one single field of ruins with numerous fires. The further the men of 50th Infantry Division pushed into the city, the more civilians, mostly women, children, and the elderly, all distraught, impoverished, poor, filthy, began to emerge from cellars and underground shelters. Captain Ivan Stojanov, a Bulgarian observer accompanying the division, was shocked by their appearance. "The people seemed to be like animals," he wrote. "When they rushed to loot a flower store, they were more like a pack of starving dogs than people." The troops of 50th Infantry Division soon stood at the head of Yuzhnya Bay, location of the city's central station, now recognizable only as a mess of bent track and wrecked points, one officer recalled. The surrounding area had been pummeled by 1,500 tons of artillery shell in the past 7 days alone. Barely a house had been spared as a result, the officer continued. Streets which had been ploughed by shells were half buried by ruins. A few hundred yards away, the Romanians were making equally rapid progress this Wednesday morning. Gheorghe Manolio had chosen not to follow orders and wait until nearly midday before throwing his mountain infantry into the fray. His scouts moved out at 7 a.m., the rest of his men an hour later. Their day's work was completed before noon, not least to the surprise of the Germans, who sent Manolio clear instructions to raise the Romanian national flag on the tallest building in Sevastopol and report the time when it was executed. A reply came back almost instantaneously. "Your order was executed at 10:30 a.m., when the national flag fluttered on the top of the War Memorial from 1854 to 1855. 50th Infantry Division had to wait a little longer for their iconic flag-raising moment, storming the Panorama Heights just west of the central station. The statue of Eduard Tottleben, the Baltic German who had led the city's defence in 1854-55, was decapitated by a German shell. The head was recovered and subsequently dispatched to Berlin for display. At 1:10 p.m., German soldiers scaled the dome of the Panorama Museum, stripped of its famous painting which had been partially damaged earlier in the battle, and unfurled their battle ensign. The Panorama Heights are taken. At the same time, the neighbouring divisions reach their objectives. The city has been occupied. The swastika and the Romanian flag fly over the port. Sevastopol has fallen. The report was a little premature. Troops were still pushing into the city, advancing on both sides of Yuzhnya Bay. As they swept downhill from the Panorama Heights, the attackers raised the Reichsbattle ensign on the minaret of the Tartar Mosque. The heat and acrid smoke became unbearable, a soldier in 46th Infantry Division wrote. Entire streets were aflame and had to be avoided. Of once fine large buildings, all that was left were the remnants of walls. Entire buildings repeatedly collapsed with a tremendous crash, throwing up clouds of dust and ash. The soldiers were afraid of ammunition and petrol tanks detonating or catching on fire as a result of the tremendous heat, as a fresh sea breeze blew towards them. Finally, in the middle of the afternoon, the attackers pushed into Lenin Square, the symbolic centre of Sevastopol, just a few yards from the mouth of Yuzhnya Bay. Infantrymen, their faces blackened by soot, their uniforms covered in dust, and equally filthy panzer crews who'd climbed out of their vehicles, filled their lungs with the fresh sea air. With its neoclassical houses, largely intact apart from broken window panes, the square had suffered less than the rest of the city, especially the opposite shore of the bay. "Wherever we look here, there's devastation and more devastation," one non-commissioned officer wrote. "The bulwark, the jetties, cranes, all are just one desolate tangle of iron, wood, earth, and lumps of stone, overturned and burnt-out railway carriages, an upturned locomotive, deep craters caused by explosives, battered sea-walls, bent and broken railway tracks demonstrate the destructive effect of our bombing attacks." The soldiers of Ernst Meisel's 42nd Infantry Regiment were resting in the square when an open-topped staff car suddenly appeared. Accompanied only by his driver, Erich von Manstein wanted to inspect his prize. The men hurriedly presented arms, while Meisel presented the city to the general. His and their triumph was proclaimed to the world a few hours later. The closing bars of Liszt's Les Préludes, which always preceded good news from the Eastern Front, blared out of radio sets and loudspeakers throughout Germany. "Sevastopol has fallen," a special communiqué announced. "German and Romanian battle flags fly over the fortress, city and harbour. As of midday, German and Romanian troops have captured the hitherto strongest sea and land fortress in the world after a bitter 25-day struggle." At the same time, Hitler made Manstein a field marshal and awarded his men a special badge acknowledging the ferocity of the 10-month battle for the peninsula, the Crimean Shield. That night, the conquerors of Sevastopol pitched tents close to the southern shore of Severnia Bay. Flares light up the night on the spits of land and in the rear area. Individual shots resound in the distance, one soldier recalled. "Apart from that, we can hear nothing but the calming, sleep-inducing crash of the surf and regular footsteps of the guards." Even the Nazi propaganda machine conceded that the battle for Sevastopol wasn't over quite yet. "The remnants of the beaten army have fled to the Khersonis Peninsula," the special announcement had concluded. "Pressed into the narrowest area, they face their doom." For once the official communiqué spoke the truth. There were now thousands of soldiers, many of them wounded, compressed into a narrow spit of land covering no more than a couple of square miles. German artillery, lined up on the far side of the bay, rained shells down on the airfield. You could see the heads and legs of soldiers flying everywhere, one commissar remembered. The terrain was covered with wounded men, begging for water or worse to be shot to spare them the endless torment. The ever-shrinking number of men still uninjured were often unarmed. They had abandoned their weapons after firing their last rounds. Before the day ended, German troops had penetrated the outer defences of Battery No. 35 and sealed off its command post, several hundred yards from the gun positions. The garrison set about smashing up radios, telephones, range-finding and fire direction equipment with crowbars and sledgehammers. Oil was drained from generators and diesel engines. The air-conditioning plant wrecked, while a demolition team wired crates of explosives and depth charges to several kilograms of dynamite. A little after midnight, first one turret, then the second was blown up, with scores of men still in the bowels of the battery. It was a nightmare, remembered Ivan Zaruba, captain of the cruiser Chervona Ukrainia, sunk the previous autumn. People were suffocating from poisonous gunpowder and smoke. Many, mad, fought, shot and cursed everyone and everything. And that was the flower of the Primorsky army. What a terrible fate. With the airfield at Khersonis under fire, there would be no evacuation by transport aircraft that night, or ever again. Instead, the 500 or so senior military and political officers left in the city made their way down to the waterfront in Golubia Bay, just south of Battery No. 35. Once again a crowd had gathered on the quay, and once again anger in the crowd swelled when they realized they were being abandoned by their leaders. When a handful of motor launchers, too small to embark the 500 officers, let alone their men, appeared offshore, the seething masses surged. The line of guards broke. A stretcher bearing a wounded soldier was knocked into the sea. Some soldiers jumped into the water and attempted to swim out to a launch. Pyotr Novikov, the most senior officer present, succeeded in embarking in one of the boats, accompanied by at least a dozen other commanders and politruks, but many more officers remained ashore, voluntarily or unable to force their way through the mob. After 2 chaotic hours, the 3 boats departed for Novorossiysk, a good 230 miles away across the open waters of the Black Sea, only to be intercepted by German E-boats around dawn. The boats fought a running battle for more than 3 hours until 2 of the Soviet craft were left dead in the water. With his boat awash and surrounded by the dead and dying, Pyotr Novikov and 36 comrades were rescued by the Germans and taken to Yalta. As he awaited treatment for his injuries, he tried to rally his fellow prisoners. "Brothers, we bled them white, good and proper. That eases the pain of our defeat a little." Mopping up the remnants of Sevastopol defenders was taking far too long for the liking of Adolf Hitler, who voiced his considerable displeasure to Manstein. The new field marshal, in turn, demanded his commanders redouble their efforts. Normally found at 11th Army's headquarters, directing its heavy artillery, Robert Martinek decided to influence the fighting at Cape Fiolant, a headland on the southern outskirts of the city. There was little sign of fighting on the completely flat, barren peninsula. The artilleryman's staff car roamed the battlefield as if on manoeuvres, while exhausted soldiers slept in their foxholes. Not a shot was fired. Leaving his car behind, Martinek and his operations officer, Kurt Pickard, began walking across 400 meters of no-man's land towards the old fort on the headland. They did not get far before coming under rifle and machine-gun fire. The lancers around us were awake, and you could see how happy they were that a general who had no business here at the front was taking cover, Pickard recalled. His commander was undeterred, bringing up a couple of assault guns and ordering a mortar battery to fire at the seaward side of the old fortification. "Everyone listen to my orders," Martinek ordered. "Fix bayonets." The stunned Pickard described what happened next. When the first shot landed on the fort and shrapnel was flying around our ears, the general, I could hardly keep up with him, stormed out with a Reichskriegsflagge under his arm, and everyone followed him with crowds of "Hurrah!" the assault guns shooting constantly. Then the entrances to the fort opened, and hundreds of Russians swarmed out, their hands raised, and surrendered. While Martinek raised the German ensign on a mast inside the fortress, the Scratch assault force took around 20,000 Soviet troops prisoner. Only a handful tried to flee in rafts and small boats. As the prisoners were being processed, 105th Infantry Regiment's commander, Friedrich Wilhelm Müller, arrived to take charge of the mopping-up operation, allowing Robert Martinek to return to headquarters. There he was greeted by an ebullient Maximilian Frette-Pico in charge of 30 Corps. "Once again you can see what a great regiment Müller has," he gushed. "It's just being reported that he took Cape Fiolant." Martinek said nothing. Only later did he confide in his operations officer, "So you see, Pickard, that's how you miss out on earning a Knight's Cross." There never was an organized evacuation from Sevastopol, nor even an attempt to improvise one. Philippe Otyebruski was not prepared to risk his fleet for an army which might be saved. But that was not the impression given. Perhaps accidentally, perhaps deliberately, a rumor swirled around the peninsula that 14 ships were on their way, and the crowds began to move towards the jetties and shoreline. Everyone talked about these 14. They waited for days and nights and fought to the last man, one Soviet colonel recalled. Captain Alexander Evseev was one of thousands of soldiers and civilians desperate to reach Sevastopol's westernmost bays. Convinced salvation lay on the water, it seemed there was no possibility of reaching the sea, but people nevertheless made their way there, he wrote. They crawled, ran, spent a long time lying on the ground, waiting for the barrage or air raid to end, avoiding areas subjected to methodical enemy fire. Above Kamyshovia Bay, the penultimate inlet before the open waters of the Black Sea, he took a final look at the city. Its ruins were masked by fire and smoke, he wrote. Sevastopol had already been set on fire several times, and everything that could burn had burnt. These explosions were clearly ammunition dumps, paying a final salute to a city which had suffered for so long. Sevastopol drowned in pillars of crimson flame and smoke. The naval officer headed towards the waterfront. The roads were crammed with trucks, carts, tractors, and above all soldiers. In the moonlight, Evseev watched 3 small boats round the headland at Khersonis and enter the bay, and clambered aboard with 2 comrades for a journey of more than 200 miles through open waters. Only the situation around Sevastopol could make us attempt to sail over such a long distance from Sevastopol to the Caucasus. We preferred death in the sea we knew to destruction by the Germans on land. Caucasus Peninsula, the westernmost tip of Sevastopol, was the last refuge for most troops hoping somehow to avoid captivity. One nurse gave up trying to estimate how many people were crammed into the peninsula. "A frightful number," she wrote. "Military, officers of all ranks, sailors and soldiers, wounded, women with children, large and small, all merged into one continuous mass, burned by the sun and finished off by the Nazis. The Luftwaffe sowed discontent, scattering hundreds of thousands of leaflets, such as this one. Your hopes for Sevastopol have been smashed. Your comrades have raised the white flag and surrendered. As of today, Sevastopol is in German hands. Your situation is hopeless, your resistance senseless. No Red Army soldier, no commissar, no communist needs fear for his life. Give up your senseless resistance. Give up." Abandoned by their leaders, short of ammunition and food, exposed to the remorseless sun by day, it quickly became impossible to call these men an army, noted one observer. These were the remnants of various types of troops from the garrison, slowly withdrawing to this small, free piece of land on the Crimean peninsula. But it was not a crowd seized by panic, rather it had lost the will to fight. There were still occasional pockets of resistance. 4 riflemen and a political officer held off 3 panzers and 24 infantry until their ammunition ran out, then threw themselves off a cliff into the Black Sea, crying, "Long live the motherland! For Stalin!" The remnants of 172nd Rifle Division made a stand on the edge of Caucasus airfield to the last bullet. No one gave orders or coordinated the defence. The men simply stood their ground and took aim at the onrushing Germans. "Hit the bastards, there's nothing else to be done," one commissar urged, "and as long as there's still at least 1 round left, we'll hit them." He was subsequently wounded and taken prisoner, supposedly telling his captors, "I've nothing to say to you, only that I am a Bolshevik, a commissar, and I know that you are doomed, that you will be destroyed." Taunted and beaten repeatedly with a rifle butt, the commissar was finally shot. His comrades died almost to a man, leaving the runway strewn with corpses. They had died defending an airfield no longer in use, but perhaps bought a little time for those hoping to escape by sea. But that time was limited. In the small hours of the 3rd of July, 8 motor launchers reached WWII Bay, although only 5 were able to get close to shore. The operation rapidly descended into disorder, just like the previous nights. The water from the shore, as far out as the boats, perhaps as far away as 500 yards, was a mass of bobbing heads, men all desperately trying to reach the boats. Between 350 and 400 people were hauled aboard before the boats raised anchor and made for the Caucasus. When the sun rose a few hours later, it revealed a gruesome scene. On the shore, like abandoned bonfires, lay partially burned carts, wrecked cars, barbed wire posts, wrecked field guns. There were machine guns and rifles scattered around, harnesses for horses, ammunition, equipment, and everywhere a smell of burning and the unmistakable stench of gunpowder. The true horrors were reserved for the waters. Waves carried corpses, 5 or 6 deep, along several hundred meters of shoreline. There were hundreds of dead on wrecked makeshift rafts. "This is a nightmare," wrote one observer, "but real." No more concerted attempts were made to rescue Sevastopol's defenders. Nearly 3,000 people, soldiers, civilians, sick and wounded, had been saved by boat and aircraft in the first days of July. More than half of them the city's military and political leaders of various ranks. Left behind were at least 32,000 soldiers and between 20,000 and 42,000 civilians. It was now clear to them there would be no evacuation. The official Soviet communiqué had already announced they had been saved. The only hope now was to break through the German lines and somehow join forces with the partisans in the mountains beyond the city. As soon as night fell on the 3rd of July, groups of 200 to 250 men tried to slip away from Caucasus, or more typically, bludgeon their way past the Germans under the cover of acrid smoke swirling around the peninsula. Of the 2,000 troops who attempted to break out, no more than 1 in 10 succeeded. The rest were mown down by machine guns as if by a scythe, and most of those were subsequently picked up by the German authorities. As Saturday the 4th of July dawned, conditions on the peninsula were hellish. The shore was lapped by corpse-filled waters. A few soldiers and sailors had dismantled the wooden piers and struck out to sea on makeshift rafts or planks in the hope they might be picked up by the Red Navy, only to be strafed by Luftwaffe fighters. On land, the suffocating stench of decay from corpses piled up in the trenches hung over the headland. There was barely a man who was not wounded. They had received no fresh food or water for perhaps 4 days or more. Yet when the Germans once again showered Khersonis with leaflets calling on them to surrender, the men gave no answers. This time the Germans decided to wipe us off the face of the earth, one Soviet soldier recalled. There had never been such a bombardment, artillery and mortar bombardment. We ran out of ammunition. Enemy aircraft were bombing. Fighters were flying almost level with the ground, strafing with machine guns. Every man who held the line in the trenches huddled on the ground. The attackers quickly swarmed over Battery No. 35 and a neighbouring older fort, before pressing on to the lighthouse at the head of the peninsula. There, a little after 7:30 a.m., the swastika was raised. A few hours later, Corps Commander General Erich Hansen took the salute in Lenin Square, hurriedly cleared of rubble. No one was certain if the plaza was entirely secure or clear of mines, but it at least looked almost presentable for the cameramen. Parading for Hansen, whose 54 Corps had borne the brunt of the fighting on the northern side of the encircling ring, were German soldiers, airmen and sailors, plus Romanian mountain infantry, whose ranks were showered with praise by Bucharest for writing one of the most glorious pages in the history of our nation, thereby earning the gratitude of the homeland. Celebrations continued the next day as Erich von Manstein welcomed a select group of officers and soldiers on the terrace of Nicholas II's magnificent villa in Livadia on the southern outskirts of Yalta. Sevastopol was only 2 hours' drive away, but the contrast between the ruined city and the glistening white limestone palace with its lush grounds, palm trees, and finely kept gardens could not have been greater. Only senior commanders or recipients of Germany's highest decorations received invitations to the 2-hour private celebration of victory in the Crimea. Bravery, faith, and the will to win, from the Führer down to the last soldier, led to our victory, Manstein told his guests. After the newly promoted Field Marshal's brief welcome, pioneers and a couple of regimental bands marched on to report before entertaining guests with 4 marches, a tattoo, a tribute to the fallen. After a Sieg Heil for the Führer and the German and Romanian national anthems, guests sat down at long tables laid out in the grounds, each one laid with white sheets and a lavish cold buffet washed down with Crimean sparkling wine, recovered from the galleries at Inkerman. As the veterans of Sevastopol ate to the music of 16th Infantry Regiment's band, celebrations were interrupted by several Rata fighter bombers passing low over Livadia, dropping their bombs just beyond the palace and in neighbouring Yalta. While everyone else fled into the apparent safety of the Tsar's palace, regimental commanders Otto Hitzfeld and Ernst Meisel remained seated, continuing to enjoy the meal, convinced that nothing could happen to a pair of veteran frontline warriors. In Yalta, Stuka commander Herbert Pabst had been sunbathing on a roof terrace when he was wakened by the explosion of flak clouds in an otherwise unscarred sky. As guns crashed and shrapnel rained down, Pabst saw Russian aircraft attacking in 3 waves. They came from the sea and go back to sea, just as we do, he wrote. They got wind of the victory celebration and savoured a little of it. Victory at Sevastopol had cost the Axis forces nearly 6,000 dead. German divisions lost on average 500 to 600 men killed and nearly 30,000 wounded in the final month's assault. One regiment which suffered more than 1,250 casualties, 1 in 5 of them killed or taken prisoner, complained the battle left it completely worn out, reduced to a tiny rump. The Luftwaffe had destroyed 4 enemy aircraft for every one it lost in conducting nearly 24,000 sorties over the city. Soviet losses in June and July 1942 alone amounted to at least 95,000 men captured and upwards of 20,000 dead. Newsreel footage and propaganda accounts suggested the heavy guns and mortars had been Sevastopol's downfall. There were whoops of appreciation as the camera panned to show the size of the mortar, while the sight of the gigantic Dora gun in action left cinema-goers flabbergasted. Audiences applauded every time the Colossus technical wonder or supergun appeared and watched in amazement as the crew readied the gigantic gun for action like tiny figures. The reality on the ground was very different. Of the 500,000 shells fired at Sevastopol in June and July 1942, fewer than 250 came from the barrels of the Karl heavy mortars, or Dora. Neither proved to be accurate or effective, and certainly did not justify either the effort expended or the propagandistic laurels. We repeatedly heard from the propaganda department that the fortress could only be captured with the help of this cannon. A soldier in 22nd Infantry Division fumed. That's a lie. For many German participants, Sevastopol was the greatest test they had faced. The soldiers don't hold back or mince their words, Joseph Goebbels wrote after hosting a reception for 70 veterans later that summer. We can probably say the battle for Sevastopol has been the hardest which the Wehrmacht has been forced to fight in this war. And yet, once again, German arms had triumphed. The terrain was against the Lancer, the summer heat debilitating, while his foe had fought with extraordinary skill, a great deal of guile, and fanatical courage. And so their leaders drew the same conclusions as at Kerch and Kharkov. German arms were still superior to their foes. Even if there's more bitter fighting, Russian resistance will be broken once and for all. As with the fall of Tobruk, Joseph Goebbels was determined that the German people hear the authentic voice of the Sevastopol warrior. A special courier aircraft brought Dietrich von Choltitz to Berlin to address the nation on the radio. Short, middle-aged, rotund, monocled, the Prussian aristocrat was not your typical Nazi hero. He and his regiment, drawn largely from northwest Germany, had fought bravely, however, seizing Fort Stalin and leading the assault across Severnia Bay. Over 30 minutes, Choltitz described the confidence and eagerness of his men to attack, the formidable terrain and defences, and above all an enemy who fought bitterly and doggedly, refusing to surrender. Even when cut off or surrounded, Soviet positions, bunkers, dugouts and shelters had to be eliminated one by one until there was no man left alive. Choltitz left his listeners in no doubt about the ferocity of the battle. He told of heavy German losses, of wild, determined Bolsheviks, and desperate men blowing up underground caverns, taking everything and everyone with them into the gates of hell. Dietrich von Choltitz's regiment had seized Rotterdam in May 1940, then fought its way through Ukraine, and finally spent 10 months in the Crimea, 8 of them before Sevastopol. Of all the tasks we have faced, this latest one was the hardest. Everything to come must be easier. The broadcast brought many listeners to tears. Choltitz spoke calmly, honestly, clearly, all of which made it unusually human and powerful. In the days which followed, he received countless letters from mothers, fathers, and wives of soldiers in the East, all of them thanking him for describing the war as it was, as their loved ones described it, not some glorified propaganda account. It eclipses every war report to date, one German commented, while another praised the report as an epic which no poet could compose better. The prize lay in ruins. The siege had ravaged Sevastopol. More than 500,000 shells, from the 7- and 2-ton rounds of the mighty Dora and Karl to the 390,000 10.5-centimetre shells fired by light field howitzers, were expended in the final month of battle, while in excess of 20,000 tons of bombs had been dropped on the city over the same period. You have to have seen Sevastopol, burning, completely destroyed, Company Commander Max Fuchs noted. The city was scarred everywhere, smashed bunkers, field positions churned up by shells, a succession of bomb craters, crushed guns, the remnants of crashed aircraft, abandoned military equipment, tossed into the roadside ditches by the retreating Red Army, and cadavers and corpses, contorted in their death throes, now beginning to decompose. The English cemetery had been turned into a defensive stronghold, its fine marble monuments to fallen Britons smashed, while graves were ripped open by shells, tossing the remains on the surface. Nothing is more desolate than a dead harbour, wrote Herbert Caspers, a war correspondent with the German Navy, as he surveyed the port with its wrecks jutting out of the water, the hideously contorted forms of cranes on the jetties, their twisted steel still towering above the bay. The oil tanks, dry docks, power station lay in ruins. All life has been extinguished. Nothing larger than half a dozen motorboats could be salvaged. But it was pointless, for Severnia Bay was so heavily mined it would be weeks before any vessel could use the port. The Caucasus Peninsula was just as desolate. "I've never seen such a battlefield in my entire life," SS officer Ludolf von Alvensleben wrote after touring it. There are thousands of totally destroyed motor vehicles in the area, heavy weapons of all kinds, rifles and ammunition. In short, everything an army needs for battle are lying around at random. The ground is churned up, one shell next to another, with the enemy field positions in between. Tens of thousands of dead Russians, the cadavers of countless horses pollute the air. I saw a lancer eating his breakfast in total contentment just 5 meters from the already completely decomposed corpse of a Russian soldier. An endless number of Russian soldiers and vehicles plunged onto the steep coast. The bodies cannot be recovered, yet and are continuously washed against the rocks. When Alvensleben wrote his report, fighting in Sevastopol had only just ended. The Germans may have trumpeted victory on the 1st of July and celebrated in style in Levadia a few days later, but Soviet sailors and soldiers continued to offer desperate, if uncoordinated, resistance in the caves, rocks and crevices of Khersonis for at least another week. Manstein's men still faced as many as 6,000 troops and civilians scattered across the peninsula. What was left of 109th Rifle Division gathered in a dugout near the lighthouse. A colonel told the men they faced 3 choices: drown ourselves, shoot ourselves, or go into captivity. But we might escape from captivity and could still be useful to the motherland. The soldiers wrapped their Communist Party cards in celluloid and buried them in an iron ammunition crate under rocks and surrendered to the Germans a few hours later. Nearby, under a white flag, a German demanded a group of Red Army troops huddled at the foot of a cliff surrender. The Soviets shot him dead. Fighting repeatedly flared up in the depths of the supposedly conquered Battery No. 35. Every attempt to break out on land ran into a near impenetrable cordon. As for those who hoped to flee by sea, German and Italian motorboats patrolled the waters off the headland. Their guns poured fire at the caverns. Landing parties were sent ashore to rout soldiers out. Explosives were lowered down cliff faces and detonated in an attempt to bring the caves down on the last defenders. A great war veteran confided in his Italian comrades that he'd never experienced such horrors, not even at Verdun. The last concerted resistance at Khersonis ended on the 12th of July. An interpreter lambasted Private F.P. Zemliansky, captured in the ruins of Battery No. 35, and his comrades for delaying sending German troops to the Caucasus through their senseless resistance. When he finished, a Red Army officer addressed the men. "My dear comrades, defenders of Sevastopol, we are now prisoners of the enemy, but we have not surrendered. We have defended our sacred line steadfastly and honestly, and if any of us manage to stay alive, tell our fellow countrymen that we have fulfilled our military duty to the end. Let people know about it." Staff Sergeant N.L. Anishin was surprised by the initial reception of his captors. "The German command spares you because you have fought bravely. The prisoners would be spared little." Around 40,000 Soviet troops fell into German hands in the first days of July 1942. So many prisoners that we cannot believe our eyes, remembered I.V. Antoniuk of 8th Marines Brigade, while a Red Army communications officer recalled seeing lines of captured soldiers as far as the eye could see, all the way to the horizon. Doctors, officers, and commissars were separated, while Crimean Tatars in German uniforms moved through the columns singling out Jews, communists, and other foes. Marines seemed particularly loathed by Sevastopol's new masters, who regarded them as the kernel of the city's resistance. They were frequently hauled out of the line and shot on the spot at point-blank range, while in Komyshovya Bay some prisoners were driven into the water at gunpoint, then executed 10 at a time. With selection complete, the prisoners were marched through the ruins of Sevastopol in columns 4 deep. A 14-year-old girl watched an endless black ribbon shuffling along through the rubble, wounded almost to a man, many of them shell-shocked, their filthy uniforms in tatters. Romanian troops took potshots at the long file of prisoners, while German guards spurred their captives on by striking men with rifle butts and shooting anyone who failed to keep pace. Junior officer Gottlob Biedermann watched as the Russian prisoners moved around supporting each other, hobbling around with the aid of sticks, surrounded by swarms of flies, covered in bloody bandages. It was a long, wretched column which struggled under the sweltering sun of the Crimea, through the land of Iphigenia, towards the prison camps and wells. When faced with oncoming traffic, no attempt was made to move the prisoners to the roadside. German vehicles simply crushed those men in their path. People were flattened like frogs on the asphalt, one horrified eyewitness remembered. Human life meant nothing to the occupiers. Any man who tried to break rank was shot. In the camps, they received rudimentary treatment from captured doctors and medics who had been put to work, while other prisoners toiled in the broiling July heat to repair roads or restore the water supply. Bulgarian observer Captain Ivan Stoyanov saw only happy faces among the prisoners, men completely satisfied with their fate, while civilians seemed glad to have escaped the wrath of the commissars. Max Fuchs, on the other hand, encountered nothing but bony skeletons, anxious and haggard, in the streets of Sevastopol. He handed out sweets and tobacco to stunned civilians who couldn't believe that we wouldn't kill them. Max Fuchs's empathy was not widely shared. The life of one German soldier is worth more than 100 dodgy Russians, one military police commandant sneered. An officer in 50th Infantry Division was convinced that the majority of the Russians left in Sevastopol were our enemies. Commissars were handed over to the security services, which meant certain death, while Jewish soldiers were executed. Civilians fared little better. More than 35,000 had stayed behind in Sevastopol's ruins. There was no running water, just a couple of fountains still operating, no sewage system intact, no fresh food, and no working medical facilities. Hitler had demanded all but the ethnic German and indigenous Tatar population deported, giving Manstein's staff just 6 hours to draw up a detailed plan before scaling down his original idea by ordering only the rabble in the big cities rounded up instead. A school in the outer suburbs was turned into a makeshift prison for supposed enemies of the Reich. Any civilian who tried to flee Sevastopol invariably ended up there. But there was no big city rabble, not in Sevastopol nor anywhere else in the Crimea. The majority of inhabitants who remained were worn out, scared, cowed, starving. What remained of Sevastopol's Jewish population was handed over to an SS detachment which established itself a few days after the city's fall. It quickly began executing Jews in an anti-tank ditch on the edge of Sevastopol, sometimes in groups of 30, on one occasion as many as 300 men murdered in a mass shooting. Jewish women and children were spared shooting, but not death. They were piled into the back of gas vans, where they were killed by the exhaust fumes. When the screams inside faded, the trucks drove out to the ditch, where the corpses, a ball of people, all tangled up with each other, joined the decomposing bodies of men. Foreign Office official Otto von Hentig was appalled. The crimes being committed daily in Sevastopol utterly shook the army's reputation. The administration did not listen. 4 months after Sevastopol's fall, Hentig complained that the German occupation of the Crimea had brought only hunger, unemployment, a shortage of housing, more worries and unrest. For the conquerors of the Crimea, there was a little rest before the battle resumed. Some followed the bulk of Manstein's 11th Army north to besiege Leningrad. Others were dispatched to the Central Front or joined the summer offensive in southern Russia. Max Fuchs's company was given 5 days' leave on the coast. "These are wonderful days," he wrote. "I lie naked on the magnificent sand all day long. We fish using hand grenades. Baked, they taste marvellous." Before being transferred to the Caucasus, Josef Wimmer enjoyed a few days at 50th Infantry Division's rest home in Yalta. There was an almost unnatural silence. No mortars, no machine gun fire, and no sound of orders being given here. Only the blue sea crashing in rhythmic intervals against the beach before roaring off again. Sometimes gentle gusts blew through the park, moving the pine, palm, and almond trees. Their shadows moved almost rhythmically and seemed to dance over the wonderfully laid-out flower beds. There were many vines on the mountain slopes. I stared at the blue-black sea. Somewhere far in the distance lay the Caucasus, Turkey, Syria, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean. As I was all alone, I forgot where I was. The quiet and silence overwhelmed me. How beautiful life really could be. Chapter 2. Rommeling Again. We don't comprehend our victory yet. Only our eyes can see that something tremendous has happened. Officer in 15th Panzer Division. There was still a little residual snow on the sleepers at Oberarm Station on the southern outskirts of Salzburg, even though May was just 3 days away. Adolf Hitler stood on the gravel, dressed in a long black winter coat. The Führer engaged in light-hearted small talk with his substantial entourage, all standing half a dozen paces behind their leader, as he waited for 2 rather drab diesel locomotives to haul Benito Mussolini's special train into the siding. Barely had the train ground to a halt than the Duce stepped off it, and Hitler was seizing his hands, shaking them vigorously. The Italian dictator exchanged platitudes with his German counterpart. But the brief smile he gave the newsreel cameras was weak, almost awkward. This is a meeting which was wanted by the Germans, and for which, as usual, they've not given us any idea of the agenda, the Duce's son-in-law and Italian foreign minister, Galeazzo Ciano, had bitterly observed in his diary as the train made its way north from Rome. The agenda, as Mussolini and Ciano would learn over the next 2 days, was the Axis conduct of the war in the Mediterranean in 1942. The goals were Suez and the Nile Delta to unhinge the entire British position in North Africa and the Middle East. But there were 2 obstacles in the way: Malta and Tobruk. After swinging furiously for more than a year, the pendulum of war in North Africa had momentarily come to a stop. It had swung Italy's way briefly in the autumn of 1940 as Mussolini's troops limply invaded Egypt, before the British spectacularly drove them back to the Gulf of Sirte in the winter of 1940-41. The collapse prompted German intervention, initially to give the Italians backbone. But the force dispatched, the Afrika Korps, and the man dispatched to lead it, Erwin Rommel, resolved to attack, not merely defend. Rommel's bold thrust in March and April 1941 pushed the British some 600 miles back into Egypt. Libya's coastal towns fell: Agela, Benghazi, Derna, but not Tobruk. Its garrison doggedly held out, thwarting 2 attempts by Axis troops to storm it, and thwarting any onward drive into Egypt, for there could be no thought of advancing on the Suez Canal and the Nile Delta with the British fortress in the rear of the Axis lines. Worse was to come. Having deprived Rommel of his prize, the British eventually and bloodily lifted the siege of Tobruk in the closing weeks of 1941. Their winter offensive finally ran out of steam with the now grandly titled Panzer Armee Afrika back at the foot of the Gulf of Sirte. The German-Italian forces did not remain there long. In mid-January 1942, they struck east again, and once again the tide of war in the desert flowed with the Axis. After a fortnight, Rommel's troops stood just west of Tobruk once more after a 350-mile lunge through Cyrenaica, which recaptured much of the ground lost over the winter. And there for 3 months the pendulum of war stopped. Rommel's staff would attribute the rapid success of the counterstroke, at least in part, to the arrival of a single convoy in Tripoli, delivering more than 70 panzers and vehicles, plus ammunition and supplies of all kind. It was just like a victory in battle, the Afrika Korps Chief of Staff Fritz Bayerlein later wrote. Logistics dictated the course of battle in North Africa as in no other theatre of war. Food, fuel, ammunition, vehicles all came from the European continent. In a quiet month, the Axis forces in North Africa required nearly 50,000 tons of supplies and upwards of 1,000 vehicles. On the offensive, Panzer Armee Afrika consumed as much as 1,500 tons a day. Troops could be, and were, flown to North Africa, nearly 6,000 in April 1942 alone. But all bulk supplies came by sea from Italy, either from Taranto or more usually Naples. Whatever the port of embarkation, the destination was almost always Tripoli, and the route took shipping within range of British naval and air forces based in Malta. Of every 5 Axis ships sunk on the North Africa run, 4 were lost because Malta was in enemy hands. Berlin and Rome agreed Malta had to be neutralized. The German Navy and the Italians especially favored invasion. As the head of Italy's armed forces, Ugo Cavallero put it simply, if we take Malta, Libya will be safe. The Luftwaffe favoured bombing the island into submission, and by the end of April 1942 it was convinced it had done just that. Over a 5-week period, the island had been pummeled by more than 6,500 tons of bombs dropped during nearly 12,000 sorties by German and Italian aircraft. Of the 151,000 tons of supplies shipped to North Africa that month, all but 1,000 reached their destination. We were convinced that Malta had been bombed to the point it was ready for invading, one pilot recalled. Owen Rommel had already decided his next course of action, to attack and destroy the British Army in the field before swiftly moving on to dispatch Tobruk. He would do so as soon as possible, probably at the end of May, and he would do so against the advice of most of his staff. Time, Rommel knew, worked against the Axis. Despite having to sail around the Cape of Good Hope, a 12,000-mile journey, the British appeared to be able to build up their forces more quickly than Rommel could his own. It was obvious that the English would try to destroy my army with all means at their disposal as soon as they felt they were strong enough, he wrote. That, his staff assured him, would not be until September, but by then the Panzerarmee too would be much stronger and in a much better position to strike. Everyone advised him that it was better to wait until autumn, recalled Siegfried Westphal, one of the few staff officers urging the general to strike sooner rather than later. Rommel was undecided, a very rare occurrence for him. The Italians tipped the balance in favour of attack, but not intentionally. Their newly arrived Chief of Staff in North Africa suggested it would be irresponsible to drive on Tobruk in the spring. Rommel exploded to suggest to him that his behaviour was possibly irresponsible when he was consumed day and night by the Libyan question was going too far, Westphal wrote. His back was up. Rommel was determined to begin now. Rommel wanted Tobruk. The Italians wanted Malta. But the question facing the Axis leadership was not Malta and Tobruk, rather Malta or Tobruk, for the forces were insufficient to mount both operations, at least not simultaneously. Over the final 2 weeks of April 1942, Hitler and Mussolini would decide how and where to strike first. From Oberalm station, it was little more than a 10-minute drive for the two Axis leaders to the first venue for their talks, the Schloss Klesheim, a Baroque palace on the western outskirts of Salzburg. Converted by the Nazis into a guest house for foreign dignitaries, it had been redecorated with furniture, carpets and ornaments from France. They probably didn't pay much for them, the Italian foreign minister acidly observed. The foppish but insightful Ciano was closeted with his Nazi-opposite number, Joachim von Ribbentrop, while his master conferred with the Duce in a neighbouring room. Hitler treated his guest to a tour d'horizon, the same old record as Ciano put it. The Führer assured the Duce that he remained master of the situation. America was nothing but a big bluff. You can't build 200,000 aircraft or complete 2 ships every day. Britain would throw in the towel if it continued to lose 600,000 or 700,000 tons of shipping every month. As for the Eastern Front, the German soldier of 1941 had proved himself far more resilient than the Frenchman of 1812, despite having to endure the worst winter in a century. There were days, Hitler told his ally, when pure military leadership failed and a brave heart was needed. The storm, however, had been weathered. We won. The soldiers and I won, he declared, dismissing many of his generals as weak, physically and mentally. Now the Russian winter offensive had run its course. In the coming spring and summer, the Germans would deliver the knockout blow, lunging into the Caucasus. When Russia's sources of oil are exhausted, she'll be brought to her knees. Ribbentrop served the same dish to Ciano, who found his hosts particularly ingratiating. The more unctuous the Germans were, the worse their predicament. He also found that the winter had drained the German leader. For the first time, grey hairs were noticeable. The Duce too had aged visibly. Mussolini was tired, his face pale. No longer did he possess his pre-war zest, nor public support for that matter. The cult of the Duce had attributed all of fascist Italy's successes to him. Now the Italian people blamed him for every setback or misfortune to befall them or Italian arms. One thing had not changed since the last meeting between Führer and Duce in the summer of 1941. However much Mussolini banged the Mare Nostrum drum, Italy remained the lesser of the Axis powers. Hitler talks, Ciano noted. At one point the Führer spoke for 100 minutes without stopping. There was no subject not touched upon: war and peace, religion and philosophy, art, history. Mussolini, accustomed to talking, not listening, sat silently and frequently stared at his watch. The Führer's entourage struggled to stay awake. Some even dozed off. The Germans, poor people, have to endure this every day. Talks the following day, a dozen miles away at the Führer's Alpine retreat on the Obersalzberg outside Berchtesgaden, were at least rather more structured. Aerial photographs of Malta were laid out, possibly landing sites for paratroopers and gliders discussed, dates for an invasion suggested, possibly as early as mid-June. Hitler promised lavish support for the operation, codenamed Hercules by the Germans, C-3 by the Italians, paratroopers, transport aircraft, barges to put tanks ashore. Supporting Hercules, however, was not the same as committing to it, and Adolf Hitler did not. He was terrified of the invasion miscarrying and the effect that might have on world opinion. An offensive in North Africa, on the other hand, presented no such pitfalls. People were used to the seesaw nature of the conflict there. No concrete plans surrounding the Libya operation, codenamed Theseus, were discussed. Tobruk might fall, Hitler suggested. Rommel might even push into Egypt. The Suez Canal would be a worthwhile future objective. That was as far as discussion of Axis strategy in the Mediterranean in 1942 went. It was summed up neatly by the German Navy's liaison officer at Hitler's headquarters, first Libya, then Malta. The two-day summit was typical of Hitler's conduct of the war. The Italians had arrived in Salzburg, prepared to lobby for the invasion of Malta, convinced that the fate of Libya, and with it the Axis powers' entire position in North Africa, rests on the outcome of this year. And as usual, Hitler held the floor, imposing his will on the Duce, issuing vague objectives, vague directives. The talks at Schloss Klesheim and on the Obersalzberg merely reinforced the impression of the dilettante conduct of the Mediterranean campaign. Hitler, one naval staff officer observed, regarded the theatre as a sideshow, where successes were regarded as a gift from the gods. There never was a grand strategy. There never was a combined Italian-German staff directing operations. There were German generals, German admirals, Italian generals, Italian admirals. There were liaison officers. They talked. They discussed. They stated the case for their plans and operations. But an overall plan? Never. Benito Mussolini returned to Rome satisfied. Meetings with the Führer almost always lifted his spirits. But he was not entirely fooled by the gloss Hitler had applied to Germany's situation. The German war machine remains formidable, he confided in his foreign minister, but it's also suffered a great deal. The joint official communiqué naturally described 2 days of talks held in a spirit of close friendship, concluding with complete agreement between Rome and Berlin about the future course of the war. There was not. The German Navy was disappointed that Hercules had been postponed. Ugo Cavallero was more than disappointed. To him, failure to invade Malta would be a cardinal error. If it's not carried out, he warned, by the autumn the English will again be able to build up superior forces in Africa, and the situation in the Mediterranean will worsen once more. Ugo Cavallero's fears were well-founded, but despite his insistence, Hercules would never be carried out. Within a month, Adolf Hitler had all but cancelled the operation, and by then Erwin Rommel had all but finished his preparations for Theseus. Africa. The word had a strange, alluring power, flak gunner Rudolf Hubelek remembered. As he waited to board a Junkers U-52 transport at Trapani in western Sicily, he conjured up images from his childhood of green palms, camels, and nomadic Arabs in the desert sand, a white burnous cloak thrown over their shoulders, or scantily clad blacks in the jungle, elephants and lions. He wasn't the only German soldier attracted by dreams of tropical nights, palm trees, the sea air, natives, oases, pith helmets. Panzer driver Horst Sonnenkalb imagined yellow and white sand dunes, camel trains, green palms, and perhaps a mirage. Instead, he was astonished and disappointed at the same time by his first taste of the real Africa. It was cold. We shivered like pups. Very quickly we had to get used to the harsh weather conditions. Heat during the day, cold at night, salty drinking water, huge swarms of flies, sandstorms which sometimes last over 3 days. That was Africa. Like most Axis soldiers fighting in North Africa, Horst Sonnenkalb came by sea. The journey across the Big Pond, as the men dubbed it, took a day and a half by sea from Taranto, as much as twice as long from Naples, the usual ports of departure. Radio operator Erhard Naumann joined the liner Oceana for the crossing to Tripoli. The mood aboard was comradely, almost congenial. When we found our cabins, we found small groups of Germans and Italians laughing and joking together everywhere, he recalled. Very few thought that very shortly we'd begin a very dangerous journey. Throughout the 36-hour crossing from Taranto, Naumann and his comrades wore an uncomfortable cork life jacket and were expected to fall in 3 times a day for roll call. The rest of the time we could wander around on deck and refresh ourselves from time to time with a glass of lemonade. Although we left the harbour behind, there could be no talk of enjoying a day at sea. Just 60 miles from Libya, the Oceania was torpedoed by the British submarine Upholder, which then claimed a second scalp when it attacked another converted liner, the Neptunia. When Erhard Naumann's battalion formed up for roll call once more, just 714 of its 800 men stood before their commander. Air transport, a 3-hour flight from Sicily to Tripoli, under 2 hours from Crete to eastern Libya, was equally fraught with danger. Flak officer Helmut Kocher climbed into one of 13 U-52 transporters for a flight to Derna in May 1942. Only 6 aircraft completed the 2-hour journey. They were pounced on by 30 British fighters. The sluggish Junkers had only a couple of machine guns each to fend off their attackers. Their crews fought bravely. 3 fighters were shot down. But otherwise, it was a slaughter. The U burned so quickly, a horrified Kocher wrote. The soldiers sitting inside, mostly from the supply service or men returning from leave, were so desperate that they preferred to jump into the sea from 50 metres than remain in the burning aircraft. The Air Sea Rescue Service was able to recover nearly half the men, but at least 70 men and aircrew perished. Troops arriving in Tripoli were quickly dispatched to an old Italian barracks just outside the Libyan capital to train and acclimatise. The distance from the city gave the camp its nickname, KM5, Kilometre 5. It gave the impression of a typical transit camp, rickety beds, run-down barracks, and was plagued by rats. Staff advised new arrivals like flak gunner Rudolf Hubelek, don't use the blankets you've been given, or better still burn them immediately, or stay out of the camp until roll call. The Austrian took their advice and headed straight into the nearby metropolis. Tripoli in the spring of 1942 bore substantial scars of war. Almost every house had been damaged in some form by the many British air raids. It was particularly desolate in the port. There were several wrecks on the bottom, only the top of their masts rising from the water, Hubelek recalled. The bazaar, as expected, was the scene of lively activity. Women veiled in burqas, hurriedly finishing their shopping. German soldiers bargaining with Arab traders who swore and called out in the name of Allah. This was all part of the way they did business here, the flak gunner wrote. You didn't get anywhere without haggling. Extortionate prices were asked for all sorts of souvenirs, and even if you paid a fraction of the asking price, you'd still almost certainly been cheated. After surviving the sinking of the Oceania, Erhard Naumann spent 6 weeks at KM5 and made the most of Tripoli's distractions. I must say that my life here in Tripoli is 1,000 times better than the dull life in the barracks, he told his family. He bathed in the Mediterranean, visited a tavern on the beach, took advantage of the German cinema, watched life go by in the Piazza Italia, the city's largest square, and wandered through the winding alleys and lanes of the Arab quarter, which was off-limits after nightfall. Sheikhs sat in front of their apartments and plied their trades, sometimes as shopkeepers, sometimes as craftsmen. You can get anything from them, from razors to sewing needles, Naumann wrote. But like Rudolf Hubelek, he always bartered. The bazaar and alleys met most of the needs of a visiting German soldier, but not all. A soldier's rest home, General Rommel, provided everything you could possibly wish for: cigarettes, coffee, beer, wine, chilled fruit juice, and sometimes even chocolate. Perhaps not quite everything. To satiate the men's sexual urges, A brothel staffed by Italian prostitutes was established in the Via Tassoni. Italian and unlicensed bordellos, however, were out of bounds. The German soldier could not remain in Tripoli or KM5 indefinitely. Sooner or later he would have to head for the front, which in the spring of 1942 meant an 800-mile journey by truck to the front line at Gazala. For several days, individual vehicles or columns headed along the Via Balbia, a 1,100-mile coastal highway from Libya's western border with Tunisia to its eastern frontier with Egypt. Built by the Italians in the 1930s, it now served as the lifeline for Axis and British troops alike. For German troops heading up the line, it was a journey of 3 or 4 days by truck. The drivers were the unsung heroes of the Desert Campaign, never credited in any official communique or order of the day, yet essential to the smooth functioning of the front line. They drove on red-hot highways, drove through cold nights and raging sandstorms for hundreds, even thousands of kilometres, Junior Officer Werner Kost eulogized. They repaired their cars in 50-degree heat, and how often, because 8 to 10 punctures a day were not uncommon. Tires burst like balloons. Car jacks sank deep into the sand. For newcomers like Rudolf Hubelek and his flat-gun crew, the lengthy ride was an adventure. We scanned the landscape constantly. We wanted to take in all that was new, missing nothing, he remembered. These new sights were a sight for sore eyes. This coastal strip was like one big oasis. There were few towns along the route, a handful of desert fortresses and walled cities such as Misrata. On the map, the journey seemed to be very short, but the individual towns were separated by hundreds of kilometres, Hubelek wrote. At first, the Via Balbia, named after Libya's fascist governor in the 1930s, who'd been shot down by his own troops flying over Tobruk during the opening days of the war, was flanked by the lush coastal strip. But beyond Sirte it became increasingly barren, and the journey increasingly monotonous. The sole highlight was the pseudo-ancient Arco dei Feleni, the Felanus Arch, straddling the Via Balbia between the small port of Ras Lanuf and Agalia. Built as a monument to fascism and the pioneers behind the coastal highway, the 100-foot-high arch was a homage to the altars of the Felanus brothers, 2 pillars which mark the border between the domains of Carthage to the west, Cyrene to the east. More than 2 millennia later, the triumphal arch marked the boundary between the districts of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica. It was getting dark as Hubelek and his comrades arrived at the arch. Nearby there were several graves. The simple wooden crosses glistened in the twilight, the flak man wrote. On some hung a steel or pith helmet, turned white by the sun's rays, moving in the evening wind. Nearby there was a small memorial stone, the first dead of the Africa Corps. The next morning the monotony resumed. Western Cyrenaica was no less drab than eastern Tripolitania. The truck passed the ancient form of Agadabia, reduced to ruins and surrounded by burnt-out vehicles, shot up tanks and small mounds where the fallen were buried. The terrain was terribly desolate, camel-thorn bushes brushed by the wind rising in the desert, and driving a wall of sand before it in the afternoon, a ghibli or sandstorm. Towards Benghazi the desert gave way to the foothills of the Jebel Akhdar, the lush mountainous plateau which dominated eastern Cyrenaica. Where once the desert extended to the sea, here there were steep cliffs and wadis, river valleys, up to the southern shore of the Mediterranean. As Libya's wettest region, it was also its most vibrant. Spring in Cyrenaica is rather beautiful, Hubelek wrote. The lush green of the meadows and flowers, in a kaleidoscope of colours, are good for the eye after the monotony of the desert. Beyond the ancient city of Bas, the Via Balbia clung magnificently on the edge of precipices which made you dizzy, snaked its way up again, then back into the floor of a valley. Rugged rocks towered on both sides, and then towards Derna the Jebel Akhdar began to taper out and the desert encroached once more. 15 miles southeast of Derna, Rudolf Hubelek reached his destination, Martuba Airfield, home of the fighters of Jagdgeschwader 27. Hubelek and his comrades would protect the airfield against attacks from the air or on the ground. In mid-May, the sun rose over the front line in Libya a little after 5:30 a.m. Nights when the temperature fell below 10 degrees Celsius had passed. Now it stayed in the high teens. warm enough for Rudolf Hubelek to wear only his shorts and steel helmet as he manned his 2-centimetre flak gun. Dawn was by far the most pleasant time of day. Visibility extended 4, even 6 miles if the soldier carrying out his first duty of the new day, the spade walk to the latrine, cared to look about him. Not that there was much to see. The brief spring in the Libyan desert had given way to the relentless summer. The finest days of 1942 in our part of the world are over, Supply Officer Helmut Frey told his family back in Pforzheim. Where there were masses of flowers, like in our alpine gardens in spring, now there is desert once more, steppe like on the parade grounds in Germany. Even the scrawny plant stalks cannot shield the view of the bare earth. By noon, temperatures had climbed to the mid-40s Celsius. If you have to walk around for just 5 minutes in the intense midday heat, you quickly get a headache, 21-year-old Erhard Naumann wrote home to Leipzig. If you go inside your tent, it's even worse because the oppressive heat takes your breath away. Outside in the shade is best because there's often a breeze, but if it's a southerly, then it's as if you're standing in front of an oven. The funny thing is that you have very little thirst. You're just tired. You want to lie down and sleep, and sleep some more. Not only did the midday heat exhaust the men, it caused the air to glimmer, limiting visibility and creating mirages, making expanses of water, oases with palms or larger objects, seem like tanks or motor vehicles, only to disappear when you got closer. Company Commander Adalbert von Tyson remembered. And away from the coastal strip, the heat could also stir up sand and dust storms. Men caught in the open desert when a sandstorm struck were left dehydrated and battered. It's as if the body has been electrocuted. Nerves tingle, von Tyson wrote. Those who crawled into their tents or vehicles found they offered little escape from the storm. The fine sand still blew in through the gaps and cracks. After the Gibli had passed, every weapon, every vehicle had to be cleaned, ready for use once more. The men themselves, however, had little chance to wash. Those posted near the coast bathed in the Mediterranean. Those serving inland had no such relief. The 4 litres of water each man was allocated each day was solely for drinking or cooking. What little water was left, if there was any, was used to wash, shave, and clean clothes. When there was washing water, it was carefully measured out. Each man began to wash his head and scrubbed himself down to his feet, Panzer Gunner Otto Henning recalled. Then we washed our underwear. We had no water for rinsing, but there was no problem drying. We generally just put the wet underwear back on. It had a slight cooling effect. The results were not clean by European standards, Henning admitted. The main thing was to get the sand out, because everything here is grey anyway. In Europe, such poor sanitation might have caused an outbreak of disease. Rarely was this the case in Libya. Few germs thrived in the dry desert air. But what did spread disease and illness, dysentery especially, were flies which gathered in swarms wherever there were watering holes or large groups of men. And when disease struck, it quickly spread. At times, perhaps 2/3 of a unit could be laid low by diarrhea. No one escapes from it, Panzer Company Commander Harold Kuhn wrote. You really don't know if you'd rather live or die. If you crouch down 70 times in a day, then you know what it's like. When not spreading disease, flies tormented the soldier in North Africa. If anyone claims that flies are not wild animals, let them come here and be tormented by them, and they'll admit that these are the wildest creatures in God's animal kingdom, Kuhn wrote. Kuhn and his comrades had to contend with scorpions, rats, field and jumping mice, horn and sand vipers, even tarantulas. Before going to bed, the men searched their tents thoroughly, and when they woke in the morning, checked their boots to make sure nothing had scurried into them overnight. Snake bites were rare. The creatures normally slithered away if men approached, and only attacked if someone stood on their tails. Troops weren't even particularly worried about scorpion stings, which were more common but less dangerous. But no diary letter or memoir of a German soldier in Africa fails to mention flies, and almost all draw parallels with the biblical plague. Barely have you poured a cup of coffee before there are a dozen of these creatures in the cup, Erhard Naumann wrote. It's impossible to drink half a litre of coffee without first getting rid of at least 30 flies from the cup, even if we cover it with a newspaper or waft our hands over it. But anyone who thinks he should pour the coffee away if there are flies in it would inevitably die of thirst here. Otto Henning cursed them. They flew into our mouths, the corner of our eyes, our noses, ears without warning. We ran around with mosquito nets over our heads. When eating a slice of bread, you had to wave your hand over it, and when you bit, they flew into your mouth. It's hard to believe, but the flies drove me mad. Our mosquito nets were tied at the neck, but somehow they managed to creep inside the net and angrily buzzed around in front of my face. It literally drove me to despair. If you wiped your sweaty arm with your spare hand, you got a handful of flies. In the heat you could watch the beads of sweat forming on the body, and the flies swarming down on these beads in their lust for something damp. If the troops moved, they perhaps enjoyed half a day's grace in their new location, before the flies found them again. The only practical defence were nets issued when the men picked up their tropical uniforms, one net for the camp bed, one to wear during the day. Junior officer Ralph Ringler marvelled at the other wonderful things he received: a tropical helmet, a tent, a sleeping bag, a pair of tropical boots, a pair of tropical shoes, long trousers, short trousers, breeches, coat, blouse, cummerbund made of sheep's wool, some shaking of the head at this point, glasses to shield the dust, and much, much more. Ringler also received the usual trappings of an officer: binoculars, a map case, pistol, haversack. But only Luftwaffe ground personnel and flak gunners received steel helmets, something which baffled the Austrian infantryman as he collected a cap with a large visor. Apart from the pure psychological effect, a steel helmet provides real protection against the many small bomb, shell and stone splinters. At the very least, it gives the wearer a feeling of safety and security. No one would complain about being too hot in the sun. On days of battle we have entirely different things on our minds. A steel helmet was indispensable, but newly arrived troops quickly realized that much of their standard-issue kit, especially clothing, was superfluous. There were no dress regulations in our group. In fact, I think the same goes for the rest of the Africa Corps, Panzer Gunner Otto Henning recalled. Everybody put on what they regarded was suitable from their tropical equipment: long trousers, short trousers, breeches, running shorts, Africa shoes or Africa boots, a khaki shirt or string vest, but always a cap. The cap was needed should you run into a strange officer and have to salute. Otherwise, without headgear, you'd have to raise your right arm and give the Hitler salute. Only new boys wore our tropical helmets, and which one of us wanted to be seen as a newcomer? Most men hoped for a draft to Africa, a little war, as Ralph Ringler put it, to escape the mincing machine of the Eastern Front. These brave troops looking for a comfortable theatre of war will soon learn otherwise, Helmut Frey dryly observed. Soldiers transferred to Africa from Russia brushed aside advice from Africa Corps veterans, known simply as Afrikaner, Africans. Why's the old man served up this old rubbish for us, experienced Russian veterans? One flak gunner fumed. Herr Kamerad, an Afrikaner explained, you'll be amazed at the tremendous differences between war in Russia and here in the desert. A few weeks later the Eastern Front veteran agreed. The war here in Africa is waged more fairly, but is damned harder than in Russia. In early and mid-May 1942, however, there was little war at all being waged. The odd skirmish, a few raiding parties to test the respective defences. Otherwise, life on the Gazala front settled into a drab routine. The landscape was drab. The work was drab. Otto Henning and his colleagues had turned into labourers, digging foxholes for each other and building walls of sand to protect their vehicles. And the food was especially drab. It was, complained Harold Kuhn, the saddest chapter of life in the desert. Bread, tinned beef like leather, or sardines and dried vegetables, occasionally a lemon to provide fresh vitamins. The same fare day after day, week after week, month after month. What will we do for a little fresh meat, fresh vegetables, or fruit every now and then, to say nothing of eggs? The best you can hope for is bartering a couple of onions or a melon from an Arab for an extortionate price. Tinned food, provided by the Italians, proved particularly unpopular. Donkey meat, hard, tough, and not meant for German stomachs, Otto Henning fumed. The cans were stamped AM, Amministrazione Militare, military administration. The men invented every possible nickname: alter man, old man, armer man, poor man, armer Mussolini, poor Mussolini, angeschwemmte Matrose, washed-up sailor. Nor were the quips restricted to the Germans. The Italians branded the cans Arabo Morto, dead Arab, Asino e Manso, donkey and beef. Treats included a tube of cheese, squeezed like toothpaste or perhaps powdered jam. When the latter was mixed with the salty desert drinking water and spread on bread, it was enough to make you throw up, Henning remembered. When the day's work was done, the men sat down and talked, joked, played skat, a popular card game, read, penned letters home. As it did wherever the German soldier fought, the military postal service, the Feldpost, delivered mail from home, but it could be delayed for weeks if the army was on the move. Parcels from Germany brought not just news from loved ones, but cakes, soap, biscuits, toiletries, newspapers. Home was not the only source of news. For soldiers, a propaganda compagnie of journalist soldiers based in Benghazi produced a weekly newspaper, the Oase, the Oasis, a mix of news from the African front and stories from the homeland. Luftwaffe personnel received a 16- or 20-page pictorial news magazine, Adler von Hellas, Eagle from Hellas, each week. Beyond the news features, there were jokes, crosswords, short stories. Daily news, as well as a diet of light entertainment and classical music, came courtesy of the radio, tuned in to Berlin or Cologne, or more usually the Belgrade transmitter. Shortly before 10 p.m., the dial was fixed on Belgrade before it signed off for the night. The last song of the day, by popular request, was always the wistful Lily Marlene. This sentimental tale of a soldier hoping his lover, the eponymous Lily, would still be waiting for him under a lamp outside the barracks, aroused a longing for home. It became the Afrika Korps' lullaby, truly a tear-jerker. But evening after evening it was listened to with the same devotion as a living link with the homeland, Heinz Dietrich Arbiger of Machine Gun Battalion 8 remembered. Rudolf Hubelek hummed the tune as he stood watch at his gun emplacement on the edge of Martuba airfield. How wonderful a lamp in front of our barracks would be now, he wrote. In fact, how wonderful it would be without total darkness. How wonderful a barracks with beds and straw sacks or even mattresses would be right now, instead of the stony desert floor. Rudolf Hubelek was fortunate. Stationed on an airfield, he enjoyed permanent, if rudimentary, quarters built from the ruins of old barracks, bomb crates, aircraft wrecks, tents, anything usable which we found in the desert. Martuba was also blessed with a cinema, a large tent which could hold up to 200 men, with daily screenings, the weekly newsreel, a short cultural documentary, and the main feature. Each week the program changed as new films were delivered from the Reich. Inside the tent it was oppressively hot, temperatures of almost 40 degrees Celsius, Stuka gunner and war correspondent Hans Gross wrote. But that did not dampen the enthusiasm. He continued, "A film show in the desert cinema. This is the social event of the week in every unit. No Ritterkreuz winner, and no private misses this pleasure. Side by side they spend 2 entertaining hours which make them forget the desert routine with all its enemies and dangers." Near at the front, a mobile cinema sporadically visited the units, the projector set up on the back of a truck, the canvas rammed into the sand. We had to wait impatiently for darkness to fall, sat or lay on the ground in a semicircle and chatted with one another like a children's performance, Otto Henning recalled. Guards were posted, and if they heard an aircraft approaching, the showing was suspended, and darkness engulfed the desert cinema. The audience waited for the danger to pass, often filling the time with a chorus of whistles. If the English pilots didn't give us any rest, then we'd only see half the film and had to make up the rest, Henning wrote. Rudolf Hubelek could set his watch by the enemy air raids on Martuba, 10 a.m. each day. A dozen or so Douglas Boston bombers flew over the airfield, invariably too high for Hubelek's 2-centimeter flak gun, dropped their bombs and turned around. Stone walls were built around the Me-109s to shield them from shrapnel when the British attacked, but there was little such protection for the men. Most of the time we lay like sitting ducks, Hubelek wrote. We envied the soldiers on the Eastern Front. At least they could always find some natural cover somewhere. At night, Martuba was plagued by low-flying enemy fighters and bombers, whereupon the drab desert war was suddenly resplendent with colour. Hubelek wrote, "An eerily beautiful firework display filled the heavens. Parachute flares hung in the sky, one after another, lighting up the entire area as bright as day. Our 2-centimeter high-explosive shells flew into the air like glowing balls. The Italians used green and white tracer, the Tommies was red. The burning incendiaries fell like hail, fizzled and sparked in the bright glow of the magnesium light, while detonating high-explosive bombs flashed a fiery glow like sheet lightning. By the second half of May 1942, it was clear to every man in the Panzerarmee Africa that such attacks along the entire front were becoming increasingly frequent. Either the British were intending to strike, or, as Helmut Frey correctly surmised, they were convinced something fishy is going on and were trying to ascertain Rommel's plans. Since early February, the front in the Libyan desert had rested some 40 miles west of Tobruk, anchored at its southern end by the remote fortress of Bir Hakeim, and on the coast in the north near the fishing village of Gazala, which gave the line its name. In the ensuing 3 months, the Gazala line had grown into the most impressive position the British ever constructed in the western desert. Infantry brigades held defensive boxes, each heavily fortified, liberally provided with anti-aircraft and anti-tank guns, sown with minefields, surrounded by wire entanglements, and able to survive with food, fuel and ammunition for several days should they be cut off. The boxers were widely dispersed. The defenders of one could not come to the aid of another if attacked. The gaps between them were open desert, once again heavily planted with 1,000,000 mines. To the rear, where there were more boxers and strong points, the Eighth Army held the bulk of its armour in reserve. All in all, the Gazala line presented a formidable obstacle, one which would cause us a great deal of trouble, Rommel conceded, if attacked. That was why he had no intention of running into it head-on. Beyond the southernmost box at Bir Hakeim was the expanse of the desert, perfectly passable tank country. It was a cardinal mistake. Any position with an open southern flank is bound to lead to disaster, Rommel wrote. It was a weakness he intended to exploit to the full. On the opening day of the offensive, Italian and German troops would assault the northern end of the Gazala line. It was a feint. The clouds of dust suggesting columns of tanks advancing would actually be stirred up by trucks driving around in circles. Rommel's armour, the Africa Corps, and Italian 20 motorized corps would actually be marshalled far to the rear, striking south into the desert after nightfall, past the end of the British line, then swing left and make for the coast north of Akroma, 15 miles west of Tobruk. Cut off from their supplies, the bulk of the British Eighth Army would be trapped and annihilated in a gigantic battle of encirclement in the Cyrenaican desert. With the kernel of the British forces destroyed, Rommel could take Tobruk, and if it fell, he could push on to the Egyptian border. But he could not cross it. His Italian masters determined he must halt on the frontier. Theseus was a calculated gamble, perhaps Rommel's last card before the weight of Allied materiel tipped the balance decisively against the Axis. He would attack a foe superior in men, over 100,000 Britons, South Africans, Indians and Free French, to 90,000 Germans and Italians and materiel. He had no accurate picture of the strength of British armoured forces. Estimates varied between 700 and 900 tanks, but reckoned the British outnumbered his 560 German and Italian tanks 3-2, while Eighth Army certainly enjoyed superiority in artillery and armoured cars. At least in the air, the opposing sides were more evenly matched, around 600 British aircraft facing nearly 550 Axis opponents, 350 of them fighters, including 120 Messerschmitt 109s, superior to anything challenging them in the skies of the western desert. It was qualitative superiority of machines like the Me 109 which Rommel was convinced would offset the enemy's numbers. Admittedly, the 200-plus Italian tanks at his disposal, the M13 and M14, branded rolling coffins by their crews, were the poorest on the Libyan battlefield. Worse still, Italian troops possessed no anti-tank gun worthy of the name. Their ally fortunately did. In the 88mm, Germany had the best weapon of its type of the war, although the smaller 50mm anti-tank gun was also highly effective, and above all, so far the German Panzer had been more than a match for British armour. Enemy tanks were either unreliable and underarmed, Crusaders and Valentines, or sluggish and obsolescent, Matildas. But in the late winter and spring of 1942, Eighth Army's tank divisions had begun to receive the new American-built M3 Grant, superior to anything in the Panzerarmee Africa's inventory of Panzer Mark IIIs and IVs, except for 4 special long-barreled Panzer IVs. But they arrived in Libya without any ammunition. By the end of May, nearly 250 grants were spread among the armoured brigades and divisions of Eighth Army. Rommel, as we shall see, claimed he had no warning of their presence. He had, and had either chosen to overlook the fact or dismiss them as inferior, as he dismissed all non-German armour. As early as February 1942, Rommel's staff had learned of the impending arrival of new American tanks, thanks to a remarkable intelligence coup which was exploited through the winter and spring. German and Italian code-breakers could both decipher dispatches sent by American military attachés through copying classified documents at the embassy in Rome. It was the report sent from the legation in Cairo which proved to be the richest seam of information. Colonel Bonner Fellers enjoyed almost unfettered access to all manner of the most sensitive information relating to the Desert War. Combined with his observations of the battlefield, British commanders, the Americans' judgment was often scathing, equipment and the course of the fighting, Fellers' reports played a key role, first in the advance to the Gazala line, and now the build-up to Theseus. It would serve Rommel well. He called it his good source, until the dying hours of his summer offensive. Eye-opening though the good source was, one staff officer called it stupefying in its openness, it did not provide a complete picture either of Allied intentions or their order of battle. Had we known the full facts, his head of intelligence, Friedrich von Mellenthin, conceded a decade later, even Rommel might have balked at an attack against such a greatly superior enemy. If British strength was unquantifiable, Rommel knew he could count on the German soldier. He was well-trained, well-equipped, and in May 1942 he longed to attack. If only we'd begin the advance again, if only to get out of this sandy terrain, one junior officer confided in Helmut Frey. Flak officer Helmut Köhrer agreed. No Afrikaner minds as long as we go, just none of this sitting about for a long time in the desert, in this desolation. Köhrer put the thought of fighting in temperatures of over 50 degrees Celsius to the back of his mind. Heat? Don't worry about it, he recorded in his diary. Rommel has said, heat's just a question of mind over matter, and if that's what he says, then that's how it will be. The spirit of Rommel is our spirit. Morale in Libya had never been bad, Helmut Frey observed, but in May 1942 there was total confidence in victory. When you weigh up the forces on the two sides, then our superior leadership, better training and morale of our troops give us the advantage. The men of Machine Gun Battalion 8 certainly thought so. They had no doubt about the outcome of the impending offensive, or its objective for that matter, as they struck up a new song. When we march into Cairo with a cheer and a roar, parading past Rommel, then even the old pharaohs will be silent. When we climb the pyramids and the Nile entices us to bathe, and when all the barrels are silent, then the Afrika Korps has reached its goal. Late on the morning of Tuesday the 26th of May, under a baking sun, the soldiers of 15th Panzer Division gathered for a drumhead service. For days the tension had been unbearable. It was obvious the offensive was imminent. Flak and artillery batteries had received their full quotas of ammunition. The fuel tanks of vehicles brimmed with petrol. Water rationing was introduced and strictly enforced. 8 litres for vehicles to keep their engines cool, just 3 litres a day for the men to drink. The division's panzers were lined up as if on parade, their gun barrels elevated at an angle. A stack of ammunition boxes, covered with Germany's battle ensign, the Reichskriegsflagge, served as the altar, from where the division's Protestant chaplain led the service. A regimental band struck up Martin Luther's Ein feste Burg ist unser Gott, a mighty fortress is our God, before proceedings ended with every man reciting the Lord's Prayer. Theseus's first blow was struck that afternoon. Despite Rommel's grandiose plans to deceive the British, the attack provoked little response. The British fell back to their fortified boxes as planned, without being unduly concerned. While the diversionary attack was heading towards the British lines, the bulk of the German-Italian force was moving to its jump-off positions far to the south. Flak gunner Rudolf Hubelek watched a wall of dust rolling towards his flak unit. The desert droned with thumping, the rattle and clatter of engines. The air shook with the rattling, crunching and squealing of steel tracks. By 8:30 p.m. all the pieces were in place. The Panzerarmee Afrika headed into the darkness. No man who took part in the Great March would forget it. Never had there been a nighttime maneuver on such a scale. An entire army was on the move. Infantry-mounted panzers, soldiers clung to the running boards of trucks or sat on mudguards as Rommel's phalanx, described variously as an armada, a wild reckless hunt, a horde, and by one Italian officer, a gigantic block relentlessly pushed across the endless white plain of the desert by some mysterious superior power, struck into the desert. To the north around Gazala, the flash of Italian guns lit up the horizon for an instant. To the southeast there was an occasional flare as the Luftwaffe tried to locate the fortress of Bir Hakeim. The silence of the desert was torn apart by the roar of engines, the rumble of gun carriages, the whir and clank of tank tracks. Yet for all the noise the men were gripped by a strange feeling that we were enveloped by the silence and spoke quietly, as if to prevent the enemy hearing the sound of our voices. The ground trembled under the weight of 10,000 vehicles whose tracks and wheels first ground the loose desert soil to dust, then whipped it up into a man-made sandstorm, moving inexorably across the heart of Cyrenaica. One junior officer described the scene. A misty grey, which swallows up all shapes and contours, spreads across the ground, and the endless expanse of the desert absorbs any light from the sky. If this is the first time you've seen a division or the entire Afrika Korps racing along on the march, then at first you believe it's a wild, completely disorganized horde. Only gradually do you realize that extremely sensible order and discipline rules this enormous war machine. Every unit has its fixed place, ensuring it's ready for battle and most effective in action. Oil drums containing dim lights marked the route of advance, but they were often obscured by the dust. Vehicle commanders relied on the keen eyes of their drivers or the soldiers riding the mudguards to maintain contact with the truck or panzer in front. When that failed, they turned to maps, luminous compasses, or the stars to guide them. After an hour's pause in the pre-dawn southeast of Bir Hakeim, the columns wheeled left to begin rolling up the British defensive line, once again in a swirling cloud of smoke and dust. As night hesitantly gave way to a breathless, clear day, revealing a barren landscape devoid of any life, Rommel's staff intercepted a signal sent by a worried British unit. "Enemy panzer columns are bearing down on us. It looks like it's the whole bloody Afrika Korps." In fact, it was the Italian armour of the Ariete division which scored the first victory of the new offensive, all but wiping out an Indian motorized brigade inside half an hour, with horrific results. A pile of tanks, trucks, guns and equipment littered the battlefield, the dead half naked, often buried alive, still in the vehicles, now fair game for the flies. Buoyed by success, the Ariete now focused on the fortress of Bir Hakeim, held by more than 3,500 free French and foreign legionnaires. The Ariete proved themselves to be bold warriors, running the gauntlet of 50,000 mines sown down around the strong point. French guns, many of them great war vintage, took a fearful toll of the weak Italian armour. Although so pungent was the black smoke from the burning tanks littering the battlefield that it provided a useful smokescreen for those still running. One attacking wave was finally brought to a halt inside French lines in hand-to-hand fighting. The second ground to a halt in one of the minefields. The battalion commander leading the assault had 2 tanks shot out from under him. He was taken prisoner when his third tank of the day was crippled. Hauled out of his blazing vehicle, wounded, terribly burned and almost naked, Lieutenant Colonel Pasquale Prestistimone protested to his captors that he'd been failed by his leaders. They assured us that everything in Bir Hakeim would be over in minutes. French officers rifling through Prestistimone's papers found documents confirming the Italian colonel's statement. Rommel had expected the isolated fortress to fall by 9:15 a.m. "Quel mépris, et aussi quelle méprise," remarked the outpost's commander, Marie-Pierre Koenig. "What contempt, and also what a misunderstanding." 60 comrades followed Pasquale Prestistimone into French captivity. A similar number were dead on the battlefield. After a 90-minute battle, the Ariete called off its attack. All around Bir Hakeim, the desert is now strewn with black carcasses, overturned vehicles, burned-out tanks, one French officer recorded. So many victories of which the desert keeps track, so many comforting spectacles for the besieged. The Italians counted their losses. More than 30 tanks before Bir Hakeim alone, nearly half the Ariete's armour in the first day of battle. Theseus was not running to plan. By the time the Italians broke off their assault on Bir Hakeim, the far right of Rommel's Hook was barely 15 miles from Tobruk, scything through the enemy's rear area. 90th Light Division overran numerous supply dumps, a few British stragglers and the headquarters of 7th Armoured Division taking its commander prisoner. But to the west, the bulk of the Africa Corps collided with 4th Armoured Brigade. Bobby Feekins was driving an armoured car sent ahead of British lines to scout for the enemy when it was hit by a German shell. Its commander and 2 radio operators were killed instantly, the latter decapitated, their heads taken clean off, their hands still holding their mouthpieces. The inside of my armoured car was just nothing but blood and flesh, bits of body all over the place, he recalled. A company from 5th Panzer Regiment shot up 4 enemy tanks in quick succession, forcing the rest to turn about. An unharmed major clambered out of one stricken tank, brandishing a bottle of whiskey, which he promptly shared with his captors, who found the disabled vehicle packed with cigarettes, condensed milk, canned meat, tea, and other delights. We lived well on it for several days, the Panzer commander remembered. They sent their prisoner in the direction of a collection point. The Africa Corps was about to be surprised by the appearance of the first American-built Grant tanks, a surprise, Rommel conceded with considerable understatement, not to our advantage. Despite its cumbersome design, its main gun was mounted in a rather unwieldy side turret, which restricted its arc of fire. The Grant's firepower outmatched the Panzer III, mainstay of the Africa Corps, and promptly decimated its ranks. Driver Horst Sonnenkalb countered 32 panzers in his regiment knocked out in under an hour by the new American tanks. 10 of them were aflame. The crews died horrible deaths in their vehicles, he remembered. But there was no time for thinking, pondering, reflecting. The men of 15th Panzer Division quickly adapted to combating their new foe, remain hidden, then drive quickly and hit the Grant from the side. Thus did the Africa Corps slug its way north. By early afternoon it had crossed the Trai Capuzzo, a desert track which bisected the battlefield east-west, still intent on reaching the coast road more than 20 miles distant, and with it encircling British forces in the Gazala line. The British had other ideas. That afternoon their armour counterattacked with vigour. Horst Sonnenkalb once again found himself in a duel to the death with enemy tanks. Distance 800 metres, armour-piercing shell, fire at will. At times, temperatures in the Panzer were 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. The gun layer and loader worked like clockwork. Turret and cannon aimed, fixed target. As driver, I'd stop the Panzer, applying the brakes. Panzers should only shoot when stationary. The gun layer pressed the electrical release button. The cannon roared, direct hit. No one got out of the enemy tank. We only saw an enormous tongue of flame and a large black cloud of smoke. Reconnaissance Unit Commander Helmut Schroeter watched German columns roll back in the face of the British advance. There were moments, he recalled, when we believed it was the end of Panzerarmee Afrika. Walter Nering certainly feared as much. Watching the enemy rout his supply columns, he turned to his flak commander, Alvin Volz, demanding a front of flak. Your cannons shoot further than the enemy tanks. Form a front out of flak using every gun at your disposal. Volz rounded up his guns, equally if not more effective against armour as against aircraft, and formed a 2-mile flak front, exactly as Nering desired. No quarter was given in the ensuing battle, as Rudolf Hubelek recalled. Howling shells whizzed over our heads and exploded very nearby. Gunsmoke left a disgusting taste in our mouths. Red-hot pieces of shrapnel and shattered lumps of rock whistled and whined around our ears. The crouched figures of soldiers lost the ground beneath their feet, tottered and fell over. Bodies were ripped to shreds. Still-breathing bodies littered the battlefield. A gun in 3rd Platoon received a direct hit. Lumps of flesh, bloody remains and silver braid from his uniform were all that were found of the platoon leader. Amid this infernal noise, the screaming and whimpering of the wounded. "Medic! Medic!" A shiver ran down my spine every time I heard such a cry. Today that cry still reverberates in my ears, an echo from another world. At one point, Volz's cannon mistook German panzers for enemy armour and began engaging them, but otherwise his guns brought the British onslaught to a standstill, although not before some had forced their way up to the very muzzles of the guns and wiped out the crew. At dusk, the Africa Corps ordered its men to regroup, dig in, and prepare for all-round defence. In fact, There was little coordinated leadership of Panzerarmee Africa that night. Owen Rommel had spent the day ranging around the battlefield, urging, cajoling, ordering his men forward. He did so at tremendous personal risk. An attempt to reach 90th Light Division at midday had been thwarted by British tanks. At other times the command vehicles came under fighter-bomber attack, and as darkness set in, a ferocious artillery barrage, a proper witch hunt, Rommel's worried interpreter Wilfried Armbruster noted in his diary. When night fell with a red glow on the horizon from the still-burning tanks, Rommel's staff was scattered across the battlefield. Worse, the general was separated from his radio trucks. His panzer divisions were alone in the desert, split from most of their infantry, and more worryingly, their supply columns, now at the mercy of the British. His plan, Owen Rommel conceded, had not worked. Not only had he failed to encircle the British, but he had underestimated the strength of his foe, badly. He'd not reckoned with the new Grant tanks. 90th Light Division's official war diarist branded them monsters, which tore huge gaps in our ranks. That first day of battle cost the Germans more than 1/3 of their armour. "There's no denying," Rommel wrote later, "that night I was extremely worried." A German Foreign Ministry official urged liaison officer Giuseppe Mancinelli to intervene with his masters in Rome before Rommel, with his recklessness, led us to complete disaster, while Rommel's chief of staff, Alfred Gauser, suggested falling back to the army's starting point on the 26th, pretending the foray had merely been a reconnaissance mission. Rommel tore a strip off him, making it quite clear to his subordinate that he and he alone, no other, took decisions. The decision he took was to push on to the sea and cut off the British troops in the Gazala line. At first light, Rommel scanned the horizon in search of the rest of his forces. He saw only British troops on the move, and they soon made their presence felt by showering the general's cluster of command vehicles with shells, a barrage which achieved little beyond shattering the window of the bus the staff had commandeered. It was a less than propitious beginning to another difficult day. However much Rommel might wish to lunge to the Mediterranean, his options for doing so this Thursday were limited. 15th Panzer Division had barely 20 working tanks, which were all but out of ammunition, while 90th Light was locked in a struggle for its very existence with British monsters and was being hounded by the enemy air force. Only 21st Panzer was capable of carrying out Rommel's intentions. It pushed north, brushing away half-hearted attempts by the British to halt its progress and reaching the high ground not 5 miles from the Mediterranean. "We look at the blue sea like a promise," war correspondent Lutz Koch wrote. "Before us is the glistening strip of the Via Balbia. Alongside the road, vehicles gathered, and on the road, vehicles moving in both directions. Vehicle after vehicle is hit under the thunder of our guns, and the first shell from our heavy flak lands in the middle of a truck, shattering it and tearing it apart in a single surge of fire." That was as close as any German got to the sea, or to halting traffic on the Via Balbia on the 28th of May. With no other units able to support the exposed men of 21st Panzer Division, Rommel called them back. He had decided to corral his forces and go over to the defensive, at least until they had fuel and ammunition. To that end, the Panzerarmee commander spent the latter part of the day rounding up his scattered supply trucks under enemy and, on one occasion, friendly fire. "Bullets fizzed around our eyes," his interpreter wrote at one point. At another, enemy tanks broke through, causing our group to flee. Several ammunition and fuel trucks were shot up before Rommel restored some semblance of order after nightfall. Of the 16 British tanks which attacked his makeshift column, 14 now lay knocked out in the desert. In the small hours of the 29th of May, a line of 1,500 vehicles began to snake along a narrow alley cleared through one of the Gazala minefields, Rommel at their head. His memoirs state simply that everything ran smoothly. It most definitely did not. The British struck at his flank. Rommel calmly ordered the enemy encircled. The Ariete division began to give way, prompting panic. British artillery joined in the hellish concert and began to inflict casualties. Then Rommel personally led our group to the Africa Corps. Armbruster wrote admiringly, "The journey was unbelievable. We were encircled, and yet everything turned out fine." Shortly after midday, the column got through. "That saved our bacon," Machine Gun Battalion Commander Hinrich Varroman wrote. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold out." Rommel's arrival could not have been more timely. His flak sat in the hollow of death, the barrels of its 88mm guns silent for lack of ammunition, 20 fresh mounds of sand next to them for those killed over the past 3 days. Now the guns had the shells and the panzers had the fuel they needed. And for the first time since the battle began, the army commander could finally begin to grasp the situation. For the past few days, all manner of rumours had electrified Panzerarmee Afrika. The Afrika Corps is surrounded. As soon as it's fired all its ammunition, it will have to surrender. The Tommies have bagged our entire supply column. Every day there was fresh talk that Rommel, Nering, or Kruvel, leading the feint in the north, was dead. One rumour often contradicted another, and so you questioned their believability, Heinz Dietrich Arberger recalled, but there was still a certain discomfort. Only one thing was certain, one flak officer noted, we're Rommeling again. In fact, the disparate German and Italian units were beginning to mesh in an area no more than 8 miles wide and 8 miles long, bordered on all sides by desert tracts. History has come to know it as the Hexenkessel, the Witch's Cauldron, or simply Cauldron. To the west, the British were safe in their boxers on the Gazala line, unthreatened and unthreatening, but an obstacle to Panzerarmee Afrika's freedom of movement. The isolated fortress of Bir Hakeim stood firm in the south and threatened Rommel's rear columns, and to the north and east there were at least 3 British armoured and 1 motorised brigade. The colonel of the Italo-German army in North Africa was encircled, albeit not tightly. Only now did Erwin Rommel abandon his original plan to strike at the ocean and encircle the Gazala positions. Instead, he would form a wall of armour and anti-tank guns in the east, a wall he was sure the British would bang their head against and wear themselves out, and strike west with his mobile forces, overrunning the Gazala boxers, first the British at Got el Waleb, then the Free French at the southern end of the line. The box at Got el Waleb, held by British 150th Brigade, was thoroughly camouflaged, well fortified with minefields, tanks dug into the sand, and deep-slit trenches, but above all, doggedly held. Its defenders forced their attackers to contest every single strongpoint and dugout for 3 days. A stunning dive-bomber raid and an all-out armoured assault, personally directed by Rommel, finally brought about the Boxers' surrender. 3,000 prisoners fell into his Axis hands, while more than 100 British tanks and vehicles were destroyed or captured. The Free French at Bir Hakeim proved no more willing to yield to the Italo-German onslaught than the British at Got el Waleb. As the 90th Light and Trieste divisions regrouped for the attack on the end of the Gazala line, a small Italian staff car with a white strip stopped a few hundred metres from one of the outposts of Bir Hakeim, and 2 men, waving a white flag, walked towards French lines. Blindfolded, they were led to Marie-Pierre Koenig's command post, where they presented their credentials as representatives of the Grande Vincitore della Libia, great conqueror of Libya, namely Rommel. Unable to speak French, the 2 Italians harangued Koenig in their mother tongue, repeating 3 words, circondati, estaminati, capitolare, surrounded, exterminated, capitulate. The French commander stood firm. I am very sorry, gentlemen. Go and tell your general that we are not here to surrender. The 2 parliamentarians were led back to their vehicle. Siete grandi soldati, one told his escort. You are great soldiers. As soon as they departed, Koenig's headquarters sent a message to every unit under his command. General Rommel has asked us to surrender, threatening us with extermination. General Koenig refused. Do your duty. Rommel persisted. The next day he sent in 2 captured British troops on foot under white flags carrying an ultimatum written on a signal pad, possibly by the general himself. To the troops of Bir Hakeim, further resistance means useless bloodshed. You will suffer the same fate as the 2 English brigades in Got Waleb, which were destroyed the day before yesterday. We will cease fighting if you raise white flags and come across to us without your weapons. Rommel, General Oberst. Koenig was incensed, not by the demand, but by the fact it was addressed to his men, not their commander. Convinced he could hold out for at least another 8 days, once again he rejected the demand. Our mission is to hold on at all costs until victory is final, he told his staff. Explain this to all, officers and men alike, and good luck to all. Not all his men were impressed. It's easy to say that it's our duty to remain calm and stick together, junior officer Roger Malfetz observed. We are told that we have to hold on at all costs until victory, but surrounded and stuck as we are, it will be difficult." No white flags appeared over Bir Hakeim. The RAF, however, did. The Desert Air Force hounded the gathering enemy vehicles, leaving 60 ablaze in the June sun, black columns of smoke climbing into the sky. When Rommel's assault belatedly began, following a heavy artillery barrage, his troops got no closer than within 300 yards of Bir Hakeim's outer defences. A combination of heat, exhaustion and withering French fire caused the attackers to break off the battle. It would be the first of many failed attempts to seize Bir Hakeim. While the Germans and Italians unsuccessfully tried to eliminate Bir Hakeim, the British were unbelievably quiet on the eastern flank of the cauldron. The Afrika Korps used the apparent lull to repair its battered armour. It had begun the offensive with more than 300 panzers. After a week's fighting, barely 120 were still in working order. But Rommel knew that the British, too, were exploiting the pause in battle. They were massing their armour and artillery for a concerted effort to deliver Panzer Armee Afrika an annihilating blow. By the 4th of June, Erwin Rommel was convinced there was something in the air and began repositioning his forces. His timing was almost perfect. Shortly before 3 a.m. on the 5th of June, the eastern horizon flashed with lightning, heralding the beginning of the British offensive, Operation Aberdeen. The artillery barrage crashed down not on the armour and men of the Ariete Division as intended, but on the stone and sand of the empty desert. It was, Rommel's intelligence officer Friedrich von Mellenthin later wrote, a fitting prelude to the events of the day. When it came a few hours later, the British attack was brave but disjointed. 2 armoured and 2 infantry brigades threw themselves against Panzer Armee Afrika. When they did finally grapple with the Ariete, they drove the Italians off a ridge on the southern end of the front, following bitter fighting. But when the British armour began to deploy, 32nd Army Tank Brigade in the north, 22nd Armoured Brigade in the east, so Aberdeen began to come apart. Friday the 5th of June and Saturday the 6th would prove to be the greatest days of battle in the summer campaign. The cauldron boiled. From 6,000 or 7,000 feet above the desert, airmen watched as the 2 British brigades advanced into battle, an enormous white wall, an ominous cloud moving across the desert. On the eastern rim of the cauldron, 22nd Armoured smashed into the flak and anti-tank guns of 15th Panzer Division. Rudolf Hubelek and his comrades realized too late that the bulk of the British force was bearing down on their 2-centimetre flak guns, not the much more powerful 88s as planned. The gigantic steel colossi seemed to be amused by our gleaming peas, he wrote. What did it matter that our fire was well aimed? The bullets bounced off the armour plate like table tennis balls. Hubelek's unit fell back, regrouped, dug in, and waited for the British to renew their attack. Through the shimmering midday air, the flak men watched the enemy armour form up to advance, before a furious artillery barrage plastered the desert, intending to smash the German lines. Salvos of exploding shells spewed out death 1,000-fold. We lay pressed to the bottom of our foxholes as dense gun smoke and drifting smoke darkened the sky and made it very difficult for our lungs to breathe. Sweat glistened on every one of my pores. My tortured senses meant I could do nothing. My soul wallowed in apathy. Nothing mattered to me. Death would come as a relief. Through the veil of smoke I watched as a lifeless bundle wrapped in canvas was dragged away. Direct hit. In the radio car there was a curled-up figure lying over the quay. Death had again reaped a rich harvest. 19-year-old anti-tank gunner Gunther Halm remembered black dots in the shimmering heat rolling towards us. As if electrified, we shot up. All our lethargy was gone. In a flash the guns and ammunition were ready for battle. As Halm and his comrades waited for 40 British tanks, led by 2 command vehicles, clearly identifiable from their pennants, to close within range, an armoured car passed their gun line heading towards the advancing column. The gunners realized it was Rommel, binoculars around his neck. A few minutes later the general returned. "Lads, they're coming from behind us," he urged the gunners. "Don't let one of them through." They responded by knocking out the 2 command tanks. It seemed to unnerve the British. Their attack faltered. The entire armada turned around and disappeared into the desert, at which point Rommel reappeared, thanked the gunners for their efforts, and drove out into the desert after the withdrawing enemy. Such actions were typical of the Cauldron and typical of Rommel's style of leadership. "Rommel's in his element right now. He's Rommeling again," Helmut Frey observed. "He's always in front. First he appears here, then there. Perhaps this type of leadership is right in the desert. The general was," Rudolf Hubelek wrote, "what I expected an army commander to be. Brave, decisive, successful, prudent, encouraging, hard, thoughtful and fair." But not everyone was convinced. When we saw that Rommel preferred to be way up front, directing individual tanks and raiding parties, instead of with his staff, making decisions that the overall situation required, then we asked ourselves whether he really was such a great army leader. One Panzer Company commander complained. Thanks to his propaganda image, Erwin Rommel was viewed as a great army leader by the German public, however. "He'll crack it again this time," people told themselves. The terse daily official communiqué gave little away about the new offensive. German and Italian troops have attacked enemy positions. A bitter battle is underway. The fighting continues. Counterattacks were repulsed. X number of enemy tanks knocked out, prisoners captured, aircraft shot down. The ordinary German filled in the blanks. He dreamed of Egypt, Suez, even of linking up with the forces of Japan. And the ordinary German soldier in North Africa dreamed of Germany. "We long so much for these, and our fear of being disappointed is tremendous," Flak Battery Commander Helmut Köhrer recorded in his diary. But Köhrer was also apprehensive about returning to the fatherland. The desert had changed him. "Sometimes we wonder, should we go on leave at all, when here, across the steppes, tracks, mountains and desert sand, we've turned into a seamless entity, condemned to a fate which so often demands the lethal use of our last ounce of strength." His melancholy was perhaps fueled by the ever-growing numbers of crossers, normally by the side of the Bedouin tracks crossing the desert. After a few hours there's already a grey dust on top of the red mounds, that same grey dust which makes the living and the dead of a small, proud, hand-picked army facing a bitter struggle in a strange, incomprehensible land look the same. Rudolf Hubelek helped to bury his battery commander in a strip of canvas covered with sand and stone. "The shifting sand will soon have flattened this resting place," he observed. "Perhaps the simple wooden cross will still stick out of the ground. Perhaps we'll still be able to read the faded letters which were written with indelible pencil, Oberleutnant Pedersen, killed 6th of June 1942, aged 24. Lieutenant Alberto Cogliatore felt he had a duty, for reasons of hygiene, humanity, and Christian piety, to bury the dead, albeit makeshift fashion, if time and circumstance allowed, even the enemy's fallen. Imprinted in his mind was the sight of the corpse of one Indian soldier, still rigidly in position, still seemingly aiming his rifle at enemy lines. His khaki shirt is covered in dried blood. His face has already turned blue and shrunk, Cogliatore wrote. Hundreds of flies and insects buzz with ravenous anger around that small, motionless body. The Indian was laid to rest in a grave specially shaped to fit his contorted position. Helmut Frey was haunted by a visit to a first-aid post established in a desert hut, where two surgeons struggled by day and night to operate on at least 24 patients. "Never is war with all its cruelty more evident than in a hospital," he recorded in his diary. "Anyone who has the chance to visit the operating theatre of a hospital during a great battle gets his fill of war. Most of the faces are filled with pain and terror. And yet, however primitive the conditions, the injured receive the best possible treatment under the circumstances. U-52 transport aircraft waited to carry the badly wounded to hospitals 1,000 kilometres behind the front in a matter of hours, while 3 hospital ships crossed the Mediterranean every week. British wounded, as well as captured Germans, were often treated in the hospital at Tobruk, though it could not cope with the scale of casualties from the Gazala fighting. One British surgeon remembered shattered bodies lying on the floor, head to head with not an inch between them, waiting for their turn. Neither the facilities nor the staff could cope, physically but especially mentally, with the never-ending horrors. Faces that look like smashed pulp, heads where the brain oozes out, the little room set aside for the dying, the stink, the filth, the flies, the absolute shambles following a night's work. All too often, however, there was no one to save. Shrapnel and armour-piercing shells turned the innards of a tank into a charnel house. Alfred Zellmeyer, A doctor serving with 21st Panzer Division came across a knocked-out English personnel carrier. An horrific sight. Badly wounded, torn limbs and dead, and between them tins of canned food. His comrades ignored the gruesome sights and hurriedly gathered up the tins. Appalled by their contempt for the dead, the doctor quickly put a stop to the scavenging, vowing never to eat the can's contents. But 2 hours later I was really enjoying tinned peaches. Such indifference to death and carnage was commonplace. We cold-bloodedly walked past the bodies of our comrades who had been torn to shreds, Rudolf Hubelek wrote. We were only seized by horror later, when we remembered such sights. Did that make us creatures without pity? We had to forget death, to not think about him, even when he randomly tore gaps in our ranks. There was no point getting too worked up about our life on earth. It rested in God's hands. He watched over and safeguarded it and took it. That too was his will. Shells of the feared 88mm flak anti-tank guns travelled faster than sound. There was no warning or incoming howl. They would take a head clean off or slice an unfortunate soldier in two. Death at least was instantaneous. Shrapnel shells which burst in the air and sent shards of hot metal spiralling across the desert would maim but not necessarily kill. Albert Parker, acting as an unofficial ambulance driver, collected one comrade who was like a rag doll, no arms, no legs, and smoking on fire. In Berakem, Marine Paul Leterrier was struck by shrapnel from a shell which embedded itself on the inside of his left thigh. It seemed to sizzle like a piece of butter in a hot frying pan. It smelled like roast pig. I tried to remove it, but I burnt my fingers. However, I had to get it out at all costs, as I was literally sizzling, and the glow, melting the flesh, kept sinking in. I chose the lesser evil and burned my fingers, but I managed to pull it out. The skies over the cauldron were as contested as the sand and stone. Neither side enjoyed superiority, but when it was able to concentrate forces, the effects were both impressive and devastating. Chaplain Giovanni Rosso was impressed by the sight of Stukas swooping down in front of us in an infernal carousel. Hundreds of huge columns of smoke blackened the sky like the great summer storms, and for 5 minutes the entire desert seemed shaken by a huge earthquake. Italian fighter pilot Federico Valauri was proud of the support he and his comrades gave to his countrymen on the ground. "If you knew what it means to see my tracers end up in a truck, an armoured car or jeep, and watch them catch fire," he wrote to his family, "think above all what it means to our good soldiers to see tall columns of smoke rising from the enemy lines." Paul Wallington's supply column was pounced on twice in one afternoon by the RAF. "The minutes between 2:15 and 2:25 p.m. were the most terrible of my life," he recorded. 15 Tommy fighters attacking at low level, no cover. I'm lying under the car, the aircraft cannons and machine guns barking for all they're worth. One of my comrades next to me had his arm torn off, and his buttocks were also injured. Shreds of flesh are flying around. 2 hours later the enemy aircraft returned, blowing up 2 vehicles, leaving one man dead and Wallington drenched in petrol, which caught fire. He was bandaged up at a first aid post and sent to the rear. The strain on air crew was tremendous. On the airfield before dawn, for briefings and pre-flight checks, they rarely stood down until an hour after dusk, having flown 4 or 5 sorties on some days. Their existence quickly became exhausting, relentless, monotonous. For days the same thing, Stuka rear gunner Hans Gross wrote. Only the targets changed depending on how the fronts move. Gross remembered hearing a muffled sound of engines from dawn until dusk, as his Stuka flew over the cauldron 3 or 4 times every day, delivering death and ruin. The sky was scarred by flames and dark clouds of smoke rising above tanks, vehicles, and tents. After each sortie, Gross and his pilot clambered out of the cabin drenched in sweat, their uniforms clinging to their skin. Temperatures in the cockpit reached 50 degrees Celsius, while the glass canopies were as hot to touch as an iron. On the ground, the heat produced a shimmering haze hovering above the surface of the desert, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe, a problem compounded by the use of captured vehicles on both sides. Rommel's own staff used 2 British command cars. It tricked flyers as well as soldiers. A Luftwaffe reconnaissance plane reported sighting 1,000 vehicles in the cauldron. On closer inspection, they turned out to be oil drums, distorted by the haze. Come the early afternoon, the heat stirred up the obligatory sandstorm. a large black wall moving inexorably across the desert. The air was oppressive, and the temperature rose to 55 degrees Celsius, Gunther Halm remembered. It was the heat, not the sand, which could kill, but the experience of being lashed by winds driving dust at speeds of 50 or 60 miles an hour was far from pleasant. The sand ground in our teeth and stuck to our skin everywhere, Halm wrote. We hardly dared breathe because there was sand in every breath. We thought we'd suffocate. Minutes became an eternity. We had the feeling of being close to the end of the world. When the storm subsided, the men brushed the sand from their uniforms and cleaned their weapons. In the relentless heat, any movement was painful, but we had to be ready for action once more as quickly as possible. But in the afternoon the sky grew increasingly dark as a storm brewed. Lightning cast the battlefield in an eerie light, and occasionally the thunder in the heavens drowned out the thunder on the ground, Heinz-Dietrich Arbiger of Machine Gun Battalion 8 recalled. Even old colonial Italians and Arabs could not recall experiencing rain at this time of year, and here, in the hottest part of North Africa. The storm perfectly suited the apocalyptic scenario in the cauldron. The sky ahead became a sea of flames as all their guns opened up, one British gunner remembered. It was carnage. His comrades talked of absolute chaos and the beginning of the end. By nightfall on the 6th of June, a day, Rudolf Hubelek remembered, dominated by a rain of fire and death, a gurgling, seething, hellish noise comparable with no natural sound, Aberdeen had been smashed. The British had been broken mentally and physically. The first time they met the Germans, they would go in with tremendous dash and courage, and very few of them would come out. One by one, the morale of these proud regiments was broken, one British tank commander recalled. It was more than flesh and blood could stand, always to be asked to fight at such fearful odds. The two attacking armoured brigades had lost nearly half their tanks, while a brigade of Indian infantry ceased to exist. It could, and perhaps should, have been a British triumph, but the attackers were hampered by confused command, confused orders, confused communications. And when the fate of the 8th Army hung in the balance, at least 3 armoured brigades played no or little part in the battle, nor too the divisions and brigades still rigidly holding the northernmost stretch of the Gazala line. Rommel was scathing of his foe's timidity. They should have thrown every unit at their disposal into the battle, he wrote. What use is numerical superiority if you let your forces be beaten bit by an enemy who concentrates his units to create superiority at the decisive point? The Battle of the Cauldron was not yet over, but it had been won, and there was now no hope of relief for the defenders of Bir Hakeim, who faced the full wrath of Panzerarmee Afrika. 40 miles from the coast and centred on an old desert fortress built at the point where 2 Bedouin tracks met, Bir Hakeim was not 300 yards long and barely 100 yards across at its widest point. As at Got el Waleb, the desert was sown with mines. The defenders, 6 battalions of French infantry, 2 of them drawn from the Foreign Legion, mostly wore British uniforms but bore French arms. They dug slit trenches and built emplacements, protected by sandbags, for their assorted artillery pieces, anti-tank guns and mortars. The second attempt to overrun Bir Hakeim proved no more successful than the first. The featureless terrain offered 90th Light Division no cover, nowhere to hide. At dusk on the 6th of June, it called off its attack, still a good half-mile from the old redoubt at the heart of the French position, brought to a halt by ferocious defensive fire. After dark, the Axis ring tightened, while pioneers continued to clear lanes through the minefields, ready for a renewed assault in the morning, preceded by an artillery barrage and Stuka raid. This time, Rommel was convinced Bir Hakeim would fall within a day. Again, he was to be sorely disappointed. Late in the morning, senior non-commissioned officer Nico Tocci in the Pavia division waited for the signal to attack, watching as 10 aircraft at a time struck at the desert outpost. Lying on the ground in the small foxholes which we've dug among the mines lying all around us, and which none of us dares touch, I look up at the shocking spectacle of dive bombers over our heads, dropping their deadly bombs a few hundred feet above the ground, which then, after a tremendous hiss, explode with a deafening roar, a clap of thunder, a crater of shrapnel, sand, smoke, and almost crashing, The plain roars over our heads with the gust of a hurricane. With hearts trembling, soldiers have to summon the strongest courage, and when all the noise subsides, but smoke and dust still obscures visibility, we hear the cry of Captain Cascone, "Forward, infantry of the Pavia!" Tocci and his men advanced straight into furious French fire. The bombardment had evidently done little to wear down the defenders. Cascone was cut down, and the attackers were forced to leap back into the foxholes they'd just dug. They stayed there. The moment any man raised his head above the desert floor, he was subjected to accurate bursts of automatic fire from the French lines. Once again the Axis attack had miscarried. The courage and obstinacy of the defenders of Bir Hakeim were beginning to earn them the worldwide fame and admiration hitherto reserved for Rommel and his seemingly invincible arms. Marie-Pierre Koenig was the hero of the hour, but he did not appreciate the attention. "It's very nice being called the Lion of Bir Hakeim and other rubbish," he protested. "I'm a soldier, not a clown. I ask that the defence of Bir Hakeim is not romanticized." Nowhere was the impact of the Luftwaffe more apparent than in the North African campaign than at Bir Hakeim. The fortress was subjected to at least half a dozen air raids daily, 10 Stuka attacks on one day, 1,300 sorties in all throughout the siege. The dive bombers faced a wall of flak, but ran the gauntlet and dropped their bombs repeatedly. Suddenly clouds of sand explode, enveloping the fort, war correspondent Hans Gross wrote. Down below, death reaps his harvest. The effects must be awful. Everywhere acrid smoke and dust spreads across this beacon of destruction beneath us. The effects were awful. Hell and its eternal fire are nothing compared to what we endured for 3 days and 3 nights, remembered Cameroonian non-commissioned officer Raphael Onana. A British officer could not get the sound of the Stuka's droning engines out of his head. This sensation persists even when it's peaceful, but such moments are so short, he recorded in his diary, which was later recovered by the Germans. Even when the enemy infantry attacked, the eyes of the garrison troops were fixed on the sky. The fear of air attacks has turned to terror, the diarist noted. So loud was the howl of the trumpets of Jericho, and so close were the German troops encircling Bir Hakeim, that the sirens even gnawed at the nerves of the attackers. Privately, one gunner wrote, "Each man is glad not to be in the area of the attacks." With no breeze, the smoke-filled air rarely cleared, and the acrid smell from shells and bombs exploding mixed with the foul stench of decomposing corpses lying in the open. The sight of their comrades' lifeless bodies decaying caused some defenders to lose their minds. After their initial success in the opening days of the siege, the RAF now only intervened sporadically, often adding to rather than easing the garrison's misery by bombing Allied lines. Only with the fall of night was there respite from the aerial onslaught, but not from the battle. Flares cast the desert in an airy glow, while machine-gun tracer raced through the night and gave the defenders no rest. The moans and cries of wounded men, scattered all over the minefield, calling for help, filled the battlefield, Nino Tocci wrote. The battlefield is alive with shadowy figures, searching, rummaging soldiers quietly call out, looking for friends, helping those with minor wounds. Stretcher-bearers bring back those most seriously injured. Other men ignored the dead and wounded, moving among them in search of water, food and ammunition, so they could continue the battle. So frustrated was Rommel by the obstinacy of the defenders of Bir Hakeim that he ordered his flak, the same flak which had saved the Afrika Korps on the first day of battle, to attack the fortress alone when the supporting infantry and panzers failed to materialize. Alvin Volz and his staff protested. Bir Hakeim simply could not be Rommeled with cries of "Herido" and "Hurrah!" Rommel's response was to dismiss Volz and his adjutant. The attack failed, just as Volz had warned. The desert fortress could not hold out indefinitely, however. With no water, no saliva, and bone-dry throats, the defenders were resorting to desperate measures, drinking urine. We collected it in our overheated bowls, Raphael Onana remembered. After a few minutes in the sun, so that it settled a little, we opened our eyes, pinched our noses, and off we went. It tasted perfectly awful, but at least we had a few drops of liquid in our mouths and throats, which made the pangs of thirst less cruel. By the 9th of June, after being besieged for a fortnight, the defenders no longer expected relief. I pray to God that he will protect me. No one protects us. Our only hope now is God, the British diarist noted. The next day, another hellish day. Water, water, water. This is the cry from the wounded, the cry from the survivors. How can we hold out? At 9 a.m. an air raid, another one at 10 a.m, and machine guns shoot all day long. The stench from the dead is impossible to bear and breaks all our will to resist. The RAF has as good as disappeared. Perhaps this is for the best, because it has inflicted too many casualties on our side. At 11 p.m. we receive orders to surrender our trucks and artillery. We must try to escape as best we can. But in which direction? No one is bothered about us any more. We have reached the end. They had. When the Germans fatally penetrated Bir Hakem's defensive ring that same day following an all-out assault, the fortress's commander, Marie-Pierre Koenig, decided the time had come to abandon the strongpoint and link up with British forces to the west. It was a move the Germans expected. Dig yourself a deep hole because there's a chance the French want to break out during the night, one Africa Corps veteran advised Otto Henning. Henning did, but the French did not come Henning's way. Having been given absolution by military chaplains, the defenders of Bir Hakem moved out down a path cleared through the minefield surrounding the fortress. It proved too narrow for the number of men and vehicles trying to escape. Many of the latter ran onto mines. The explosions alerted the Germans, and soon bursts of tracer were racing past the fleeing garrison. Yet the breakout largely succeeded, helped by two factors. Firstly, they broke out to the west, not east, as the besiegers had anticipated, and secondly, a dense mist descended in the final couple of hours before dawn. As much as three-quarters of the garrison slipped away, joining up with a motorized brigade and hastening through the desert night to El Adem, more than 30 miles away. At first light, Rommel's forces moved in on the fortress. Everything is silent and really amazes us, Sergeant Major Mario Vanieri wrote. The Italian and his comrades found around 500 men, most of them wounded, and vast quantities of equipment, much of it destroyed. Embraces and tears of joy are the scenes of a battle won. The 16-day siege of Bir Hakem was over. Rommel's rear was free. He began regrouping his forces, moving them to the northern edge of the cauldron to destroy the British Eighth Army and drive on Tobruk. Bir Hakem's new occupiers were unimpressed by what they found. A rocky nest with only a couple of wrecked buildings and knocked-out military equipment, wrote Otto Henning. Nor were they particularly impressed by the troops they captured, but they were impressed by the effects of a fortnight's air attacks on the defenders. Helmut Frey came across a Swiss Foreign Legionnaire who now turns white at the mere mention of the word Stuka. Horst Sonnenkalb was surprised to find Germans among those captured at Bir Hakem, Rhinelanders, soldiers from our German homeland. They had offered us a tough fight in the ranks of the Foreign Legion, side by side with soldiers from other countries. What path, what fates, he wondered, had led them to join the Foreign Legion? Hitler decreed that such men, if they had not been killed in battle, or if they were not required for interrogation and intelligence gathering, were to be shot immediately on the orders of the nearest German officer. He demanded the same fate befall any Jewish troops captured at the fortress. Neither instruction was carried out. Hitler's order was burned. We didn't want anything to do with such methods, Siegfried Westphal observed. Instead, the men were treated just like every other prisoner of war. Horst Sonnenkalb recalled. After the war, much would be made of such actions. The campaign in North Africa was one of rules, of order, a clean conflict, unlike the fighting on the Eastern Front. In short, as Rommel's posthumous memoirs were titled, A War Without Hate. Battalion Commander Hinrich Varroman certainly felt no animosity towards his foe. In quiet moments, the officer and his machine gunners decided it was insane that here the English and Germans were fighting, while Bolshevism had to be recognized as the enemy of the entire world. In the end, we always commented that we had to do our duty, and as soldiers could not act differently. Supply officer Helmut Frey was impressed that the British let ambulances with German wounded come through the lines unscathed. They even gave the lightly wounded drinking water. When British gunners realized an Italian chaplain, Father Matrone, was recovering the dead, they ceased shelling his truck. Matrone became disorientated, strayed into no man's land, and as night fell, felt himself drawn to the groans of a wounded British soldier, surrounded by several comrades. They fled when the Italian priest approached, but Matrone remained with the injured soldier, gave him absolution, and stayed by his side until he died. On another occasion, however, though his ambulance was clearly marked with the Red Cross, Chaplain Giovanni Rosso's vehicle was peppered with machine-gun fire. Early in the battle, Rommel's troops captured a British order stipulating that no food, sleep, drink, civility, or comfort of any kind be shown to German prisoners. Friendly actions, such as the giving of a cigarette, would seem to the German mind an admission of weakness and would ruin the chances of successful interrogation. Medical officer Angelo Toscano was forced to watch an interrogation of Italian prisoners by a British captain. Water and food had been laid out on a table before them, but the captives could only indulge themselves once questioned. Toscano protested vigorously, but all his remonstrations achieved was to be forced to leave the cell at gunpoint. Alphonse Zellmeyer, a doctor with 5th Panzer Regiment, was incensed, and this when it's 40 degrees Celsius in the shade, he recorded in his diary. Rommel now orders that giving water to English prisoners is to be stopped immediately until this order is rescinded. These lords who think they have the monopoly on humanity will quickly think better of it. They did. The matter was quickly dropped by both sides, and the war without hate resumed. It was now time to destroy the 8th Army. With the ruins of Bir Ekem still smouldering, 15th Panzer, 90th Light and the Trieste divisions began to make for El Adem, 15 miles south of Tobruk, ready to wheel left when they got there and aim for the coast west of Tobruk, cutting off all Commonwealth troops between the port and Gazala, at least 2 entire divisions. Standing in Rommel's way, 3 armoured and 2 motorised brigades. Despite the mauling they had suffered in the Cauldron, the British still outnumbered Panzer Armee Africa. In 2 days of battle, the Germans and Italians turned that statistic on its head. The British had evidently learned little from Aberdeen. "I don't care how many tanks you British have, so long as you keep splitting them up the way you do," Rommel told a captured brigadier. "I shall just continue to destroy them piecemeal." Attacks were once again brave but disjointed. Command was confused, even fractious, and the British command naive to the point of criminality. In one encounter, upwards of 150 British tanks closed to within 500 feet of Otto Friedrich Senft von Pilsack's company of 35 panzers before opening fire. The Germans seized the initiative. Shells left the barrel of every panzer and struck every enemy tank with terrible effect, one non-commissioned officer remembered. Before the English tank crews could recover from the shock, our next shells were already approaching or striking their vehicles. The enemy turned about and fled, leaving more than a third of his tanks burning or immobile. The British had been lured into a trap by repeated fake radio messages. "Need immediate help. Being attacked by 150 enemy tanks. Have no ammunition and no fuel." Their tank crews were ordered not to shoot, so they could seize the entire panzer company intact. The Ariete division parried another British assault. The men watched it coming and waited as a long, high white curtain, a smokescreen, moved across the desert ahead of the British tanks. It prevented the Italian gunners from picking out individual targets, but it also gave them plenty of forewarning of the approaching onslaught. We all leaned forward out of our foxholes and positions, our eyes trying to penetrate that fog out of which enemy tanks will appear in a few minutes, our hands on our weapons ready to fire at the most propitious moment, Lieutenant Alberto Cogliatori wrote. The self-propelled artillery and tanks of the Ariete opened fire as soon as the British armour emerged from the veil of mist. Cogliatori continues, "All our 47-32 pieces, accompanied by machine guns and rifles, shoot blindly, almost madly, to help form a dense barrage of fire to stop the enemy attack by tanks, followed by infantry units. A hailstone of bullets falls on the enemy, who cannot reach our line and retreats, constantly pursued by our fire. When the roar of battle dies down, and the curtain of fog has thinned and dispersed, we can see numerous knocked-out enemy tanks in front of us. Many of them are aflame, sending thick, acrid black smoke up into the clear sky." Rommel was particularly impressed by the defenders of Knightsbridge, a dreary defensive box to the east of the Cauldron, who were subjected to the coordinated fire of every gun we could bring to bear on it. These troops virtually embodied the qualities and flaws of the British soldier. Extraordinary bravery and doggedness combined with their inability to think for themselves. There was an equally determined last stand by what remained of 8th Army's armour outside the small town of Akroma, 50 miles west of Tobruk. Horst Sonnenkalb's Panzer III was struck 7 times by a self-propelled gun. Suffering first- and second-degree burns and cuts, Sonnenkalb was the only man to clamber out of the wrecked panzer, having the presence of mind to grab a box of bandages as he escaped. He sat in the desert trying to bandage his wounds as burned scraps of his uniform hung off his body. A passing staff car stopped to pick him up, its occupants offering him 2 gulps of cognac to ease his pain, before taking him to a first aid post. In little more than a week, Horst Sonnenkalb was back with his unit. His comrades finally punched their way through the main defensive position outside Akroma on the afternoon of the 14th of June, leaving 45 British tanks burned out wrecks. Their crews entered captivity with deep depression written over their faces. The road to the coast was open. Scouting ahead of the Afrika Korps' armour, Helmut Schroeter pushed north to the edge of the escarpment which rose above the coast west of Tobruk by the end of the day. Before us, in the setting sun, the coastal plain, he wrote. A look of longing from my men across the sea meant the homeland is over there to the north, and below on the plain a mass of vehicles, mostly trucks, evidently abandoned. There was no way down from the Jebel. Besides, Schroeter only had a handful of men at his disposal to round up the booty. He passed his report up the line to Rommel. The British were giving up the Gazala line. The last 2 divisions holding the northern tip of the now redundant position, South African 1st and British 50th, received orders to break out and rejoin the 8th Army somewhere east of Tobruk. Fighter pilot Federico Valauri observed a swarm of vehicles and men. At last they were retreating, having caused us so many headaches. All evening long, Rommel impressed on his panzer divisions the need to reach the coast, blocking the Via Balbia and cutting off the retreat. The best the panzers could manage was to bring the coastal highway under sporadic fire. The thunder of the guns mixed with the crash of explosions as the Commonwealth troops blew up their ammunition dumps. But it was mid-afternoon on the following day before the armour of 15th Panzer Division finally reached the southern shore of the Mediterranean. By then, however, the bulk of the South African 1st Division had escaped to the east. The other final defenders of the Gazala line, British 50th Division, also avoided capture and annihilation, smashing through Italian units as they struck south into the desert and the rear of Rommel's army. They left behind a good 400 shot-up or abandoned vehicles. The bulk of the division escaped and rejoined the battered 8th Army near the Egyptian frontier. The haul of prisoners, as a result, was much smaller than anticipated. Rommel is bitterly disappointed that thousands of Tommies have escaped from him, Helmut Frey noted, but the Panzerarmee commander could console himself by surveying the detritus of the 8th Army abandoned on the Via Balbia. Evidence of the British defeat lay by the roadside and on the roads, Rommel wrote. Masses of equipment were lying around, while burned-out vehicles, blackened and empty, were stuck in the sand. Entire columns of British trucks also fell undamaged into our hands, waiting for repair details if they hadn't already been immediately put to use by my troops. Frey organised a booty detail to round up equipment abandoned on the shore west of Tobruk. The final battle here had clearly been desperate. Hastily dug foxholes a yard apart in the dunes, strips of canvas, scraps of uniform, laundry, clothes, weapons, helmets strewn across the beach. I was surprised by the amount of books and magazines that they've left behind, not least the frequent number of copies of the Bible or New Testament, the reservist wrote. He grabbed a pith helmet, and then, while his mechanics dismantled engines on abandoned vehicles, swam in the Mediterranean with 2 fellow officers. Peace. You would never have believed that a few hours before men were fighting on this beautiful beach. While the waves break on the coast with the same force as they did yesterday, our troops are in battle another 50 kilometres on against new enemies at El Adam. The muffled sound of guns comes from the fortress of Tobruk. The advance on the fortress is in progress. Hopefully, this time we'll succeed. Nestling at the foot of a steep escarpment which ran down from the desert plateau, Tobruk had little to recommend it. Dr. Wolf-Dieter von Langen, considered an expert on North Africa, told readers of German newspapers. There was a cosmopolitan milieu, a blend of African, Arabian and Italian cultures in Libya's other towns and cities. There was none of that in Tobruk. Italian colonial settlers, von Langen explained, used the adjective brutissima to describe Tobruk, the superlative of ugly. As a garrison town, it had largely been off-limits before the war. There were no sights, no vegetation beyond a few pathetic palm trees. Amenities consisted of a cinema and a bar. In short, Tobruk possessed nothing to occupy a visitor longer than the wait until the next steamer sailed. No one chose to stay in Tobruk of their own free will. What Tobruk did possess, and the sole reason the warring nations fought over it, was a natural harbour. Sheltered, wide, deep, it was the finest port in North Africa between Tripoli and Alexandria. However much they hated being drafted to Tobruk, the Italians had recognized its importance and gone to great lengths to defend it. In the mid-30s, they'd begun work on a fortified belt 10 miles outside the port, running for more than 30 miles in a semicircle. Every 500 or 600 yards stood a small strongpoint for a mortar or anti-tank gun and a machine gun, and a garrison of up to 40 men. An anti-tank ditch 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep was intended to halt the progress of armour, while the terrain was sown with mines and covered with dense barbed wire entanglements to prevent infantry assaults. A captured British order suggested Tobruk's defenders were prepared for a lengthy siege, as they'd been in the spring and summer of 1941. Once again, Tobruk would be a thorn in the enemy's side, a very active and virulent thorn which never stops pricking him. But the Tobruk of June 1942 was not the Tobruk of April or May 1941. Many of the minefields and barbed wire barriers had been stripped out to bolster the now redundant Gazala line, while 6 months of inattention had caused the anti-tank ditch to fill with sand in places. The Australian troops who had so doggedly held Rommel at bay were gone. In their place, a 35,000-strong garrison, at least one-third of the defenders were rear-area troops serving the port and Eighth Army's supply needs, comprising South Africans, Indians, Scots, and any stragglers from units beaten in Gazala who found themselves in the port. After 15 months of war, much of Tobruk was in ruins. There was hardly a building undamaged. Houses were reduced to empty shells, their furnishings long since ripped out or burnt out. In their place, war correspondent Alan Moorhead found makeshift warehouses, decontamination centres to delouse the troops, first aid posts. The YMCA still functioned, distributing meals to weary soldiers. The harbour was littered with wrecks, funnels and masts rising above the water. Tobruk, wrote Moorhead, was an accursed place, hideous. Darkness hid the horrors of war, but did not end them, as Axis bombers raided the port. Even a civilian observer like Moorhead could tell the town was doomed. Senior officers concurred. As one reported, the defenders and defences of Tobruk were in a very poor state. But then, the plan was not to hold Tobruk, but evacuate it. Just days before it was invested, the decision was reversed by Churchill. As long as Tobruk is held, no serious enemy advance into Egypt is possible, he insisted from London. We went through all this in April 1941. The fortress's commander, South African General Hendrik Klopper, possessed virtually no combat experience, but plenty of confidence. He was convinced his men would make a good stand, he told a friend. There is a general feeling of optimism, and I think there is every reason for it, although we expect to put up a strong fight. Tobruk had been surrounded since the small hours of the 18th of June, when panzers reached Gambut, 36 miles east of the port. In doing so, they not only cut the garrison off from the bulk of Eighth Army, but overran the airfield. The RAF pulled back to the east, effectively abandoning the skies over Tobruk to German and Italian aircraft. The panzers continued towards the Egyptian frontier, seizing supply dumps, rounding up scattered British units and suggesting to Tobruk's defenders that the Panzer Armee intended to drive on Alexandria. Unlike at Gazala, this feint seemed to work. On the afternoon of the 19th of June, Rommel ordered his armour to turn around and make for jump-off positions to the southeast of Tobruk. They did so unopposed and unnoticed by the enemy. Shortly before dusk that Friday, a small Fiesler-Store courier plane set down at Derna. When it taxied to a stop, Albert Kesselring climbed out and strode across the airfield to the mechanic's tent where the aircrew were gathered. "Airmen, Tobruk is the city of fate in the war in Africa," the field marshal told them. "At 5:45 a.m. tomorrow you will fall upon the outer fortifications. The panzers of General Rommel will penetrate the fortress belt at the same time. Bomb well. Just like you bombed the English Mediterranean fleet." Kesselring moved on. Pilots and observers studied the map of Tobruk and its fortifications one last time before retiring to their tents to sleep. Outside Tobruk, the men of 5th Panzer Regiment huddled around their commander as he outlined the plan of attack using a captured English map, while the Belgrade transmitter signed off for the night as usual with Lily Marlene. In the pale moonlight, clouds of sand drifted across the desert, driven by the last panzers and vehicles moving to their starting positions. When they did, extremely bright rockets of all colours streaked in every direction across the sky with momentary flashes like fireworks, Italian assault engineer Sergeant Antonio Di Paolo remembered. It gave the night a strangely festive feeling. Wrapped in blankets to shield them from the cool desert night, a few men wrote letters home. Infantrymen stuffed their pockets with cartridges of ammunition and hand grenades, put 2 days' worth of food plus bandages in their haversacks, filled 2 canteens with water. The only light in the foxholes and slit trenches was the dull glow of cigarettes as men crouched, full of tension, waiting for dawn. The mood was wistful, almost pessimistic. Last year's siege, which we'd experienced and taken part in, did not allow any optimistic thoughts, infantryman Hans Grime recalled. We waited for morning to come with mixed feelings. One Italian pioneer threw himself on his knees, prayed, crossed himself, and then ran off into the desert. Flak officer Josef Hissmann moved among his men. "There's a strange calm among the company this evening." He observed, "Tobruk weighs heavily on the men. The fortress is to fall tomorrow. Fear? Well, depending on your point of view. When life and death is at stake, every soldier feels the enemy in front of him, his comrades at his side, superiors or laws above them, and fear inside. The air crackles with tension. Somewhere in the dark is Tobruk, somewhere is home, somewhere and sometime there's peace, eternal peace." Even Erwin Rommel had his doubts. Publicly he had bombastically declared, "Tomorrow Tobruk falls." Privately, however, he feared another repulse. Numerous attacks in 1941 had stalled in Tobruk's fortifications. Parts of its outer ring of defences were literally soaked in blood. Put simply, we knew Tobruk. Hans Gross was woken at 3 a.m. and driven with his crew to his Junkers U-88, waiting on the standings at Derna. It was a breathless morning, no breeze to stir the dust on the airfield, but also no breeze to disperse the clouds of sand kicked up as the bombers took off. As the engines warmed up, fiery jets shot out of exhaust pipes. A grey, blurry day was beginning to emerge from the deep blue of the African night, and as the stars started to fade, a golden strip glowed on the horizon. Larks, performing their first song of the day, hovered over the pathetic camel thorn bushes. As the U-87s and 88s joined formation over the Mediterranean, the first blood-red rays of the sun struck the sea. The flight time to Tobruk was no more than 20 or 25 minutes. The harbour appeared out of the milky haze, but this morning it was not the bombers' target. They headed for the anti-tank ditch, like a line drawn with a ruler, on the high Jebel plateau outside the town, and the series of small forts with armoured cupolas which ringed Tobruk. On the ground, the drone of 50 approaching bombers struck a jarring chord shattering the harmony of the approaching day, war correspondent Lutz Koch wrote. In the air, Hans Gross watched as the Stukas, each loaded with a single 1,000-kilo bomb, known by the men as Satans because of their terrible effect, plunged towards the African earth. Erhard Jennert's commander took the lead, the first of 9 aircraft to dive upon a fort on the southern anti-tank ditch surrounding the port. The 24-year-old Jennert soon followed, evading pretty lively flak as his dive reached a near impossible 80-degree angle. His leader's bomb struck the corner of the enemy fortification. Jennert's landed squarely in the middle and knocked it out. What should have been done by 9 U-87s had been achieved by 2, the pilot recalled. Flashes of fire on the ground were quickly followed by mushroom clouds climbing into the morning sky. In some places the armoured cupolas were smashed. In others the forts were left in ruins or their defenders stunned. The assault lasted 5, perhaps 10 minutes. When it was done, the Junkers headed back to Derna and Tamini to rearm and refuel, passing over advancing panzers whose crews and mounted infantry waved at them. The U-87s and 88s and their crews faced at least 2, perhaps as many as 5 sorties this day against Fortress Tobruk. The Luftwaffe would continue its relentless assault, wrote Gross, until this city is ours, and with it the strong point before Egypt has fallen. As the bombers turned away from Tobruk, the German guns opened fire. There were flashes and crashes along the entire British line, followed by smoke, dust and clouds, which formed an almost impenetrable wall. Tobruk had become a brazier, wrote Ettore Bastico, Rommel's elderly Italian superior. Tall columns of smoke leapt from the upset earth, and the flames blown by the wind spread from one end of the city to the other. The originally clear sky soon became dirty and dark. Lieutenant Alberto Colliatore's company of Bersaglieri elite light infantry watched this unforgettable spectacle, both amazed and overjoyed, while our ears hear the howl of the dives, the hiss of bombs falling, striking their targets and throwing up gigantic columns of dust and smoke. The earth trembles. Fresh waves of Stukas hammer the fortifications, while the shells of the Italo-German artillery, which is located behind us, hiss over our heads. It was, Colliatore wrote, a superb spectacle of power, a hellish carousel of hissing, bursting, roaring smoke and flames. To observers like Antonio Di Paolo, the opening barrage was like nothing he had experienced in the desert to date, a true inferno which left the entire landscape enveloped in a dense cloud of grey and blackish smoke. How can they survive that hell? Di Paolo and his comrades asked themselves. Yet too much blood had flowed at Tobruk to dismiss the enemy as finished. The assault engineers, charged with removing mines and clearing gaps in the wire, were expected to suffer the heaviest casualties. Many of us silently wondered if we would really return to base, Di Paolo recalled. An elderly non-commissioned officer had written a farewell letter, begging Di Paolo, "Sergeant Major, do me the courtesy, keep it in your pocket. If I don't come back, send it to my family." For the first kilometre of their advance, the Guastatori, sappers, need not have worried. There was no response from Tobruk's defenders, but as the Italian engineers reached the outer wire, Commonwealth troops emerged from their bunkers and foxholes and poured fire down on their attackers. The enemy reaction was growing by the minute, Di Paolo remembered. Machine gun bursts were throwing up puffs of air all around us. He immediately realized that the assault engineers should have used the cover of night or the preparatory barrage to clear the way for the main assault, just as the neighbouring Germans had done. Sporadically, orange flares signalled to German gunners to move the barrage forward as their pioneers cleared gaps through minefields, cut through barbed wire entanglements, and built crossings over the anti-tank ditch. With the obstacles cleared, Rommel's armour moved in. What a scene as the panzers now advanced in long columns with the rays of the rising sun behind them. Kurt Wolf, a junior officer on the staff of 5th Panzer Regiment, enthused. The rattle of machine guns echoed across the battlefield. On the right the flak took up position. On the left behind us the light field howitzers. The panzer cannons roared. The German armour quickly overran British artillery and anti-tank gun positions and knocked out enemy tanks threatening the flanks. Their burning hulks lit the way in the gloom of sand and smoke for the infantry following behind to mop up bunkers and strongpoints. We advance into this inferno, our eyes always fixed on our compasses because the dust which has been whirled up by the bombs has deprived us of any visibility, infantryman Hans Grime wrote. The earth groaned and there was exploding and shaking in the air, like on Doomsday. Company commanders led their men from the front, rushing positions with cries of hurrah. Resistance was spasmodic. In places the fighting was hand-to-hand. In others, stunned defenders, mostly Indians, were sent to the rear of the German lines, their bodies shaking with fear, struggling to put one foot in front of the other, their blank, hollow eyes describing the hell from which they had just escaped, Kurt Wolf noticed. Unable to fall back due to ferocious enemy fire, such a move would also cause them to lose face with their German ally. The Guastatori resolved to press ahead, eating sand, bayonets in front of us to feel for mines and pull them out, Antonio Di Paolo recalled. It took individual acts of bravery to clear the barbed wire barrier, which blocked the way beyond the minefield and anti-tank ditch. Already wounded 3 times, 19-year-old Corporal Giovanni Leccis watched as a comrade moving up to the wire with a pipe bomb was gunned down. Leccis grabbed the device and detonated it under the entanglement, blowing the first gap in the line. He was attempting to repeat the feat to broaden the hole when he was struck in the chest by an anti-tank shell. Soon the attackers had driven a wedge more than a mile wide through Tobruk's outer ring of defences. The spirit of attack seized each man, and the importance of the name Tobruk made the heart forget everything else, even life, such that the attack was more like a storm than a battle to take a fortress following a well-thought-out plan, Kurtwulf wrote. Only once was there a concerted attempt to halt their advance, a brief but brutal clash with British tanks. After their encounter with the Panzers and Stukas, 50 blazing hulks were left on the plateau. Wolf surveyed the scene. The desert at Tobruk is one of the most desolate parts of Libya. The sun blazed and the men sat in their panzers covered in sweat, dusty, dirty, grimy. Only the eyes on their faces were bright. No one knew for sure, was this the beginning? Was this the first decision? It was. A confident Rommel turned to Lutz Koch. Today the troops have crowned their previous achievements with the capture of Fortress Tobruk. By late morning his men could see the Via Balbia, the coastal highway, glinting in the sun. By midday the armour of 21st Panzer was rolling along it, heading northwest led by their commander, Georg von Bismarck, his voice hoarse from trying to shout orders above the noise of battle. Rommel had the key to Tobruk in his hands. Alberto Colliatore's company of Bersaglieri had waited tensely in front of the anti-tank ditch all through the morning. The infantrymen were itching to attack, convinced that this time Tobruk will be ours. So close was the enemy that they could see the tell-tale khaki helmets of their foe. But no orders to attack ever came. Instead, Colliatore was told to escort the British into captivity. Outflanked by breakthroughs elsewhere on the Tobruk front, the troops facing the Bersaglieri had ceased fire and decided to capitulate. In broken French, Colliatore spoke with a demoralized British officer. He is bewildered by the rapid and unexpected course of our attack. The Briton surrendered a shoulder bag with documents, topographical maps and a wedding photograph. Colliatore returned the portrait. We look into each other's eyes for a moment, and I glimpse a flash of smug appreciation as I give it back to him to hold close to his heart. He thanks me, while I walk away holding the rest of the contents of the bag that is sent to the regimental command for the usual search. Further east, Lieutenant Ennio Calabresi advanced through Sidi Mahmoud, a hell of burning wagons, shattered trenches, in the centre of the defensive ring. Prisoners captured by the Ariete, mostly Indians, were in an obvious state of shock. Their mood contrasted sharply with the victorious Bersaglieri, who were filled with euphoric joy. Calabresi continued. Above all, there was a sense of amazement at the fact that in a few hours, and victoriously, they had eliminated the nightmare which haunted the old guard involved in months of siege the previous year. Panic seized the defenders. A depot for thousands of vehicles was set on fire. Demolition parties began blowing up fuel and ammunition dumps. A black wall of smoke rose from the burning fuel tanks west of the harbour and spread over the town, turning day to night. Italian assault engineer, Lieutenant Manilo Leoni, could see Tobruk's defenders setting fire to huge fuel depots, plunging the vehicles they had started off the ridges after draining their oil pans of lubricating oil so that their cylinders would seize, and bayoneting large metal boxes of biscuits. By early afternoon, German armour stood on the slopes of the escarpment overlooking the heart of Tobruk. In echoes of the advance on the Channel ports 2 years before, the guns of the panzers engaged ships in harbour, hurriedly trying to make for open water. At least one sank, half a dozen were set on fire, but a handful escaped, trailing a smoke screen across the port as they made their getaway. The attackers now brazenly advanced over open ground in massed formation. It was, one pioneer conceded, almost reckless. Our mood was cocky, but not a single Tommy appeared in the air. A group of machine gunners mounted panzers and rode down the hill into the centre of the port. Now we saw the town which was so hotly and bitterly fought over, one wrote. It was just a few dozen buildings, and most of those were wrecked. The port stretched into the heart of the town. Masts and funnels rising from the water bore witness to the number of sunken ships. Italian assault engineer Manilo Leoni realized it would be weeks, perhaps months, before the town might serve the Axis cause. Tobruk was a heap of rubble. Sunken ships lay on the bottom of the harbour. The statuette of a Madonna stood intact among the ruins of a small church, he remembered. Driver Vittorio Vallicella was struck by the thousands of prisoners of every race frightened, exhausted, wounded, filing past him out of Tobruk. The 23-year-old continued through the rubble and debris towards the harbour, pausing to throw up at the sight of piles of bloated corpses covered by swarms of flies. It was dusk by the time Vallicella reached the waterfront. A red sun sets over a crystal-clear, calm sea, he wrote in his diary, casting light on waters sprinkled with the corpses of many young men killed in a long and terrible war. With nightfall, the armour of 5th Panzer Regiment formed a corral in front of the Mussolini school. The men gathered around their commander's tank and drank newly liberated Scotch whisky. In the flickering light of the still-blazing fuel dump, the men could see that their faces were dusty and covered in oil. Only our eyes still shone brightly, Kurt Wolff wrote. He continued, "What a night, and what a day! Tobruk, which the Africa Corps had struggled so bitterly for, finally in our hands. All around fire, burning tanks, burning ships, but in the middle of all this, the corral of a German panzer detachment which had earned the highest honours. Some mentioned the past year. The dead stood next to us, pale, yet still alive. Who wanted to feel grief on such a day? We had won a battle. Victory was now in our hands. Everybody thought of home. We were so far away, yet longing bound us closer to it than reality. In our hearts, we sang a song about the fatherland." That night, Tobruk was submerged into an utter chaos of fire and explosion, Alan Moorhead wrote, as ammunition cooked off or the remaining British troops continued their demolition work. Water hydrants were smashed, petrol tanks were set ablaze, sending thick black smoke rolling across the harbour, and dumps of shells, mortar rounds, hand grenades and bullets were destroyed with such an unbelievable crack that they could be distinguished by the thunderous artillery barrage. Yet still this act of mass sabotage was beyond the means and above all the limited time the demolition teams possessed. No German or Italian account of the fall of Tobruk is complete without reference to the vast booty the troops seized. Silhouetted against the fires still raging through the night, shadowy figures cautiously moved through the streets of Tobruk. A torch in one hand, a rifle in the other, the forage for the spoils of war was on. There were things which reminded us of the land of milk and honey. One soldier in the 90th Light Division wrote, "Sausages, beef, pork and mutton, tins of corned beef, mixed vegetables, potatoes, preserved fruit, sacks of raisins, tea, cans of smoked ham, butter, margarine, tinned milk, chocolate, cheese, thousands of cigarettes, boxes of pipes and tobacco, gin, whisky, bottle upon bottle of red wine, a handful of bottles of champagne. There were even crates of Munich's famous Lowenbrau beer, exported to Portugal and from there to North Africa. I saw before me all the good things one could wish for, stocked and piled up," war correspondent Antonio Lovato of La Stampa di Torino wrote. Only one product was missing, which he could not find until an English officer directed the journalist towards a particular warehouse. Within, there was enough tea for 100 cities. On a more practical level, the new occupiers of Tobruk looted shoe polish, toothpaste, toothbrushes, underwear, woolen blankets, lambskin sleeping bags and shoes. Those with soft soles from Australia were particularly prized. A plunder detail of assault engineers, led by Lieutenant Manilo Leoni, found a tank recovery vehicle and fell upon 30 lorries packed with food supplies, crates of tinned Argentinian meat, cans labelled meat and vegetables, tins of potatoes, carrots, beans, chickpeas, peas, turnips and biscuits, cans of beer, bottles of whisky, and Springbok brand cigarettes in boxes of 25. An officious colonel from the Italian Army's commissariat, the Intendenza, attempted to stop Leoni leaving with his haul, claiming the booty for his department, only to be cut down to size by a general on Rommel's staff who rebuked him. "Don't touch my guastatori. They wage war, unlike the Intendenza." The nighttime forays were not without their casualties, however. 11 of Vittorio Vallicella's comrades were killed when they tried to remove boxes of cigarettes from a supply dump and triggered a mine. It was no wonder this tragic episode so badly affected me, the driver wrote. Just remember what our unit had gone through, in battle constantly by day and night since May the 26th. Little food, terrible thirst, constantly under fire from British guns, subjected to incessant bombing and machine gunning by aircraft. Starving, they came upon large supplies of food in Tobruk, which were a godsend to many. They never gave a thought to the English leaving booby traps. Despite such incidents, the booby traps and demolitions had been far from complete. 7 booty details were dispatched to seize anything usable, put an end to any trophy hunting and tally the spoils. They reported back to a delighted Helmut Frey. Hundreds and thousands of trucks and other vehicles fell into our hands. Food and clothes for weeks, several thousand cubic meters of petrol, an abundance of equipment. We'll not go hungry in the coming weeks. I have English equipment from pith helmets to tennis shoes, all brand new. It's impossible to put a value on what the English have lost here. Our lancers are in heaven. Every vehicle is buckling under the burden, but you can't begrudge the men that. Since May the 26th they've been in battle constantly, and, of all things, at the hottest time of year. And yet we've done it. Our goal, which for months we've striven for, is reached, and the troops have been richly rewarded with booty which exceeds all expectations. By the time many Italian units scoured the Tobruk battlefield for booty, there was nothing left but wreckage, completely stripped of any usable accessory, Giuseppe Mancinelli lamented. It was a typically selfish act by the Germans, the general observed, who never failed to portray themselves as the sole protagonists of the war in North Africa, surrounded by a crowd of modest supporting actors and extras, to be paid with a few crumbs, perfectly adequate for their modest stage performances. Owen Rommel had yet to see his prize. He spent the night camped at a road junction outside Tobruk, dining in his staff car on a menu of tinned lobster, followed by a banana from Australia, accompanied by a bottle of Canadian Black Horse beer, all courtesy of the supply dumps liberated by his troops. He slept little that night. It was still not light on Sunday morning when the general drove into town. Drunken prisoners wandered around, waving at the general's convoy, happily calling out, "The war's over." As for Tobruk itself, Rommel thought it a wretched hole, razed to the ground or turned to rubble. Everywhere there were burning vehicles and scenes of devastation and chaos. His victory was not yet complete, however. Only the harbour and town were in Axis hands. What was left of Tobruk's defenders had fallen back to the west, where they were massing for a breakout. A company of motorized flak was sent to investigate. With the guns of the company lined up facing a deep wadi where there was a huge concentration of tanks, vehicles, and khaki-coloured soldiers, the company commander and an English-speaking doctor were sent forward, furiously waving a white nightie. They were led to Hendrik Klopper, commander of Tobruk. Hours before, the South African had assured his superiors he would resist to the last man and last round. But as dawn approached and he reappraised his situation, his artillery had just 15 minutes of ammunition left. He had decided to capitulate. "I am sorry, boys, but we have to pack up," he told his staff. "It is foolish to carry on. Gentlemen, I propose to surrender to save useless bloodshed." Sweating profusely, with a rolled-up travelling rug tucked under his right arm, Klopper appeared completely broken. He shook his head repeatedly, muttering, "Your Stukas, your Stukas." As an endless column of prisoners, South Africans wearing Boer hats, plus Britons and Indians, was marched off to a collection point, Klopper was taken to meet Owen Rommel to formally surrender the fortress. Rommel asked the South African to ensure order was maintained as his command was dissolved. In return, Klopper demanded black and white officers be separated in captivity. Rommel turned him down flatly. Black and white troops fought for the same cause, wore the same uniform. They would share the same camps. And so 35,000 Commonwealth troops, all but 5,000 of them frontline warriors, entered captivity. War correspondent Domenico Bartoli of Corriere della Sera was led to a hotel where 5 generals and 4 British colonels were waiting to be taken away. One wears short trousers and has bare knees. They don't talk, they don't say anything. They are sad and at the same time content, those who are masters of Tobruk. Their men emerged from every bunker, Englishmen, Scots, Indians, Australians, South African and blacks. Helmut Frey observed. White troops were dejected. Black troops grinned. For them, captivity means escape from the hell of North Africa. But not all the vanquished were browbeaten. One English prisoner told his Italian captors that Mussolini was a great statesman, but that if he had travelled abroad, he would not have waged war on England. Ennio Calabrese watched Scottish troops dressed in kilts and permitted the honour of bearing arms, marching proudly and impeccably with bagpipes, kilts, towards the rallying point for prisoners. A little later, fellow Italians marched down the same road, showing obvious signs of fatigue as they pulled an anti-tank gun. Amid the tumult, there were brief moments of reflection. Above the noise of battle, the weak peal of the bell of St. Francis Church summoned Italian soldiers to Mass. Outwardly, the church had survived the siege. Inside, it was strewn with rubble, its benches singed by fire. The soldiers found prayer books discarded by the port's defenders. As a priest from a pioneer unit led the service, the building shook with each explosion. Tiles fell from the roof and dust spilled through holes in its walls as neighbouring buildings fell down. The road outside trembled with the clatter of armour moving through the town. Tobruk has been recaptured. The tricolour has returned to fly over the fortress, and on the mast which impales the valiant St. George, soldier Luigi Grossa proudly wrote to his family. Here, after 14 months of enemy occupation, Tobruk is again Italian, and we have now healed a plague in our current war. We have vindicated all our dead who fell in its defence, later during the siege, and now in its recapture. Stunned infantry commander Robert Witzke told his family in Westphalia, "It is unbelievable that Tobruk fell into our hands so easily this time. Lord God, Tobruk is ours. What that means will only really become apparent in the near future." A junior officer in 15th Panzer Division concurred as he stared at the wrecked ships in the port. Acrid black smoke billowed from the still-burning oil tanks drifting over the cobalt-blue waters of the harbour. "We don't comprehend our victory yet," he recorded in his diary. "Only our eyes can see that something tremendous has happened." War correspondent Lutz Koch immediately grasped the scale of the victory. The fall of Tobruk was a worldwide sensation, and he told Erwin Rommel as much, urging the general to lend him his personal Heinkel so he could fly to Germany with recordings, photographs and footage of the victory. Rommel agreed. After a 1,500-mile journey from Cyrenaica to Berlin via Athens and Vienna, Koch was ushered into a room in the propaganda ministry to face questions from German and foreign correspondents. "The beard's real, and the dust isn't make-up. You must excuse both. They belong to the desert," Koch introduced himself. "I've come directly from Tobruk to be here with you. I was with Rommel only yesterday." Koch spent this Monday regaling first the International Press Corps, then Joseph Goebbels with his account of Tobruk's fall, before being invited to the Reich Chancellery, where he faced 1,000 questions from Hitler. Everything the Führer heard from the war correspondent confirmed his views. "A nation which wants to rule an empire," he told Koch, "cannot live forever by retreating." The reporter was still closeted with Hitler at 9 p.m. when his 40-minute report, sprinkled with recordings from the battlefield and 2 interviews with Rommel, was broadcast, right in the middle of the light entertainment program, which always drew the largest audience. At the program's end, the audience heard a brief announcement from the Führer's headquarters. Erwin Rommel was now a field marshal, the youngest in the German army. He reacted to the news, his interpreter observed, like a small child. The fall of Tobruk was not merely a defeat for Britain, but a humiliation. Churchill learned of the news from Roosevelt as the two leaders conferred in Washington. "Defeat is one thing," he wrote, "disgrace is another." Many of the troops entering captivity thought surrender was a stain on their honour. They felt Klopper had capitulated prematurely and accused him of every sin from cowardice to treachery. Even before the announcement of Tobruk's fall, Italians were supposedly strutting around with puffed-up chests, thanks to the encouraging news from North Africa, according to observers in the Ministry of Popular Culture. That feeling of inferiority which many felt, and which kept most in awe, which humiliated and diminished all the virile, proud feelings of Italian spirit, that Italy was an extra on the stage of the Great War, a pawn moved around by others, has vanished. No longer was Italy a supporting actor, but rather a protagonist of rank and great possibilities. In the space of a month, the mood in Italy had been transformed, helped in part by an improving food supply, but it was the capture of Tobruk which gave Italians a new, lively, optimistic mood. The official report of public morale was almost lyrical. National pride, for so long hidden or disappointed because of the apparent uncertainty of our operations, has revived vigorously, finding the slightest pretext to manifest and extend itself. In discussions, we only talk about Italian soldiers, Italian officers, Italian leadership, Italian valour, Italian resistance, and it is a general belief, expressed and affirmed at every step, that we could have only achieved such a resounding success against an enemy so powerfully armed and entrenched with soldiers like ours. For the first time in months, perhaps years, the Italian people enjoyed a restful feeling of protection, of security for the present, and for the future. The public response in Germany was similar, eclipsing the reaction to recent victories in Russia at Kerch and Kharkov. The first news from Tobruk, a terse military communiqué, trumpeted across the Reich via loudspeakers on Sunday afternoon, even interrupting the semi-final of the third wartime cup at Berlin's Olympic Stadium, provoked indescribable scenes of jubilation. Most Germans regarded Tobruk's capture as impossible. Its fall had an almost cathartic effect, the official monitors of public opinion observed. For a brief moment, everyday concerns were pushed into the background, while Rommel was the hero of the hour, and not just in Germany, as Goebbels observed. Rommel is not only exceptionally popular among the German people, but in the entire world, the most popular army commander that we have at our disposal at present. The English have also turned him into some form of legend, in part so that they can better explain their own defeats. But that can only help to popularize Rommel around the world. It's good that we've got an army commander whose name is respected around the world and brings fear and anxiety to the enemy. It was, the propaganda minister lamented, a shame that we don't have more Rommels. We could use them on the Eastern Front. For now, however, Owen Rommel was needed in North Africa. The German people fully expected the new field marshal to exploit his victory and advance into Egypt as far as the Suez Canal, which was precisely what Owen Rommel intended to do. But there was one major obstacle to such intentions. Rommel was permitted to advance as far as the Egyptian frontier, but no further. There he should wait while Malta was dealt with, once and for all, as agreed before Gazala and Tobruk. In Berlin, the naval staff; in Rome, the head of the Comando Supremo, Ugo Cavallero; and in Africa, Alfred Kesselring, all pushed hard for Hercules, if victory at Tobruk is not to be a mere episode, rather the first act in a major operation which might decide the outcome of the war. But there were other counsels urging Rommel to press on. As we've now got Tobruk, we don't need Malta anymore, Hitler's senior military adviser Alfred Jodl opined. As for the Führer himself, he bent Mussolini's ear. The Duce, after all, was supreme commander in the Mediterranean. The goddess of military fortune only extends her hand to commanders once, he wrote to his Italian ally. Those who do not grasp it firmly at such a moment will never be able to do so again. Failing to strike now would only store up problems for the future. I've always pursued a beaten foe as long and as completely as I was able to, Hitler continued. The moment had come to hound the British until the last breath of every soldier, to advance as far into the heart of Egypt as possible. The Führer offered the Duce a glittering prize. With the offensive about to be unleashed in Russia, he would bring about the collapse of the entire oriental edifice of the British Empire. If at this uniquely historic hour I may give you a piece of advice from the heart, Duce, then it is this: order the continuation of the operation for the total annihilation of British forces as far as your leaders or Marshal Rommel believe they can go with the military forces available. Adolf Hitler's advice mirrored Owen Rommel's intentions. The high morale of his men, the vast booty, the enemy's disarray, and perhaps belief in his own invincibility convinced him that a thrust into the heart of Egypt was called for. What counts now is utterly destroying our foe, he declared to his men in an order of the day. We will not rest until we have beaten the last remnants of the British Eighth Army. Rommel did not wait for instructions from Rome or Berlin, and he did not listen to Ettore Bastico, newly promoted Marshal of Italy and ostensibly his superior in position and rank. The elderly Italian urged caution, suggesting nothing more than a tentative advance into Egypt until Malta was in Axis hands. Without Tobruk, the British are on their knees, destroyed, Rommel insisted. Bastico stood firm. Men and machines were exhausted after 4 weeks of battle, and rich though the booty at Tobruk had been, it had not made good the Italo-German army's losses. I will never give the orders to continue, he insisted. Rommel snapped. My flanks and front are clear. Nobody can stop me. He removed his cap. I'm going. If the Italians want to follow me, they can. Otherwise, halt here. I'm not bothered either way. Suddenly his mood changed, and he smiled at the Italian marshal. From now on, my dear Bastico, I'll invite you to breakfast in Cairo. At 2 p.m. on Tuesday the 23rd of June, Panzerarmee Africa struck eastwards once more. The Afrika Korps could call upon just 50 working tanks, the Italians barely a dozen. The objectives were distant. The border lay 70 miles east of Tobruk, Alexandria another 300 miles, Cairo 400. Supply lines were stretched. Urging one motorized company of mountain infantry to make for the border, their commander warned them he was running low on fuel. "You'll have to get it from the English," the field marshal replied. The men were tired too, but they were also confident. "We already half imagined ourselves in Cairo," reconnaissance patrol leader Helmut Schroeter remembered. His fellow Germans talked of Rennen zum Nil, the race to the Nile. Italians, wrote Vittorio Vallicella, were possessed by a single thought: Alexandria, Cairo, the Nile, pyramids, palm trees, women. In the east, the sky darkened with black clouds as British forces in the border zone blew up their supplies and fell back towards the fortress of Mersa Matruh on the Mediterranean shore. Just after sundown, at 7:22 p.m., Rommel's army reached the three-wire fences which stretch more than 125 miles into the desert in an almost straight north-south line and marked the frontier. Pioneers quickly cut through the 3 6-foot-high barriers, cleared lanes through the minefields on the other side, and as they had done on the first day of the Gazala battle 4 weeks earlier, marked the route with dimmed lights. The advance continued. "We crossed the Libyan-Egyptian border," wrote Horst Sonnenkalb, "and were in the land of the pharaohs again." Chapter 3. Victories without victory. The further east we advance, the weaker we become. Arthur Schmidt, 6th Army. Exactly 12 months since he had crossed the River Bug and begun the march into Galicia, Catholic Corporal Gustav Bürker wrote to his family in the village of Oberg in Lower Saxony. "1 year ago today we entered Russia," the anti-tank gunner reminisced. "Now we've been in the workers' paradise for 1 year. Who would have thought that back then? Like many others, I'd expected about 4 weeks of war. And how different everything turned out. Nobody expected such a military power as Russia. I think if someone had told us on June the 22nd, 1941, you'll still be in Russia in a year's time, we would have declared them crazy. But it has become reality. We are still in Russia, and who knows how much longer." The anniversary of the war caused men on both sides of the front to take stock. For Fedor Nikolaevich Krizanovsky, a junior officer serving with the security forces on the southern sector of the Eastern Front, it had been a year of hard trials, bloodshed, suffering, destruction, and the deaths of many people at the hands of the worst enemies of humanity, Hitler and his pack of dogs. But Hitler will pay dearly. An even greater, terrible, and merciless retribution awaits him. Hitler and his hounds will pay 100-fold for all their inhuman crimes. 1 year of war has passed. The second year is coming, which will mark the victory of the Red Army over the Nazi troops and the final defeat of German fascism, the triumph of progressive mankind over fascist slavery. I feel good and confident. I work calmly. I know that we will win. During this year of war, I have had to endure a lot, but I never doubted that we would defeat the Nazis nevertheless. Now joyful days are coming, the days of our victories. 6 days later, Axis forces unleashed their summer offensive. Within 2 months, German troops would stand on the banks of the Volga and on the summit of Europe's highest mountain. Germany staked its bid for victory in the east on a single card. There were no reserves, no Plan B, just Fall Blau, case blue. An offensive in 4 stages which would see a Soviet Union deprived of its principal supply of oil, sue for peace before the onset of winter. Blue would open with the capture of Voronezh, followed by the destruction of Red Army units between Kharkov and the Don. The third phase would focus on capturing Stalingrad and Rostov and crossings over the Don. With their flanks secured, Hitler's troops could then march into the Caucasus to seize the oil fields. In a few weeks, German soldiers would stand on the Volga, the western shore of the Caspian Sea, and on the Russian and Georgian coasts of the Black Sea. To deliver that victory, Germany mustered more than 1 million men. Placed in the hands of Fedor von Bock and his Army Group South, supported by another 300,000 troops from Allied nations, principally Romanians, Italians, Hungarians, but also small contingents of Croats and Slovaks. Offensive action would be almost exclusively the preserve of German arms. Their allies would be expected, for the most part, to defend and pacify the captured territories, particularly those along the Don. Bock presided over a force of 90 divisions, 65 of them German, and all but 15 of those infantry units. 11 panzer divisions provided the armoured fist, 4 motorized infantry divisions the mobile foot soldiers. Despite the shock appearance of T-34 and KV heavy tanks in the opening days of the war in the east, the Mk3 and Mk4 remained the mainstay of the Panzerwaffe, though large numbers had been upgunned to face down the Soviet armoured threat. On paper, Army Group South should have mustered more than 1,900 armoured vehicles, but many were unserviceable as the offensive began, while German industry had been unable to keep pace with losses at the front. The motorized infantry, increasingly becoming known as Panzer Grenadiers, suffered from a shortage of tracked vehicles, which limited their movements in rugged terrain, while infantry divisions would be even more reliant on the horse to haul their supplies across the steppe. Alongside the peerless 88mm flak anti-tank gun, German factories had produced the 75mm anti-tank gun in large numbers over the winter. Munitions works were rather less efficient, forcing 75mm gun crews to limit consumption of shells in the opening stages of the offensive. As for what the Germans called Menschenmaterial, manpower, 1/3 of Bock's divisions were at full strength and fully refreshed. The gaps in another 27 divisions had been filled, but had no time to rest and recuperate, leaving 17 infantry divisions which were short of men, especially leaders and non-commissioned officers, not to mention shortfalls in equipment. Men called up from the 1923 and 1924 year groups, 18 and 19-year-olds, had received barely 2 months' training and enjoyed no combat experience. They were spread around the divisions to dissipate the potential dilution of fighting power. Even a doctor such as Horst Rocholl, serving with the newly raised 24th Panzer Division, realized the German army was not what it had been in June 1941. "I find our infantry's changed compared with last summer. There's a type of soldier who's quite magnificent, for whom age plays no part. He could be 20 or 35 years old. He is weatherproof, always happy, still in a good mood even if wounded. He's delighted that he's not yet dead. He's an optimist." The small fry, mostly from the younger year groups, who make fools of themselves with nerves wrecked by nicotine, who see 100 Russians, not 10, and 200 of their own dead instead of 1, play no part at all. They are forced along by the others. Commanders complained only to be rebuked. Friedrich Paulus, in charge of 6th Army, told his officers to stop carping and get the most out of the troops. Germany was attacking with the troops it had, whatever the shortcomings. Still, in the summer of 1942, Army Group South was the tip of the German spear, the strongest, best-equipped force the Wehrmacht could commit in the field. But it was a sign of the toll of the war in the East that Germany was about to unleash a smaller, less ambitious offensive on a much shorter front, with fewer, less effective, less mobile forces than it had possessed during the previous summer campaign. Only in the air did German arms enjoy parity with Soviet forces opposing their plans. 3 in every 5 Luftwaffe aircraft on the Eastern Front, around 1,600 machines, were deployed in support of Army Group South. Otherwise, the Soviets enjoyed superiority in numbers in all areas, nearly 500,000 more men on the relevant sectors of the front, more tanks, at least 3,000, perhaps nearly 4,000, and more artillery pieces, 16,000. In the skies, the two sides were roughly equal, 1,600 aircraft apiece. But quantity does not equal quality. Even now, 12 months into the war, the Russians were still sending obsolete tanks into battle. Barely half the 1,600 armoured vehicles facing the initial German assault were newer models. The Red Air Force would demonstrate it knew how to sacrifice itself for the motherland in the first few weeks of the enemy's onslaught, but little else. And then there were the frontoviki, the rank-and-file Red Army conscripts, Ivan to his German foe. Morale in newly raised units, such as the 284th Rifle Division, was high. The men yearned to prove themselves in battle. But Nikolai Aksenov reckoned only 1 in 3 of his fellow Siberians was ready for battle. Training had been perfunctory. Wooden blocks instead of live grenades hurled at plywood tanks, just 3 rounds of ammunition for rifles, and a solitary bullet for the anti-tank rifle. No one in the regular ranks had any combat experience. Soldiers returning home on leave from the front or convalescing were urged to share their stories of life in the line with recruits. How many untrained men were sent to the front and then into combat? Aksakoff wrote, "The law of war is simple. He who is ill-trained pays in blood." The final days preparing for Blau were hindered by heavy rain. The frequent cloudbursts, short but heavy, turned the roads and tracks of the central Russian plains into a morass which brought vehicles to a halt. "Road conditions here really are odd," observed Horst Rockol, deploying around the town of Shigri, 100 miles west of Voronezh. "It rains for 10 minutes. The roads already seem like they're freshly polished. Vehicles slide all over the place. We too fall flat on our faces as we move around. After half an hour, the dirt, which until then was like a layer of ointment, sticks like a thick paste to every wheel. After that, there can be no thought of getting through. After 1 hour, there are already deep gutters. At best, when it rains, all driving promptly stops. After several hours, at most after a day, the road is dusty again like it was before." 50 miles to the east, the Siberians of 284th Rifle Division were disembarking at the station in Kastornia, a large village straddling the river Olim. The men were disheartened. They were itching for a fight, a big battle where everyone could scratch their fists properly, one rifleman remembered. Kastornia was a sleepy backwater. Life went on as normal. Children with satchels headed to school, while their mothers walked through the streets. The soldiers paddled in the muddy waters of the Olim. They badgered railway workers for news from the front, and they pestered their commanders for a more fitting assignment than occupying some unimportant village in the rear. "Calm down. The time will come and we will fight. Don't worry," their officers assured them. At 2 p.m., on a wet Friday the 19th of June, Staff Officer Joachim Reichel climbed into a small Stork reconnaissance aircraft at 23rd Panzer Division's headquarters and headed off on a short flight to the front. With just days to go before the beginning of the summer offensive, the 34-year-old operations officer wanted to inspect the terrain allocated as the division's marshalling area ahead of the attack. It was raining, again. The ground was sodden, the roads and tracks bottomless. The inspection would take hours by car. To save time, Reichel decided to fly to the front. In the bad weather and poor visibility, Reichel's pilot, Erich Deschamps, lost his way and strayed over enemy territory. Russian troops took aim, peppered Reichel's body with bullets, and pierced the Stork's fuel tank. A few minutes later, the small aircraft came down in marshland near the village of Surkovo as it tried to reach German lines. Search parties subsequently found the wrecked Stork, and perhaps 30 feet away, 2 fresh graves. The bodies were recovered, but not the papers Reichel had been carrying. They were already on their way to Moscow. Contravening all orders, Joachim Reichel had been carrying the plans for the impending offensive. Hitler was incandescent, drew up a list of offences committed, and summoned Fedor von Bock, Reichel's ultimate superior as commander of Army Group South, to his East Prussian headquarters to account for them. As far as Bock was concerned, the fault lay with Reichel, and Reichel alone. He believed he had assuaged his Führer, but on his return to his headquarters at Poltava in Ukraine, he found that Hitler had sacked not only 23rd Panzer Division's commander, Hans von Beuneberg-Lengsfeld, but his superior in charge of 40 Panzer Corps, Georg Stummer, and its chief of staff. Adolf Hitler need not have worried himself. Stalin dismissed the captured plans as a ruse. Soviet intelligence had surmised since March that Germany would deliver its main blow in 1942 on the southern front to Rostov, Stalingrad, the Caucasus, and the Caspian Sea. They might find time, if they succeeded, to take Moscow and Leningrad as well as a matter of prestige, but the Vozhd was convinced Moscow was the prize, and the documents seized from Joachim Reichel were nothing more than a big trumped-up piece of work by the intelligence people. He ordered Philippe Golikov, whose Bryansk front would bear the brunt of the German onslaught, to prepare a counterstroke. The first draft of the plan was completed in the small hours of Sunday the 28th of June. Late on Saturday afternoon, the vehicles of 24th Panzer Division received the code word "Scat is being played," the signal for them to occupy their jump-off positions around Shigri by nightfall. The terrain was still too soft, the roads still bottomless, but the land had dried sufficiently for the order to attack to be given. Soldier Wilhelm Roos watched an endless line of panzer silhouettes move towards the front as the sun went down. No one can withstand such force, he thought. We were so certain of victory. For so long we had known nothing but victory. The men's mood was fabulous, one infantryman recalled. They all gave 3 hearty cheers before checking their equipment and uniforms one last time and heading up to the line. Karl Josef Winterreder, commanding a bakery unit in 6th Army, was certain of final success in the East in 1942. The 25-year-old had followed the spring fighting in the Crimea and taken part in the victory outside Kharkov, both of which, he wrote confidently to his family in Lower Austria on the first anniversary of the German invasion, set the scene for truly big decisions in the near future. The Luftwaffe had the measure of the Red Air Force, of very little importance, while the Red Army, howling masses, was no match for the well-led, highly disciplined Wehrmacht. If only we were on the Volga, Winterreder mused, then the battle would be practically decided. At 3:15 on Sunday morning, the 28th of June, Ernst Schwerer watched mesmerized as the sky to his left turned red. Arrayed on the front of his 16th Motorized Infantry Division, barely 2 miles wide, were 16 artillery batteries, plus 6 210mm mortar batteries, and Nebelwerfer rocket launchers. The latter opened fire first. You can't hear the volleys as with a cannon, but the sound pierces to the bone, followed by the artillery. It was, Schwerer recorded, a barrage like I've never heard before. In the air there is rattling and roaring, and then shell after shell landing. On the Russian side, all that can be seen is a bright glow as the many explosions combine. So loud was the cacophonous symphony that men in jump-off positions could not hear each other, even if they shouted. 25-year-old Sepp Prentl revelled in the hurricane of fire and the thunder of battle. One scene after another was played out like in the movies, swashbuckling and thrilling, he wrote. The flak battery he commanded was only a small but important wheel in this tremendous war machine, charged with knocking out Soviet bunkers with its 88mm flak guns. It did so with aplomb. 10 enemy strongpoints were neutralized within 10 minutes. The howl and screech of the rockets leaving the rails and tearing through the night sky sounded, one infantryman recalled, as if someone has stood on the tails of 1,000 cats. The Germans watched these glowing balls fizz and hiss before impacting among the enemy positions. The commander of a platoon of half-track troop carriers stood on top of his vehicle and watched the bombardment in front of 24th Panzer Division's lines. At first light, when the black sky is covered with silvery grey wisps of cloud, the air is filled with a deep rumbling. A Stuka squadron approaches in close formation from the west. Then the aircraft break formation, and the first ones fall like falcons on the enemy positions. Again and again the ground trembles under the impact of the explosions. The rifle regiments attack. The dull rumble of artillery begins. We watch the rockets from the Nebelwerfer in a shallow arc moving with a fiendish howl towards the enemy. Bearing the brunt of this cataclysmic opening bombardment was Mikhail Parsegov's 40th Army. A powerful force, ready to strike the enemy, and when it did, its general was certain of success. But what if the enemy struck first? Bryansk Front's commander, Philipp Golikov, asked. Parsegov's response was as certain as it was unequivocal. Not even a mouse will get through. His confidence was infectious, as Philipp Zamachenko discovered when he arrived as the army's deputy commander in the 3rd week of June. But there was much which troubled Zamachenko. Life in 40th Army's headquarters, too far behind the front for his liking, continued as if it were peacetime, and did not understand the tragedy of war. Officers rose late, dined formally, and rarely visited the front or spoke to the men holding the line, preferring to receive written reports or converse over the telephone. Had they done so, they might have interrogated the German prisoners brought back by raiding parties, who confirmed that a summer offensive was imminent. Now, that offensive was seemingly upon 40th Army. Zamachenko headed to an observation post to follow the battle. So dense was the smoke and dust thrown up by the Germans' opening barrage, he could see nothing. In 40th Army's front lines and forward positions, hell had been unleashed. According to the diarist of 1109th Artillery Regiment, a hurricane of fire fell upon its batteries. A sea of fire fills the sky. Explosions merge into a continuous rumble. Smoke and dust from the explosions fill the horizon, and it is impossible to see what is happening behind this veil. The air, one Russian gunner remembered, was permeated with the smell of burned soil and dust from the earth flying upwards. The men cowered in their foxholes or trenches, or sought shelter in dugouts and bunkers. Unable to see their foe, to grapple with him, they simply waited for the barrage to end. When it did, the gunner remembered, we felt depressed and devastated. The expression on our faces was confused, and a slight shiver ran through our bodies. The artillery supporting 160th Rifle Division complained that the moment one of its batteries began shooting, up to a squadron of enemy aircraft descended upon it. Some guns failed to fire more than 2 or 3 rounds before they were destroyed, and some were destroyed without firing a single shot. After the bombardment, the ground assault. As day dawned, pioneers and the 1st Infantry Wave fell upon the battered Soviet lines. To Ernst Schwerer, the enemy seemed to evaporate. The attacking troops fired flares to signal their success. "None of us has seen anything like this before," Schwerer wrote. "It looks wonderful and horrible at the same time." Finally, the signal came for 24th Panzer Division to move off. This was its baptism of fire. The division had spent the winter and spring in France being converted from a cavalry into an armoured formation, a fact acknowledged by its leaping horseman insignia. "The attack rolls," excited junior officer Gert Axel Weidemann wrote. "The sun is high in a cloudless blue sky, and beneath it the open rolling terrain with its pale brown steppe vegetation, several bare fields and crossed by various hills." Horst Rockel found the experience exhilarating. Stuka's roar, diving on enemy positions, artillery shooting, and we're driving in a long column, the doctor wrote. At our side, clearly visible through binoculars, infantry and artillery attacking. Guns limbered are brought forward. Our artillery is in position behind us. What might all this is combined? The division's grenadiers found the Nebelwerfer barrage had decimated the enemy. Most of the Russians are dead, their lungs torn apart, blood gently running out of their mouths and noses, one wrote. A few survivors climb out of their foxholes completely distraught and covered in dirt and are taken prisoner. By 9 a.m., 24th Panzer had punched a hole a dozen miles deep in Soviet lines, overrun the headquarters of a Red Army division, and reached the banks of the River Tim, the first natural obstacle on the road to Voronezh. "We're advancing everywhere," wrote excited mortar crewman Hans-Heinz Rehfeldt, serving with the motorized infantry of the Grossdeutschland Division. Panzers, assault guns, armoured personnel carriers, half-tracks, flak guns, everything is rushing forward. It's like we're on a high. Soviet resistance was negligible, much to Rehfeldt's surprise. With such a mighty war machine unleashed here with such elan and impetus against the Russian positions, this war in the east must be won soon by us. We didn't expect such a success. As the day progressed, the terrain, heat and exertion of advancing rapidly began to slow the Grossdeutschland's attack. With the sun high in the sky, the Red Army evidently woke up and began to engage its foe. We see shells landing right next to our panzers. Then they respond with fire and score a direct hit, Rehfeldt continued. 2 T-34s soon go up in flames. Extremely black smoke from burning crude oil rises. We can see many such Russian tanks knocked out in the terrain in front of us. 24th Panzer Division's advance was rapid, exhilarating, almost uncontested. The Tim was quickly crossed, so too the next river, the Shen, before the armour rolled into the nondescript village of Yefrosimovka, the first day's objective on the main road to Voronezh, as dusk fell. With a hiss, the panzer's glowing tracer rounds strafed the village, the half-track platoon commander noted. A Russian ammunition dump explodes somewhere. In a short, swift assault, we penetrate the village. We overtake the panzers here. I drive along the village street in the lead. My groups go to my left and right through gardens. Every house is burning. Suddenly, around a corner, there's a Russian gun, the limber at its side, and the gunners sitting on it all dead. The horses, too, are dead. We advance as far as the end of the village. In the distance, we can see several Russian trucks disappearing, leaving trails of dust behind them. I chase them with my anti-tank gun, which sets the last truck on fire. The panzers and half-tracks halted on the edge of Yefrosimovka, forming a makeshift camp in a large circle. The field kitchen eventually caught up with the attacking spearhead, and warm soup was distributed as heavy rain fell. With his army subjected to the full force of the German offensive, Mikhail Pasagov's response was at best nonchalant, at worst irresponsible. Initial reports reaching 40th Army's headquarters had been encouraging. The divisions were holding the line. But as Sunday morning progressed, the Luftwaffe's superiority in the skies of central Russia began to make itself felt. 40th Army's line was battered. One commander pleaded, "Please send me aircraft." Headquarters had nothing to offer. "The enemy is playing with us as he wants." 40th Army's Chief of Staff, Zinovy Rogozny, fumed. Yet neither he nor his general went anywhere near the front to direct the battle, relying entirely on the telephone. Even when Pasagov was given 2 tank brigades to parry the enemy assault, he did not brief them in person, but sent deputies. Such half-hearted actions were not uncommon. One Soviet tank brigade commander, ordered to crush a German bridgehead over the Shen, remembered that the attempts to force the enemy back were unnecessarily half-hearted. Instead of driving the enemy from his bridgehead by striking him with an armoured fist, we tried to push him with our finger, he recalled. The Soviets possessed more than enough tanks and men to crush the small bridgehead, but wasted them in piecemeal attacks rather than wait to mass their forces. As a result, each counterattack was brushed aside by the Germans until they enjoyed superior numbers. Some units defended their positions doggedly. 1109th Artillery Regiment, sorely battered in the opening barrage, recovered its poise and took a heavy toll of enemy motorized troops. In doing so, it drew the attention of German gunners who began to zero in on its fire positions. Then panzers began to appear. The regiment's diarist counted 79 and claimed his guns knocked out at least 13. But by midday, with one battery commander mortally wounded, a battalion commander dead, 200 enemy aircraft circling overhead, the moment had come for 1109th Artillery Regiment to fall back. In the chaos of retreat, its guns would not fire again until it regrouped on the outskirts of Voronezh. As 40th Army's lines buckled, then broke, many units began streaming for the rear. The Luftwaffe hounded every movement, and especially concentrations of fleeing troops funneled through the few bridges spanning the many streams and rivers, dissecting the terrain. Vehicles which tried to bypass such jams by fording waterways became stuck, and all manner of equipment was abandoned. Military columns became intertwined with long lines of Soviet citizens also streaming east. The Germans bombed them mercilessly, leaving the roadsides littered with the dead and dying, crying children and women huddled over them. 40th Army's deputy commander, Philipp Zamachenko, was incensed. "I had tears in my eyes and wondered when we would take revenge on the enemy for these monstrous crimes." The disorganized remnants of 121st Rifle Division fled through Kastornia. People ran with a frightened expression on their faces, often without belts and weapons, one Soviet soldier recalled. They passed through positions held by 284th Rifle Division, whose ranks briefly considered incorporating some of the stragglers in their units, then dropped the idea, largely at the insistence of a non-commissioned officer. A cowardly friend is worse than an enemy. You rely on a friend, but you fear an enemy, he reminded his comrades. If we have even one coward in our company, he will let us all down in the heat of battle. Good riddance to them. All Mikhail Pasagov heard from his superiors were terse instructions. Act more vigorously, take action, restore the situation, and assurances that the Red Air Force was in action. The 200 commissars and political workers were being sent to give his army an ideological backbone. The only decisive action 40th Army's commander took on the first day of the German offensive was to move his headquarters 20 miles to the rear. Joseph Stalin was understandably incandescent. His generals had once again failed to blunt a German offensive. Convinced Bryansk front outnumbered its opponent more than 2-1 in tanks, the reality was in fact the opposite. He overruled his front-line commanders and demanded his armour attack, complaining this is no way to fight. Under such pressure from their leader, some Soviet commanders threw their units into the battle pell-mell. 2 tank brigades attacked along the river Oskol without any information on their enemy and without any coordination with the infantry, artillery, and air force. Their attack ended in disarray. falling back behind the river. And so the settlements of the Kursk region burned like those of Byelorussia, Ukraine, and along the roads to Leningrad and Moscow before them. Daylight robbed the flames of their spectacle, but not their fury. Fanned by the steppe breeze, the fires razed village after village, while their inhabitants fled to the relative safety of earth bunkers and slit trenches. You can see that our leadership and our men are far superior, Horst Rockl noted. The heaviest Russian tanks are knocked out, even if it costs God knows how many rounds. Afterwards, these ugly monsters stand there and burn. Their burned crews, youthful-looking Mongolians, lay next to two of them. Joachim Stempel, a 22-year-old junior officer with 14th Panzer Division, was convinced he was taking part in a great victory march. "Ja, things will definitely end here in Russia this year," he wrote. "By the end of this year, we'll have occupied all the territory we need. Perhaps we'll even meet Marshal Rommel somewhere. Over the Caucasus, Iran down to Syria, Arabia, and into Egypt. Well, dreams." On the morning of the 1st of July, the vanguard of 9th Panzer Division approached Kastornia, still held by the untried ranks of 284th Rifle Division. Reconnaissance the previous day had warned the men the Germans were just a dozen miles away. They prepared themselves for battle, mentally and physically. They checked and rechecked their ammunition, stocked up on water for themselves and their horses. A few jokers tried to lighten the mood. Political officers handed out leaflets, reminded men of their duty, and held rousing lectures after which the men vowed to fight to the last round. When the first vehicles of 9th Panzer appeared in their sights, the gunners let the Germans close to within 600 to 700 metres of their lines before opening fire, spurred on by a gruff senior sergeant. "Let the fascist bastards know how Siberians fight." They did, and repulsed the first wave. But they paid for their effrontery. German mortar shells crashed down on the 284th's lines. The senior sergeant was soon lying in a pool of blood, cut down by shrapnel. German aircraft bombed and strafed the battery positions. A mortar round wiped out all the horses which hauled the guns. Crews, such as were left or still able to fight, continued to fire at the oncoming panzers, and when ammunition ran out, resorted to grenades and Molotov cocktails until the German armour rolled into the battery's position and crushed the remaining guns, breaking and twisting them with their tracks. The enemy was only able to pass through the area that the gunners were defending by passing over the corpses of the heroic crew, one survivor of the 284th recalled. None of them took a step back. The heroes fought to the death and gave their lives to carry out the orders of the leadership. Fewer than a dozen panzers were damaged or knocked out. Reports passed up the line suggested 284th Rifle Division had knocked out 80 enemy tanks and left 800 enemy dead on the battlefield. Post-war Soviet accounts exaggerated the fallen still further to 3,000. 15 miles away, 200 panzers waited like some great steel herd which is resting in the pre-dawn mist which lingered in the hollows on the first day of July. Engines stuttered into life as the armour moved out to meet the Red Army straddling the Kursk-Voronezh highway. A not insignificant force of heavy Soviet tanks was preparing to block 24th Panzer Division's advance eastwards. Standing in the way of the leaping horsemen were not just T-34s, but also huge, lumbering, heavily armed and armoured KV tanks. KV-1s equipped with 76mm guns, the even heavier KV-2s with 152mm howitzers. 12 months before, their appearance had terrified panzer crews and German anti-tank gunners who possessed virtually no weapon to halt the Soviet monsters. But in 1942, the German army fielded several weapons which could penetrate the KV's thick armour. The first light of dawn reveals the outlines of the steppe landscape surrounding us. Gert Axel Weidemann wrote, "Nature's silence is suddenly shattered by the noise of panzer engines starting. We are ready for battle. Under a blanket of artillery fire which stunned the Russians, the panzers seized the high ground and engaged the well-camouflaged enemy tanks at a range of 800 metres. The sound of tank guns firing reverberated around the hilly terrain. Dense smoke from burning KV-1s and concentrations of armour in the Soviet rear, attacked by Stukas, soon began to obscure the battlefield. The Red Army lines began to falter, then gave way. By 2 p.m. the German vanguard was approaching the village of Maximovka. The sun's rays, like sharpened blades, pierced the blue through the clouds that were gathering in the west, wrote an officer from the newly formed 4th Motorized Rifle Brigade, who left a fanciful and rather bloodthirsty propaganda account of the encounter which followed. The Red Army men observed drunken SS men walking through the tall, rich fields of rye outside Maximovka, leading columns of panzers, behind them motorcycles, then half-tracks packed with infantry, and finally trucks. "Are they going to a parade?" Brigade Commander Lieutenant Colonel Shekel asked rhetorically, then turned to his artillery chief. "Prepare a worthy greeting for these rats." The brigade let the attackers draw closer, close enough for German voices to be heard. The account continues. It seemed to them that the Russians were about to get up and run aimlessly, and they, like hunters, would pick the Russians off at will. Each of them was already thinking of rich booty, but the front line was still calm. Then it seemed to the Germans that the Russians were so entranced by the menacing sight of their advance that they were finally confused, and in dumb fear and terror, like an animal waiting for the unenviable fate to fall into their hands. Finally, with the range down to just 400 metres, Shekel seized his moment and ordered his men to open fire. The Germans had not expected such an encounter. They moved forward for a few more minutes, but could not endure, abruptly turned, and ran. Confusion broke out in the enemy's ranks. The panzers turned about and quickly turned back, crushing motorcyclists under their caterpillar tracks. Armoured personnel carriers moving behind the motorcyclists in turn crushed the infantry running towards them. German hubris vanished, and all that had been living and formidable lay helplessly in one huge heap. Precise direct fire from our artillerymen, mortarmen, gunners, machine gunners, tank crews turned the menacing tanks and armoured vehicles into piles of metal, and the Germans into bloody fat pieces of disgusting German meat. "Fire! Fire! Shoot for the motherland! Shoot for Stalin!" And a flurry of fire from all kinds of weapons rolled behind the fleeing Germans. The entire field in front of the front line was strewn with hundreds of dead German corpses. Unbearable cries and groaning from the wounded Fritzes. When silence suddenly descended and the acrid powder smoke cleared, the battalions were short of men. There were killed and many wounded, but the battalions remained in the defensive lines. "Fight to the death for our motherland! Fight to the death!" was passed along the line by the men with a kind of shrill, resolute agitation, and this oath rolled menacingly along the whole front line. The brigade claimed it thwarted 3 waves of German attacks on the undulating terrain around Maximovka, leaving the field strewn with 4,000 dead and at least 36 knocked-out vehicles. There were no SS men, drunken or otherwise, leading the German advance astride the Kursk-Voronezh highway. And if the attackers were held up at Maximovka, it mattered little, for the high ground around Bukovo, just 6 miles to the north, was now firmly in 24th Panzer Division's hands. From the hilltops, the Germans surveyed the brown, undulating steppe stretching eastwards, a landscape dotted with fires where Stukas had struck. The most incredible sight of all, Gert Axel Weidemann remembered, was the Soviet armour, barely a kilometre away, fleeing eastwards, a herd of elephants trying to escape the rifle of a big game hunter. Fatally, they presented their more vulnerable sides to the German guns in trying to escape. Gunpowder smoke, the glistening bursts of tracer, and then the explosion of enemy tanks which have been hit are signs of success, Weidemann wrote. As the panzers rolled past 100 abandoned or disabled enemy tanks, they noticed names painted in Cyrillic on numerous turrets. We learn later these were the names of heroes from Russian history, clear signs of the great fatherland war proclaimed by the Kremlin, Weidemann wrote. After driving through Gologusovka, still thick with smoke from burning whitewashed cottages, the German armour paused. On our panzers the hatches are open, Weidemann noted. Crews wave at each other while they check their vehicles are ready for action once more. Failure to blunt the German attack along the Kursk-Voronezh highway once again enraged Joseph Stalin. This time his ire was directed at Nikolai Verklenko, whose 17 Tank Corps was supposed to parry the enemy offensive. Verklenko is acting like a coward, lying all the time, and if you do not immediately move him towards Bukovo or south of Bukovo, you will answer to Stavka, the Soviet leader railed at Bryansk Front's headquarters. Perhaps the corps commander should be replaced, Stalin opined, but it would be better to force Vlklenko to advance immediately and wash away the disgrace he has covered himself with. Having held the Germans at bay for 2 days, 284th Rifle Division was finally forced to abandon Kastornia, reluctantly falling back through the small town. Tired, hungry, exhausted by long battles and sleepless nights, soldiers and officers entered Kastornia, leaving their combat positions drenched in blood. One veteran recalled, "The town was on fire. Tongues of flame eagerly devoured dry buildings, spreading from one house to another. Smoke spread. No one put out the growing fire. Not a single inhabitant was to be seen. Some had gone to the east, abandoning all their wealth acquired over many years to the mercy of fate, while others hid in cellars, fleeing from the enemy's bombs and shells. As if a tornado swept through the village, not a living soul was seen, not even any dogs." The stand at Kastornia held up the German offensive no more than 2 days. It reduced 284th Rifle Division to just 3,000 men. Many were dead, others were taken prisoner, but a sizable number, including commissars, had panicked and in some instances fled the field of battle, stopping only when they were half a dozen miles behind the front. The Germans would encounter the 284th Rifle Division again in Stalingrad. Another town pitch-forked into the path of the German onslaught was Staroskol, 15 miles south of Maximovka, where Soviet forces had supposedly scored a defensive victory on the first day of July. On the second, the Luftwaffe was sent in to flatten Staroskol ahead of the ground assault. Anyone not involved in the war effort or defense of the town had been ordered to abandon Staroskol for nearby villages. No assistance was given. Young and old moved on foot, pushing their meagre possessions in wheelbarrows. The remaining inhabitants took to slit trenches, where they cowered all day. We saw the bombs flying down from the aircraft with a wild screech. The ground shook from the explosions, and immediately things came down on our heads, one recalled. All around there were fires, metal cracking, roofs falling down, dogs howling. It was truly frightening. The Red Army compounded the destruction as it fell back through the town after dark on the 2nd. Mills and warehouses were set ablaze. After a day of bombing, many of the remaining inhabitants resolved to flee. They spent the night packing items to take with them and burying what they could not in vegetable gardens or in barns. But when morning came and they tried to leave Staroskol, the Germans had already entered the town. Those who did manage to flee on foot made it no further than a few miles before being overtaken by the advancing Germans. Others abandoned their exodus in Sorokino, just 6 miles away, where engineers from 40th Army were preparing the village mill for demolition to prevent it falling into German hands. Sorokino's inhabitants pleaded to remove the sacks of flour piled high inside. The soldiers refused and threatened to shoot villagers for disobedience. The mill was blown up. It went up in the air and collapsed, blazing like a torch, one eyewitness recalled. The inhabitants, risking their lives, tried to take out some of the burned flour, but were shot by the sappers. The engineers were enacting a scorched earth policy imposed by the Soviet leader, leaving to the enemy a wasteland 20 miles deep, immediately behind the front line, where there was to be nothing of use to the German war effort. No cattle, no men of military age, no trains or railway lines, no bridges, no tractors or agricultural equipment. The only thing the invader should find, Stalin demanded, were anti-tank and anti-personnel mines to wreak havoc with his advance. Except for now, the enemy was advancing too rapidly for the Red Army to strip the land bare. After less than 1 week of the German summer offensive, Voronezh was within striking distance. Indeed, the only people more eager to enter the city than the attackers were the staff of 40th Army, who had established their field headquarters just 20 miles west of Voronezh, but had no intention of remaining there, as Rifle Division Commander Ivan Sevastopol discovered when he visited on the 3rd of July. Safes and typewriters were being loaded aboard trucks, while clerks burned or shredded documents, while their commander, Mikhail Parsakov, seemed more interested in his personal appearance, calmly shaving in his staff car, carefully trimming his moustache while his army disintegrated. There was talk of making a stand on the Don, which meandered through the plains just 5 miles west of central Voronezh, but given the state of Parsakov's army, Sevastopol concluded It was crystal clear that it would be impossible to halt on the river. We'd have to retreat to Voronezh and start fighting in the city. Defeat on the ground was mirrored by defeat in the skies. "Where is our aviation?" one artillery regiment commander fumed. "The newspapers write about our aircraft. It's all bullshit. German aircraft are good, and we have coffins. Several times I've seen with my own eyes, as soon as our planes go up, they are shot down instantly and burn." During one air raid, a platoon commander railed at the Luftwaffe. "They fly knowing all too well that our planes will not appear, and even if they do, it's no good. The Germans aren't afraid of our aircraft and destroy them immediately." Such lamentations are borne out by Luftwaffe records. In the first 10 days of the German offensive, it downed 432 Soviet aircraft and lost just 16. The tally could have been so much higher, as frustrated fighter pilot Heinrich Zetz observed. "Day after day we throw ourselves at the masses of Russian aircraft. The only sad thing about it is that I can only commit a couple of aircraft." Whatever impetus 40th Army lacked, the German spearheads possessed in abundance. The tanks of 24th Panzer Division pushed through a cold, pitch-black night of the 3rd to the 4th of July in their relentless drive to the Don. A platoon commander spoke to his men every 15 minutes to ensure they did not fall asleep. They did not, but their voices grew increasingly weary. By daybreak on the 4th, the panzers were moving along at more than 20 miles an hour at times, overtaking the division's motorcyclists. A propaganda compagnie reporter painted a vivid, if triumphalist, picture of the Soviet collapse on the right bank of the Don. A few tanks, which had tried to stop the disaster, stand burning beside the churned-up road. The contents of cars and motor vehicles lie in colourful shreds and curled-up tangles in the dust. Ammunition, fuel canisters, gas masks, shirts, uniforms and blankets, and lots of paper, files, paybooks. Sacks full of grain and bad bread burst open under the force of the bombs, allowing the wind to play with the grains. Dead Bolsheviks, abandoned guns, wherever we look. The closer we get to the river, the denser the crowd becomes. Many of those who tried to save themselves by crossing the miserable wooden bridge met their fate here. The advance was brought to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, beyond one village, the Don Valley opens before us, the platoon commander noted. Far below we see a wide blue ribbon of the river, whose waters gleam in the rays of the rising sun. The sight of one of Russia's great rivers was equally intoxicating to the motorized infantry of the Grossdeutschland division. Like the ancient Greeks once cried, "Thalata, Thalata, the sea," so we cry out with joy, the Don, and Voronezh," Mortarman Hans-Heinz Rehfeldt recalled. 24th Panzer Division sent an advanced detachment of 8 motorcyclists ahead to scout for a crossing over the Don. 20 miles south of Voronezh, it found a ferry carrying Soviet troops back and forth over the 400-foot-wide river and seized the crossing point in a lightning raid, capturing a Red Army rear column and forcing enemy units on the far shore to scatter. Again, the Soviet response was lethargic. Yakov Tetushkin, commanding the newly committed 141st Rifle Division, warned 3 senior staff officers, "I am not a prophet, but if the front does not take immediate action to push this German platoon back to the west bank of the Don, we will lose Voronezh." The Great War veteran urged them to throw whatever forces they could muster at the small enemy bridgehead. "Let a regiment die in the process, but we must smash it, for tomorrow the Germans will replace this platoon with tanks and an infantry division." There was no counterattack, and as Tetushkin predicted, by 5:30 a.m. on the 5th of July, the first German armour was on the far bank. There were just 9 miles to the city centre. Having largely been spared by the war to date, one of the Red Army soldiers taking up positions on the western and southern outskirts observed that it felt as if the breath of war had not touched it. Voronezh was now subjected to its full fury. The Luftwaffe sent 120 Stukas against its 4 most important armament works, 1 gun, 1 tank and 2 ammunition factories. Intelligence reports suggested all were still working at full capacity. The dive bombers circled 5,000 meters above the city like an angry swarm of hornets, out of reach of the formidable anti-aircraft defences. Paul Werner Hosel led Stuka-Geschwader 2 against the raid's principal objective, the tank works. I gave the signal to attack and dived at our target, staring into the muzzle flashes of every barrel below us as they spat their hatred towards us. but during the dive we offered the flak a small and very fast-moving target. The roof of the factory was getting closer and closer, and we plunged towards it at a constant speed of 560 kilometers an hour, 1,500 meters, 1,200 meters, 800 meters. Now the signal to release came. Bombs away, retract the brakes, all in a matter of seconds. Then full throttle, and using the terminal velocity of the dive, we flew low over the roofs and away from the flak zone. Then we pulled up again and observed the effects of our attack. We were satisfied. The previously pristine sky above Voronezh quickly became filled with clouds from the exploding bombs. For all the ferocity of the flak, not a single Stuka was brought down, nor did a single Soviet fighter attempt to intercept the enormous formation of sluggish dive bombers. It was, wrote Hosel, a miracle. Voronezh's factories were working because no effort had been made to evacuate more than 300,000 souls. Even with the enemy at the gate, Soviet authorities had agreed only to begin limited evacuations. The staff and property of technical schools and colleges, and 30,000 military families. The latter move alone would require 750 railway carriages, on lines bombed and strafed daily by the Luftwaffe, and party leaders were to make sure that evacuees were amply provided with food and hot meals on their journey. By the time the orders to evacuate even these select groups were issued, there was already fighting in Voronezh's suburbs. One Soviet-era chronicler of the city wrote wistfully that the outskirts of Voronezh were now inhabited mainly by soldiers, and those townsfolk followed the call of their hearts to join them. In fact, the city was almost defenceless. There was not a single regiment in Voronezh, and not much outside it. Militia, few in number but relatively combat-ready, defended key buildings, while workers' battalions were hurriedly mobilized to protect their factories. All that stood in the way of 24th Panzer Division southwest of Voronezh were the untried Siberians of 232nd Rifle Division. Its ranks were full, but neither fully equipped nor fully trained. It was completing its preparations for battle when it was alerted by passing refugees and moved to block the Germans' onslaught. The Luftwaffe raids had turned the woods on the western outskirts of the city, where the 232nd had trained just days before, into matchsticks and ploughed the ground, now littered with fallen trees and black smoke rising from craters. The attacks also knocked out the divisional headquarters in the city centre and unnerved its shell-shock commander, Ivan Ulitin. Nevertheless, and despite the absence of the armoured support they had been promised, Ulitin's men fought desperately. The advancing panzers ran into defensive fire of a fury never before experienced, especially around the airfield, where, in a nasty shock for the attackers, German 88mm flak, captured during the winter, bolstered the defence. Damaged panzers fell back, carrying the dead and wounded, many suffering from horrific burns. Mortar and artillery shells were directed at the neighbouring woods, exploding in the tree-tops and showering German tanks with shrapnel, forcing crews to close their hatches. The heat is unbearable. Sweat is pouring down, Gert Axel Weidemann wrote. We long for the cool of night and the chance of opening our hatches. The fighting raged to and fro. Attackers traded battle cries, hurrah and urrah. Before dusk set in, Weidemann and his comrades watched in amazement as cadets from Voronezh's officer school launched the final attack of the day. Walking arm in arm, singing the Internationale, they storm towards our panzers before they are mown down by the panzers' guns, the junior officer recorded. It reminded him of the sacrifice German students made at Langemarck near Ypres in the opening weeks of the Great War. Communists, Weidemann realized, were just as willing to sacrifice themselves for their motherland. Late in the day, Soviet tanks finally entered the fray, only to run into a hurricane of fire from enemy anti-tank weapons. The Siberians fell back, having halted their foe a couple of miles outside the city limits. They had prevented Voronezh's rapid fall, largely sacrificing themselves in the process. Soviet accounts almost always ignore the big picture and celebrate the deeds of individuals or specific units, spurred on to heroics by inspirational Communist Party members and political leaders, always inflicting heavier losses on their foe than they suffered. 6 times the 212th Rifle Division, for example, drove back insane attacks by drunken Hitlerites, leaving the battlefield strewn with 1,000 German corpses piled up in mountains for the loss of just 13 Red Army men. Enraged by the loss of their beloved commander, 14th Tank Brigade fought with even greater ferocity and energy, encouraged by a wounded commissar who reputedly told his men, "I will not leave my post until I am unconscious," and supposedly saved the entire brigade by finding a petrol tanker with his vehicles almost out of fuel. And 110th Tank Brigade deserves the title of Guards Brigade, one officer suggested, for its high patriotism, courage and steadfastness, for killing 600 Germans and knocking out 4 dozen tanks and nearly 40 guns in 2 days of battle. The figures were pure fantasy. Even on the heaviest day of fighting for Voronezh, 24th Panzer Division lost only 70 men. With the onset of darkness on the 5th of July, the panzers formed their nightly hedgehog, corralled in a broad semicircle. The warmth of the day radiating from the earth mixes with the coolness of the night, Weidemann wrote. The smell of the steppe begins to replace the smell of gun smoke and heat of the battlefield, exhaust fumes and fire which still lingered in our noses. Above us, Luftwaffe bomber formations are attacking. From the direction of Voronezh, streaks of colourful tracer from Russian flak fizz into the night sky. Mechanics carried out urgent repairs, while officers, some with their microphones still around their necks, discussed the day of battle over a cigarette or pipe and a glass of wine or brandy, liberated when the division was reforming in France. Shortly before daybreak on the 6th, Nebelwerfer batteries hurled their rockets into Soviet positions on the southwestern edge of Voronezh. The foremost units of 24th Panzer Division had pulled back a safe distance, but the shock waves from the projectiles' impacts could still be felt behind the panzer's armour. Having stunned the defenders, the Germans moved out at daybreak and encountered no resistance. Nevertheless, the panzers edged cautiously into the city, fearing barricades and hidden anti-tank guns and tanks. Entire blocks burned furiously, set ablaze either by the Nebelwerfer barrage or Luftwaffe raids. Schools and administrative buildings were reduced to shells. There were still pockets of ferocious resistance. In the centre, fanatical and well-armed NKVD troops were refusing to surrender a handful of civic buildings, while in the western suburbs, the battered 232nd Rifle Division and the remnants of a tank brigade continued to frustrate the attackers before they fell back through the centre of Voronezh. Clinging to houses, hiding in the bushes, running across open ground, we left street after street behind us. Riflemen, Evgeny Golovin recalled. And somewhere very near, the Germans were walking, marching in formation, loudly calling to each other, walking with the air of victors. The withdrawing troops left the west of the city in ruins, but as one Soviet account proudly declared, all approaches to the meatpacking plant were littered with the corpses of enemy soldiers. There were wrecked guns lying around, and burnt-out tanks were on fire. The city's principal hospital witnessed some of the fiercest fighting, where each story, each ward, each room became a battlefield over 6 bloody hours. Still occupied by hundreds of patients, the defenders evicted them from their beds, which were then pushed up against windows as makeshift barricades. And when the Germans entered the building, the defenders often lay in the remaining beds, pretending to be sick, hiding their pistols and rifles, attacking their foe from behind at an opportune moment. Before midday on the 7th of July, the Germans controlled the left bank of the river, which gave Voronezh, now one big sea of flames, its name. Panzers were sent to block any Red Army units fleeing over the last crossing of the Voronezh in the north of the city. Navigating by the sun on the occasions it could be seen through the swathes of smoke drifting over the city, they reached the last intact river crossing and immediately engaged the Russian detachment on the far bank. With the first shells impacting, the Russians blew up the bridge. We're around 150 metres away and watch as the pillars of the wooden bridge spin through the air like matches, Gert Axel Weidemann wrote. War correspondent Gustav Steber accompanied the second wave of German soldiers into the city. Voronezh straddles the river which gives it its name. The West Bank, by far the larger and more heavily populated part of Voronezh, had suffered terribly. Steber passed numerous abandoned and burnt-out tanks, their gun barrels fixed in the direction which they had fired their last shots. He then drove through gaps smashed in the anti-tank barriers and barricades thrown across city streets, and past trams stopped where their drivers had fled from them. Now the summer wind blew through their shattered windows. while electric wires and telephone lines hung limply in twisted balls from poles lining the streets. Any multi-story building, with the exception of the occasional office block, colleges and hospitals, had been almost completely burned out and reduced to ruins. Individual houses, often made of wood, had been razed, while most factories were largely wrecked, sabotaged by the retreating Red Army. The remaining inhabitants, relatively few in number it seemed, appeared to welcome the occupier, or at least not oppose him. Yet Gustav Steber's overriding impression of Voronezh was its stench. The fighting had been brief, the German occupation swift, but in the summer heat the countless cadavers of horses quickly decomposed. A plague of flies descended on the rotting carcasses and on the bodies of Soviet soldiers, militia, and civilians, while overhead crows circled, occasionally diving to dine on this harvest of death. Outside Voronezh, junior officer Bernhard Rademacher watched the native population bury 300 Red Army dead left in the open for more than a week. There was a dreadful smell, and thousands of flies surrounding the corpses, which are already half putrefied. Mass graves were dug for them. The women held cloth over their mouths and noses, but still threw up. How dreadful it would be if our women and girls had to do this. Thousands, millions of Russian soldiers have been buried like this, somewhere in the vast Russian earth, without anyone at home learning when, where, and how they died. The Russian people accept this as inevitable destiny, however. Kaput, they say with a gesture, and life and nature go on. What is such a small, shriveled-up corpse in the middle of the infinite vastness of the flowery steppe? It is soon forgotten, disappears, overgrown by the natural fertility of the land and the people. What is man? Whether he is a poor, nameless Russian or a German soldier with a life of his own and creative powers, corpses all look the same after 8 days. By early evening on the 7th of July, Second Army regarded the battle for Voronezh over, with the exception of a few small pockets of resistance. The city's capture brought the curtain down on the first phase of Blau and prompted a celebratory communiqué informing the public of another victory for German arms, over 1,000 tanks and upwards of 1,700 guns destroyed, plus nearly 90,000 prisoners taken. The number of prisoners of war and amount of booty is growing by the hour, it assured people. The Soviet leadership laid the blame for the loss of Voronezh squarely at the door of the 40th Army, which, one official report stated, was plagued by exceptional promiscuity and criminal indiscipline. Soldiers of all ranks, of all branches, had simply melted away, wandering around the woods and villages behind the front. Commissars and political officers had failed to rally the troops, had failed to instill in them faith in Soviet arms and in Soviet victory, had failed to champion examples of bravery and selfless devotion to the motherland, or arouse burning hatred of the enemy. The rot set in at the top. Mikhail Parsegov and his staff fled the battlefield precipitously, even leaving behind 4 safes containing confidential documents. The perpetrators of this shameful crime shall be held strictly accountable, the report stated. They were not, but Parsegov never again led troops in battle against the Germans. Dismissed on the 3rd of July, he spent the remainder of the war commanding artillery in the Far East. Yet more astute officers realized the problems went deeper than one supposedly rotten army. On his way to the front with his 141st Rifle Division, Yakov Tetushkin had witnessed scenes reminiscent of the previous summer, groups of stragglers, often without shoes, almost certainly without weapons, but still carrying their kit bags and canteens. Aged nearly 50, Tetushkin was perhaps 10 years older than most divisional commanders. He sensed a deep-rooted malaise in the Red Army and passed on his observations to one of Stalin's lapdogs, Communist Party chairman Georgy Malenkov. Staffs and rear services were bloated. Tetushkin reckoned no more than 1 in 5 men fought in the front line. The rest, cooks, clerks, vets, mechanics, medics, headquarters, supported at a safe distance. Literally tens of thousands of men on the front line can go to bed during the battle, sleep for a week, and no one will miss them, because no one needs them for the battle. A veteran of the Great War, Tetushkin remembered regiments with the headquarters of just a commander and his adjutant, perhaps 3 or 4 men directing the actions of a division. Now, a regimental headquarters numbered dozens of personnel, hundreds at a division, and directing an army or front, clouds of people. As for the rank-and-file soldiers, tank crews, aviators and artillerymen were not bad. The same cannot be said of the infantry. The infantry were poorly trained and ill-disciplined. Their officers, from commanders down to those in the line, lacked backbone and above all lacked respect. Discipline and respect, however, did not mean terror and fear. Titushkin had spent the winter outside Moscow, serving under Mikhail Yefremov's 33rd Army, whose leadership style consisted of telephone tirades. "You bastard! You bastard! Motherfucker! Why can't your regiment take the village? I'll come and shoot you all day." He didn't, though he did punch some of his commanders in the face. Were the troops any more successful as a result? Titushkin asked rhetorically. Quite the contrary. Konstantin Rokossovsky, who had taken charge of Bryansk front in the wake of Voronezh's loss, had come to similar conclusions after less than a week in command. Fear of panzers and Stukas was endemic. All too often the Red Army infantryman did not fight back, even if he possessed the means to do so. Nor was he much better when facing the German soldier. Rarely did he fight to the weapon of last resort, fixing his bayonet. And when it came to retreating, there was no organization or coordination, merely chaos, which usually left men and materiel at the mercy of the Germans. Put bluntly, Konstantin Rokossovsky conceded there had been major shortcomings in the way the Red Army had been both led and fought. Worse was to come before the Soviet Union's leadership acted. At a hot and humid wolf's lair in East Prussia, Staff Officer Adolf Heusinger noticed that there was widespread satisfaction. "The old elan has returned, and we can once again happily look at the situation map," he recorded. He even thought that the Russians had perhaps taken on too much during the winter and were now reaching the end of their strength. Yet all was not well in the High Command. Franz Halder, the chief of the General Staff, could not decide whether the Red Army was deliberately avoiding battle or had been decisively crushed by the summer offensive. Certainly, destroying Soviet forces was far more important to Adolf Hitler than capturing Voronezh, a battle he never wanted. He had issued strict instructions not to occupy the city. The prize of pursuing and crushing the fleeing enemy over the Don was far more important. He had clashed repeatedly with Army Group South's commander, Fedor von Bock. Arguments in the daily conferences were followed by highly disagreeable telephone conversations with the 61-year-old marshal, whom the Führer thought too slow and too easily swayed by his subordinate commanders. For his part, Bock was exasperated by the almost daily interference in his operations, even down to the actions of individual divisions and the constant whining from Hitler's headquarters. Hitler had made fun of the English for sacking every general when something went wrong, when he visited Bock's headquarters in Ukraine on the 3rd of July. Just 10 days later, he dismissed the marshal, ostensibly for the sluggish handling of 2 divisions at Voronezh. To some, like Adolf Heusinger, Bock was längst überständig, well past his sell-by date, ill and vain and his dismissal long overdue. Others were appalled, such as Helmut Grosskurt, operations officer of 295th Infantry Division, advancing towards the Don. The treatment meted out to commanding officers and us is so shameless that I can't describe it. Perhaps less important than the fate of Fedor von Bock was the fate of his army group. Even before he sacked the field marshal, Hitler had decided to split his force. Bock, and subsequently Maximilian von Weichs, was left with the secondary mission of capturing Stalingrad with an eviscerated Army Group B, while all the armour was diverted to the new Army Group A under Wilhelm List for the main prize, the drive into the Caucasus, over the mountains to the Black Sea and as far as Baku and the western shore of the Caspian Sea. Worse, Hitler tore up the original plan for the summer campaign. The initial goals, he decided, had largely been achieved. Franz Halder was appalled. The constant tendency to underestimate the enemy's capability is gradually assuming grotesque proportions and is becoming dangerous, he noted with alarm. Then again, maybe Adolf Hitler was right. With German forces sweeping down the Don, the Red Army's southern front, which had hitherto firmly held its heavily fortified line, anchored on the northern shore of the Gulf of Taganrog, began to fall back without waiting for the enemy to attack it. When Army Group A opened its offensive, all too often it struck at thin air. The haul of prisoners, when it linked up with Weichser's group and closed a pocket around the town of Milorovo, was a disappointing 40,000. "We have not succeeded in forming a large pocket," the commander of a platoon of motorcycle infantry wrote in frustration. In a masterful manner, the enemy has extricated himself from the sack. The eastern industrial powerhouse of Voroshilovgrad, today Luhansk, fell with barely a shot being fired, while the advance to Rostov did not seem to be an offensive or even a pursuit, but a lunge into a void. "Yesterday we drove 160 kilometres through territory free of the enemy," radio operator Peter Dimpt wrote. "The only obstacles are the roads themselves. Bone dry, they shook vehicles to bits. When it rained, they became an impassable sludge into which trucks vanished up to their axles. Occasionally, the advancing troops passed through a small collection of miserable huts. Otherwise, the land was devoid of human presence, though men had passed this way. Littering the roadside everywhere were the rotting carcasses of horses which had collapsed in the heat, either accompanying the fleeing Russians or advancing Germans. Though the cadavers were hideously distorted by gases, everyone nevertheless filed past. No soldier could spare the time to bury them. Only on the southern extremity of the eastern front, along the river Mius, which emptied into the Gulf of Taganrog, did the Soviet line still hold firm. But those manning it were growing increasingly uneasy. By day, the men of 30th Rifle Division worked to reinforce their defensive positions. By night, they watched the sky to the southeast light up as Rostov was bombed. "Deep alarm filled our consciousness, our hearts," wrote Commissar Lev Dyakov. It was as if this alarm of expectation of something inevitable, approaching us like a stalking avalanche, spread through the air, although at least we in our regiment could not yet imagine the true extent of the disaster. Yet even he was thunderstruck when he was summoned to the divisional headquarters on the 19th of July, and informed the Mius front was being abandoned to prevent encirclement. The men withdrew towards Rostov reluctantly. The hardest part was passing through villages and hamlets, Dyakov remembered. The inhabitants of the villages of the 30th Rifles marched through, mostly teenagers, women, and the elderly, stood in front of their homes, silently looking at us with long, wistful looks, full of unspoken bitterness. The men quickened their pace to lessen the torment. No jokes, no laughter, no talking, the Commissar wrote. A heavy feeling of shame was pressing on their hearts. Rostov-on-Don, the gateway to the Caucasus, extends along the right bank of the Don for 10 miles just upstream of the estuary. A major port and industrial centre, its defences were formidable. The terrain outside the city had been turned into a killing field 25 miles deep, unlike anything the Germans had encountered before. One huge line of resistance recalled Johannes Mühlenkamp, commanding a panzer unit in the SS Viking division. After one obstacle, more ditches and obstacles. Lev Dyakov's division was pitchforked into one of these positions northwest of the city on the 21st of July as the first German armour approached. It held off 6 waves of attacks by panzers until last light, leaving a dozen disabled or wrecked enemy vehicles behind. Despite the success, the 30th Rifles were ordered to abandon the field of battle. In the darkness, the men packed their wounded on carts, hastily buried the fallen without ceremony, and headed into the night in the direction of Rostov. The next morning, the German onslaught resumed, preceded by a Luftwaffe concert. Panzer gunner Vili Kubik was in awe of the Stukas, which repeatedly threw themselves at the Soviet defences, each aircraft making 7 or 8 attacks, dropping 1 bomb at a time. An impressive sight. Mushroom clouds rise everywhere, he noted. Half a dozen mounds are simply levelled. The effect of the bombs is incredible. The defences were too numerous and too well camouflaged for the Luftwaffe to eliminate them all. Automated flamethrowers built into the terrain spewed jets of fire, burning the earth and anyone who dared to cross it. Mühlenkamp watched his panzers lose their tracks in the entanglements. It prompted Russian soldiers to emerge from the anti-tank ditch and attack the stranded armour with mines, or else send German shepherds carrying explosives to blow themselves up, knocking out the panzers in the process. The animals were either shot dead by the panzer crews or by their own handlers when, terrified by the noise of battle, many dogs turned around and fled towards their own lines. "My heart bleeds at the sight of these fine animals," wrote Wilhelm Tieck, a teenage messenger in the Viking. "The lips hang from mouths flashing their teeth, and their eyes are dull. Their virtues, devotion and faithfulness, obedience and docility, are ruthlessly exploited by man. The dogs are now dead without fulfilling their fiendish orders." Lev Dyakov and his battalion had spent the night in a gully about 10 miles outside Rostov. Exhausted, the men slept where they sat down to rest. They were roused by the sudden noise of battle on the adjacent road. Still half asleep, the men automatically grabbed their rifles without understanding why. An officer ran through the gorge, shouting at troops to get ready for action. Dyakov looked down the road and saw 30 or 40 panzers approaching, their tracks glistening in the rays of the morning sun. The battalion took up positions on both sides of the highway, but the young commissar knew his comrades could not halt the approaching enemy armour. "What can we do to these hulks of steel?" he asked himself. "Yesterday we were occupying trenches behind the anti-tank ditch, but here, there's flat open steppe all around here." And so it proved. When the panzers were no more than 300 metres away, they opened fire, and the order to retreat immediately spread through the battalion. The soldiers sought salvation in the gully. They ran into it headlong, followed or preceded by horses pulling carts, field kitchens, ammunition wagons. Most became bogged down in the mud, which flanked a stream flowing gently along the gully bed. The sole bridge over it gave way under the weight of men and materiel trying to cross it, throwing all into the sludge. As Dyakov struggled free of the gorge and entered a field of ripe wheat, panzers appeared at the edge of the gully and opened fire. Panic, very real panic, seized us, he recalled. Everyone simply ran, fleeing from the machine guns and cannon of the panzers. In a few minutes the regiment ceased to exist. It turned into a disorderly bunch of men, fleeing to save their lives. A couple of hours later, the commissar rallied a group of 60 men from various units and was directed by an artillery commander to make a stand near the village of Krasny Krim, just half a dozen miles from the outskirts of Rostov. The group of 60 was soon reduced to just 38, as men without rifles simply continued down the road towards the city. Amazingly, the ragtag group of soldiers thwarted the first wave of panzers, which attacked a short time later. "Hurrah, you bastards, take it!" one man yelled triumphantly, while another climbed onto the parapet of the trench, waving his rifle. Their joy was short-lived. Within half an hour, Stukas appeared over the village and hammered Soviet positions mercilessly, first with bombs, then with cannon. When the attack was over, the defences of Krasny Krim were shattered. Lev Dyakov surveyed the scene, bombed, overturned cannons, the remnants of 2 burning vehicles, which had not managed to leave before the air raid, trenches now straddled by huge, still-smoking craters, bodies of dead soldiers and small groups of survivors, men panicking scattered about. When the panzers resumed their attack, the defenders of Krasny Krim fled in panic. Dyakov joined a group of dispersed soldiers and mingled with the stream of people, carts, artillery harnesses and cars moving towards the Don. The panzers were not far behind. By dusk, German armour had reached a range of small hills from where crews could observe the suburbs of Rostov. The panzer crews refueled and rearmed their vehicles as they watched the city burn, filling the sky with thick black smoke. Wearily following them were the infantry of the Weasel Division, 125th Infantry, who'd covered 42 kilometres since moving out of their assault positions at 4 a.m. In terms of physical exertion, Battalion Commander Karl Goebel branded the 22nd of July the hardest day of the entire Eastern Campaign. His men had advanced through grass as tall as a man, through cornfields, over hills, and through swampy streams. Exhausted, brave men collapsed and stretched their weary limbs. The effort had been worth it. The outer cordon around Rostov had been broken. The way into the city was clear. Though the ranks of the Weasel Division, a nickname it took from its emblem, were exhausted, Goebel observed the mood was fantastic. Everyone wanted to be in Rostov. 100 miles upstream of Rostov, near the village of Nikolaevskia, the panzers were already rolling across the Don. Pioneers in assault boats ferried the vanguard of 23rd Panzer Division across the 150-metre-wide river and the Panzer Grenadiers spilled onto the far bank before spreading out across the extensive floodplain with its labyrinth of dead arms of the Don, ponds and pools. While they expanded their foothold on the left bank, engineers were throwing a bridge across the Don. Before the sun set on the 22nd of July, the first vehicles of 4 motorized divisions were rolling over the temporary crossing. The final obstacle facing the Germans before Rostov was the third and last anti-tank ditch. When pioneers reached it, they used explosive charges to collapse the walls, then grabbed shovels and flattened the embankments to allow the armour to pass. The SS Viking rolled into Rostov's western suburbs, while the 13th Panzer Division entered the eastern outskirts early on the afternoon of the 23rd of July. The latter sent a small detachment of motorcyclists ahead, supported by a few half-tracks and armoured cars under a junior officer, Ike, to seize the Don crossings. The direct route to the river was blocked by fires raging in factories and warehouses near the central station. Instead, the Germans followed the fresh tracks left by retreating Soviet tanks towards the waterfront, only to find Rostov's iconic railway bridge, with its movable central span to allow Don shipping to pass, wrecked. The search for a crossing went on until the reconnaissance party came across a makeshift ferry. Semi-naked Russian soldiers stood in the Don, pulling a truck to the south bank using ropes. Ike decided to attack. The truck mid-river was destroyed. The Russians hauling it either died under a hail of German fire or took shelter, and the ferry was abandoned. But then the Germans suddenly found themselves cut off as Soviet troops emerged from houses and factories leading down to the river. After a 50-minute firefight, the scouting party reluctantly fell back and left the crossing to the Russians. The Don would be forced elsewhere. Red Army war correspondent Vitaly Zakrutkin observed the desperate efforts made by his countrymen to reach the left bank of the Don. Under constant bombardment and heavy artillery fire, people dismantled wooden houses, barns, fences, and carried timbers to the shore, he wrote. There, pioneers covered in blood and dust built rafts strong enough to ferry guns to the distant bank, or patched up the punctured hulls of fishing vessels. Horses were driven across the river. Their masters forced them to swim. They dodged all manner of detritus carried towards the Gulf of Taganrog by the Don, logs from destroyed pontoon bridges or rafts, the bodies of wrecked cars, bloated corpses. Left Dyakov's column of misery, retreating soldiers mixed with refugees, followed one of the main thoroughfares leading to the river, but got no further than 3 blocks before the Luftwaffe attacked and blocked progress. Making a detour, the Commissar eventually reached the Don, glistening in the summer sun. Before our eyes is a picture of devastation, destruction, fires caused by bombs, glass crunches beneath our feet, piles of broken bricks, vertical remains of sooty walls belonging to burnt-out warehouses and stores. To our right, half a kilometre away, is a pontoon bridge. Troops are streaming towards it in a dense column. 6 Junkers approach on a bombing raid. A lone anti-aircraft battery fires at them from the left bank. Breaking through the anti-aircraft fire, the Junkers start diving at the pontoon bridge. Exploding bombs thunder, huge columns of water fly up on both sides of the bridge, and in spite of the bombing, the flow of people, carts and cars on the bridge does not stop. A couple of engineer officers bumped into Dyakov's group, led it to a ferry they had set up, and carried everyone across to the town of Bataisk, where the young commissar was eventually reunited with the political department, or what remained of it, of 56th Army. The panzers were still tentatively advancing through Rostov's residential districts. They found each block had been turned into a fortress as dogged Soviet troops hurled Molotov cocktails from windows, skylights and balconies, while bunkers and barricades blocked the narrow streets. Occasionally a civilian emerges from a hole in the ground, Panzer Commander Ivold Klapdor wrote. The hell they've gone through over the past few days is written all over their faces. Cameraman Hans Ertel watched an infantry gun fire into the side of an apartment block at point-blank range. Out of a cloud of dust and the remnants of a wall, a balcony falls down, and the bodies of 2 Russian machine gunners tumble out, landing with a thud 3 stories below on the rubble-strewn pavement, he wrote. I filmed several such hideous scenes, but gradually you lose your disgust. You're unavoidably numbed. As Ertl focused on a neighbouring balcony awaiting its collapse, a burst of machine gun fire rippled through the doorframe above him. He dragged his camera and tripod to safety and faked death by lying motionless on rubble before abandoning the building to rejoin his crew. A shiver went through me afterwards at the thought that the Russians could have just as easily shot lower. Life and the future often hang on a silk thread. There are several accounts of fighting raging in the numerous wine cellars of Rostov, with Germans and Russians trading blows and bullets, wading in alcohol. In one basement, the rising tide of wine lifted the corpses of 2 Soviet soldiers off the ground. The Germans ignored them, filling their canteens with red wine and a gold-sparkling sweet muscatel. The soldiers joked and laughed, pushing the bodies around in the sea of wine until someone decided to haul them onto a lawn across the street, where thousands of flies immediately descended on the dead. Unable to bivouac safely for the night in the city centre, sniper, anti-tank rifle and heavy machine gun fire was directed at the armoured spearhead from 3 sides. The panzers withdrew to Rostov's northern suburbs, where they would remain until the infantry had cleared the streets. The tanks were corralled, and despite the danger of being attacked by Red Army stragglers, the crew posted guard fell asleep after the exertions of the preceding days. It was even more dangerous in the city centre. Although the fighting died down, Soviet troops used the cover of darkness to move back into buildings they had abandoned during the day, slitting the throats of Germans who dared to find billets in them. The battle for Rostov raged throughout the 26th before fading out the following day, though fires burnt in August. Not one house or building had escaped some form of damage. Multi-story Soviet-era buildings had been reduced to rubble and ash, twisted and broken metal supports protruding from the ruins. Road surfaces had been ripped up by bombs from Stukas aimed at the numerous bunkers. Tram lines were thrown up in the air, while telephone and trolleybus wires hung limply from poles, if they were still standing at all. Karol Wiesik, a doctor with the Slovak Rapid Division, which followed German troops into the city, was horrified by the number of dead, soldiers and horses littering the streets, accompanied by a pervasive putrid stench everywhere. If someone doesn't bury them quickly, he noted, packs of starving dogs will soon be on them. Non-commissioned officer Hans Keller was shocked by the destruction. No house is intact, he wrote, as he moved through still smouldering streets. Horror lives inside the empty windows, and the clouds look in from above. Bare, crumbling walls, thick T-beams bent like sewing needles. A handful of Rostov's inhabitants scurried around with pails, carrying water from the still-working wells. Keller drove past shot-up enemy tanks, the carcasses of horses left in the street, and the corpses of German soldiers still awaiting burial, covered in tarpaulin, weighed down by bricks. The destruction, the death is terrible, Keller noted. There was nothing but a continuous pile of rubble from the outskirts of Rostov down to the Don, where war correspondent Walter Novak found a mini Dunkirk at the approaches to the railway bridge. Tractors, heavy guns, some fresh from the factory, and other military vehicles had been reduced to a confusing tangle of metal by German bombs. As for the river itself, it presented a perfect picture of destruction, Junior Infantry Officer Wilhelm Eichner remembered. Wrecked iron girders and bridge parts stick out of the water as if they're begging for help. There were perhaps as many as 300,000 people still in Rostov, many of them intimidated after 8 months of brutal Soviet rule, during which security forces had exacted revenge against anyone suspected of collaborating with the enemy during Germany's brief occupation in late 1941. The city's Armenian and ethnic German population had been deported, and at least 800 people were executed for siding with the Nazis. As spring came, the civilian populace was pressed into service, helping to dig some of the extensive trenches and fortifications on the approaches to the city. Finally, as the Germans neared the city again, inhabitants were forced to cower in their cellars and basements for 11 days until tentatively emerging. Slovak troops found themselves warmly welcomed by Rostov's remaining civilian populace. It was a strange occupation, Lieutenant Zan Sela remembered. In some places they were killing, and in others Slovak soldiers were dancing with the local women. The Germans, too, reported that the people of Rostov were very willing. They would quickly prove to be as ruthless as the Soviet authorities. Within a week, at least 400 Communist Party officials and partisans had been executed, many shot in a large city park. Although most had been denounced by fellow citizens, the mere failure to produce identity papers frequently resulted in a death sentence for some. Due to racial and language similarities, Slovak soldiers felt, if not a bond with Soviet civilians, then perhaps an affinity for them. They turned a blind eye to transgressions, shared wine with the local populace, released prisoners, some as young as 8, from the city's jail, and handed out food to youngsters. Yet there were Slovaks, those in rear units especially, who threw themselves into plundering, forcing their way into homes, looking for Red Army troops in hiding or concealed weapons, but emerging with record players, musical instruments, clothing. A few even stooped to stealing watches from the corpses of their fallen comrades. There was vast legitimate booty to be had in Rostov too, abandoned by the fleeing Red Army and Soviet authorities: food, wine, harmonicas, medical instruments, horses, carts, trucks, almost every infantry gun imaginable. Never before had Slovak soldiers enjoyed such spoils of war. The frontline troops had moved into the Caucasus by the time the Nazi authorities turned their attention to the 2,000 Jews estimated to be still in Rostov. On the 4th of August, posters appeared citywide calling for Jews of all ages to report at assembly points 1 week later for resettlement. Those who dutifully followed the instructions were herded into trucks and transported to a ravine north of Rostov known as the Snake's Gorge. After undressing in a house and surrendering any valuables, they were led to the gully and shot, their corpses tumbling into mass graves freshly dug in the sandy soil. The bodies were joined by at least 300 people gassed in trucks, whose exhaust fumes were directed into the rear cabin. Their disfigured corpses were unceremoniously tossed into the pits. It went on like this for 3 days, ending only when the Sonderkommando, or execution detail, was forced to rejoin the troops now pushing into the Caucasus to pacify towns and villages occupied in their wake. The terrain on the left bank of the Don, opposite Rostov, marshland, lakes, streams, and dead arms of the river, hardly supported a large-scale breakout. Worse, it was spanned by a solitary embankment carrying a railway line and road. It could and should have been a major obstacle to the German advance, especially as the main rail bridge spanning one of the arms of the Don was prepared for demolition and heavily defended. All the same, it was stormed by an elite German unit, Brandenburgers, troops who could speak Russian and were equipped with Red Army uniforms and kit. They surprised the Russians holding the bridge, then held out for more than 12 hours in the face of repeated counterattacks. Red Army men waded through the swamp and got to within 200 metres of the precarious bridgehead when Stukas brought their assault to a halt, the bombs landing so close to the Brandenburgers that they were showered with earth and stones. When they were eventually relieved, the Brandenburgers buried their dead under the pillars of the bridge as panzer after panzer rolled southwards overhead. Among the armour heading south was Ewald Klapdor's regiment. After 3 days' rest on the outskirts of Rostov, the Viking division was let off the leash. Having crossed the Don on a pontoon bridge, Klapdor's panzers mingled with motorised supply columns and horse-drawn carts of the infantry divisions, while motorcycle messengers weaved in and out of the heavy traffic in both directions. Groups of sullen Russian prisoners marched south, occasionally watched by the local populace. Beyond the ruins of Bataisk, the terrain opened up. Klapdor wrote, "We are absorbed by the vast plain, which extends to the south and east seemingly without end. Its growing expanse makes our columns, which hitherto seemed dense and mighty, become ever smaller. We overtake infantry units on the march, which had attacked south via Bataisk. Elements of a bicycle unit watch us roll past with a little envy. The advanced divisional command post, established around 3 large haystacks, is now also behind us. From now on, there is only the enemy in front of us." The gateway to the Caucasus was open. Perhaps Rostov was the trigger. Perhaps it was the succession of defeats from Kerch to Kharkov, Sevastopol to Voronezh, but after a month of battle which had cost the Red Army well in excess of 500,000 casualties and brought nothing but failure, Joseph Stalin was furious. Furious not only with his commanders, but with the ordinary Red Army soldier. The Soviet leader sought to stop the rot. recalling a draconian order issued the previous summer which forbade officers and politruks from surrendering by threatening to arrest their families. Stalin determined the time was ripe for extending it to cover the entire Red Army. The resulting Order No. 227, drawn up by the recently appointed Chief of the General Staff, Alexander Vasilevsky, but heavily modified by the Vozhd himself, chastised the Red Army as never before. Stalin spoke of soldiers abandoning a string of towns and cities, soiling their banners with shame in the process. The people of our land who love and respect the Red Army are becoming disillusioned with it, he warned. They are losing faith in the Red Army. Many curse the Red Army for fleeing to the east, surrendering our people under the yoke of the German oppressors. He lashed out at those who sought refuge behind the Don or the Volga or even the Urals. The tirade continued. Every officer, every soldier, every political officer must understand that our resources are not limitless. The territory of the Soviet state is not some desert. It is people, workers, peasants, intellectuals, our fathers, mothers, wives, brothers, children. To continue to retreat means to ruin ourselves and to ruin our homeland. Every strip of territory we abandon will strengthen the enemy and weaken our defences, our homeland. Not one step backwards. That should be our rallying cry now. And so it became. On the penultimate day of July, the Communist Party organ Pravda screamed, "Soldiers of the Red Army, it is your sacred duty to the motherland to halt the enemy's advance with all you have got, not one step back." That same day, the Red Army's daily newspaper, Krasnaya Zvezda, Red Star, published a paraphrased version of the order under the headline, "Stoyko защищать родную землю," Defend the motherland stubbornly. Stalin had approved the draft of the article prepared by the newspaper's editor, David Ortenberg, with one exception. He underlined two sentences in red pencil, which told Ortenberg to print them in bold. Not one step backwards. We must defend every position, every metre of Soviet soil, cling to every last sod of Soviet earth, to the last drop of blood, to the very end. Ortenberg got the message, as did any soldier who read his front-page article. Not one step back. This is the homeland's appeal to every soldier, to every regiment and division. The Germans must advance no further. We must stop and then repel and defeat the enemy, no matter what it costs us. Not one step back. This is the iron law of discipline for every commander, political officer, Red Army soldier. Not one step back. This is the order of the motherland. This is the demand of the People's Commissar of Defence, our leader and commander, Comrade Stalin. To accomplish this task means to defend our land, to exterminate the hated enemy, to ensure our victory. But Order No. 227 was more than mere rhetoric. The second half of the document outlined the draconian measures being introduced to make the Red Army stand fast. Henceforth, any officer or commissar who abandoned their positions without orders would be dismissed. So-called blocking detachments were formed behind untrustworthy units, with orders to shoot any panic-mongers and cowards who fled the front on the spot, a tactic employed since the Winter War with Finland. And, borrowing from his foe, Stalin ordered the formation of penal companies of 150 to 200 men apiece, rank-and-file soldiers and junior officers who displayed cowardice in battle. They would atone for their crimes against the motherland with their blood by carrying out the most dangerous missions on the battlefield. For many Red Army men, at the time and in post-war memoirs, Stalin's order was both fair and timely. Some even thought it had come 1 month too late. The staff of Stalingrad front reported that the overwhelming majority of soldiers approved of the order. This should silence those unstable people who do not yet understand our just cause and flee the battlefield in panic to save their skin, bringing disgrace on their comrades and the entire Red Army, a soldier in 57th Army declared. To Rifle Division Commander Pyotr Lashenko, the order underlined the gravity of the Soviet Union's plight. There is nowhere to retreat, not one step back, otherwise we will destroy ourselves and the motherland. This, I would say, was the thrust of the order, and it was taken by heart and mind. An officer undergoing training was struck by the honesty of the order. It spoke about failures. Nothing like it could be found in the vague reports of Sovinformbureau or in most newspaper correspondence. the meaning of which was reduced to the fact that everything was running to plan, the victory would be ours. The Soviet Union stood at a crossroads. A lot of people understood or felt that we had to get out of the terrible hole in which we found ourselves at any cost, otherwise we would perish. Everything would collapse. One Jewish soldier was inspired by his leader's words, "Every day we beat the fascists under the slogan, 'Not one step back,' and we will fulfill this slogan with honour," he told his family. The commander of a machine-gun detachment promised to call cowards and panic-mongers to order. "If the motherland goes under, so shall we. If we die in battle, the enemy will suffer heavy losses as a result of our resistance. Only through stubborn resistance can we defend the motherland, and the motherland will remain ours." Lev Dyakov had endured days of terrible suffering, days of recognition of our powerlessness, of burning shame and grief. Not once during his bitter retreat from the Mius to Bataisk had the Commissar seen either a Russian tank or aircraft. How could it be? How could all this have happened? He asked, then answered. The fault lay entirely with the Red Army's leadership. There were also dissenters, as agents of the Soviet Interior Ministry, the NKVD, reported. Their tentacles extended into every unit of the Red Army, every company, every platoon. Negative observations or remarks critical of the regime were noted, reported, and invariably led to arrests and punishment. Some men regarded the Germans as invincible. "No matter how much equipment and manpower we send to the front, everything is destroyed," one tank commander fumed, while a staff officer complained, "The Germans have now snatched the initiative from our hands, and if we can't hold on to the Don, we can't hold on to the Volga. We'll have to fall back to the Urals." Some men, like one company commander, felt the only hope was to raise your hands and surrender to the Germans. They woke up late. There is no hope for victory. One soldier in 127th Rifle Division told his comrades, "German troops have already taken half of the Soviet Union. There's nowhere left to retreat to. All that's left to do is surrender." Many more, however, felt trapped between two ruthless regimes. "There's only one way out, to raise your hands," a company commander commented. "If you attack, the Germans will kill you," one soldier in 218th Rifle Regiment said, "and if you run backwards, our own side will kill us, so we're all screwed one way or another," while one senior sergeant simply observed, "We'll die one way or another at the hands of our own side or the Germans." By the time Stalin issued his order, the spearheads of Army Group B were bearing down on Kalach, just 4 miles west of Stalingrad, having advanced 300 miles in 3 weeks, tearing through the Don steppe. "The terrain is like a completely bleak lunar landscape," the artillery commander of 44th Infantry Division observed. "Sand, loam, enormous expanses in undulating hilly terrain, on a scale which is almost fantastic. Not a village, not a wood, not a tree, not a bush. Canyons, the so-called bolkers, are gouged in the terrain. Temperatures were now reaching 55 degrees Celsius by day, 10 degrees cooler in the shade. Aside from quickly emptied canteens, tomatoes and melons provided the only refreshment. Scattered Red Army troops hid among the tumbleweed, waiting for opportunities to ambush passing German vehicles or perhaps surrender. The roadsides of the dusty tracks which carved yellow-brown strips across the steppe were sprinkled liberally with the dead Russian soldiers or dead horses, the cadavers now bloated in the heat. Roads and settlements were few. The former were rarely paved. The latter were generally inhabited by Don Cossacks, hostile to the Bolsheviks and usually friendly to the Germans. You can travel 120 to 150 kilometres without seeing a village or scrap of woodland, a corporal in 3rd Motorized Infantry Division wrote. You cannot imagine anything like this in Germany. I have a 20-litre jerrycan on the vehicle because, as in the last few days, you can go 40 to 50 kilometres before you come across another half-dried-out well. Here you could feel the land in its vastness and desolation. Dr. Herbert Valentin, commanding a medical company with the motorized 29th Infantry Division, remembered. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but wasteland. There was little, if any, shade, and few features by which the men could orient themselves. The armada of vehicles ground the soil to dust, 10 to 15 centimetres deep. Stirred up by wheels and tracks, it swirled around the advancing columns, while, under the glaring sun, the hot air shimmered as it would in front of an oven. Wolfgang Werten of 16th Panzer Division remembered. Staff officer August Schlussness was struck by the scorching heat, burning steppe, whirlwinds of ash and dust sweep across the land. Columns on the road disappear in the swirling dust. Only the first vehicle remains visible. All the rest, men and machines, just dust. Only in the final days of the advance were Karl Heinrich Timper and his fellow assault gun crews allowed to relax their uniform discipline by removing caps and unbuttoning the collars of their jackets. One junior officer wrote to a female pen friend, "My skin has been thoroughly burned by the sun and peels constantly. For weeks I have not washed, not shaved, and am totally covered by the indescribable dust." Where the retreating Russians, or perhaps a crashed aircraft, or even a discarded match or cigarette, had torched the steppe, there was just a blackened surface and smell of burned wormwood. Freshly dug graves flanked the route of advance, decorated with hastily picked summer flowers found among the weeds of the steppe. Motorized medical units accompanied the panzer divisions. The staff in a modified, obsolete Panzer Mark II, the doctor and wounded in the Krankenpanzer, a half-track which carried stretchers rather than troops. The standard Phenomen ambulance was no match for the terrain. Its engine lacked power, and in first gear it simply ground to a halt in deep sand, mud or steep slopes. Captured Russian Ford ambulances proved slightly better suited to the terrain. It was much worse for casualties in the infantry divisions, transported to the rear in horse-drawn ambulances fitted with pneumatic tyres. On bone-dry rutted tracks it was unpleasant. When it rained it was painful for man and beast, who might cover no more than a couple of miles as wheels slithered or sank into the mud. For a while it was as hot as Africa when the sun appeared. Corps Commander Karl Strecker told a friend that occasionally thunderstorms dump buckets of rain on us, then everything floats and finally sinks into the mud. The deeper Strecker's corps advanced into the steppe, the more melancholic he became. "This is a land of great and incomprehensible contrasts," he wrote. "I often get the feeling that one could drown in this sea of land." Reservist officer Udo von Alvensleben was troubled by a never-ending advance into limitless unknown spaces, while one Iron Cross holder complained, "We'll all go mad in this cursed desolate steppe." And after marching another 700 kilometres into the incredible expanse of Russia, 33-year-old bridging engineer Karl Thomas wrote to his family in the Eifel Mountains of western Germany, "These distances allow me to say things which I would otherwise not say when I am together with my loved ones. But this endless land also makes the silent talk and quiet lovers express themselves. The sun blazes, the steppe is silent, and my love is great, so great that it overcomes the sun, the steppe, the expanses and speeds to where it is at home, with my little wife and the boys. Darling, when I am sad I always think of you, and I am always sad here, separated from you and the little ones, so now I don't need to write that I'm always thinking of you. Yeah, and that's how it is. I don't believe there are 5 minutes which pass when I don't think of you at least once, my little girl, and you, my little one. You are always so close to me, and I'm delighted whenever I have a little time to look at the small photograph of the 3 of you in the snowy landscape. Now the sun is almost beyond the horizon. Another quarter of an hour, and it will be gone. Then it will head for you and bring greetings from me, kissing you right on the mouth. The rays of the sun which greet you at 7 a.m. will bring it. When the time comes when we can be together again, we'll make up for lost time. But now, enough. Greetings and kisses and a firm hug." The advance was breathless. Infantry divisions might be expected to march 36 miles a day, providing it was dry. Distances of more than 60 miles in a single day were not unheard of in motorized units, which were often on the move until around 11 p.m., when they pulled off the road or track into a field and formed a circle like on some Wild West wagon trail. The men threw blankets on the ground and tried to snatch a few hours' sleep, never more than 5. Sleep had become rare with this rapid advance. Herbert Valentin recalled, "It was like an escape that led to oblivion. One slept deeply and soundly. The red disk of the sun appeared in the east as early as 3 a.m. Motors started. Men hurriedly tried to wash the dirt and sweat from the previous day's advance out of their ears, eyes and noses, grabbed a little breakfast if there was time, and moved off once more. The heat was so great that some officers turned a blind eye to regulations and let their men march and work wearing nothing but their swimming trunks. The sun is scorching hot in these steppe-like regions, where you'll go 30 to 40 kilometres without water and only have clear running water in the river valleys. An officer in 44th Infantry Division wrote, "We are so tired that we fall asleep standing up, or almost fall asleep when walking. Wolfgang Pickett, commanding 9th Flak Division, was stirred by thrilling scenes, the constant stream of a motorized army in pursuit heading south." Pursuit was an apt word. 24th Panzer Division crossed the entire Don steppe without encountering serious resistance, while 16th Panzer Division was convinced the Red Army was tired of fighting and had lost its spark as a result of constantly retreating. Dr. Franz Muth, commanding the communications section of 94th Infantry Division, had reached a similar conclusion. The war in southern Russia was fizzling out, the Red Army melting away in the summer heat. There was little resistance. It was like the final days in France 2 years earlier. The enemy was wandering around this way and that in utter confusion, without leadership, its spine broken. As for the advancing German army, it was like an avalanche sweeping unstoppably through the Don Valley. This really clear knowledge gives us the strength to drive ourselves and our men forward again and again, so that the enemy just cannot settle down and inflict any more damage on us. So we look to the efforts of the coming week with great confidence. After the monotony of the steppe, the terrain as the motorized spearheads approached Khalak, one panzer corps from the north, a second from the south, was a welcome change. Hills with slopes covered with lush green oak bushes, ravine-like valleys or bolkas, even meadows. Less welcome, however, were worsening shortages of fuel and ammunition which hampered the panzer's ability to pursue the enemy, coupled with growing Soviet resistance as the still-forming Stalingrad front increasingly began to make its presence felt. Its raw, untried formations were thrown across the Don to blunt the advance. Southwest of Khalak, the new 64th Army stood in the way of 4th Panzer Army. The frontline units held firm, but not its rear units. When rumours spread that German armour was only a couple of miles from the Don, there was a rush for the crossings. Nikolai Gorbachev watched a stream of retreating people, cargo, vehicles, trucks and tractors. Gaunt soldiers and officers, unshaven in filthy or torn uniforms, black with soot and dust, their nerves stretched to the limit, hastened to the other side, no one daring to stop and wash or drink from the Don. Traffic jams quickly built up on the right bank, and soon drew the attention of the Luftwaffe, which promptly attacked the bridges and ferries. Vladimir Tendryakov saw burning vehicles, bodies falling into the water, wounded soldiers on stretchers, forgotten by everyone. They called out for no one. They maintained a doomed silence. Wounded people might have been quiet, but the wounded horses screamed with terrifying, hysterical, almost female voices. It took the destruction of the crossing and the energetic intervention of 64th Army's commander Vasily Chuikov to restore some semblance of order. A couple of dozen miles to the northeast, Colonel Pyotr Lebedenko's 55th Tank Brigade was heading west over the Don at Khalak to meet the Germans head-on the right bank. The river crossing and town were already under enemy artillery fire as the brigade rolled gingerly over the bridge. The vanguards of 2 German motorized infantry divisions, 3rd and 60th, were perhaps no more than 2 or 3 miles from the river. In company with the equally raw 56th Tank Brigade, Lebedenko drove his foe back a good half a dozen miles in 2 days of fierce fighting, at particularly heavy cost to the Soviet units. Lebedenko was preparing to send his tanks into action again on the morning of the 27th, when the sudden appearance of huge KV-1 tanks dwarfing R-34s brought joy to his depleted brigade. Reinforcements. Except the heavy armour did not halt, despite attempts to flag them down. Instead, the 12 KVs brushed past the colonel and assumed battle formation as they climbed a hill, ready to engage the enemy on the other side of the crest. "Where the hell are they going without reconnaissance?" Lebedenko's furious commissar asked. "They need to know that the Germans over there are on their guard." Barely had the dozen tanks disappeared from view than Pyotr Lebedenko and his comrades could hear the sound of battle, the thunder of enemy guns clearly audible, those of the KVs less so. The noise of battle lasted for several minutes before silence once more descended on the Don Valley. After a few minutes, one KV reappeared and rolled back down the slope. Its turret had been hit at least 3 times, and a shell had torn a huge hole in the armour. An officer lay on top of the hull, barely able to raise his head, his left arm hanging limply, the occasional tear carving rivulets in cheeks smeared with oil, gunpowder, soot and blood. He was barely conscious or coherent. "Tanks, gone," he muttered. Slowly Lebedenko began to piece together the disaster. The KVs had crested the hill, raced down the fast slope, then run into a minefield. In the chaos, the tanks were picked off one by the enemy's artillery. The officer cried like a child, ground his teeth and thumped his good hand repeatedly against the armour. Lebedenko lost his patience. "Stop!" the 44-year-old Ukrainian snapped. "Who are you, an officer or a crybaby?" "Sorry, comrade colonel, nerves." "Who are you?" Lebedenko asked. "I am a staff officer of the 158th Heavy Tank Brigade. Our battalion received orders to break through this hill as far as Lipo-Lebedev." "Why didn't you stop when we were signalling?" Lebedenko asked. "The commander was in a hurry. He was ordered to occupy Lipo-Lebedev before enemy aircraft appeared." 55th Tank Brigade's commissar was livid. "You deserve to be court-martialed for such actions." "There, beyond the hill, was worse than any trial," the wounded officer sobbed. Over the course of 3 days, 3rd Motorized Infantry Division accounted for 131 Soviet tanks, so many that the men labelled the area northwest of Kalak the Panzerfriedhof, the tank cemetery. In some places they are so dense that I counted 100 knocked-out heavy tanks in about 1 square kilometre, Panzer mechanic Fritz Huber wrote. Hitler was sceptical of the claims and sent an officer to investigate. One platoon accounted for 52 enemy vehicles, the heavy 88mm flak another 11, and one sergeant's anti-tank gun finished off 11 tanks. He added one more to the tally when his position was overrun, destroying the tank with a mine, but killing himself in the process. Kalato Apich, a 21-year-old junior officer serving with the artillery regiment attached to 3rd Infantry, provided his parents in Neustetten in Pomerania with a near-daily update of the progress of the fighting. On the 1st of August, he calculated the division had knocked out 150 enemy tanks in a week. One only has to wonder where the Russians keep getting men and materiel from. 3 days later, the Russians have hurled almost all the crap imaginable against us to annoy their foe. Only their infantry have no desire to attack, thank God. And the next day, 5th of August, stubborn as a tank, the Russians continue to attack daily. Their losses in tanks alone are incredible. We cannot afford such a thing, but the Russians, with their tremendous reserves of men and materiel, don't worry about that at all. Russian resources were not infinite, however. After 9 days of battle on the right bank of the Don, Pyotr Lebedenko's 55th Tank Brigade had been reduced to just 11 vehicles. Yet he thought only of attack, not withdrawal. He watched as what remained of his recently formed brigade battered itself against the enemy repeatedly for 4 hours, making the same attack and the same mistakes every 30 to 40 minutes. First the tanks, then the infantry moving behind them. Each time they advanced about 150 metres, and each time enemy artillery fire and aircraft brought the attack to a standstill. His commanders finally snapped and refused to attack again. Pyotr Lebedenko was unapologetic and unforgiving. "Why aren't you making any progress?" "You can't get through the fire, comrade colonel. They won't let us raise our heads." "Go! Get your people up and go! You'll answer with your head if you don't follow orders." "Yes, we'll go," the battalion commanders responded, and repeated their attacks with identical results, as Lebedenko remembered. And again I watched through my binoculars as tanks advance in different directions. The infantry rises and rushes forward in short leaps. I watch as devastating tornadoes pass through their ranks and men fall down. They lie down briefly before somewhere on the flank and slightly in front the figure of the company commander stirs, gets up again, and with terrible desperation tries to break through the continuous curtain of fire. The sounds of battle merge into one almighty continuous roar. Guns pummel and pound, mines explode with a terrible crash, submachine and machine guns splutter, And from above, bombers dive and fly away with a howl which tears at your heart. Even Me-109 fighters have bombs. They drop some special bombs which explode in the air, 15 or 20 meters above the ground, and hit people from above with shrapnel. We've never seen such aerial shrapnel. When the jaws of the two Panzer Corps finally closed around Soviet forces in the Great Don Bend, they trapped the 62nd Army and elements of 12 rifle divisions and 10 armoured brigades. It was a much smaller haul than anticipated. Once again, the Russians have successfully avoided our attempts to encircle them, Udo von Alvensleben observed, while a platoon leader in 24th Panzer Division conceded that the Red Army had extricated itself from the sack in a masterful manner. Among those who escaped was Pyotr Lebedenko, who retreated across the Don in the small hours of the 7th of August on a battered, makeshift bridge, barely able to bear the weight of the armour. When the brigade staff reached the far shore, they stopped and turned to face the river, as if ordered to. We stand in silence for 5 minutes. We say goodbye in our minds to what was left in the darkness, on the other side of the Don, to the days and nights filled with the explosions of shells and bombs, the rattle of machine guns and automatic rifles. We say goodbye to those who laid down their heads there. The first of the fallen, Bakovich and Mishenko, Peter Dovtulyk, Ivan Grabovetsky, Vasily Pertsev, Ivan Yakovenko, and many, many others, are swept in memory. Some I knew well, others less so. But irrespective of this, all of them were and remain equally dear and close to my heart. 62nd Army had entered the battle on a high. We are certain that the enemy will suffer the same cruel defeat here as they did near Moscow, one Frontovik wrote. Every soldier is determined to die the death of the brave, and take the enemy with them. Even in encirclement, it succeeded in maintaining its spirit and cohesion at first. If I am killed, an infantryman in 186th Rifle Regiment vowed, let my sons repay this damned enemy tenfold. There has never been such a sworn enemy in the world, and no country has waged such a war as ours now. I've been surrounded. I've seen them slaughter civilians, plunder everything, kill wives and children. And so the units caught in the sack made desperate attempts to bludgeon their way through German lines and reached the Don in scenes reminiscent of the final days of the Kharkov pocket at the end of May. Like in the apocalypse, against the glow of fire from burning huts, we saw vehicles with women in them shooting wildly in every direction. There were guns, and behind them in dense columns on foot, Russians spurred on by their officers, wrote Jochen Löser, a regimental adjutant. Artillery engaged the Russians at point-blank range, while their infantry comrades fought a hand-to-hand battle of pistols and bayonets. At the command post, still wearing his slippers, 230th Infantry Regiment's Erich Abraham demanded his men hold out. Only a few enterprising Soviet soldiers managed to slip across a small river using reeds as makeshift snorkels. As ever, the nights were the worst. It's almost impossible to distinguish between friend and foe in the pitch-black night, a soldier in 9th Infantry Regiment wrote. We have to identify each other by shouting. Columns of Russian vehicles thundered into the village the regiment was holding, driving straight into its artillery, which opened fire at point-blank range, turning the Russian armour into burning barricades. Mountains of dead Russian soldiers are the result, but we too have suffered losses, the soldier noted. Shaken, we bury them the next day. We have no idea that one day all that will remain of these soldiers' graves are photographs. Outside Skvorin, a village a dozen miles from Kalak, panzers overran a column of Soviet horse-drawn artillery. There were about 60 or more dead horses lying close together next to the road. A few guns were lying around, and 50 dead Russians were lying in a thick pile on and around a few pannier carts. 44th Infantry Division's supply officer, Karl Ludwig Renchhausen, noted when he passed the site a few hours later. The fate of the 33rd Guards Division is typical of those trapped in the Don pocket. From the moment it was attacked on the 23rd of July, Alexander Utvenko's unit was on the back foot. Communications with headquarters were frequently interrupted, and after the 6th of August non-existent. Utvenko tried to hold his ground, certain he was tying down 2 German divisions. His men lived on a diet of porridge until it ran out on the 9th, along with most of the 33rd Guards' ammunition. When it was finally ordered to fall back to the Don, which came after the pocket was sealed, Utvenko's division had been reduced to just 3,000 men, supported by a dozen light tanks and just 17 field guns, now hauled by the men, for the horses were either dead or exhausted. Attempts to break through the German lines failed bloodily. One foray cost 300 lives, another perhaps 1,000. Commissars and officers shot at any man who tried to desert. Utvenko, a veteran of the retreat before Moscow the previous autumn, regarded that ordeal as child's play, compared with what he experienced on the Don. "If we wanted to get water, we had to fight," he told war correspondent Konstantin Simonov. "We threw hand grenades just to take a cooking pot full of water from the Germans, and we had nothing at all to eat." Radio operator Paul Hans Voss found himself involved in some of the most bitter fighting, finally eliminating Soviet resistance in his sector and forcing his way through to the Don opposite Kalak before dawn on the 9th of August. Some platoons had been reduced to just 9 or 10 men. There were dead Russians everywhere, possibly murdered after surrendering, more likely killed because they refused to give up. And now Voss stood on the shore of the Don. He reached down and filled his canteen. The dirty Don water, in which the dead float and which you fetch at risk of death, tastes like champagne. To Udo von Alvensleben it seemed as if German and Soviet units were taking it in turns, trying to surround each other. Frequently cut off from their supply columns, German armour had to fend off wild enemy onslaughts accompanied by rockets, artillery and tanks, while stubby Rata fighters hammered them with bombs and cannon fire. At times he felt as if he was in the middle of hell. His 16th Panzer Division destroyed 41 enemy tanks, an entire Red Army regiment in a single day of battle, the 8th of August, despite furious activity by the Red Air Force. The division's rear columns were mauled, ammunition trucks and fuel tankers blew up in the air, while incendiary bombs set the steppe on fire and the breeze drove the heat and acrid smoke towards German lines. Amid this maelstrom, Alvensleben marvelled at the energy and decisiveness of his great war comrade Hans Huber, 16th Panzer's commander. Having weathered the storm, Huber wanted to exploit his success and send his panzers over the Don and into Kalak, but his superiors forbade it. Instead, Alvensleben stood on the high bluffs of the right bank and surveyed the scene. Here the war becomes a spectacle on a grand scale once more. The infantry combs through the bulkers and climbs the heights of the banks. The sapphire ribbon of the river, across which the enemy flees to the east on ferries under our artillery fire, basks in the evening light. Stukas attack the ferries, which look like gunboats, and go up in flames, while those rescued run off across the sand on the bank. On the eastern shore, shells land among the fleeing columns and tanks. One bridge is set on fire by the enemy himself. Kalak itself burned, and then the bone-dry steppe beyond it, while birds of prey squawked in terror as they sought to escape the flames. A short distance away, war correspondent Clemens Podewils watched Russian vehicles on the far shore flee, disappearing into the bare, treeless steppe stretching to the horizon. The panzers opened fire, but the Russians moved too quickly. The shells crashed into the earth behind the fleeing vehicles. There was more sport in the waters of the Don. A couple of ferries carrying troops and equipment to the east bank. Traffic on both was brought to a halt by a combination of panzer and Stuka, while an incomplete temporary bridge over the Don was torched by the retreating Soviets. The flames were reflected in the waters of the river, while above Kalak, set alight by errant artillery rounds, burned. Even the slopes of the right bank with their tawdry clumps of dry heather burnt. The fire grows into rings and fiery wreaths, Podewils wrote. They seem to float between heaven and earth. Night has erased the border between the two. The Don Valley was aflame. The encircled troops fought to the last round, if not the last man. A Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft flying over the pocket at first light on the 11th of August sighted several divisions with their hands up. Having consumed all their ammunition, 2,000 men surrendered to 16th Panzer Division from hunger, thirst, and hopelessness. The battle in the Don ended a few days later, some 40 miles upstream of Kalak, where a Red Army rearguard attempted to hold open the last bridge over the Don. At nightfall on the 15th of August, armour of 16th Panzer Division crested the high ground overlooking Trekostrovskia. Suddenly the wide valley of the river spreads out at our feet, with the silver ribbon of the river glistening between villages on this side and extensive forests on the other, war correspondent Herbert Rauchhaupt wrote. The panzers rolled down the gentle slope to either seize or destroy the crossing. Bursts of machine-gun fire whip between the surprised Bolsheviks. One high-explosive shell after another tears into the village, and soon one thatched roof after another goes up in flames. The fires spread from house to house. Ammunition explodes. A tremendous sea of flames lights up the night. The panzers by the river report the bridge is burning. Our vehicles halt at the edge of the village for safety, shooting again and again. Burst after burst, shell after shell. For minutes, hours, their outlines stand out sharply against the blazing village. In the darkness, the panzers fell back and awaited reinforcements. Crews allowed themselves a gulp of warm coffee and slice of bread from the field kitchen before wrapping themselves in their blankets and crawling under their vehicles for 4 hours' fitful sleep. At 4 a.m. on the 16th, 16th Panzer renewed its attack. As by night, so by day. Soviet resistance was as dogged as it had been the previous evening, only now the panzer crews could see what darkness had hidden. The meandering river, the now burned-down bridge, and beyond, the flat eastern bank covered by forests of dark green stretching for miles. As the day progressed, the Red Army finally yielded. A long column of prisoners finally marches past us, and the hill is littered with dead Bolsheviks, destroyed guns, and abandoned vehicles, Rauchhaupt wrote. The sight of flares rising above Trekostrovskia signalled the village's capture. At this moment, the last narrow strip on the western bank of the Don falls into German hands. From the water's edge, Herbert Rauchhaupt watched German shells crash down on enemy troops just a couple of 100 meters away on the opposite shore. A naked Bolshevik climbs out of the river and quickly disappears into the forest, the war correspondent observed. He is one of the last Soviets to flee to the eastern bank of the Don. Corps Commander Walter von Seidlitz considered the battle in the Don Bend a masterstroke by 6th Army and our panzers. The west bank of the Don was scarred by evidence of a heavy defeat. From a distance, at first you thought there was an enormous herd of elephants in front of you. Only when you got closer did you see that these were very heavy knocked-out Russian tanks. And yes, the toll of destruction was impressive. Around 1,000 tanks and 750 guns destroyed or captured. Some 88,000 prisoners had been taken. Provision for them was no better than 12 months earlier, after the great battles of encirclement outside Minsk, Kiev, or Vyazma. The 8,000 soldiers who surrendered to 44th Infantry Division were crammed into part of an abandoned collective farm, barely two-thirds the size of a typical football pitch. There was no barbed wire to hold them in. The area was simply marked off with unused medical bandages. A handful of German soldiers and a few anti-communist Russian volunteers stood guard, watched over by a young soldier behind a machine gun. In the stable, captured Red Army doctors and medics tended to 300 wounded, while seized Russian field kitchens and empty petrol barrels provided a hearty soup made with horse ribs. Many more frontoviki escaped their fate, either evading encirclement on the Don or breaking out of the pocket. Given the size of the pocket and the effort expended in crushing it, the battle in the Don Bend proved to be a disappointment. The Red Army forces which extricated themselves would reform and regroup. Alexander Ratvenko and around 120 comrades swam the Don and regained their composure. In time, the stragglers would grow to number 600. They would defend the approaches to Stalingrad until their 33rd Guards Division was all but wiped out in early September. The advance into the Caucasus exploded from 3 bridgeheads along a 100-mile stretch of the lower Don. Roads were few, paved roads fewer, so the panzer divisions were funneled towards the towns of Salsk and Armavir. The infantry concentrated in the west, moving on foot towards the key oil refining and industrial city of Krasnodar, 150 miles south of Rostov. The panzer and motorized spearheads made astonishing progress. 23rd Panzer Division smashed the newly raised North Caucasus Independent Cavalry Corps, despite its title, equipped with T-34s, when it was trapped in a village east of Rostov. The Cavalry Corps' Chief of Staff was found buried alive in a half-collapsed anti-tank trench. Still suffering from shock, he was led into captivity through the burning village and past the knocked-out hulks of his tanks. He broke down in tears. He counted 3 destroyed panzers, but his North Caucasus Independent Cavalry Corps had ceased to exist. All that remained was a graveyard of 68 tanks. In company with 3rd Panzer, the 23rd made for the first major natural obstacle, the Manish, barring the German armor's way to the heart of the Caucasus. The river was forced north of Salsk. War correspondent Gunther Heissing accompanied the pioneers of 3rd Panzer Division, who struck across a 1,200-metre-wide stretch of the Manich in a combination of rubber and assault boats. As the Luftwaffe and artillery provided cover, the motorcycle infantry and pioneers in the boats were covered by the salty spray as the assault boats struck the waves of the blue water whipped up by the steppe wind, Heissing wrote. It was a journey similar to crossing the lower Elbe, past islands and steep banks over which the tall steppe grass fluttered like yellow shocks of hair. By the next day the Germans had a sizable bridgehead over the Manish and were ready to advance on Salsk in pursuit of the fleeing Red Army. What Heissing called the third gate to the Caucasus had been smashed open. The river seemed to possess some mystical power to the Germans, a symbolic as well as a physical barrier. The Soviets had attempted to tame the river and harness its power by building sluice gates and a lengthy embankment, a 100-metre stretch of it blown up by the Red Army in retreat. German pioneers patched it up so their comrades could pass, then erected a sign, Mantish Dam, Grenze Europa, Asien. Manish Embankment, border between Europe and Asia. At 5 p.m. today we left the good European earth and set foot on the soil of Asia, Peter Dimpt wrote after crossing the river, while the men of 40 Panzer Corps rechristened it Das Deutsche Asien Korps, the German Asia Corps. Officers and men cherished great expectations, Heissing wrote. The joy of the adventure and the hope of getting away from the steppe helped us to carry out our duty and inspire the lunge forward. One officer leading the advance told his men, Comrades, the desert of the steppe will soon end. Now we're entering a beautiful, rich land where the war will assume a different face. Within 3 days of crossing the Manish, the Berliners of 3rd Panzer were approaching the city of Voroshilovsk, today Stavropol, 100 miles to the south. There was little evidence that Stalin's not one-step-back order had any effect on the enemy forces in the division's way. The senior commanders fled first, then the officers, finally the leaderless troops, it reported. The armour passed through villages and towns at speeds of 20 miles an hour or more, leaving dense trails of dust in its wake, which crossed the steppe like lines drawn by a ruler. The closer the division's vanguard got to Voroshilovsk, the more evident the signs of war. The Luftwaffe had hammered the roads and railway lines running into the city, leaving behind burned-out vehicles and trains. Voroshilovsk itself was aflame. Homes were burned or badly damaged. The railway station was on fire, while the bodies of soldiers and civilians and cadavers of horses, all victims of German air attacks, had to be moved aside as the panzers and accompanying motorized infantry advanced deeper into the city. The roads in the centre were so badly blocked by retreating Red Army columns that there could be no organized resistance. In little more than 2 hours, Voroshilovsk was in German hands. So quickly did it fall that the fuel reserves were seized at the airfield on the edge of the city, and Soviet aircraft continued to land. Civilians began to emerge from their hiding places, welcoming their new masters in many cases, offering them food, while the Germans raided Voroshilovsk's still intact warehouses and depots, where the booty exceeded all expectations, especially deliveries from the United States, shoes, shirts, trousers, sugar, and flour. 3rd Panzer Division would advance no further this Monday, however. The tankers and supply columns lagged far behind the spearhead, which had captured Voroshilovsk with its last ounce of strength and also with the last litre of fuel in the tank. 40 miles to the west, 13th Panzer Division paused on the hills outside Armavir after an exhilarating drive, vividly described by regimental commander Walter Kuhn. Thrusting into the fleeing rearguards, the advance continues at a relentless pace, sparing neither man nor machine. We race all over the place, following our compasses through fields of corn and sunflowers for mile after mile. The drivers were naked, dripping with sweat like stokers on ships. The radiators, clogged with sunflower seeds and bits of fruit, cooked at temperatures of up to 120 degrees Celsius. From the hills above Armavir, an endless view lay before the panzer crews. In the distance, the heights of the longed-for Caucasus shimmered in the haze. Kuhn continued. On the opposite bank of the river, squinting eyes could make out enemy columns trailing huge clouds of dust, some on foot, some horse-drawn, some motorized. A train underway, aircraft landing and taking off, targets for the artillery it could barely imagine. The division's gunners reported that every road was black with enemy columns. Frustratingly for them, there were more targets than shells to hand. Batteries could only engage the enemy piecemeal. Half a dozen panzers raced down into the Kuban Valley and hurriedly formed a bridgehead over the river just north of Armavir, only for the bridge to be blown up behind them. After an uncomfortable few hours, the panzers were joined by infantry, who crossed the Kuban in rubber boats. But it took another day before engineers had a bridge over the river ready for armour to cross, and the advance could continue. The collapse, which began on the approaches to Rostov, continued into the northern Caucasus for a good fortnight. Resistance seemed to melt away. Soviet forces, before 1st Panzer Army, disappeared in wild flight. German motorized units regularly covered 30 miles in a day, simply bypassing any Red Army formations in the surrounding countryside, thus leaving enemies all around. Behind the front, the Germans moved in columns rather than individually to avoid being surprised by scattered Russian soldiers. Those who ignored the warnings, like a reservist officer in charge of 40 Panzer Corps headquarters, were never seen again. The greatest obstacle to the advance was the vastness of the Kuban steppe, extending as far as the foothills of the Caucasus. Temperatures and conditions were desert-like, as almost every soldier crossing it observed. "I am not even human anymore," exhausted regimental doctor Karol Versik with the Slovak Rapid Division confided in his diary. "I feel like part of a machine that knows only one thing, to rush from battle to battle. We are all tired to death, sweaty and dirty. In the tropical heat and in the dust which permeates everywhere, we are being driven forward like cattle. Only the presence of horses, which needed to rest by day, with temperatures frequently hitting 50 degrees Celsius, prevented the men being driven on even harder." Advancing on foot towards Krasnodar, Leo Leixner, war correspondent with the Viennese edition of the Völkische Beobachter, complained of Africa-like heat. Some days an easterly breeze from the Caspian Sea took away some of the furnace-like heat, blowing away the fine clouds of dust, vehicles rolling along the bone-dry tracks left trailing in their wake, making it easier for the marching troops to breathe. But most days the men were tortured by a withering, merciless sun, blazing down on us with its scorching rays, making our overheated brains spin. The Kuban steppe reminded Wilhelm Eichner of the Old Testament. "It feels like we've been transported back in time thousands of years," he wrote. Skirmishers with Red Army rearguards left houses and farms burned out shells, haystacks burned, but for the most part the men marched relentlessly. 125th Infantry Division averaged 24 kilometers every day. The thermometer hit 57 degrees Celsius on at least one occasion. Lips cracked, Battalion Commander Karl Goebel recalled. The dirt made it impossible to recognize individuals. Water was so salty that even tea and coffee tasted of it. It merely made the men even thirstier. The constant dust which shrouded marching and motorized columns turned the land between the Don and the Kuban into a smoking, murky world which never seemed to end. A pioneer corporal described the advance to his grandmother in Munich. "Our shirts are always drenched in sweat. Thick dust lies on the roads. Our feet stir it up, and we breathe it all day long and have to swallow it. Our throats become sore and dry, and we think we're going to die of thirst. Our canteens are always empty. There's only one thought in our heads: when's the next rest? We march by day and night. Barely have we fallen asleep, then we're woken again, and then it's march, march again. Many men are ill, suffer from diarrhea or a temperature or both. All of us are so dog-tired that we'd prefer to fall down and remain by the roadside. But the non-commissioned officers always hound us. Forwards, forwards, anyone who stays behind will be shot dead. Infantry units were expected to march to the last breath of man and horse. German maps of the Caucasus were poor, invariably dating back to the Tsarist era, and rarely more detailed than 1 to 200,000. Units frequently took a wrong turn, adding to the daily toll. To men like Franz Müller, an artilleryman with 1st Gebirgsdivision, the advance was torturous. We're woken in deepest sleep between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. The heat is strangely oppressive, almost tropical, as early as 7 a.m. But the most annoying thing is the dust, which almost takes our breath away. Thick as a finger, it lies on the skin, clogs up your eyes, and fills lungs with all the dirt. We puff our way from one rest to another. Our feet are leaden and kick up yet more dirt, in addition to that from the cursed speeding cars, which are our true enemies during this period. The midday heat is unbelievably oppressive. It parches our throats, such that not even another 2 drinks suffice. During the 60-kilometre march, men drop like mosquitoes, and the detachment commander organises an ambulance shuttle service, supported by the quartermaster's trucks, which takes foot patients. With barely an hour and a half for rest at midday, we are on our feet from early morning until evening. Darkness falls as early as 7 p.m., and the malaria-carrying flies spoil our evening hours. Motorized units were spared the exertions of marching, but little else, as the SS Viking's Wilhelm Tieck wrote. The dust covers the men in the vehicles with a fine grey layer. When they laugh, their white teeth stand out sharply. Some wear sunglasses. Every man is lightly dressed. The grey field jacket has been packed away somewhere. The camouflage jacket sleeves are rolled up. Only occasionally are steel helmets and gas masks carried into battle. The men's gaze roams across a land which is very different from the one which they have borne in their hearts since childhood. They miss the green trees and woods, the colourful summer meadows, villages with red-tiled roofs, firm roads with trees by the side giving shade. Before their eyes, the golden brown sea of grain of the Kuban steppe stretches to the horizon. Heavy and plump, the overripe ears nod and wait for the reaper. The dust, monotony, poor maps and tracks made orientation extremely difficult. Everything is the same far and wide, wrote Hermann Ochsner, commanding Nebelwehr for rocket units. There are no roads. The paths, simple tracks, are random and lead from village to village, changing each year. Night fell rapidly. There was no lingering dusk, as in more northerly latitudes, and brought a temporary end to hostilities. You simply have to stop and wait until day comes again. Eivold Klapdor yearned for night to fall. He and his men would gather around a radio set to listen to the evening news reports. In this summer of 1942, they link us with the big picture. They heard about the destruction of Soviet forces in the Don Bend, about 13th Panzer Division crossing the Manish, and U-boats sending 500,000 tons of Allied shipping to the seabed. On every front success, wrote Klapdor. The will to attack and the power of that attack appears to be unbreakable. For his Viking Division comrade Hans Dürr, a company commander, the bold lunge into the Caucasus was spellbinding. There has never been a German soldier here before between the Caspian and Black Seas, he wrote. The Russians are fleeing. We're hot on their heels. Regimental commander Ivan Kovalev concurred with the damning German assessment. The Red Army retreated in disarray, he remembered. This retreat turned into a flight. Even the dead could not be buried. Lazar Kaganovich, on the Military Council of the North Caucasus Front, reported that tank fever, panic and defeatism were endemic in the North Caucasus Front. Wherever the troops made a stand, typically along rivers, the line collapsed as soon as the Germans broke through. First the men at the front panicked, then the rear, while the panzers raced ahead, sowing confusion and chaos with every mile they advanced. Rather than rigidly adhering to Stalin's order, staffs and even individual officers often looked for a way out, not through fighting, but by drawing new lines on the map, which unfortunately means retreating. An arch-Stalinist, Kaganovich, had been sent by his master as his enforcer. He dutifully reported that cowards were being shot, 37 deserters to date, or rounded up into penal units. Yet even a lackey like Lazar Kaganovich conceded that terror and threats alone would not halt the German advance. I beg of you, Comrade Stalin, to help us with shells and tanks. For now, however, the leaders of the North Caucasus Front fell back on tried-and-tested Stalinist principles, reinforcing the Vozd's not-one-step-back order with a carbon copy instruction of their own. Almost everywhere else in Russia, the front's military council told its troops, inaccurately, the Germans had been brought to a halt. It continued. Only our northern Caucasus Front has failed to carry out Comrade Stalin's order. Instead, it retreats in the face of the brutish and impudent enemy, surrendering one rayon district after the next, one town after the next, to be plundered and pillaged. It is time that commanders and political leaders, as well as all honourable warriors, put an end to this disgrace. It is time to halt the fascist brute. Everything that Comrade Stalin said in his order about the atmosphere of retreat, about soldiers, commanders and politruks abandoning positions on their own initiative, about cowards and panic-mongers who overestimate the enemy's strength and run away as a result, all this applies to the North Caucasus Front in particular. Henceforth, anyone who fled the front or spread panic would be shot. Any officer who withdrew his unit without orders would be regarded as a traitor. The time had come, the council declared, to make a stand in the mountains. The weather, landscape, few roads and local knowledge, all were to the defenders' advantage. But these factors alone could not save the Caucasus. We must doggedly defend every position, every metre of Soviet soil to the last drop of blood, clinging to each clod of earth until the last moment. 13th Panzer Division was determined there should be no such resistance blocking its path. Having been held up outside Armavir for more than a day, the city's capture would be left to the infantry. The division focused its efforts on the prize, the oil fields of the Western Caucasus, centred on the city of Maikop, 50 miles away. It was spurred on by its commander, Traugott Herr. The rapid execution of the division's mission could have a decisive impact on the course of the war. Every officer and non-commissioned officer must understand this. Avoid towns where possible during the pursuit. Forwards. Herr promised that crossings and fords would be captured in advance of the division's arrival to prevent any hold-ups. Ahead of his panzers were two groups of Brandenburger commandos, in this instance Baltic Germans and men from the Sudetenland who spoke Russian, all dressed in the uniforms of the NKVD and riding in captured Russian vehicles. Both attached themselves to the stream of retreating Red Army units heading into Maikop. The first, led by Adrian von Volkersam, headed for the city itself. The second for the bridge over the Belaya, the last natural obstacle before the city. It was shown over the crossing by a Soviet general and a traffic policeman. But as soon as the Brandenburgers reached the far bank, they halted, jumped down from their vehicles, and began shooting at the Soviet troops behind them, as well as cutting the wires to the demolition charges on the bridge. They then continued into Maikop. In the chaos of retreat, their vehicles covered in dirt, the Brandenburgers passed through the city unnoticed by their enemy. The 27-year-old son of an aristocratic Baltic German family which had served the Tsar before the Russian Revolution, Adrian von Volkersam was so convincing that he persuaded Maikop's NKVD commander to take him on a guided tour of the city's defences. When Herr's panzers were no more than 24 hours away, Volkersam set his men to work, blowing up a communications exchange, persuading some of the troops defending the city to withdraw, and occupying a command centre from where they spread general unease and issued fake orders to evacuate Maikop. When 13th Panzer Division entered a few hours later, crews found no fires, no smoke, no destruction, apart from the black cloud around a small oil tank near the railway station, Peter Dimpt noted. Otherwise Maikop is one of the best-preserved towns which has fallen into German hands. But in its principal objective, seizing the oil fields outside the city, the division failed. The troops charged with protecting and, if necessary, sabotaging the pumps and wells grew suspicious of fresh orders they received from the Brandenburgers to abandon the facilities and hand them over to the NKVD for demolition. In rapid succession, the oil wells of Maikop were blown up. So comprehensively destroyed were they that only a handful of drilling rigs could be assembled from the twisted and tangled remains. It wasn't merely the fields at Maikop which were thoroughly demolished by the retreating Soviets. Power stations were destroyed, roads, railway lines, pipelines, the entire oil industry infrastructure. A couple of days after Maikop was captured, German troops moved into Krasnodar, 80 miles to the northwest, and the heart of the refining industry for the fields of the Western Caucasus. As in Voronezh, Communist Party officials only took measures to fortify the city with the enemy at the gates. The sluice gates on the irrigation system, which fed the fields on the lower Kuban, were opened to flood the valley and roads to the west of the city. The party called on the entire populace to build barricades and fortifications and attempted to mobilize workers' battalions, while teenage boys, unarmed, untrained, straight from school, invariably still dressed in civilian clothing, were drafted and thrown into the ranks of 56th Army. "Some fight, but do not leave the Kuban," was the slogan of the hour. Vladimir Biryakov, a village teacher before the war, moved with his anti-tank unit through the dead streets of Krasnodar on the eve of the main German assault, passing smoke-filled windows of burnt-out buildings and tram tracks in the main street, on which the occasional abandoned tram stood. Looming over everything was a thick veil of black smoke from the oil refinery, burning like a huge torch. So thick was the smoky haze hanging over Krasnodar that even though the sky was cloudless, the sun was blurry, as if he were staring through smoked glass during an eclipse. Hermann Stiefvater led the German advance detachment bearing down on the city from the northwest. Awarded the Knight's Cross for his bravery in the Balkans in the spring of 1941, the 39-year-old led the assault on Krasnodar with the same dash, puncturing the anti-tank ditch outside the city, the last major obstacle facing the attacker. "We found a gap. We're pushing through," he reported. It was a strange force Hermann Stiefvater commanded, typical of the ad hoc units, Kampfgruppen, the German army scrambled together for specific short-term missions. Assault guns, pioneers, anti-tank guns, flak and bicycle infantry, who struggled in the heat and dust to keep pace with the motorized troops. The vanguard, war correspondent Leo Leixner wrote lyrically, seemed to be spit out of a gigantic dust cloud, spreading panic and terror among the Red Army holding the northwest approaches to Krasnodar. At last light, Stiefvater's men reached the outskirts of the city. Exhausted, they halted by a bend in the Kuban, where they were plagued more by swarms of mosquitoes than by the Soviet forces on the opposite bank. As they settled down to sleep, the nearby gasometers exploded with a tremendous clap of thunder, Leixner noted. A blazing torch of doom shoots in the sky, and for a few seconds the landscape is bathed in a bright orange light. Krasnodar, at first light on Sunday the 9th of August, was a city frozen in anticipation. Long lines of trams stood empty at the main depot. No one dared venture into the streets, except for curious young boys who peered through railings and gates at the troops filing past. Vladimir Biryakov's unit was ordered to take up position by the Kuban, which meanders in great loops on the southern edge of Krasnodar. In searing heat, it was already above 30 degrees Celsius before midday, crews hauled their guns until they reached the river. There the men hurriedly camouflaged their guns with whatever foliage they could find and tried to dig fire pits. The work was unfinished when the crews heard the sound of battle coming from a leather factory to the west. A few minutes later, Biryakov watched as infantry jumped off advancing panzers and attempted to storm the Kuban crossing. A tremendous explosion was heard, Biryakov wrote. The trusses of the adjacent bridge swayed. Logs and planks flew into the air. Many people looked up apprehensively to see if something heavy would hit them. But they felt better. The Germans did not break through. The pioneers had acted in time. Leo Leixner claimed no more than 70 men, supported by a handful of assault guns, anti-tank guns and pioneers, spearheaded the assault on Krasnodar, far in advance of any other German unit. His account of the fighting for the city, published in the Völkischer Beobachter in September, details only German successes, barricades penetrated, Red Army soldiers surrendering when Lancers called out, "Ruki there, hands up," bewildered Soviet citizens dressed in their nightclothes, standing in front of their homes watching German troops file past, offering them refreshments. The kindly attackers, so Leixner wrote, even ceased fire when they saw civilians wandering in the streets. Where Russian and German accounts agree is that the site of the burning oil refinery complex on the edge of Krasnodar dominated the cityscape that Sunday. Leo Leixner watched oil spill out of one punctured tank like a waterfall, spreading out, burning and flowing like lava. On the south bank of the Kuban, Vladimir Biryakov looked past the charred remains of trees at mangled, smoking fuel tanks where what oil remained was still burning. All the surrounding buildings were covered by a thick layer of ash, while oil slicks floated on the muddy waters of the Kuban. With one crossing gone, the German attack shifted focus to a still intact railway bridge, which panzers now attempted to roll across. The first shell hit the first German panzer, Biryukov recalled. It went up in flames like a bonfire. The mounted infantry were blown from the vehicles as if by a gust of wind. Another gun engaged the last panzer in the column, which promptly vanished amid a huge shower of sparks. Despite these setbacks, the momentum lay with the attackers, who avenged the deaths of their comrades by promptly smashing Biryukov's gun at point-blank range. By the end of the 9th of August, Hermann Stiefvatter's scratch formation was joined by other German units fighting their way into Krasnodar from the east and northeast. The city was now firmly in our hands, a satisfied Leo Leixner recorded. Stiefvatter's men bedded down under the eerie glow of a huge petroleum lamp, the city's burning oil refinery. So much for the propaganda. Racked by illness which had dogged him for weeks, phlebitis, scurvy, hair loss, liver disease, and especially depression, Leo Leixner actually spent his first night in Krasnodar in a field hospital. He'd collapsed through exhaustion in a park, where his comrades later found him surrounded by corpses and the carcasses of horses, and carried him to a first aid post. Leixner asked his headquarters for permission to return to the Reich to recuperate. It refused. Shirkers were not tolerated in the German army. At 5 a.m. on Friday the 14th of August, the war correspondent climbed into an assault boat with 10 comrades and set out across the Kuban. Standing up in the rubber boat, Leixner was shot dead instantly. His bullet-ridden helmet was delivered to his wife of just 5 months a few weeks later. On the 2nd of September, Leixner's colleagues at the Völkischer Beobachter in Vienna published a eulogy alongside his final dispatch. It closed with the following words: "Dark clouds continue to gather in the sky, an abysmal black and the purple of the raging flames unite in a gloomy duet of destruction. But the wind which stirred last night drives the gigantic clouds towards the enemy bank, where a ghastly curtain descends, obscuring the sun, as if it were the end of the world. If there were still augurs, as in ancient Rome, they would probably know how to read the signs in the heavens and interpret them." 200 miles to the east, 3rd Panzer Division was fighting its way into the spa town of Pyatigorsk. It seemed as if the Russians were throwing their last levy into the battle. 2,000 17- and 18-year-old students from the tractor school, led by their head teacher who'd been armed the previous day. They were crushed by the Berliners, as was a cavalry regiment whose ill-trained officers deserted or fled while their men were scattered to the four winds. There was just time for the retreating NKVD troops to kill all the inmates of the prison, mirroring their murderous actions in the first days of the invasion in June and July 1941, before the Germans entered the town as the sun set. Silence descended on Pyatigorsk. Total silence. No birdsong nor even the hum of insects. And definitely no people. It seemed as though a storm had struck and finished everything. Mother of two, Elena Skribina wrote in her diary. Skribina had escaped the blockade of Leningrad with her 2 sons and joined her sister-in-law in the apparent safety of the Caucasus. Now she cowered with neighbours in her temporary home. The unmistakable sound of a tank moving down the street tempted the civilians to tentatively look out of the window. Ours, ours, a teenage girl yelled in delight. Despite the fading light and the soldiers mounted on the vehicle, a large black cross could be seen on the tank. An entire column followed. After just a few hours, Pyatigorsk had already completely changed, Skribina noted, as the town's new masters erected signs at every road junction while cars and motorcycles flashed by. There were several dead Russian soldiers in the streets. They remained there for days. The Germans were preoccupied with their advance. The civilian populace were too frightened to bury them. Otherwise, Pyatigorsk, the town of 5 mountains, had largely been spared the effects of war. Despite near-tropical heat, all the trees were in bloom: beech, apricot, chestnut, magnolia, cypress. Posters on the walls of hotels and public buildings showed that the spas were still in business just days before the Germans entered. Cultural life quickly resumed. Concerts, operettas, variety shows, even ballet performed by dancers who had also fled from Leningrad. To Oskar Munzel of 6th Panzer Regiment, with its well-kept villas, paved roads and sanatoria, Piatigorsk presented a thoroughly European picture. The men were more interested in the rich booty discovered in a huge warehouse. Food and wine were plentiful. Their billets surpassed anything found elsewhere in the Soviet Union. For a few days they lived like lords. "It is a land of eternal spring," wrote one officer in 3rd Panzer Division. There was something else inescapable about Piatigorsk, the landscape. The terrain was no longer a flat, endless, featureless, arid beige expanse, but undulating, the vegetation rich, the fields a lush green. "This land between the two seas is a wonderful and fertile region," wrote 19-year-old Fritz Trautwein, a former forestry student from southern Germany. There was fruit aplenty, apricots, mirabelles, plums and peaches, and a friendly populace even willing to pick it for their new masters. Trautwein was billeted with local families. "When I leave, people often give me an egg or even a glass of milk and a thick slice of wonderful white bread." Rudolf von Bunau was astonished by the richness of the land. "Oh my! What we could extract from this soil," he wrote. "Apparently we've arrived in a land of fruit. The branches on every tree are full to breaking point." There were oats, vegetables, fruit and grain to supply his 73rd Infantry Division for weeks. For now, his men gorged themselves on all the fruits of the land their stomachs could hold. Though few and far apart, the small towns and villages often contrasted sharply with those of Central Russia and Ukraine. Neat, tidy, well-kept cottages with well-tended gardens. The soldiers scooped fresh, clear mountain water from wells, not the marshy water of the steppe, which has frequently caused us terrible intestinal problems, wrote radio operator Peter Dimpt. And all the fruit the soldiers could wish for. People come out of the huts, hand us clean towels for drying, and bring bowls full of fruit. "Oh, fruit! Wonderful pears, apples, and greengages," Dimpt continued. "What friendly people there are here." And on the horizon, crowned by Elbrus just 50 miles to the southwest, the central ridge of the Caucasian Mountains. Running roughly northwest to southeast, the range stretched from the Black to the Caspian Sea, with more than 30 peaks rising 4,000 meters, and 8 with summits above 5,000 meters. It is, one contemporary guide put it, as if someone has pushed the Alps together to make them much steeper and more rugged. There were just 2 major roads over the range, the so-called Ossetian and Georgian military highways, and only the latter, linking the cities of Tbilisi and Orjonikidze, was passable all year round. In short, the Caucasus were a formidable obstacle, an enormous mass of granite rock stretched as a stone barrier 1,200 kilometres long and on average 130 kilometres wide, an officer on the staff of 40 Panzer Corps observed. Overcoming it was a task roughly equivalent to seizing the entire chain of the Northern Alps from Switzerland to Semmering, but without having a network of roads and passes even remotely as good. Like most mountain infantrymen, recently promoted junior officer Werner Jacobi yearned to fight among the peaks and passes. "Sometimes we reach the limit of sanity, but man can withstand a great deal," the 22-year-old Saarlander wrote. "The men know what's at stake, and that we have a single objective, the Caucasus, the objective of all our dreams." The mountain troops pictured a world of mountains, woods, snow, spring water, strange peoples, strange customs, and dreamed of Caucasian girls, hot-tempered with smouldering eyes. Above all they longed for, all that is exotic and romantic, bound up with the name Caucasus. An officer in 198th Infantry Division chewed over the idea of 2 Caucasus, one a land of romantic books about wild struggles for freedom and adventurous mountain journeys, the other the rough reality, a great and difficult military task facing the division. After a few days regrouping in Piatigorsk, 3rd Panzer Division struck eastwards and into the Caucasian foothills. There were so many mountain streams and rivers to cross, each one in flood as meltwater from the glaciers merged with walls of water moving down the valleys from dams blown up by the retreating Red Army, that panzer crews dubbed the region the Damned Aquarium. Traffic jams built up at each crossing point, drawing the attention of the Red Air Force, which attacked the armoured spearheads in swarms of up to 40 aircraft. The German thrust into the Caucasus was beginning to run out of momentum. 40 Panzer Corps' columns were stretched over a distance of 250 miles. There was much to admire and celebrate about the advance, but the Corps was approaching the limits of endurance. We had rolled along the oil pipeline from Rostov to Baku. We had a great deal of booty, but among the rich stores in the conquered towns, the most important commodity was missing. Fuel, one staff officer lamented. There were huge petrol tanks in every station, but they were burned out. The days of pursuit were over. The advance into the Caucasus had become a slow, time-consuming trudge. Hitler's army adjutant, Gerhard Engel, had come to the same conclusion after a dispiriting visit to the Caucasus convinced him the offensive had run its course, the troops more or less at the end of their strength, the mountainous terrain with its dense jungle-like undergrowth and track suitable only for mountain troops and mules meant the panzer divisions were in the completely wrong place. Hitler dismissed his report out of hand. "That Engel allows himself to be swayed by anything he's told," he sneered. The advance into the Caucasus was faltering, but had not yet stalled, and the Germans still had time to play their trump card. In the last week of July 1942, as his battery moved through the ruins of Rostov, artillery commander Max Gemmeler was ordered to report to the commander of his 4th Gebirgsdivision. "Fly to Munich, gather maps and literature about the Caucasus. Study them until you know how to cross the routes through the Caucasus like the back of your hand, and come back as quickly as possible with the necessary documents," Karl Egelseer told him, and beckoned the 42-year-old Bavarian to a waiting U-52 transporter to fly him to Germany. For the next fortnight, Gemmeler surrounded himself with all the material on the Caucasus held in the library of the Alpine Association. Maps were poor. The available 1 to 500,000 and 1 to 200,000 charts would prove too inaccurate for use in the high mountains, while more detailed 1 to 100,000 sketches would turn out to be dangerous because they were sloppily drawn and littered with mistakes. Mountain guides, climbers' memoirs, and geographical and topographical studies proved more fruitful. After 2 weeks in Munich, Max Gemmeler returned to his unit as a walking dictionary of the Caucasus. His mission, he found, was to raise the swastika on Elbrus, Europe's highest mountain. Scaling the taller of its 2 peaks, rising 5,642 metres, more than 18,500 feet above sea level, was not a particularly challenging climb by alpine standards, although its upper reaches were often plagued by storms and blizzards. Nor did the mountain possess any military significance. But to any soldier fighting in the Central Caucasus, Elbrus was both an imposing and inspiring sight. The Reichsbattle ensign flying from its higher western summit would spur the German soldier on to greater deeds and undermine Soviet morale. Operation Elbrus, as it became known, got underway on the 12th of August. Max Gemmeler led a 10-strong group of mountain troops, among them a couple of photographers with 24 pack animals and Caucasian donkeys and a handful of vehicles up the Kuban Valley. After 2 days, the group doubled in size when it was joined by Heinz Groth and a motley assortment of soldiers, mountaineers, an author and a war correspondent. Groth, a 36-year-old reservist from Hanover, took charge, ahead of the more experienced Gemmeler. A competent rather than outstanding mountaineer and self-confessed Muss-Soldat, a soldier because he had to be, Groth yearned to return to his family once the fighting was over. But he also hated staff work and sitting behind a desk, and was seized by an insatiable urge to go into the mountains. As the group continued up the Kuban Valley, it was soon forced to dispense with its vehicles and continue on foot. There was something of a reckless Sunday outing feeling to the mission, mountaineer novelist and newspaper editor Joseph Martin Bauer observed. It was more adventure or expedition than military operation. There would be little the group could do if it encountered the Red Army, the 41-year-old Bauer noted. No protection, not a single weapon which, in an emergency, could bolster our defence and lift it above an otherwise absurd riflemen's club outing. Beyond Kurzuk, the last major village, they left the Kuban behind and climbed through the Ulukam Valley, past several collective farms. The valley narrowed, its sides rose sharply. The lower slopes were covered with huge Caucasian fir trees, which towered above the oaks and beeches, while the upper reaches were bare rock. After establishing a base camp at the head of the valley, an altitude of 2,241 metres, the attempt on Elbrus could begin in earnest. Plans to reach the summit by the western route were thwarted when a reconnaissance team reported a mountain hut vital for any push to the summit simply did not exist, despite being marked clearly on the map. Instead, the mountaineers pushed east towards a hotel-cum-weather observation station, an imposing structure built just 1,500 metres below the double summit. Intended to host mountaineers from around the world hoping to scale the mountain, the aluminium-clad structure, known by the Soviets as Priut 11 and by the Germans simply as the Elbrus House, was garrisoned in time of war. To reach it, the Germans had to cross the Kochutau Pass and then negotiate a sea of glaciers spread out over Elbrus's lower slopes. From here on, the burden of carrying kit fell exclusively on the soldiers. The mules were left behind, and the men continued carrying all the clothing, equipment, and provisions needed, up to 30 kilograms per man. The group split into three as it made its way over the glacial field to the Elbrus House. Heinz Groth reached it first, and was shocked to find it occupied by Russian troops, who immediately took him prisoner. Making gestures with his hands and feet, Groth suggested to his captors that the area was occupied by a substantial German force and offered the small garrison a deal: be taken prisoner or abandon the building. A junior officer and 13 men chose the latter and fled. The remainder willingly went into captivity and would go on to serve the mountain troops as auxiliaries. The booty in the building, which the Germans now renamed General Lanz House after the commander of 1st Gebirgs Division, was rich. Plenty of food, especially condensed milk, and mountaineering clothing and aids, including fur coats and yellow grease, all first-rate quality, Josef Bauer noted. Otherwise, the hotel was a bleak structure in an even more bleak setting. A cutting wind continuously sweeps around the light metal walls and taps at windows, bringing the cold inside, Bauer wrote. It seeps through the entire house down to the last corner. After a day holed up in the Elbrus House, Heinz Groth made his first attempt at the summit on the 19th of August, aborting the climb just an hour short of the summit due to a storm which rendered many of the troops almost completely blind. Conditions were no better the next day, but Groth resolved to raise the German flag on the summit on the 21st, come what may, spurred on by a short radio message. The summit must be conquered, SS approaching from the north. Around 3 a.m. on the 21st of August, 21 men left the Elbrus House with rucksacks, ropes, ice picks, crampons, the Reichskriegsflagge, and divisional standards. The weather was no more forgiving than it had been 2 days earlier. First thick fog, then driving snow. Nevertheless, at first the group climbed at a rate of 200 meters every hour. Conditions worsened rather than improved. The fog grew denser, the wind became hurricane-like. Once again, the mountain troops considered abandoning the climb. No one wants to turn around, wrote Gemmeler, so forwards. They paused 300 meters short of the summit in a tiny hut. Its floor was covered with snow and ice. The surroundings were far from comfortable, yet it offered at least some protection from the maelstrom. A drink, condensed milk, coffee and chocolate, was quickly heated on a Primus stove before the mountain troops resumed their attempt. The storm had intensified during the hour-long rest, reducing visibility to no more than 5 meters. The storm attacks us with inordinate force, wrote Groth. It hurls snow crystals into our frozen faces, stinging our foreheads and cheeks, sticking to the lenses of our goggles. The climbers separated, stumbled around in the blizzard like blind men for at least half an hour, then were finally reunited. Without any visibility, merely going in the approximate direction, we tread closely behind each other, remaining so close to the next man that our eyes can see where his feet have got a foothold, wrote Bauer. Finally, as the ridge grew less steep, the only clear sign the men were nearing the peak, Sergeant Willi Kummeler was ordered to the front of the group. "This is the summit. The flag will be hoisted here now," Groth told the 29-year-old Bavarian police officer. Kummeler was baffled. There was, of course, no sign of the summit far and wide, but it was probably simply too dangerous to continue, he recalled. He rammed the Reichskriegsflagge into the fern, anchored it using lacers and ice picks, while his comrades thrust the pennants of 1st and 4th Gebirgs Divisions into the neighbouring fine snow. The men shook numb hands in celebration, then turned their faces into the wind and began their return to the Elbrus House. The descent proved far grimmer than the climb. Every man was exhausted, his face encrusted with ice. One Jäger collapsed and had to be carried by his comrades. Gemmeler and Groth quarrelled over the best course of action, while near revolt broke out in the summit party. There are signs of a mood of every man for himself, a worried Gemmeler observed. In bad weather, a relatively easy mountain wears down even the strongest men. But the closer they got to their mountainside refuge, the more the men recovered and morale rose. After 11 hours on the upper reaches of Europe's highest mountain, the troops, bar one who got lost and spent another night on the slope in his tent, reached the Elbrus house, from where Heinz Groth radioed a terse report to Hubert Lanz. Mission accomplished. Reichskriegsflagge hoisted on the summit of Elbrus, 11 a.m., August the 21st. Divisional standard flies beside it. We salute our general. Lanz responded by heaping praise upon Groth and his men. This accomplishment will go down in the history of mountain warfare and Wehrmacht for all time. Our proud 1st Gebirgsdivision has ensured the swastika, and our Edelweiss have triumphed over the Soviet star on the icy peaks of the Caucasus. We will storm down from the Caucasus passes towards the Black Sea with boundless energy, and there, after 3,500 kilometers of marching, fighting, and winning, we will reach the Russian border and win Germany's ultimate victory in this theatre. Quick to seize upon the success, Lanz requested his division be named in the daily communiqué emanating from Hitler's headquarters. My Jäger, who have achieved so much in Russia over the past 14 months, deserve that, he pleaded. He made one further request, suggested by his men, that the highest mountain in Europe now bore the name Adolf Hitler Spitze, Adolf Hitler Peak. There is no record of the Führer's reaction to naming Elbrus in his honour, but there is to his response to Lanz's mountaineering feat. He railed at the crazy mountain climbers and their idiotic stunt, demanding their court-martial. Armaments Minister Albert Speer remembered. For hours he raged as if his entire plan of campaign had been ruined by this bit of sport. Barely 24 men were involved in Operation Elbrus. They were away from their units no longer than a fortnight. None received either a medal or promotion for the exploit. Being allowed to take part was reward in itself. Years later, Max Gemmeler looked back fondly on a series of experiences that could not have been more rich in content. Nor was there a special mention for Hubert Lanz's division when Hitler's headquarters announced the feat, rather tersely, in the daily military communiqué on the 25th of August. No mountain is too high, no ravine too deep for Germany's mountain troops. The Völkische Beobachter gushed the next morning as it celebrated the conquest of the Mont Blanc of the Caucasus, a symbolic act whose meaning extends far beyond the plain facts of the advance of German troops in the Caucasus. The news was a surprise to most people. German troops had made much greater progress than they had suspected. The public had to wait another 10 days for the first graphic accounts from Elbrus, and even longer, mid-September, for film from the Caucasus. The photographs and footage of the flag raising were as good as useless. The scenes veteran cameraman and mountaineer Hans Oertel remembered could just as easily have been filmed in a steamy laundry or on the Taubenberg, a popular hill for hikers in Bavaria. Worse, in the atrocious conditions, Germany's ensign had been planted in the wrong place, a good distance short of the summit. On the 7th of September, armed with colour film, Oertel recreated the ascent in magnificent weather. Despite never seeing the swastika raised atop Elbrus, the public were nevertheless deeply moved by the scenes filmed in the mountains. Snow-covered mountain peaks and vistas of the Caucasus, all set to the rousing closing bars of Liszt's Les Préludes. Cinema-goers found it unparalleled and particularly impressive. Though fewer than the previous summer, the still frequent bursts of Liszt's fanfare, which had trumpeted special announcements from the Eastern Front since the first days of the campaign, failed to excite the public as they once had. There were still those who followed the official communiques, newspaper accounts, and newsreels avidly. But there was also a growing proportion of the German populace which had begun to question how long the war might last. Many doubted whether Germany could still deliver the knockout blow in 1942. Some even feared the war would run for years. Inhabitants in the west of the Reich, subjected to increasingly heavy British air attacks since March, were more concerned by the trials and tribulations of everyday life, food shortages, the fear of heavier enemy army raids, than news from the front. Even major successes only temporarily jolt them out of their indifference towards military events and provoke feelings of joy or even enthusiasm. As one German put it succinctly, "Wir siegen zwar, aber wir gewinnen nicht." We keep on enjoying victories, but we're not winning. Nevertheless, despite the relatively low number of prisoners, the victorious conclusion of the Battle of Annihilation west of Kalach has unleashed widespread joy, the regular Security Service report on public morale noted in mid-August. The number of people counting on victory in 1942 suddenly rose, and there were widespread rumours that Stalin might sue for peace. Most prescient Germans looked at the maps of southern Russia printed in the newspapers and concluded that the next objective of the summer offensive would be Stalingrad. It was, and Adolf Hitler expected its capture in a matter of days, no later than the 25th of August. The Führer was, as his propaganda minister observed on a visit to his new headquarters in Ukraine, obsessed with this city and set upon smashing it completely. Not one stone will rest on top of another. Treated to an endless tour d'horizon, which he dutifully recorded in his diary as if it were the Sermon on the Mount, Joseph Goebbels marvelled at the scale of Hitler's ambition. The Führer is pursuing an enormous plan. When he's reached the Russian border in the Middle East, he'll punch through, occupy Asia Minor, take Iraq, Iran and Palestine by surprise. In doing so, he will cut England off from her last oil reserves after the loss of her sources in the Far East. When the Bolsheviks and English lose their oil, when the Bolsheviks have lost their grain fields in the Don, Donets and Kuban, when they have lost their coal region in the Don Bend, coal which is suitable for coking, a prerequisite for producing steel, of course, then we'll be strangling the enemy. Iraq, Iran, Palestine. Friedrich Paulus doubted he had the forces to reach the Volga, and Sixth Army's commander certainly didn't have the troops to capture Stalingrad, as he complained to Hitler's military adjutant, Rudolf Schmundt. Paulus's chief of staff, Arthur Schmidt, was just as blunt. The further east we advance, the weaker we become. It wasn't that they doubted victory. There was an air of subdued optimism in the upper ranks of Army Group B, Gerhard Engel observed, but they did question whether anyone at Hitler's headquarters understood the strain of advancing to the Volga, the distances involved, the summer heat, and not least the enemy. Too much was expected of too few troops. Walter Seydlitz, commanding one of Paulus's infantry corps, still believed both Stalingrad and Leningrad, the two famous cornerstones of the Eastern Front, would soon fall. But that would not bring victory in 1942. Soviet forces were still too strong. They've managed to scrabble so many forces together again that one would hardly think it possible after the losses of this summer. Sixth Army would spend the winter on the Volga, then turn northwards in 1943, while German arms launched a final decisive onslaught against Moscow. So much for big politics, he told his wife. It's not possible to predict exactly what the immediate future will bring. A few ordinary soldiers were also beginning to question victory in 1942. The day when we are victorious is drawing ever closer, wrote 30-year-old Karl Bühler, serving with 113th Infantry Division. Still, we have to be a little less optimistic, because from what we hear, we will not be spared a second winter of war in Russia, for better or worse. The extra troops Friedrich Paulus pleaded for came in the form of Hermann Hoth's 4th Panzer Army. Pulled back from thrusting into the Caucasus, Hoth was instead ordered to strike across the vast, desolate Kalmyk steppe and attack Stalingrad from the south, while Paulus's men advanced from the west, trapping the city in the jaws of two mighty armies. If the land between the Don and Volga was barren and bleak, the Kalmyk steppe was a borderland between desert and steppe. There were no roads, no railway lines, few sources of water, the terrain barren, burned black and broken apart by the heat, which, one junior officer recorded, reached 58 degrees Celsius one day. The sun was merciless, a soldier in 21st Panzer Grenadier Regiment wrote, and there is no protection from it in the treeless steppe. The grass is withered and large areas are scorched by the frequent steppe fires, an eerie sight at night. Where we or the panzers are advancing, you can't get out of the yellow flowery dust. Uniforms, faces, vehicles, everything is constantly covered in yellow dust. Eyes are inflamed. With minimal reference points, the troops navigated by compass. The roar of vehicles driving in low gear through the sand mixed with the rumble of caterpillar trucks. The landscape here is ghastly, wrote Horst Rockel. All steppe, often 40 kilometres between villages, no shade, no trees, blazing sun. When we march there's a filthy dust which penetrates everything, such that often we can only see outlines just 5 metres away. The few settlements seemed like oases in a desert to the advancing troops, a rare flurry of lush vegetation and trees in an otherwise barren, featureless land. The houses, frequently built of clay, and the camels roaming around, often pressed into service by the Germans to replace their exhausted horses, remind a junior officer, Hubertus Schultz, how close we are to Asia. And yet the men of 14th and 24th Panzer Divisions entered this wilderness full of confidence. Gert Axel Weidemann was transfixed by the sight of his 24th Panzer Regiment on the move. The panzers move through the steppe, spread out. The panzer squadrons sweep from hill to hill. As far as the eye can see, clouds of dust caused by advancing panzers whose tracks carve broad strips through the arid steppe grass. An officer in 14th Panzer Division wrote in a similar vein, "Ahead of us now is nothing but steppe, where everything is lost in glistening sunlight and a shimmering infinity. We trail huge clouds of dust behind us, which cover the entire landscape and darken the heavens. Now we're coming. Now it's our turn." One day the vanguard of 14th Panzer Division covered more than 90 miles, a daily total which had never been achieved in Russia by the Panzer Regiment to date, it proudly reported. It also exhausted the division's fuel reserves for 24 hours, leaving it temporarily stranded deep behind enemy lines. Equally exhausted were the ranks of 94th Infantry Division, who tried and ultimately failed to keep pace with the panzers. Spirits were high. The men of its signals detachment called themselves the Rommels of the Eastern Front, and composed a marching song to sustain morale through the monotonous steppe. And as we marched through Russia, filled with holy wrath, there were some who stayed in the rear, and there were some who were right at the front, and at the very front the signaller was in the vanguard, and the swift major who led. The Lancer observed it, full of astonishment, and said with a deep mumble, "Now the Rommels of the Eastern Front are rambling around here at the front again." The swift major was the unit's commander, Dr. Franz Muth. While he admired his men for trying to keep up with the motorized troops, it was, he realized, bound to have some sort of effect. By the 6th of August, the Rommels of the Eastern Front were exhausted. Every day, 30 to 40 kilometers of marching in the storms on the desert steppe, he recorded. The sand causes eye infections as it penetrates every crack. No water during the day's marches except for salty deep wells and a few pools of foul water. Ahead, the foremost units of 24th Panzer Division had reached high ground, from where they could survey the lower Volga Valley by dusk on the 21st of August. As the fires in burning villages, captured during the day, died out, the men admired the view of Beketovka, Stalingrad's southernmost suburb, no more than 10 miles to the north. In the fading light, shimmering like old silver, were salt lakes, and beyond them, barely visible, a bend in the Volga. When darkness set in, the northern horizon flickered constantly as Stalingrad burned. With any luck, German soldiers would stand on the Volga the following day. The Red Army had other ideas. 94th Infantry Division found the road to Stalingrad blocked by a tenacious foe who clung to every tuft of grass in this desolate desert. For 3 days, an estimated 1,500 Russians held off the attackers, despite being surrounded and pounded incessantly by Stukas and artillery. Without rations, cheered on by officers, they fought to the last round in the truest sense of the word. Their commander then shot himself in front of his men when the ammunition ran out, Franz Muth wrote, impressed by a display of the finest soldiering. Others tried to break out, but no more than 1 in 5 men succeeded. 1,200 Red Army troops fell into the hands of 94th Infantry Division. Even in captivity they refused to give up, attempting a breakout, their only weapons sticks and stones. Some were shot, but the uprising was ended not by the gun, but by a rare act of humanity. Every prisoner was issued water and a hot meal. 24th Panzer Division never even had the opportunity to advance. A reconnaissance aircraft sent up at first light reported 15 Soviet tanks bearing down on the division's weak vanguard. Barely was the report noted than the crash of tank guns announced that the enemy armour was within range. Panzers and tanks traded shells at close range. Columns of black smoke scarred the cloudless sky. Russian infantry attempted to storm the German positions, while Soviet artillery peppered any suspected enemy headquarters or concentrations. Stukas joined in the battle as it dragged on, pouncing on the Soviet tanks and infantry until their lust for attacking faded. The Russians had failed to drive the German armour back, but they had prevented it advancing. No German soldier would reach the Volga on the 22nd of August. If 4th Army could not reach Stalingrad from the south, perhaps 6th Army might from the west. Friedrich Paulus's infantry had forged bridgeheads over the Don on the 21st. His pioneers had thrown bridges over the river by midday on the 22nd, allowing the army of 14 Panzer Corps to cross. Long before dawn on the 23rd of August, 6th Army burst out of its bridgeheads around Kalak. Armour had rolled continually over the river since the engineers completed their pontoon bridges. Stalin's organs hammered the villages and surrounding area overlooking the crossings. The rockets arced over the Don with a howl like a pack of dogs, journalist Clements Podevils remembered. Then the first impact, not too far away, rips through the air. The other 35 follow like hail. The howl of the rocket launchers was soon drowned out by the rumble of aircraft engines as the Luftwaffe appeared in numbers never previously experienced. The ferocity of the assault stunned Red Army troops on the Don. Soon the attackers had left the green of the Don Valley behind and were once again advancing over the steppe, a great plain of earth hardened to stone by the summer drought, extending 36 miles. There were occasional fields of grain, clover, and sunflowers, otherwise a sea of steppe grass parched by the sun. Streams and rivers were few, and mostly dried out or reduced to a trickle, but the land was scarred by countless bulkers, ravines, and gullies carved in the rock, some as deep as 5-story houses, difficult to see until the vehicles were almost upon them. Some troops compared it with the landscape of the moon. Leading the charge from the Don to the Volga was 16th Panzer Division under Hans Huber. Short, stocky, and missing his left arm, he lost it on the Marne in the first few weeks of the Great War. Huber was popular with his men, who called him Der Mensch, the man, or simply Papa Huber. He demanded the same dash and verve from them as he himself displayed. He listened to subordinates and tolerated, though would not endorse, criticism of Hitler's leadership, convinced as he was in Germany's ultimate victory. He dismissed dissenters curtly. The Führer will do it. Today he had no doubt his men would carve their names in the annals of German military history. This is the decisive mission facing this division in this war, he told his men. As he conferred with his staff mid-morning, a tiny Stork reconnaissance aircraft rolled to a stop next to Huber's command vehicle. Wolfram von Richthofen, only slightly less certain of Hitler's infallibility than his own, clambered out. Arrogant, ruthless, unforgiving, the commander of Luftwaffe forces on the southern sector of the Eastern Front was frequently critical of the lack of verve shown by commanders on the ground. Now was one such moment. Today you're supported by 1,200 aircraft, the Luftwaffe general told the panzer commander. I cannot make them available for you tomorrow. Seize the day. Papa Huber got the message. Flanked by 3rd and 60th Motorized Infantry Divisions, his panzers made for the Volga. The advance was like a parade ground maneuver, remembered Dr. Erich Weber, accompanying a field hospital. All day long, as Wolfram von Richthofen had promised, the Luftwaffe provided a protective blanket for the advancing ground forces, just like a sand table exercise. Udo von Alvensleben watched Stukas ominously forming in circles before falling upon their prey, nipping any enemy lunges into the flanks in the bud. German aircraft attacked anything perceived to be a threat, firing cannon equipped with armor-piercing and incendiary ammunition into vehicles, buildings, even haystacks. The steppe burned. Both sides would accuse the other of setting it ablaze, the Germans to drive the Red Army out of its positions, the Russians to halt the enemy advance. The westerly breeze certainly favoured the attackers, driving the flames inexorably across the plains. In the shimmering haze it seemed as if the steppe burned for kilometres on end, as far as the horizon. Armoured vehicles could drive straight through, almost impervious to the fire. Infantry units were not so fortunate. It's extremely difficult to describe the horrific scene, one Soviet infantryman recalled more than half a century later. Terrible heat, showers of sparks and dense swathes of smoke forced their way into our positions. By the early afternoon, Hans Huber's panzers were within sight of the imposing silhouette of Stalingrad, stretching for 25 miles along the Volga, the towers of coal mine lifts, towers, chimneys. Then at 5 p.m. the division sent the following electrifying signal. 1700 hours, Volga reached. There are opportunities for crossing to form a bridgehead on the east bank. The opportunity, if it ever existed, was short-lived. The Russians on the distant shore noticed the Germans observing them on the higher west bank, which stood perhaps 20 metres above the river. The enemy did not approve of our brazen observation, Clements Podevils noted, as he scurried for cover in an abandoned Russian trench to escape flak rounds fired from the other side of the Volga. The panzers immediately turned their attention to the lively river traffic, steamers, ferries, and gunboats. A monitor was driven onto a sandbank in flames. 3 gunboats and a barge were sunk, the Volga emptied. No German would forget his first sight of the Volga. Some men were reminded of a popular song from Franz Lehar's operetta, The Tsarevich. A soldier stands on the shores of the Volga. Others were struck by the power of nature. To Dr. Erich Weber, the river stretched like a glittering ribbon through the landscape, while radio operator Joachim Porzig was stunned by the Volga's sheer size. I'd never seen a river as wide. While Rudi Stiger's motorized infantry unit first caught sight of the Volga, there was jubilation and a joyous mood among comrades. 16th Panzer Division's Wolfgang Werten noticed pride, joy, and astonishment etched on the faces of the men as they looked down from the towering west bank of the Volga. Quiet and majestic, the wide black river flowed on its way, carrying lighters downstream, and on the other side the endless Asiatic steppe stretched out. The war had to end here. 25-year-old Austrian Karl Wintereder, in command of a bakery unit in 6th Army, convinced himself, if only because there's no further we can advance, and then there's the danger that we'll burn ourselves out. If you look at the atlas, then you can hardly think of an end, because the space extends to infinity. The more pensive German soldier, like Wintereder, was seized by a sense of unease. He looked beyond the Volga, to unconquered Russia, where the Russians can do whatever they want. Panzer Company Commander Bernd Freytag von Leuenhoven remembered, "We stared at the vast steppe in the direction of Asia, and I was overcome," while 6th Army officer Heinrich Meidinger asked himself, "What are we doing here on the Volga, a couple of thousand miles from home? What was the point of this war? Why should we defend our homeland here?" That's when I realized the pointlessness of this war. Clemens Podevils was filled with a sense of foreboding. If I cast my gaze from the hill into the endless steppe opposite, then I feel that here begins Asia, the ultimate shapeless gloom which still lay in store for us. With an hour or so of daylight left, Richthofen's aviators headed off on their final sortie of the day. Kurt Ebener raced low over the burning steppe to the northern suburbs of Stalingrad before banking his Me-109 over the Volga to turn back to base near Kalach. Brimming with joy and gratitude for our comrades beneath us, we perform rolls and other aerobatics over the route of advance used by the following divisions. Stuka pilot Herbert Pabst flew over the same terrain at dusk after supporting the Panzer spearhead. The cornfields and steppe areas burned far and wide, and the columns rolled eastwards in enormous dust clouds. Prisoners trudged towards them, heading west in packs without escorts. An unforgettable picture of war. Having brought a temporary end to river traffic, Huber's panzers turned their attention to Stalingrad itself. Wheeling to the south, they entered the northern suburb of Spartakovka, where anti-aircraft gunners were defending the tractor factory and Volga ferry. In bitter fighting, 36 flak cannons, some crewed by women, described as girl warriors in contemporary Soviet reports, were knocked out. This was as far as 16th Panzer Division would penetrate Stalingrad this first day. The panzer crews established themselves for the night, corralled with their leader at the centre. Radio operators sat in their vehicles in front of the green illuminated dials of their humming equipment and sent reports about reaching the Volga through the night in Morse code, while motorcycle messengers constantly arrived or left with fresh orders or reports from the units. At the centre of it all, Hans Huber and his operations officer, Walter Müller, in the command tent, poring over the latest maps and charts. With 3rd and 60th Infantry Divisions lagging far behind, the panzer men were on their own. We'll probably learn how risky this operation was in the coming days if the enemy recovers and does everything in his power to encircle us here in our isolated position on the bank of the Volga and cuts us off from our supplies, Clemens Podevils observed. As he recorded the day's momentous events in his diary, Udo von Alvensleben wondered if his comrades had missed an opportunity. Prisoners brought in that evening reported panic in the city. Stalingrad, he reckoned, could have been easily taken if we had sufficient troops for its occupation and defence, but we are too few in numbers. Chapter 4. Tomorrow we'll be drinking coffee in Cairo. We English have lost many battles, but will win the last one. and with it the war. English officer captured at Mersa-Matruh. The grandly titled Panzerarmee Afrika did not so much march and roll into Egypt as stumble and stutter. Flag Commander Josef Hissmann likened it to a panting pack of hounds which are hunting, but also completely exhausted. The panzers stopped at the border to refuel. The reconnaissance units pressed on. An avalanche of steel and dust moved through the night, Hissmann remembered. No radio, no light and rocket signals, not easy. When you think about the weeks of uninterrupted marching and fighting behind them, the demands on commanders, drivers and the men on the front wings is hard to beat. Darkness, dust whipped up by the tracks and wheels and sporadic patches of ground fog deprives us of almost any visibility. We see only silhouettes. We are practically driving blind. Drivers fixed their eyes on the night lights of the vehicle in front, which danced like fireflies. Motorcycles ran up and down the side of each line of vehicles to ensure no column broke up in the night. Hinrich Varroman drove at the head of his machine gun battalion. Soon the noise of motor engines in the night faded, and the silence of the desert enveloped his staff. Varroman sent his adjutant to find the rest of the battalion. He soon discovered that a driver had fallen asleep at the wheel, as had the driver of every vehicle following them. The tired warriors were given a pep talk, and on they went. With first light around 5 a.m. on the 24th of June, the land of the Pharaohs revealed itself to its latest would-be conquerors. It's the same dreary desert terrain as in Mamarika, Staff Officer Helmut Frey wrote. Flag gunner Rudolf Hubelek agreed. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a stony desert plain, out of which several steep rocky hills occasionally rose in the distance. Near the coast the ground became harder, interspersed with a few clumps of lush grass, and the heat of the sun was tempered somewhat by the salty dampness in the air. Otherwise Egypt was just as desolate as Libya. Axis forces entered Egypt in June 1942 with few working tanks and exhausted men riding on a wave of high morale. In a few days we'll be at the Nile, is the hope luring us to victory, and rest, heavenly rest, Josef Hissmann wrote. Flak officer Helmut Köhrer brashly dismissed the Eighth Army as a spent force. Our only obstacles are the climate and nature, he recorded in his diary. We'll smash through anything we run into. He borrowed a phrase from his Italian comrades in arms to brush aside his foe. Piccole pesche, little fish, as we're accustomed to saying scornfully. Italian soldiers were equally confident. Victory on our front cannot be delayed any longer. It is now a matter of weeks, perhaps days, a junior officer in the Ariete division wrote. Soon it will be the turn of Alexandria. His division crossed the border with just 7 working tanks of the 250 vehicles with which it had begun the offensive 4 weeks earlier. German divisions were similarly depleted. On the 24th, Rommel reported just 80 panzers still running. The following day he was down to around 60. The panzer situation grows worse by the day, the diarist of the Africa Corps recorded. By the end of the 28th of June, the vaunted corps was reduced to only 41 working panzers. The men crewing them were in no better shape. We take each day as it comes, 15th Panzer Division's Werner Bober recorded in his diary. We don't know what date to write or what time it is. When the field kitchen arrives, then it's midday. When it comes a second time, it's evening. And if we're on sentry duty, then it's night. In the morning, we are woken by the sun and gigantic swarms of flies. Drivers work day and night to make sure the vehicles are ready for action. They really are good, hard-working chaps. Our repair parties, who are always with the combat units, even in battle, deserve special praise too. We often work deep into the night to keep the company ready for action, but we're utterly exhausted. We could drop on the spot and sleep, but there's always something else going on. The men marching and rolling eastwards were the same men who had been in battle constantly for a month, without rest, with few chances to wash, relax, or eat a hearty meal. To Helmut Frey, it seemed none of this mattered to Erwin Rommel. He yells at everybody, forwards, even if you have to do so without fuel. Rommel was right. However tired his men were, he was in a race against time to prevent Eighth Army regrouping. Intelligence reports confirmed it. Officials at the American Embassy in Cairo expected enemy troops in the capital within the next few days, although the ambassador himself, Alexander Kirk, still hoped the scales might be turned even now. It was the last report Axis intelligence would intercept. The Americans finally changed their code. Henceforth, Rommel would be denied the good sauce which had served him so well for the past 6 months. For now the enemy was retreating faster than Axis units could advance. Prisoners are still being brought in constantly, Fry noted in his diary. British pride has vanished. Yesterday our division captured the staff of a Scottish regiment. The colonel and his officers were drunk. The former merely said, "I am Herr Oberst." That was all the German he could speak. Britain's commander in the Middle East theatre, Claude Auchinleck, who had taken charge of 8th Army after sacking its hapless commander, Neil Ritchie, attempted to steady nerves. "The enemy is stretching to his limit and thinks we are a broken army," he declared in an order of the day. He hopes to take Egypt by bluff, show him where he gets off. It had no impact. This disaster goes on, and now it has raised a sort of impetus which takes a lot of stopping, one junior officer wrote. For no good cause, chaps sort of say, where do we retreat to next? The panic, it became known as the flap, was infectious. It spread behind the lines, first to Alexandria, then to Cairo, as people fled the port for the capital. Palls of smoke hung over the British headquarters as soldiers piled 4 bonfires with maps, papers, reports, and confidential documents. Long queues formed outside banks. Packed columns headed east towards Palestine, while the wives and families of British officials and officers were advised to pack their belongings and be ready to leave the country. Fighter pilot Merton Nadler clearly noticed the behavior of the Cairo populace towards its rulers was changing. Shopkeepers quickly stopped giving me the little cup of green tea every first customer of the day was entitled to, instead brazenly swapping photographs of Churchill, Roosevelt, and King George VI for those of Hitler and Mussolini. Driving out of the capital in the direction of the front, war correspondent Alan Moorhead passed guns of all sorts, RAF wagons, recovery vehicles, armoured cars, and countless lorries crammed with exhausted and sleeping men streaming into the Egyptian capital. The closer Moorhead got to the front, the heavier the traffic heading in the opposite direction. Vehicles were pressed bonnet to tailboard, all coming back from the front, all full of desperately weary men who slept piled on one another, oblivious of the discomfort and the jolting. The traffic crawled slowly eastward, an immense lizard over 100 miles in length, a fantastically easy target for enemy aircraft, yet no enemy machine appeared. Axis troops were still 300 miles from the Egyptian capital when it was gripped by the flap. In the house of a road inspector in the coastal village of Sidi Barani, where walls were still daubed with graffiti left by the Italians 18 months earlier, "Ritorneremo, we will return," Ugo Cavallero, Albert Kesselring, and Ettore Bastico waited for Erwin Rommel to discuss exactly how far they could or should advance on Cairo. The trio had conferred the previous day and agreed to limit Rommel's plans. Whatever the directions from Rome and Berlin, all three remained sceptical of the drive to the Nile. Smiling Albert was an optimist by nature, but he could see the day, not long off, when the enemy outnumbered his aviators tenfold. The deeper Axis troops were drawn into Egypt on some rabbit hunt, the longer their supply lines became, while the enemies grew ever shorter. Kesselring was prepared to support an advance to El Alamein, but no further. I feel responsible for this judgment in the face of history. As usual, the newly promoted field marshal was late, in a foul mood, and his uniform was dusted with fine white sand. There were no apologies, no pleasantries, just business. Rommel quickly outlined his next move, to destroy the coastal fortress of Mersa Matruh. A tough nut to crack, he conceded, but when it did, its depots and stores would feed an army. "And after Mersa Matruh?" Cavallero asked. "I will go as far as I can," Rommel snapped. "I don't have much petrol and very little water, but in this mood of success, the soldiers don't ask about water or even food. They just want to advance." "But advance how far?" Rommel provided the answer. "Alexandria, Cairo within 10 days, then the Nile." Kesselring shook his head. He guessed the ground troops were tired, their vehicles in need of an overhaul, but he knew his airmen and aircraft were exhausted. Rommel stuck to his guns, hoping flattering the Italians might persuade them. "Even the Italian soldiers under my command were magnificent," he gushed. "On the battlefield there was no difference between them and the Germans." Whether by flattery or by the strength of his argument, Rommel won the day. Cavallero and Bastico consented to a drive towards the delta. "For now, I'll advance to El Alamein, but the real objectives are Alexandria, Cairo, and the Nile. If the army is able to get through the narrows at El Alamein, and I believe it will, we'll be in Cairo on June the 30th. Then, with the hint of a smile, he added, I'll be waiting there. We'll be able to talk more comfortably. The conference of marshals lasted little more than an hour. Upon its conclusion, Ugo Cavallero sent a single-word telegram to Rome. Tiber. The fall of Alexandria, Cairo, even the Suez Canal, was a distinct possibility. Exactly 1 month had passed since Rommel had unleashed his offensive, a month in which he had demonstrated all the traits and characteristics, good and bad, which his superiors had observed earlier in his career. Desire to lead from the front, boldness bordering on recklessness, possession of an almost unparalleled grasp of the battlefield, but also his knee-jerk reactions at times, and especially his demands for a great deal of independence, which he justifies through his successors. Erwin Rommel had not been the German army's first choice to lead its desert adventure, but he was Hitler's, whose eye he had caught first commanding his security detail during the invasion of Poland, but especially leading 7th Panzer Division from the Ardennes to the Atlantic shore in May and June 1940. He knew nothing of war in Africa. Can you drive a panzer on sand? He asked intelligence officer Hans Otto Behrendt before departing for Libya in February 1941. Behrendt, who had spent the late 1920s exploring Egypt, assured him it could. 18 months later, Rommel was lauded as the master of desert warfare. The ordinary soldier, German and Italian, admired him. Rommel was a general who led from the front, who carried his men forward, junior officer Meinhard Glantz recalled. For young men like us, he was the ideal of a military commander. Hans von Luck, in charge of a reconnaissance unit, observed how his men speak only of Rommel, not the general. That's how popular he is among the men. He's one of them. He was much loved by Italian troops, Hans Otto Behrendt remembered, because he cared more about them than anybody else in the desert. Helmut Frey noticed how his allies had tremendous respect for Rommel. They won't hear a bad word said about him. They referred to their German commander as Santo Rommel, Saint Rommel, or Rommelito, Little Rommel. Rommel became a sort of myth to the Italian soldiers, just as much as to the German soldiers, junior officer Paolo Colachici recalled. Nevertheless, Rommel was not an easy man to serve, Africa Corps intelligence officer Friedrich von Mellenthin recalled. Although he conceded that his master possessed nerves of steel and spared those around him as little as he spared himself. Staff officers bore the brunt of the field marshal's demands. He could not tolerate insubordinates who were not as enthusiastic and active as himself, Adjutant Heinz Werner Schmidt wrote, and he was merciless in his treatment of anybody who displayed lack of initiative. He dismissed at least one general for his unwillingness to risk the lives of his men, and with his watchword of speed first, not safety, Rommel's impulsiveness frequently bordered on recklessness. He took us into situations that often threatened the survival of the entire Africa Corps, complained one company commander who was convinced Rommel sacrificed thousands of lives at the altar of his personal ambition. And yet, time and again, the master of desert warfare triumphed. That, wrote Walter Nering, who commanded the Africa Corps through the summer of 1942, deserved admiration. Admirers in the upper echelons of the German army were few and friends fewer still. Franz Halder, the chief of the General Staff, was appalled by Rommel's pathological ambition and character defects which make him appear particularly unpleasant. No one dares to openly challenge him because of his brutal methods and support he has on high. Fellow generals found his hunger for publicity vulgar and were wary of the patronage he enjoyed of senior Nazis. Goebbels thought him the best leader of men in the entire Wehrmacht, wished there were more such generals, and wanted to elevate Rommel to the pedestal of a kind of national hero, while Kesselring observed how Rommel exercised an almost hypnotic influence over Hitler. And Rommel in turn fell under his leader's spell. If we didn't have the Führer, I don't know whether there would be another German who so brilliantly masters the art of military and political leadership in equal measure, he gushed on the eve of the campaign in France. Rommel's exploits in the West had brought him to the attention of the German people, thanks in part to two members of Goebbels' staff serving in his division. Every opportunity for publicity was milked, even down to rewriting the popular song Auf der Reeperbahn nachts 12:30. On the Rommelbahn at midnight, ghosts race past at 80 kilometers an hour. Rommel himself in the lead. Everyone else has to keep up on the Rommelbahn at midnight. As Christmas approached, Germans could buy a stylized portrait by leading propaganda artist Wolfgang Willrich to raise money for the Winter Relief Fund. Hagiographies and pictorials appeared in flagship news magazines such as Signal and Das Reich. No general was as imbued with the importance of propaganda in war as Rommel, observed Joseph Goebbels, who allowed one of his most trusted officials, Alfred Ingmar Berndt, to serve as the general's adjutant in Africa. After Tobruk, Rommel's magnificent victory, the eulogizing reached new heights. He appeared in the weekly newsreels almost as frequently as his Führer. Newspapers called him Marshal Vorwärts, Marshal Forwards, a nickname he shared with Blücher, victor of Waterloo, or else dubbed him the hero of Tobruk. They celebrated the fall of the Verdun of the desert and trumpeted that his blow had taken England's breath away. In the summer of 1942, Erwin Rommel was arguably the most famous German after Hitler, and not merely in the Reich. English newspapers, which landed on the desk of Joseph Goebbels, were filled with the greatest praise for the desert general. He is as well known today in the USA as he is in London or Berlin, one of the few figures in the German army with worldwide appeal, the propaganda minister noted, although his fame in enemy quarters was not simply magnanimity. In England, you only praise your foe when you lose, because it provides you with a better explanation for defeat. Hitler told his entourage that mere mention of Rommel's presence on the battlefield was as powerful as several divisions, but praise, coupled with the repeated ineptitude of their own generals, was turning Erwin Rommel into some sort of magician or bogeyman, Claude Auchinleck realized. He rubbished talk of Rommel as superhuman, labeling his opponent a run-of-the-mill German general instead. He ordered his men to refer to the Germans, Axis forces, or the enemy, rather than going on and on about Rommel, adding unconvincingly, P.S. I am not jealous of Rommel. Yet officers and men alike complained that Rommel seems to be a better general. Soldier Douglas Walter remembered senior officers repeatedly telling the men he is not invincible, but we didn't believe them. Even Winston Churchill was becoming obsessed with his foe in North Africa. Rommel, 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 he muttered. What else matters but beating him? For now, Allied troops would settle for merely halting Rommel. Perhaps the coastal fortress of Mersa Matruh, 160 miles from Alexandria, was the place to make a stand. In peacetime, it had been the favoured beach resort of Egyptian high society. In war, it had become a key British base. Protected by more than 200,000 mines in fields more than 5 miles deep to the east and 8 to the west, marked with menacing metal signs, "Mines, keep out." There were extensive barbed wire barriers and anti-tank trenches, although the latter had been allowed to silt up in places. Concrete blocks barred the way down most roads leading into the town, or else the path was blocked by iron girders chained firmly into the ground, while bunkers protected by walls of sandbags and sprouting guns and machine guns peppered the town. The battered 8th Army had managed to make good some of its losses. A division of New Zealanders had been transferred from Syria, while tanks had been hurriedly dispatched to bolster the front, only to be committed far to the south of the port. Once again, the British expected a direct assault on the fortress from the south or west. Once again, Erwin Rommel fell back on tactics which had served him well at Gazala and Tobruk. He would surround his enemy, then attack them from the rear. Up to now, that's always worked, Helmut Frey noted. It will work too at Matruh. It did. Late on the afternoon of the 28th of June, the infantry of 90th Light Division began their assault on Mersa Matruh under a hail of artillery shells from the British guns. The sky was filled with poles of black smoke from the fuel dumps to the east of the fortress, set ablaze by the defenders. For the first 30 minutes, the 90th Light struggled to make headway. But then the German artillery belatedly cleared its throats. The British guns fell silent. The 90th Light made ground rapidly, an advance of more than 2 miles in just 2 hours. As night fell, British resistance stiffened. The staff of one makeshift German unit was cut off in the darkness. Its men found themselves fending off the enemy in hand-to-hand combat with pistols in hand. Night was the signal for Mersa's garrison to break out. Despite the moonlight and the glow of fire bringing light to the desert night, the British tried to slip out of the fortress in groups small and large. Most of the vehicles were shot up. Some were set ablaze by their crews, with the corpses of their comrades still inside as they tried to escape on foot. Abandoning the vehicles was to little avail. Silhouetted against the fires, the besieged were quickly rounded up by the besiegers. Even when dense fog descended in the small hours, the Indian troops trying to slip through the German cordon were cut down, although in the swirling mist the fighting became particularly confused at times. Come daybreak, near silence ruled in Mersa Matruh. Only the occasional shot was fired, while a thick curtain of black smoke hung over the town. By mid-morning, Italian light infantry had entered the main square and seized 6,000 prisoners, including one defiant officer who told his captors, "We English have lost many battles, but will win the last one, and with it the war." A column of British trucks, loaded with and driven by captured South Africans, headed west out of the town, guarded only by a couple of Germans armed with machine guns in the first and last vehicles. Rommel wished they had been New Zealanders, but the bulk of the Dominion's 2nd Division had slipped through his encircling ring. "I would rather have seen this division, one of the elite units in the British Army, in our prison camps than facing us again," he rued. The Union flag still flew defiantly in front of the former British headquarters. A nimble Italian soldier climbed the pole like a squirrel and ripped it down, while a comrade handed him the Italian standard in its place. As the Mediterranean breeze caught the tricolour for the first time, a guard presented arms. Their comrades in the Ariete found enough guns, food, fuel, and all manner of kit to equip an entire division, and enough whisky to serve the tank men through the summer. But otherwise the booty was pretty pathetic compared with what was captured at Tobruk, a disappointed Helmut Frey noted. Shells continuously cooked off in ammunition dumps, set ablaze by the British, who'd also sabotaged most of their trucks and torched their food warehouses. Thousands upon thousands of tinned cans lie in smoking and burning black piles, Frey wrote. His men were only able to save a few pallets, mostly tinned fruit, bananas especially. Matruh's new occupiers found a couple of signs at the cinema. Today, for the last time, The Exodus, with General Ritchie, and Desert Sweepstakes, Rommel 100-8, Ritchie 2-3. Elsewhere, German graffiti artists had been at work. The name of Smuts Way had been crossed out and chalk scrawled above it, Rommelstrasse, while Wavell Way became Rommelweg. With Mersa Matruh, the last fortress and port on the coast of western Egypt had fallen, Rommel noted. His men were given just 4 hours to enjoy their latest prize. They longed to halt, if only briefly, take a dip in the Mediterranean, and catch up on sleep after 5 weeks on the move. But in the late afternoon of the 29th of June, they were moving east again. With the order to move, it was back to the east, an excited Lieutenant Manilo Leone recorded. Mersa Matruh has been smashed like a pomegranate, off to the Nile Delta. He continued, as far as the eye can see the interminable column of the Italo-German armoured army. To the right of the road, above ground on trestles, is the pipeline which carries water from the Nile Delta to Mersa Matruh. Every now and then, tall spouts can be seen gushing out of it, far away. For a sip, to freshen the face, to fill a canteen. A few bayonet blows to the pipe, and who cares if tons of rare precious water are lost? As the vehicles raced along the coastal highway, the men could see columns of fire rising on the horizon, and as they drew closer they could hear the sound of explosions as the British blew up their ammunition and fuel dumps at El Daba, an airfield 100 miles from Alexandria. The goal for now was the small railway halt of El Alamein, where the enemy was expected to make a final stand before the ancient heart of Egypt. That same evening, 350 miles to the west, 2 3-engined SM-81 Italian bombers banked over Derna airfield in the quickening gloom of the Cyrenaican dusk. At the controls of the first, Benito Mussolini, dressed in his finest colonial uniform, a Saharan khaki adorned with all the finery of the first Marshal of the Empire, a title only he and the King enjoyed. Assisted by his personal pilot, Angelo Tondi, the Duce set his bomber down safely. But the second SM-81 collided with an Italian bomber returning from a sortie. 3 of the Duce's bodyguards, plus his cook and barber, were killed. It was a tragic beginning to a frustrating visit. Mussolini came to Africa expecting imminent victory. He imagined himself riding on his white charger, safely ferried across the Mediterranean, through the streets of Cairo, carrying the sword of Islam which had been presented to him in Tripoli 5 years earlier, when he'd been hailed as a protector of the Muslim cause. 200 barrels of boot polish were on hand, so his soldiers could march smartly in Passo Romano, the Italian goose-step behind him. The ordinary Egyptian would cry, "Avanti, Rommel! Rommel, advance!" and welcome the Axis troops as liberators. In time, Italian soldiers would march back into Ethiopia, seized by the British in 1941, where local leaders were supposedly waiting for them with open arms. For now, however, the Duce settled into his quarters, a cottage on top of a hill in the small town of Berta, and began a useless wait for the advance. At that very moment, a personal visit from Mussolini may have been just what his men needed to carry them forwards. The troops were at the end of their strength, vehicles barely serviceable, nerves strained. Orders and reports continued to talk of corps, divisions, regiments, battalions. It would have been more accurate, Rommel's Italian liaison officer Giuseppe Mancinelli believed, to think in terms of numbers. There were 3 times as many panzers in the repair shops as there were in the front line as June ended, while Italian 20 Corps was reduced to barely 2,000 men and little more than a dozen working tanks. When it was unnerved by a surprise attack in its rear by a British brigade desperately trying to break through to 8th Army's lines, Rommel snapped, "Trust your corps will now find itself able to cope with so contemptible an enemy." The Italians regrouped and resumed their push eastwards. Moving along the Alexandria-Mersa-Matruh highway, Bersaglieri, elite light infantry, of the Trieste division reached the 111-kilometre post. "In everyone's eyes the mirage of Alexandria begins to flash," one Bersaglieri wrote. "It would prove to be the high-water mark of the Axis advance." The milestone, today long gone, stood somewhere near El Alamein, a nondescript village on the coastal highway and railway line 60 miles west of Alexandria. Beyond the sparsely inhabited coastal strip, there was no longer an endless expanse of desert, but hills, ridges, rocky outcrops stretching no more than 36 miles to the south, where they gave way to the Katara Depression. Vast, twice the size of the Lebanon, its salt lakes, cliffs, and powdery sand made it unsuitable for armoured warfare. At Alamein, unlike Gazala, Tobruk, and Mersa-Matruh, there was no hope of outflanking the enemy. To reach Alexandria, Cairo, the Nile and beyond, Erwin Rommel would have to bludgeon his way through Allied lines. He began at dawn on the first day of July. "Drive with your men to Alexandria," Rommel told Georg Briel, commander of a makeshift group drawn from 90th Light Division, as it moved out. "The Tommies will have gone anyway. Tomorrow we'll be drinking coffee in Cairo." Instead, the 90th drove into a sandstorm, stumbling headlong into a series of strong points where men came under heavy machine gun fire. For the first time during the summer campaign, the German soldier cracked. There was panic in the division's ranks. The rear columns turned first, followed by some front-line units as British shells crashed down. It took the intervention of the division's commander, Ulrich Klemann, to restore order. When Rommel headed up to the front line late in the afternoon, however, the battle seemed to be going his way. A strong point had fallen. 2,000 Indians had been taken prisoner. 30 guns had been captured or destroyed. The moment had come to force the issue. The Field Marshal threw what reserves he had into battle, leading the attack in person. A commander in the Littorio division, attacking on 90th Light's flank, was sceptical of his orders. "Littorio has fuel for only 20 kilometres, he scribbled on a signal. "To Alexandria is 150 kilometres. He need not have fretted. The attack ran into trouble almost immediately. British shells howled towards us from the north, south, and east, Rommel recalled. Flak tracer whizzed through the unit. The attack ground to a halt under very heavy fire. We immediately scattered the vehicles and took cover. Shell after shell came crashing down nearby. For 2 hours, Bayerlein, Africa Corps' Chief of Staff, and I lay there in open ground. To cap it all, a large formation of British bombers, but it was forced to run around by fighters escorting our Stukas. Only as the sun went down and the enemy fire slackened off did Rommel feel it safe to withdraw as quickly as possible. As night fell, the repair units moved up to the front to fix vehicles which had broken down or been damaged during the day's fighting. In the pale light of the moon, mechanics inspected engines, fixed carburetors, replaced caterpillar chains, repaired cannons and machine guns. The sound of hammer against metal filled the desert night. drowning out the curses of the engineers as they toiled in the cold. Kurt Wolff watched long supply columns moving up the coastal road towards the front. When English bombers roar towards them, they veer off to the side into the desert, but then continue their journey at 40 or 50 kilometers an hour. Water, fuel, supplies of ammunition, he wrote, everything is moving forwards, and the darkest night is no different from the hottest, brightest day. It was morale carrying the exhausted Italians forward now, and little else, driver Vittorio Vallicella realized. Every division is in a bad state. Many are ghosts' divisions, he wrote. The will to get out of this terrible desert gives us the strength to resist everything. We are, you could say, at the gates of Alexandria and very close to the pyramids. Our spies report that there's chaos in Cairo and Alexandria. All the European citizens are packing their bags, and the Arabs are looting the stores. Such reports give us hope, but we're still filled with trepidation. What will tomorrow's battle bring? Let's hope for the best. In the evening, rations were handed out for the coming day. The order passed down the line, no smoking, no light escaping from field positions. With the onset of darkness, wrote Vallicella, there's a feeling of foreboding of 1,000 dangers. The night of the 1st to the 2nd of July was among the worst many Axis soldiers could remember in North Africa. The battlefield was lit by flares dangling beneath parachutes. Italian troops tried to shoot them out of the sky, without success. Any movement was targeted by British artillery. Lieutenant Gerardo Salinardi's column of motorized infantry was caught in the open. The men scrambled out of their trucks and into improvised foxholes as the British gunners found their range. Cries for help filled the night. Ammunition in burning trucks cooked off. Salinardi moved among the casualties, dressing minor wounds, leaving the men fresh bandages. A sergeant with no legs begs for help from a soldier holding his head. There's nothing more that can be done for him. The bombardment continued until shortly before dawn, when the horrors of the night were gradually revealed. The legless sergeant was still alive, and still in agony. Salinardi was shaken by this night of horror and terror. Nearby, British troops had broken through 21st Panzer's division's southern flank during the night, forcing 5th Panzer Regiment to be committed as a last resort. With the early morning mist still clinging to the featureless terrain, the armour overran the positions of the vaunted New Zealanders who had escaped Rommel's clutches a few days earlier. Panzer against truck, anti-tank gun against anti-tank gun, and finally tank against panzer as the feared Grants joined battle. The shock of the first encounter with the American-built armour of late May had passed. 5th Panzer took the fight to the enemy. What happened next was like a mirage, Kurt Wolff wrote. While one company continued forwards and several attacked the Grants about 1,500 metres away on our left, the rest of the unit drove into the English positions. And where before there had just been several guns, anti-tank guns and trucks, now 10, now 50, then 100, and finally 600 yellow and brown Tommies appeared from invisible foxholes, waved at us, half of them greeting us, half of them defending themselves. Some pointedly threw their weapons away. Others approached us, walking arm in rows. The entire New Zealand force surrendered to us when we were already right in their midst. The regiment pushed on to the Ruwesat Ridge, a barren lump of limestone rising some 200 feet above the desert, where it ran into 60 British tanks moving along a hollow. In the resulting firefight, Wolff claims every panzer knocked out at least 2 or 3 enemy vehicles. Some scored as many as 7 kills for the cost of just 2 dead. The bulk of the enemy force, Wolff wrote, had been destroyed, set on fire. The rest of the tanks which escaped ended up exploding in a minefield, through which they'd probably tentatively driven at dawn, courtesy of a narrow passage, now proved to be their undoing. The armour of 5th Panzer Regiment drove across the battlefield, almost shocked by our victory, Wolff wrote, and back to the positions it had occupied in the morning. It was as if the morning hadn't happened. The Grants, which had first occupied our rear, had been driven away by anti-tank guns and a howitzer battery. Sweat streamed down our filthy, unwashed faces, but it ran deservedly after a great deal of work. Kurt Wolff's at times breathless account suggests the 2nd of July was a day of triumph for 21st Panzer Division. It wasn't. The radio reports the division sent to Afrika Korps tell of a day of confused fighting, of large numbers of British tanks, and ultimately of very little progress. The division advanced barely 2 miles that Thursday. More accurate is the melancholy entry Wolf made in his diary at the end of the day. And tomorrow will be another day, hot, muggy. We don't know how we bear it. 100,000 flies crawl around our faces. We lost our mosquito nets a long time ago, who knows where. All we have left is our patience. The armour plate becomes glowing hot. The water is almost undrinkable. When sandstorms stir at around midday, yellow, impenetrable, all that's left is hope. Now it's night again, and we're standing guard. Tired, unwashed, covered in oil, wet from the nightly dew in the desert, we stand guard for Germany in the middle of the starry African night. In fact, the 2nd of July had been a terrible day of battle for the Axis forces. 15th Panzer found itself almost encircled by British armour. It counted at least 100 enemy tanks in front of it at times. As the day progressed, a flurry of curt but frantic reports were flashed to Afrika Korps. Panzer Spearhead engaged in a defensive action against a semicircle of tanks enveloping it. Tanks pressing us hard, defending ourselves desperately. As for the sorely tested 90th Light, it had regained its composure after the panic of the 1st of July. But at the end of the day's fighting, its commander Ulrich Kleemann realized what Erwin Rommel had not yet grasped. The Axis offensive had finally run out of steam. That evening he recorded in his diary, "It seems as if the German units, exhausted by the fighting and exertions, marching by day and night in the past few days and weeks, are no longer able to force this last English fortress before the Nile Delta. The enemy has committed all his available aircraft against our attacking army. Every 20 to 30 minutes, 15, 18, often even 21 bombers with fighter escort attack. Although the physical effect of these heavy, constant bombing raids and low-level attacks is negligible, given the wide dispersal of fighting and baggage units, the effect on the troops' morale is much greater. Each man longs for German fighter cover, but he also knows that the German Air Force in Africa cannot move forward so rapidly. When German fighters appear, they are cheered on by the troops, even when they're on their own, but they are unable, of course, to attack such strong bomber formations. The last hopes now are the little-used and hence fresh Italian divisions, but little is expected from our comrades." As the sun went down, Vittorio Vallicella ate a meal of dry pasta, Emmental cheese and bread, accompanied by a quart of wine, reflecting on being stuck in this vast, desolate plain at El Alamein, exhausted, dejected, hungry, with little water and covered in lice and dirt. We know that our great leader is in the barge area, 410 miles from the front, furious because we've not yet been able to open the gates of Alexandria for him. Thankfully, for the exhausted Vallicella, it was a quiet night. No flares, no aircraft. We sleep soundly. For our exhausted bodies, this is a blessing. Perhaps encouraged by an intercepted radio message, "Hold on at all costs, reinforcements are on their way from Alexandria," which suggested his foe was close to breaking point, Rommel ordered one last effort to smash through the enemy's line. The attack shall continue whatever happens with everything you've got, and it will be successfully executed. Rommel could exhort all he liked. His divisions made no headway. Worn out, facing superior numbers, they stumbled, faltered, and finally caved in. Having been plastered by artillery all day long, late in the afternoon the Italians were subjected to an attack by 4-engined Allied bombers, 54 B-24 Liberators, escorted by P-40 fighters, glittering in the sun like insects in an evening dance. For the first time, Rommel's forces experienced carpet bombing. Manilo Leone and comrades with Italy's elite assault engineers, the Guastatori, thrust their elbows and knees into the ground, lifted their stomachs to save their insides from dangerous injury, held their mouths open, their hands cupped to protect their ears. 4th Company was hit by the full force of the explosions. Men were sucked into the air, into clouds of sand, losing 1 dead and 2 wounded. The final straw was a determined attack by the New Zealanders on the southern end of the Axis front. The position of Lieutenant Alberto Cogliatori's company of Bersaglieri was soon desperate. "We are lost. We can no longer fight," he wrote. "There is no more ammunition. The weapons are destroyed or jammed." When the battalion on his left flank was overrun and New Zealanders began attacking his lines, Cogliatori ordered his men to fall back. He grabbed hold of a passing truck hanging off its door, his feet on the running board. "With every metre we cover, we gain a little more hope. I watched the driver leaning forward, his eyes wide open and hands nervously clutching the steering wheel, pushing the vehicle to its top speed, crossing the only track leading out of this cursed trap for more than a kilometre. Tense faces, stunned by the explosions and gunshots, still in disbelief at what had just happened. We meet up at the regimental command post, where we report on the vicissitudes of the battalion. The Ariete, Helmut Frey complained, headed for home at full speed. It lost 350 men. A dirty, greasy, unkempt mob without fighting spirit was captured by the New Zealanders, as well as a sizable number of trucks and guns. For the first time there were grumblings in the Ariete's ranks. Perhaps the favourable moment has passed, someone said. It took a counterblow by 15th Panzer Division to restore some semblance of order, but at the cost of more than 100 men. Rommel was furious with the Ariete for offering what he called little more than token resistance before surrendering to insignificant enemy armoured forces. But he also realised that having battered against the Alamein position, as he called it, unsuccessfully for 3 days, there was no point attacking for a fourth. With his divisions down to barely 1,500 men, supplies strained to the limit, and the enemy offering dogged resistance, his forces needed time to rest, recuperate, regroup. Half an hour before midnight on Friday the 3rd of July, he reported to his masters that he had called off his offensive into the heart of Egypt. Orders passed along German and Italian lines. Dig in. Every soldier from the division commander down to the lowliest lancer realized that the assault which had begun so confidently on May the 26th had come to a halt for the time being, wrote reconnaissance unit commander Helmut Schröter. As German and Italian soldiers dug in, newspaper readers across the Reich learned that Rommel had broken through the Alamein position in a brilliant feat of arms by German and Italian troops. The next morning the Völkischer Beobachter promised the end of a 60-year tyranny was at hand in Egypt. Other headlines talked of Marshal Rommel's advance to the heart of Egypt, or reported Alexandria naval base evacuated by the British. Spoiled by Rommel's previous victories, and with enemy defences on the road to Alexandria described as hardly to be taken seriously, many Germans expected the fall of Alexandria over the weekend. Yet again the German propaganda machine had gone too far. Helmut Frey wrote, "If those people at home who pin little flags on a map, and who are already picturing Rommel continuing his advance on the Suez Canal or to India, knew that our rifle company numbers barely 30 or 40 men, that our panzers and artillery possess only a fraction of their authorized strength, then they would change the speed of our advance from fourth gear to second. Our men have had not one day of rest since the 26th of May. Always fighting. Forward march. The men are now at the end of their strength." The previous autumn, the propaganda ministry had proclaimed the war in Russia decided. In the heady days of late June and early July 1942, it tantalized the German public with dreams of Alexandria, Cairo, and the Nile. And now, as Joseph Goebbels realized, the people have far-reaching expectations from the African campaign which cannot be realized at present. There was a certain degree of surprise and fear among the public that the enemy had halted Rommel's advance, but also widespread confidence that he would resume. After all, Rommel's triumphant march is generally considered to be unstoppable. Although the front line was gradually solidifying at Alamein, intelligence reaching Rome and Berlin continued to suggest the entire edifice of British rule in Egypt was tottering. Cairo was under a state of siege with martial law proclaimed, British soldiers patrolling the streets while Egyptian troops were confined to barracks. An intercepted telephone conversation from an American reporter told of a total collapse of order in the Egyptian capital, of people who'd lost faith in victory. British officials had abandoned the capital, but not King Farouk, who had reportedly declared that his place was in Egypt, close to his people, apparently eagerly awaiting the arrival of Axis troops, as were his subjects. From Berlin, the voice of free Arabism addressed these fellahin, peasants, calling on them to hamper Eighth Army's retreat by cutting telephone lines, attacking columns, blowing up railway lines or bridges. Into action! Into action! Thousands of posters and leaflets were printed, while every hour appeals were broadcast in Arabic to stoke the flames of seemingly imminent revolution, under the watchword, Egypt for the Egyptians. The British have always laughed at the Egyptians, and now is the time to prove to the world that Egypt is alive. Prove that the Egyptian blood is running in your veins, and fight for your country. Egyptians, your moment has come. Free yourselves from English tyranny. We guarantee. The native populace was encouraged to welcome Rommel, the Lion of the Sand, into their hearts as the harbinger of a new era and the friend of the Egyptian people. Rommel comes as liberator from the English yoke. The British have always laughed at the Egyptians, and now is the time to prove to the world that Egypt is alive. Prove that the Egyptian blood is running in your veins, and fight for your country. Whatever the promises, Egypt would be no more independent under Axis rule than it was under British. Hitler showed little interest in the country. He was more than happy for his ally to be a modern-day pharaoh, leaving Rommel as military commander in this addition to the new Roman Empire, in charge of a force capable of repulsing every effort the British might make to retake Egypt. The German Navy sent officers to Rommel's headquarters to form a flotilla of dhows to patrol the Nile. A director of the Reichsbank arrived to take over the Bank of Egypt. More ominously, a middle-ranking SS officer appeared ready to monitor Egypt's Jews, especially the large populace in Alexandria. In fact, Walter Rauff was the vanguard of a killing squad, Einsatzkommando, mirroring similar groups which had murdered hundreds of thousands of Jews in occupied Russia. The 24 men assigned to Rauff were too few to deal with more than 60,000 Jews on their own. As in Ukraine and the Baltic, the Germans turned to the indigenous population to help them. Rise as one man to kill the Jews before they have a chance of betraying the Egyptian people, Berlin radio urged the country's Arabs. It is the duty of the Egyptians to annihilate the Jews and to destroy their property. Jews were planning to rape Egyptian women, the broadcast continued, kill Egyptian children, and finally Egyptian fathers. Kill the Jews, burn their property, destroy their stores, annihilate these base supporters of British imperialism, the appeal from Berlin ended. Your sole hope of salvation lies in annihilating the Jews before they annihilate you. The advance to and failure to break through at Alamein left Panzer Army Africa in a pitiful state. The Afrika Korps was down to 50 panzers and 600 motorized infantrymen. Divisions were no longer worthy of the name. The 90th Light could muster just 1,500 men. Italian units were just as depleted, barely 50 working tanks and a little over 4,000 troops. Until the gaps were filled, the best Rommel could hope for was to improve his position at Alamein. But even these localized attacks miscarried. On the 13th, Stukas smashed British strongpoints and silenced their guns, only for the subsequent attack by 21st Panzer Division to drive headlong into a sandstorm and eventually falter, prompting Rommel to complain that a unique opportunity has gone begging. A plan to strike 2 days later was forestalled by a large-scale British attack, which rattled several Italian units and unnerved Rommel. Allied aircraft ruled the skies. Rommel's command post was attacked 9 times on the 16th of July alone, while their infantry and armour mauled Italian units in particular. Cut off from the rest of the Pavia division by British armour, Sergeant Major Mario Venieri's understrength company, it had never recovered from the beating it suffered at Bir Hakeim 6 weeks earlier, fought to the last man when infantry followed in the tank's wake. Venieri jumped out of his foxhole, seized a machine gun, and opened fire on the advancing enemy. It is a matter of life or death, kill or be killed, that is the law of war. The infantry assault faltered, but as the British fell back, Venieri's eye was caught by a group of Axis artillerymen walking towards enemy lines with white handkerchiefs tied to the top of their rifles. The incensed Sergeant Major yelled at them, "Come back, you cowards, traitors!" The Trieste, Trento, and Brescia divisions also suffered badly, but none as much as the Sabratha. "You think we're poor soldiers, don't you?" one officer from the Brescia told his captors. "Well, you should see the Sabratha." Raised from Italian settlers in North Africa, principally to defend Libyan soil, the division was scorned by other Italian units and dismissed by Rommel as shitty. Under attack in July 1942, it melted away. After 10 days of fighting, it simply ceased to exist. At least 1,600 men were taken prisoner by the New Zealanders. Despite the slurs of their comrades and Rommel, many stood their ground. There was also a very large number of dead, more dead Italians than on any other battlefield that I have seen, Brigade Commander Howard Kippenberger recalled. and many Germans, as the German gunners mostly fought to the death. The British attack was only brought to a standstill on the 17th, after Rommel threw in his last reserves. "It can't go on much longer like this," he conceded to his wife, "otherwise the front will collapse. From the military viewpoint, these are the worst days of my life. You know that I'm an incurable optimist, but there are situations when things look completely bleak." A few hours later, the field marshal conferred with his superiors. To Ettore Bestico, Rommel was a broken man. His eyes filled with rancour. He was unable to look anyone in the eye. "I can't wait a week longer for the supplies you promised me," he told them. "If the enemy attacks, he'll break through. If he breaks through, it's the end." As usual, he blamed the failings of his allies, a standard German tactic which would be repeated later in the year when the front around Stalingrad was shattered. He claimed incorrectly that